Hello, welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku became the number one hero without getting one for all? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
I want to be a symbol. A symbol not like All Might and his promise of peace. I want to be a symbol of protection, so anyone who sees me will know that I will be the wall that stands between them and danger, between the innocent and the evil. I will be their guardian. Sue, as third-year students, the instructor starts to say in a tone that sounds almost bored. Nearly every student in the class gets excited when the teacher says, "It's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives." I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother? They all start acting out their quirks. The teacher carelessly tosses the papers into the air with a flourish. I know you all want to go to the hero track. Nearly everyone starts applauding and showing off their personality traits. Yes, you all have some very impressive quirks. He says this, but it's unclear what some of the students' quirks, like the ability to stretch your neck, inflate your head, or stretch your eyes out of your head, are considered impressive. In an attempt to calm his class, he concludes, but no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. With his red eyes and spiky blonde hair blazing with arrogance, the golden child of Alder Junior High School lays back in his chair with his feet kicked up on the table and says, "Hey, teach." Bakugo Katsuki laughs as he concludes, "Don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister, hey." Naturally, this infuriates the class, as they all yell in rage and even threaten to fight at that very moment. Everyone freezes when the teacher says, "You've got impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA High." Bakugo's ego only grows higher as a result. Among the commotion, one female student remarks more than any other, "He's gonna try for the national school? That place has only a 2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get into." Bakugo breaks through the banter, flips himself up, lands on his desk, and then takes a position. "That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me," he exclaims loudly and joyfully. "I aced all of the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself, and be the richest hero of all time." Before clenching his fist. "People all across the world will know who I am. And it all starts with UA High. Oh yeah, Midoriya, don't you want to go to UA, too?" Goo. There's a tiny, subdued squeak. After keeping his head down on his desk and attempting to avoid being seen by anyone, Izuku Midoriya slowly raises his head, his eyes peeking through his black and green-tipped hair as he suddenly realizes that everyone is watching him. Ha 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 ha. Almost all of the students in the class start laughing aloud at the thought of quirkless Izuku joining UA of all educational institutions. "Midoriya. You're kidding, right? In that way, the students complain about him. There's no way you're getting into the hero course without a quirk," the students say. As everyone laughs, Izuku gets up to say, "Well, actually, they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one." Despite this, his nervousness was evident as he spoke. Naturally, one person is far more incensed than amused by this development. Izuku is forced to fall back to the ground as Bakugo growls and slams his palm into his desk, causing it to explode. "Listen up, Deku," Izuku exclaims, looking up in terror as Bakugo stands above him. "You're even worse than the rest of these damn rejects, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me? And also, Takeda Jason, you too, right?" When the next name is dropped, everyone stops talking. The person sitting to Izuku's right, sitting there impassively with his arms crossed, sitting straight with his lips pressed together, causes almost everyone to freeze as they slowly turn their heads to face him. Subtle explosive pops can be seen from Bakugo's hands as he turns and looks at the person angrily. As he turns around, his neutral expression gives way to the tiniest hint of a smirk, and his blue eyes take on a slight sheen of readiness. The school day is over. Everyone has already begun to leave the classroom and prepare to go home or arrange to meet up with friends. Before going through the news feeds from a particular hero vs villain battle he witnessed earlier, Izuku puts his belongings back in his bag and sits at his desk. He puts his phone away and prepares to start writing in his quirk notebook, saying, "Man, that fight from this morning is all over the news. Better write some notes down before I forget anything." Everything he has seen or encountered that relates to quirks is included in his book, from verified theories about what he has seen to observations he has made. And then it was torn out of his grasp. The taker is revealed to be Bakugo when he cranes his head up. I dunno what you think you're doin', Deku, but we're not done. A hand appears from behind and removes the notebook from his grasp, saying, "No, we're done." Bakugo spins around on the person who is playing tricks on him, filled with rage. He glares at the person, his rage only growing. One of Bakugo's friends murmurs, "Oh." They feel tense again. Even Izuku trembles at the thought of what could occur. Jason is standing in front of Bakugo with Izuku's notebook in his hand. Bakugo frowns and holds out his hand menacingly, saying, "If you know what's good for you, you'll give that back." Jason glares at Bakugo while holding the book, then breaks into a tiny smile. Everyone, including Bakugo, is taken aback when Jason gestures for him to give it to him, but he waved it away and walked straight up to his friend. "Sure. Here you go, Izu. I thought should give this back to you." Izuku looks at his friend with a sincere smile before he is amazed to have his quirk book back in his hands. Izuku nods, then puts it back in his bag and zips it up. "Hold onto that more tightly. Don't want you losing it now, don't we?" he asks. His brief moment of joy is replaced by anxiety and trepidation when he notices Bakugo glaring at his friend's back. Before Bakugo eases up on the rage, the glare transforms into a grin and he looks almost exasperated. "I shouldn't be surprised at this point, Deku. Everywhere you go, nearly every time I see you. This mutt is always here ready to come to your beck and call." The Mutt. Jason has the nickname Mutt because he stays near Izuku whenever Bakugo approaches Izuku, while Izuku has the disparaging moniker Deku. Bakugo adopts a more casual posture as he continues, "You really shouldn't bother applying to UA, the both of you. No way they'll take either of you, being quirkless and all but also being downright pathetic. Deku I can see being killed right off the bat at the entrance exam, but the Mutt I can see maybe surviving enough to get a single point before he croaks. Honestly, you should put those instincts of yours to actual use and be a cop. I'm sure you'll be good enough to a traffic cop's partner." This elicits a bit of the rest of the group laughs. Izuku appears somewhat dejected, and Jason keeps his back to him. Bakugo walks away after turning around. Before departing, Bakugo offers one final piece of advice. "You know, Deku, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be another way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, then take a swan dive off the roof of the building." There's a low growl, followed by some light laughter. Jason turns around, grinning, while Bakugo and his guys watch in confusion. The explosive quirk user becomes even more enraged when he smiles and says, "All talk. That's what you're reduced to now, aren't you, Bakugo?" Jason approaches him slowly, passing the other two students before coming to a stop in front of him. "You just can't help but stroke your own ego, can you?" he asks. "That's all you can do now, is it? Not when we're so close to the end now, are we?" Bakugo's eyes darken and his fingers flex as he says, "Better watch what you say, Mutt, if you know what's good for you." Jason clenches his fists, his bones popping as he says, "Make me, if you can." Izuku looks on in horror and worry at what is about to happen as the two students take a step back. A second person approaches the door. Their principal enters through the door from the hallway and tells everyone, "School's over now, it's time to get going, all of you." He catches a glimpse of the two pupils glaring at one another. "Remember what we said, you two. One more, and you're both done, got it?" Bakugo looks at Jason imperceptibly angry. Jason glares at Bakugo, his smirk vanished as soon as he heard the teacher approach. "Crystal, sir." "Whatever." Bakugo scoffs and turns away, leaving his two friends in his wake. He will not forfeit his opportunity to enroll in UA only for the quirkless in his thoughts. Jason lets go and returns Izuku's gesture. "Come on, Izu, let's get going. I don't want to get held up by another villain attack like this morning." The green-haired boy's prior anxiety about the circumstance vanishes in favor of excitement at the prospect of seeing heroes in action once more. He jogs to catch up to his best friend, saying, "Aw, come on. That was a pretty good fight and you know it, at that point." "Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to be late to school again." "But school's already over for the day. That's besides the point." With a sigh, the principal pinches the bridge of his nose and leaves. After a short while, the two of them have already left the school and are walking side by side to their homes. Even though they are the same age, a closer examination reveals that Jason is half a head taller than Izuku and slightly more muscular. "You know, I really wish you wouldn't continue to pick fights with Kachan like that." Jason lets out a small sigh. "Yeah, sure, I'll do that," as soon as he suddenly turns back to being our friend again. He rolls his eyes at his friend and says, "You know I can tell when you're being sarcastic, right?" Izuku tries to talk sense into his friend's head by saying, "Besides, You know the two of you are already in hot water with the school. One more fight on school grounds and you're both expelled. Jason nods slowly, recalling. Jason and Bakugo have been at each other's throats for far too long, necessitating the separation of some teachers and possibly causing damage to school property. Jason's own mixed combat training enables him to fight Bakugo despite the egotistical jerks using his quirk, but only because of the explosive quirk's sheer power. Jason gains some sort of reputation at school as a result. Anyone who attempts to intimidate or fight him because he lacks a quirk will quickly discover that he is only competent enough to defeat the majority of opponents. I know. That's why I'm not going to throw the first punch. He deadpans to his friend, the school's still going to expel both of you no matter who starts it, Jokin. Izuku just gave Jason Jokin and gave Bakugo Kachan. Jason sighs and gives in, saying, yeah, I guess you're right. As they proceed to their homes, they both fall into a brief silence. Thanks again for getting my notebook back. Jason nods and smiles. Izuku spent some time contributing to his quirk book, saying, no problem Izu. No way am I going to let your hard work get destroyed so easily. Jason, his friend, would not watch helplessly as it was destroyed. You still going to apply to UA? Definitely, since they lifted that rule to allow quirkless people to apply, I could be the first to get in. If we both go, we both can make history and be the first ones to get in. You're still applying too, right Jokin? Izuku exclaims, practically leaping into position as they pause. He gives his friend a light tap on the shoulder with the top of his knuckles and jokes, well, if you're going to apply, I can't leave my friend hanging now can I? Besides, I'm sure it'll be a nice challenge to keep up with UA's standards. You and your training. They keep moving forward until they reach a tunnel. Keep exercising and you'll be as buff as All Might. Ha ha ha. Jason laughs, hee, at his friend's attempt to mimic All Might's well-known laugh. Though he wouldn't trade his friend for anyone else, Jason isn't as big of a fan of All Might as his friend Izuku is. In fact, he's beginning to get a little annoyed with the hero because his best friend is always talking about him. That's good man. Keep working on that and you'll get it perfectly. Izuku shouts, you mean that wasn't spot on? Which causes them to halt in the middle of the tunnel. I could have sworn I got it down. I worked so hard on that. Maybe I should try. Jason sighs, but he still smiles at his friend as he starts writing in his notebook once more. He is aware that the boy with green hair can come up with some of his best ideas while in that state, even though some people find it annoying. However, they must leave, so Jason reaches out to tap his friend. Burra ahahaha. Jason exclaims, ah, as he is knocked to the ground by a mass of something. He hits the ground with a moan and lies there for a moment before he comes to. He starts to look and ask, what the hell what was? A horrified expression appears on his face. His eyes enlarge. He stares and his breathing stops. A bad guy. Izuku was wrapped up in the center of a huge pile of green sludge that had the distinctive mess of a face forming on top of it. Izuku? Jason yells at his friend, secretly hoping and praying that what he is witnessing is not real. His friend's choked, muffled cries are the only response he receives as a big eye in the sludge looks at him. Large gnashes of teeth can be seen on top of the sludge as it speaks, and a hideous morphed voice can be heard inside it saying, oh don't mind me kid. I'm just going to take over this little guy's body and wear him as a skin suit. That's my friend. Get off of him, Jason yells, gets to his feet and charges the two. Smack he screams, graw, as a big, slimy tentacle slams into him and knocks him to the ground. Jason clenches his fists and grits his teeth, moaning at the voice that irritates him. It'll be easier for all of us if you don't fight back, either of you. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon, then we can be on our merry way. As Izuku frantically tries to remove the sludge that is collecting in his mouth, his thoughts become distressed. I can't breathe. As Jason sees tears welling up in his friend's eyes, every second that goes by makes him more and more irate. He yells, I said get off him, and charges once more. When the villain tries to strike him this time, he remembers and dodges the blow. He briefly becomes elated as he clings to his friend and frantically snatches handfuls of the sludge. He exclaims, I got you, as he and Izuku attempt to remove the sludge. Unfortunately, as the sludge simply separates from Jason's fingers, despair descends upon him. Damn it. The antagonist chuckles at their endeavors. Grab all you want. My body's made of fluid. No amount of grabbing can get rid of the villain from Jason, so he stops clawing and looks at his friend with a terrified expression. But maybe I can block him, Jason says. He reaches up to cover Izuku's mouth with one hand. The villain watches irritably as his entryway into the child is abruptly cut off. Jason covers Izuku's mouth with both hands and tightly presses his lips together to stop the villain from controlling his friend as the sludge tries twice as hard to get through his fingers. "You stupid little..." Smack. Ah. Jack grh. Jason is hit hard in the chest by the villain's second tentacle, which sends him hurtling back even more forcefully. Izuku barely had time to call out to his friend in concern before the villain silenced him once more. Jason travels through the air before colliding with the wall. His back strikes the wall, causing his vision to go white with pain, and he falls to the ground in a heap. He tries to move, but the abrupt blow to his back makes it difficult for him to do so. The fact that he is unable to breathe doesn't help either. As he tries to force air back into his lungs after it has been knocked out, he is unable to hear the villain's words. As he frantically tries to find his way, his vision becomes fuzzy and blurry. The forms of the villain and his friend, his struggling, dying friend, are barely visible to him through his vision. He calls out weakly, "No, Izuku," and fumbles for assistance with his outstretched hand. The only words he can utter before his arm hits the floor are, "Help, someone, help him." His breathing becomes somewhat easier, but as his eyes close, the sharp throb of pain in his head makes it difficult for him to hear the new sounds. He can make out people moving and voices talking to some extent, and when he looks up, SMASH, NGH. A strong wind gust pushes him into the ground and whips his loose clothing a little, forcing him to try to cover his head. When the wind stops blowing, he calms down and slowly raises his head as the pain lessens. A big figure kneels in front of him and asks, "Young man? Young man, are you okay?" He takes a deep breath as his vision begins to return, and as he tries to stand up, his breathing finally returns to normal. "Whoa there, easy does it, you're safe now." Safe? He pushes himself to his hands and knees while a hand is placed on his back. Jason takes deep breaths and manages to say, "Safe? You got it." The voice is so loud that Jason nearly freezes, clearly recalling that he has heard it before. "No, I've heard that voice before," his green-haired friend said, having watched enough videos to instill the memory in Jason's mind. He glances up and sees All Might, the #1 hero, standing directly in front of him wearing a t-shirt that is a bit too tight, loose green pants, and brown shoes. His blonde hair, which had multiple strands pointing upward like horns in front, and his constant smile. The man himself gives him a thumbs up and a slightly wider smile, if he can manage that. Jason looks at the man incredulously, his mouth hanging open in shock at what he sees. Before Jason's mouth closes, All Might perspires a little at the strange behavior as he slowly rises to his full height while continuing to stare. After a moment of slowly scanning his surroundings, he spots something on the ground. He still moves slowly as he approaches it. All Might asks, a little alarmed by the strange behavior the child is displaying and suspecting that the villain attack may have caused some brain damage. He sees the child reach down and pick up a notebook that is lying on the ground, then he walks back up to him and holds the notebook out to All Might. Jason tells the hero, "My friend is your biggest fan, he wants your autograph." All Might looks at the item with curiosity and asks, "Really now?" "Yes, Izuku." Jason immediately releases the notebook and lets it fly into the air, where All Might snatches it. Jason then turns around and runs to his friend who is lying on the ground. "Izu." He calls out to his friend once more, but he receives no answer. He swiftly falls to his friend's left side and feels for a pulse on his wrists and neck. Pulse is strong. To be absolutely certain, he presses his head to his chest and listens for his heartbeat and lungs. He finally puts his hands near his mouth and nose and lets out a sigh of relief as he feels the air leaving him. Heart beating and I can hear him breathing. "Oh, thank God. Yes," he exclaims to himself in a whisper. He turns to All Might, who is standing beside them both, grinning as brightly as ever, and says, "He's okay." Jason instantly drops to his knees and bows his head to the ground in appreciation. "You saved him. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, sir." "Oh, come now. That's just what heroes do, no need to thank me." Jason sits up and trails off, still. Izuku's notebook appears in his vision, and it opens to reveal a page with All Might's signature clearly visible on both pages. Jason's expression changes from one of awe as he accepts the notebook to a smile as he looks up at the top hero. He's going to go ballistic when he sees this. "I imagine so. Ha ha ha." All Might cranes his head back and laughs briefly before turning to face them. All Might takes a step to Izuku's right and says, "Well, we should go ahead and wake him to make sure he's okay." "Wait, I got an idea." Everyone watches with interest as the boy in front of them shares his thought. Jason leans forward until he is very close to Izuku's ear. Izu, All Might wants to adopt you as his son. What? Izuku leaps to his feet in an instant, knocking Jason to the ground before his now surprisingly strong meek friend grabs him and pulls him back up. He smiles broadly and asks, does he really want to? With gleams in his eyes. When he notices his friend's broad smile, he deflates a bit and stops. He immediately recognizes the joke Jason played on him and asks, why do you torture me so? Because I needed to get you up. Izuku asks, perplexed. Why? Jason merely cocks his head to look behind Izuku. Turning around, the recently unconscious boy notices legs before slowly craning his head to see the person's face. All Might is saying, hi, glad to see you up, with a simple wave of his hand. Ah! Izuku screams as he hits the ground and retreats from the hero after a brief pause. All Might remarks, referring to the villain attack that occurred just moments ago, well, looks like you're moving around all right. I didn't say before but sorry about that back there. As All Might goes on, Jason mutters the word justicing under his breath, attempting to visualize it in a dictionary. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing. Usually, I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. Ha, 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 ha. Jason murmurs, navigating the sewer, and then turns back to the tunnel to see a manhole cover's lid have been popped off. The thought of the number one hero trudging through sewage makes him look incredulous, even though the man in front of him is immaculate. Izuku, on the other hand, is still processing the fact that his greatest hero is standing in front of him. All Might declares, anyway, you both were a big help. Thank you, I've captured the evildoer. While displaying a few soda bottles containing the villain. Yoink. Jason takes a bottle from All Might and gives it a long look. Hey, careful with that. Izuku, still in awe of the hero and unwilling to comment, thinks, the most amazing hero in the entire world, as Jason shakes the bottle quickly, making the villain inside it even more ill. All Might tries to take the bottle from him before he unintentionally lets the villain go. All Might. The actual thing, right in front of me, in the flesh. Jason yells as All Might's pearly whites flash brightly, allowing the hero to re-grab the bottle without getting too close to the onlooker. In person, he looks so much cooler. Even as Jason smiles at having to give the villain a small amount of suffering, Izuku's thoughts remain unaffected by the scene. Izuku frantically searches his person for the pen and then his notebook, saying, holy crap. I gotta get an autograph, I've got a pen around here somewhere. At last, Jason approaches him and returns his notebook. He turns to All Might after grinning at his friend. Please sign my notebook, he says, opening it. He exclaims, ah. He already did. Upon noticing the signature, Jason says, thank you so much, as he performs 100 bows in less than 30 seconds while looking at his friend incredulously. This will be an heirloom. A family treasure passed down for generations to come. Jason stops him from breaking the world record for the most bows made in the shortest amount of time by grabbing him and saying, dude chill. You're going to give yourself an aneurysm going like that. Despite their antics, All Might still gives them the thumbs up. He pats the prison of the soda bottle in his pants pocket and turns away, saying, welp, I've got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble, see you around. Jason thanks him and giggles a little when he sees All Might performing some squats. Thanks again, All Might. Wait, you're leaving? Already? Izuku asks, clearly astonished. Jason can already sense his friend's disappointment at the prospect of his favorite hero's life being cut short. Jason gives a slight nod in agreement with the statement, pro-heroes are constantly fighting time as well as enemies. It's hard to argue with that line of thinking. Even as All Might, heroes can only be in so many locations at once. Just as a strong gust of wind strikes Jason, he instinctively turns his head away and covers his face with the crook of his arm. Now stand back. I'm taking off. Enough to burn his eyes if they were open, but not enough to knock him down. A glance back reveals that All Might has vanished. Thanks for your continued support, he exclaims as he looks up to see All Might, the now flying hero, soaring far above. When Jason sees the hero, he laughs and then crosses his arms. You know Izuku, I may not be as big an All Might fan as you, he sure is something else huh? When he doesn't receive a response and is left alone, he turns to the side and asks, Izu? He asks, scanning the area more anxiously. Where the hell did you? Ah. He cranes his head back up as he freezes and hears a scream that gets progressively quieter as the speck moves farther away. Jason's eyes widen and his face takes on a horrified expression as he quickly puts the pieces together. "Izuku! You crazy mother!" he exclaims, immediately grabbing his phone and running in the direction he witnessed them go. He thinks to himself as he keeps running, using the majority of his cardio training to get to his best friend. Okay, they went in this direction. If I can track Izuku's phone, I can find where they landed. Jason's thoughts are intermittent as he keeps running through the streets. I am really hating this right now. Although he has been working out for a while, he hasn't given his cardio training the attention he would like and is experiencing some dyspnea. The fact that he left right away without getting ready to run and that he is beginning to feel sore again from the blow to his ribs earlier doesn't help either. But after his unplanned airborne hitchhike to who knows where, damn it, is he just going to head home without checking on his best friend? When it came to protecting his best friend, Izuku, he would stop at nothing to keep him safe. Jason complains as he trudges up to the building he was directed to, really hating this. All he needs to do is reach his friend first. Jason looks up at the building for a moment, trying to control his breathing. Upon glancing back at his phone, he notices that his friend's signal is approaching the building and recalls the direction in which All Might departed. Jason is friends with the greatest All Might fan of all time, so he is aware that although the hero isn't able to fly, his strength and ability only enable him to jump very high and very far. He pockets his phone and takes another deep, soothing breath. He enters and searches for the stairs right away, saying, "All right. Now I just have to find him." He smiles as he sees the door to the stairs and dashes to them, saying, they were flying through the air, so naturally they would land on the roof. Just have to find, there we go. The door flies open as he approaches it, and he just manages to avoid being struck. He lets out a startled, "Whoa," when the door opens. The man, who, to be honest, appears to be a thin skeleton dressed in too loose clothing, freezes when he sees Jason standing directly in front of him. Jason gives the man a strange look before regaining consciousness. He points to his school uniform and says, "Hey, excuse me, have you seen a 14-year-old boy in the building? Green hair, a little meek, wearing the same uniform as me?" After a brief cough, the man exits the door and thumbs back toward the stairs. "Yeah. I saw him on the roof. I was, doing some maintenance when All Might dropped off the kid and left. He should be on his way down." "Great, thanks," Jason says, giving him a quick thank you before rushing out the door. After a few seconds, Jason cautiously peers out the door once more and observes the man's back stumbling slowly toward the building's main doors. "Huh." Jason murmurs in perplexity and mild curiosity as he senses something strange but pleasant about the man he recently met. Shaking his head, he starts up the stairs. The quirkless pair has reconnected and is walking down the sidewalk in the direction of their house a few minutes later. Jason nearly yells, "He said what?" when he finds out what the #1 hero told his closest friend. Izuku's dejected expression deepens as he flips through the pages of his hero analysis for the future #13 feet notebook before closing it. It's okay, Jockin. You don't have to get so worked up. Let's be honest, I think I was just kidding myself all this time and you were being a good friend supporting me. I guess I just wanted to try to prove to myself that I could be hero even though I don't have quirk." But if All Might said it, Izuku wipes the tears from his eyes as soon as they start to form, despite his best efforts. "Fuck him. J. Jockin," Izuku exclaims, startled, as his friends curse, despite his reference to All Might of all people. "No, Izu. I was always willing to go with your dream of being a hero and I'm always ready to back you up on that. If you still want to be a hero, then no one's opinion, not even All Might's, should stop you," Jason passionately states to his friend. Given how frequently Izuku has discussed being a hero, Jason finds it hard to accept that his friend should simply stop being a hero without making an effort at all, regardless of who it is. He keeps walking for a few more steps before realizing he is by himself. He yells, "Izu oof," as something slams into him. When he realizes it's his friend hugging him, he is on the verge of hurting whoever just crashed into him. Jason smiles and gives his friend another hug without saying anything. They remain in that position for a few seconds before splitting up and moving on. Izuku grinned slightly and sniffed a little, "Thanks." Jason pats his shoulder and says, "No problem, man." For a few uncomfortable minutes, they carry on in silence until they hear a tiny explosion. They both pause and notice a sizable crowd of people in the area, where it appears that another villain is engaged in combat. Jason looks around the familiar area and asks, "A villain? Wait, wasn't there a fight here this morning?" "It is. Is the fight from earlier still going on? As he receives a contemplative glance, Jason reflects, I don't think so. They had the guy in custody when we left, so I doubt it's the same fight that continued until now. Izuku, meanwhile, looks at the throng with a melancholy, hopeless expression. What brings us here? Did I unconsciously lead the way to investigate? As they wait for the light to give them the all-clear, he muses gloomily. Come on, let's go see. Izuku exclaims, Wah hey, as his more powerful friend seizes his wrist and swiftly drags him across the street. As they reach the back of the crowd, Jason says, Come on man. You're never in a bad mood whenever you're examining quirks. Let's get that brain of your turning and focused on something else. But, I don't, as Jason attempts to gain a foothold in the crowd, he asks, Here I'll get you started. This alleyway is too small for Mount Lady to come in and steal the show. So who else can you see taking down villains in here? However, Izuku simply looks at his friend before he breaks into a sincere smile, happy to see his friend making an effort to improve his mood. Okay. Well, we know Death Arms and Kamui Woods were here earlier, so maybe. No way. Izuku starts to analyze. Yes, I'm sure they can, until his friend roughly grabs him and makes him look forward rather than at his notebook. Just as he is about to ask why, the scene in front of him causes his eyes to enlarge. There are numerous fire spots strewn about, and a recognizable giant green sludge monster is seen tearing through the alleyway. That's the guy who attacked us, he reminds his companion, who gives him a somber nod. Jason responds, Yeah, it is. But how in the hell is he out? When Izuku recalls the brief thrill he had with All Might after saving him, his breath catches. The villain must have dropped the bottle while trying to hang on. He looks horrified when he realizes, but the bottle, if he dropped it, that means. Izuku jolts out of his reverie when he hears his friend say, It's my fault. He looks over and is shocked to see his friend slowly putting his hands on his head while wearing a frustrated expression. His fingers curl in, clutching his hair in handfuls at his foolish action. If I hadn't grabbed the bottle, if I hadn't shook it, I must have loosened the cap, and he says. A man in the vicinity asks, Why aren't the heroes doing anything? They both freeze as a result of this. It looks like they've met their match. Plus, the villains captured a kid. Things aren't looking good for him. After staring at the men conversing, the two quirkless boys turn back to the villain in an effort to examine him more closely. As it thrashes around, they do indeed see a tiny head of hair protruding from the villain. When both boys realize that someone else has become entangled with the villain and could potentially perish, their despair grows. The deflated version of All Might, who has reached his daily limit and is unable to buff up and save the kid he has captured, is nearby, sharing in their despair. In their own minds, all three place different blame on one another, but they undoubtedly all suffer from their inability to help the situation or from their failure to help the villains be captured. The problem is that only one of the three of them looks up. He fixes his gaze on Bakugo Katsuki's eyes, the sludge's hostage, and he notices something in them. Fear. One of the heroes exclaims, Wait kid. Even more than the crowd, All Might's despair gives way to astonishment and shock. Jason calls out to his friend, Izuku, but no one is more so than him. Without hesitation, Izuku Midoriya dashes through the throng of people, past the barriers, past the heroes, and directly towards the villain. Death Arms yells, No you idiot, stop, you're gonna get yourself killed, in vain. The sludge villain growls in frustration, Not this brat again. Deku? Bakugo mutters incredulously. Izuku keeps running in their direction in spite of everything. What am I doing? He asks himself questions. Why am I running? Why am I unable to stop? He doesn't slow down or stop at all, but he yells in his head. The villain yells, You're toast, kid, as he prepares to attack Izuku. What should I do? Now, what would a hero do? He asks. His thoughts abruptly return to his quirk analysis notebook, specifically to a page that belonged to Kamui Woods. Page 25. Yes. When he sees Izuku spinning around while running, the villains halt his attack. Take this. Izuku sees the chance to remove his backpack from his back and hurl it directly at the villain's eyes, costing him. His strategy is successful because the villain recoils and lets out a growl as several of the bag's contents fly out and hit his eye. Bakugo has the chance to open his mouth and cough as a result. Izuku yells to the prisoner, Kachan, and quickly starts tearing at the sludge that is holding him. Now that he has a chance to speak, Bakugo asks angrily, What the hell? Why are you here? I dunno. My legs, they just started moving. Despite everything, Izuku has flashbacks to the past as he frantically attempts to free him. Everything that almost everyone has done to depress him and crush his dreams. Doubt, disbelief, lack of confidence, bullying, comes flooding back to the surface of his mind, leaving him with only one question to ask himself. Why did I hurry in? I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. It's a straightforward response, but it's a good one. You brat. The sludge villain scowls at Izuku after gathering his thoughts. I'm done with you, he exclaims, bringing one arm around to strike Izuku with the intention of crushing him, much to the child's dismay. Stop. Hey. The villain slams a glass beer bottle into his face and grunts, Blua. Then. Bakugo and Izuku gaze down the alley. Remember me? They exclaim as Jason dashes in their direction, barely avoiding Death Arms and another hero's outstretched hands before they could seize him. Jason reaches down, picks up additional glass bottles, and swings his arm widely to toss them one after the other. The villain's form is disrupted and he becomes even more irate as he glares at the obnoxious child from earlier as they flip through the air and crash into him. He yells angrily, "You little brat," and launches an assault. Izuku calls out to his friend, Jokin, as two sludge tentacles make their way toward him. However, Jason gives them a look as they approach him this time. Not an angry look, not a scared one, an intense gaze. He barely dodges beneath the appendage before the first one hits him, then emerges from beneath it to the side. He is able to avoid the second appendage by dodging to the right. As he passes a couple of trash cans, he rolls over the top of them, grabs the lids, and places both of them in front of him, one in each hand, but several more tentacles are heading for him. He pushes the tentacles aside and keeps running toward the villain despite the fact that they smash into his makeshift shields. He uses his trash can shields one after another as more sludge blasts come at him, tanking the blows with angled grace and pushing them aside so he can continue. Izuku, as well as the heroes and bystanders, watch in wonder as he relentlessly pushes his way to the villain. I'm gonna turn you to a crisp, he exclaims, his eyes widening in terror as he turns back to the villain and witnesses him forcibly raise Bakugo's arm despite the boy's best efforts to stop him. Then, as tiny pops appear on the outstretched hand, he starts to activate his quirk. Izuku yells, "Jokin," to his companion. At the shout, Jason stops because he recognizes the telltale signs of the violent quirk he has been dealing with for a long time. Jason's eyes widen as the explosion occurs, but he quickly fortifies himself and raises his arms before the blast hits him. When the explosion strikes him, smoke and flames are thrown everywhere, briefly obstructing everyone's view of what had just transpired, more especially, what had happened to the quirkless child who had run in. The villain lowers Bakugo's arm, grinning at his victory. No. Izuku nearly breaks down as the idea of losing his best friend starts to consume him. All that is visible to him and everyone else is the smoke cloud that covers the friend's location. It is accompanied only by the crackles of the nearby fires and the dissipating smoke. HRAAH! Jason yells, pushing through the smoke and briefly floating while holding his left lid shield in front of him and his right shield back behind him. His two makeshift shields are dented and blackened from the blast's scorch marks. However, Jason seizes the chance to surprise the villain, who had not expected him to survive the explosion. He tosses the right trash can lid in the villain's direction with a heave. The sludge villain groans and grunts as the lid hits his eyes and then buries itself in his sludgy body. Jason makes it to them with a final sprint. "Jokin!" exclaims Izuku, delighted to see his friend secure. Jason shouts, "Raw!" and thrusts his final shield into the slimy mess, trying to sever the mass of viscous liquid. "Damn it, Izuku. One of these days you're going to get me killed," he yells angrily as he batters the villain behind Bakugo with the shield repeatedly. Jason looks at Izuku and says, "Well, come on. Help me get him out of there," when he doesn't move. "All right." Izuku responds, attempting to pry handfuls of the sludge off Bakugo with his claws. As the villain concentrates on attempting to force the garbage out of him, it is still removing some of the lid, albeit not as successfully as Jason does. Bakugo is able to scream, "What are you doing here, mutt?" after his mouth is clear. Jason says, "I'd like to question myself about that too," in an irritated tone that quickly changes to a broad smile. He yells, "But apparently now I'm saving your ass," as he releases Bakugo's arm by cutting off more of the sludge from behind. Izu, grab his arm and pull. "I gotcha." He seizes Bakugo's arm and starts to tug as Jason tries to pull him away by grabbing his shoulder. As they struggle to slowly pry Bakugo from the villain's grasp, the three of them sigh and strain. "I'm getting really tired," is insufficient, though. As he gradually recovers, the sludge villain yells, "Of you brats interfering," while glaring at them with one of his eyes. Not quick enough. Not quickly enough. We must remove him as soon as possible. However, perhaps I can force him to leave. Jason makes the crazy decision to thrust himself into the villain's sultry body rather than wait for them to be attacked. Izuku observes his friend's actions with stunned eyes. Pulling both legs up, Jason stands behind Bakugo and pushes with all his strength, placing the lid behind him to create a small barrier between himself and the villain. Pull Izuku. Pull. After being knocked out of his daze, the boy with green hair pulls with all of his newly discovered strength. Bakugo is ejected from the villain considerably more quickly this time around thanks to Jason's more advantageous position and full body. Oof. Both boys grunt as Bakugo is ripped from the villain's body with a final effort. He still has some sludge on him, but it melts away now that it has nothing to do with the main antagonist. Now that he's out, Bakugo starts to cough. Kachan. Are you okay? Get off me, Deku. Bakugo is furious, but he doesn't try to shove Izuku away as Izuku helps him stand. Glad you're okay. But what about Jakkun? The normally quiet boy's loud voice causes Bakugo's eyes to widen, and then he turns around. Jason is now in the villain's grasp, but Bakugo was able to be driven out. Now that the lids and trash that were thrown into the villain's body have been ejected, the villain attempts to encircle Jason. As the villain attempts to enter Jason, he has his eyes closed and a hand covering his mouth and nose. You're really stupid, aren't you, kid? You got him out, but now you're trapped inside me. The thief boasts. Bakugo stares angrily as Izuku watches in fear for his friend. The villain laughs loudly and yells, "Now I'm going to use your quirk to destroy your friends. Say goodbye, brats," before extending Jason's free arm in the direction of the two boys. However, nothing takes place. The villain asks, wait, what? To the heroes and civilians' perplexity and the boy's mild satisfaction. What's going on? He asks, shaking Jason's arm up and down in an unsuccessful attempt to activate his quirk. Why isn't anything happening? Why can't I feel anything? He ought to be furious. The villain is interrupted in the middle of his furious outbursts as everyone hears muffled laughter. People quickly learn about it and recognize it as coming from the villain's new hostage. After he has finished laughing, Jason moves his hand just enough to let him speak. The villain's eyes enlarge upon hearing the news. You, stupid dumbass. You downgraded your hostage. You just got a quirkless as your hostage. Destroy him. Jason's loud voice and his demand make everyone cringe in disbelief. Don't worry about me. Just take him down now. The villain pushes back, forcing Bakugo and Izuku to back away from the approaching appendage. However, Jason stops the sludge's motion by reaching forward and attempting to drag it back to him. He shouts again, "Do it! While you have the chance," and does everything in his power to prevent the villain from grabbing his friend the way he did the first time, in the hopes that he will be able to get away. Even though he is terrified as the villain prepares to swing one of his arms down on them, he watches as Izuku refuses to back down and refuses to abandon his friend. As he prepares to try blowing up the villain, Bakugo simply appears irate and furious. Admirable work, boys. The voice they recognize makes them wide-eyed. Just in front of them, a figure says, "But you need not fear any longer," and prevents the boys from being struck by the appendage. As the number one hero, All Might holds the villain back. The three of them gape in shock. Rearing his other arm back into a tight fist, he clings to Jason's arm through the sludge. The only sounds they hear after that are a strong wind gust, All Might's signature, smash, move, and someone referring to themselves as pathetic. The villain attack ends after a few minutes. All Might's punches' proximity force rendered the children involved in the villain attack essentially unconscious, but they awoke shortly after. The fact that All Might was miraculously able to make it rain after his punch. The boys were awakened and made aware that they were no longer in the grip of a villain when clouds formed and rain started to fall. The sludge villain's scattered remains were cleaned up by police officers and a few of the heroes. The number one hero was immediately surrounded by reporters and the media, who tried to interview him while he waved and grinned. "Are you two crazy? You morons. Do you two have a death wish?" The boys have been divided into two groups in the meantime. Jason and Izuku are sitting next to each other, with Death Arms and Kamui Woods lecturing them, while Bakugo is sitting close by, pouting and upset about the whole thing while a few heroes and reporters commend him for his bravery in the attack. "There was no reason you should have put yourselves in danger like that." Izuku flinches at the hero's condescending tone, but he can't resist taking a sidelong glance at his friend. When he sees the smile on Jason's face, he is more than a little perplexed. Even more irate when he notices the smile on Jason's face, Death Arms asks, "You could have easily gotten yourselves killed, and why are you smiling?" Despite the conversation he and Kamui Woods are having with the two of them. Jason pushes himself up to stand in front of the two heroes, his smile never leaving his face. With a straight face, he tells them, "Because no matter what you say, no matter how much you preach to us how reckless we were, the fact of the matter is, we did your job for you." They give him a somewhat shocked look. He adds the final line in a low voice, even approaching the heroes. "We did. Two quirkless boys. We went in, we engaged the villain in order for us to defend and save another, when you all, fully licensed and experienced heroes, just stood back and did nothing. You can't say anything to us, because of how much you failed until you relied on All Might to end this." He gives the number one hero a brief, antagonistic glance before turning back to face the people in front of him. He takes a step back, picks up his backpack, and smiles once more. "Come on, Izuku. Let's get out of here. It's time we get home." In order to follow his friend, Izuku clambers to his feet and grabs his own backpack. Izuku abruptly stops and turns back to the heroes, but Jason has already left the alleyway. Izuku bows and says, "Thank you for your help," before chasing after his friend. For what good they did? Jokin. The heroes, a little taken aback by the defiance that one of them displayed in front of them without showing any signs of retraction, do not stop them from departing. As they head home, the day goes by swiftly, with the sun already starting to set in. Izuku asks his friend wearily, "Did you really have to antagonize the heroes like that?" "Well, excuse me for speaking the truth. I'm alright with heroes, I really am, but I start to get a little annoyed with them when they treat being a hero as being nothing but a celebrity, or they fail at their jobs and decide to yell at the people who actually did something." Jason clarifies with a frustrated voice. According to Jason, heroes should be people who selflessly save lives and carry out their duties of ensuring public safety. His level of annoyance increases when they nearly entirely put publicity and popularity ahead of saving lives. "Still, just give me this one man. They just stood there while we went in first and got Bakugo out despite being quirkless." Izuku concedes with a slight shrug, "I guess. I wonder how Kachan is doing. Probably getting praised still for getting his ass captured." Jokin, without hesitation, Jason responds to his friend's patronizing tone, "I stand by what I said." Deku. Mutt. Both boys exclaim as their derogatory nicknames are called out loudly, and they both turn around. It just so happens that the person they just saved is running up to them. Bakugo stops a few feet away from them, breathing heavily as he jogs up to them. He still exudes an angry glare, but it only lasts for a brief moment before he clenches his fists and reverts to his typical anger. Jason looks a little perplexed by what he means, but he remains silent and lets the man finish his tirade. "Listen, I would never ask either of you pathetic weaklings to help me. Don't think you can look down on me. After saying, huh? Got that? I was fine by myself. You're just quirkless failures who won't even cut it as rent-a-cops. You barely did anything to help me. You only got in the way of everyone else for being stupid. Don't forget it. I don't owe you anything." He turns around and stalks over angrily and strangely, leaving the quirkless duo more or less perplexed than angry. Jason smirks and says, "He's delusional." Izuku asks, slightly perplexed, "What was that about?" Jason is feeling the same way about the display Bakugo was showing them just now. Before he has an idea, Jason looks thoughtfully and asks, "You know, I'm not sure. But I think Bakugo was trying to thank us for saving his ass today, but he only has one emotional setting," Izuku says, blanching at his friend's broad smile. Pure unbridled anger. So his words pretty much just translated into nothing but angry words from the blonde porcupine. Izuku gives his friend a deadpan. "Uh-huh." Jason reminds his friend, "Oh, don't give me that. We saved him." Izuku is a little taken aback by the mood he's hardly ever seen his friend in, but he says in a low voice, no matter how he spins it, no matter what delusions he can try to shove into that ego of his, we did in fact save him. His expression is one of pure joy and satisfaction. Jason laughs, almost insanely, and clasps his hands together at the thought. This is something that will stay in his mind forever. No matter how much he'll try to deny it, it'll be a seed of doubt that will forever grow within the depths of his blackened little heart, he says. Jason seems to be going to cherish this small amount of control over the guy for a very long time after enduring the guy's bullying tactics for a long time. "You scare me sometimes." "Then why am I your friend?" Jason asks calmly and straightens up, completely eschewing the insane persona he gradually assumed. Izuku tells him in a lighthearted manner, "Because we both know I'm the only way that can keep you in check." That makes them both laugh, and then they both laugh heartily. Jason gives his friend a shoulder pat and smiles, saying, "Yeah, that's true." If it weren't for Izuku soothing his fellow quirkless, Jason would have really gone a little too far in his fights, not just with Bakugo. "Come on, let's get back home. I'm sure our families are worried sick about us." "Do you think they'll see us on the news?" "Maybe, but I can't say for sure. Besides, I'm sure All Might's probably keeping the interviewers and reporters busy." "That I did. Dua." Jason yells and instantly assumes a fighting stance, but he relaxes when he realizes it's the hero who saved them, while Izuku screams at the unexpected arrival of All Might. As Jason tries to return to normal, Izuku stops screaming and asks, "All Might, where'd you come from? How'd you get rid of all those reporters?" When All Might tries to flex, a tiny puff of steamy smoke appears, revealing All Might in his weakened form as a gout of blood sprays from his mouth. "Ha ha ha ha. I stand for justice. Not sound bites. Because I am all blue," it said. "Ah!" Izuku yells loudly, "Dude, what the hell?" While Jason merely yells and looks in shock and concern at the abrupt change and the unexpected amount of blood. They all stop for a moment. With All Might only having a brief coughing fit, Izuku stops screaming and murmurs that he wishes he had a little more time. "Hey!" All Might glances up a bit and is pleasantly surprised to see Jason's worried face nearby, giving him a small back pat to assist. "You alright? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Despite his concern, All Might waves him away with a smile. He straightens up and says, "No, don't worry. That's a little normal for me." Jason gives him a strange look. He waves a hand up and down All Might's skeletal form and says, "I think we have different definitions of normal, especially this." "Jockin!" Izuku yells as he advances and yanks his friend back a few paces. "Don't be rude." Jason sees a contemplative expression on his friend's face. "You know, I find it odd how you're not freaking out even more when you've just seen your idol turn into a shell of himself right in front of you." Jason's theory about his friend is further supported when he observes the anxious and nearly perspiring state his friend quickly adopts. The memory makes All Might wince. "And now that I remember, you were at building that I found Izuku on." Jason remarks with contempt, not trying to hide his irritation. "I had a feeling I met you before when we passed each other. Just wasn't expecting this of the legendary All Might." Well, why you see Jockin?" Jason interrupts his stammering friend by raising his hand and saying, "Save it, Izu." Jason glares at the hero and crosses his arms, saying, "I really don't care right now. You can tell me later. What I want to know is why you're here." "What, come to crush my friend's dreams some more?" He approaches the hero, remembering what the hero told his friend earlier in the day, and doesn't try to hide his rage this time. "Step on them. Grind your shoe into them until they're nothing but dust?" "Jockin, stop." Izuku approaches his friend directly, putting him in the way of the hero and pushing him back, albeit more forcefully than his friend, who is far more mature. "It's not as bad as you." All Might sighs and speaks up in a weary tone, drawing their attention. "No, young man. It's okay." He looks up and looks at Jason, saying, "In truth, I kind of deserve that after what I said." He directs the final section to Izuku, causing the boys to appear perplexed but generally calmed as the hero speaks. "I was hoping I had a little bit more time so I could talk with your friend there, but I couldn't really hold my form for too long. Since you've seen me, I promise I'll explain to you why I'm like this, but first I came to thank you, young man. I also want to discuss your question from earlier." Izuku perks up, perplexed. "Huh? If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd, so thanks." "Oh no." Izuku starts discouraging the hero of his gratitude right away. "It was my fault he was there to begin with." Jason interrupts, "No way, Izu." He clenches his fists in frustration and rage, saying, "I was the one that shook the bottle that held the villain. I was so pissed off at him for trying to kill you that seeing him so vulnerable, I just wanted to give a little payback. I most likely loosened the cap, which allowed him to get away so quickly. However, I was the one who seized All Might. He wasted his time and energy because of me," Izuku said, rounding on Jason. Before Jason can respond, All Might cuts in, saying, "I wasn't done. You told me you didn't have any powers. At the same time, was it you, Jockin?" Jason shrugs and allows him to go on, saying, "Takeda Jason, but essentially. I believe your friend Izuku said that you two were quirkless when we were conversing atop the building. Young man, in all my time as a hero, never have I seen a quirkless person move like you did, fight like you did, move to protect another like you did," Jason says, narrowing his eyes but nodding. It's because of this, when I saw this timid, quirkless boy and his also quirkless best friend try to save a life, it inspired me to act, too. Izuku lets out a tiny gasp and looks in wonder at his favorite hero's words. How they rose to fame. One thing unites the majority. Before they could think, their bodies began to move, nearly by themselves. Izuku clutches his chest, eyes full of tears, teeth gritting as the realization settles in, and Jason kneels next to him, placing his hands on his friend's shoulders for comfort. Jason looks at his friend, seeing the shocked face he's making, and then he realizes exactly why his best friend ran in carelessly. He notices a slight glinting in his friend's eyes just before he starts to sob weakly. And today, that's what happened today. All Might goes on, unfazed by the scene before him. Izuku keeps crying more, his hero's words only encouraging him and giving him the much-needed respite he had been longing for. Jason wears a fake smile to cover his guilt. Being Izuku's friend, and not wanting to lose his one and only friend, he always kept supporting him in his dream to become a hero, wanting to be the person right next to him to offer his support and help when he can. But the act of actually becoming a hero was something that Jason himself never had a dream for, only Izuku did. He never had much of a plan when it came to helping his friend become a hero, only just going with him and that's it. When they were younger, despite not having a quirk, Izuku still insisted on protecting a boy from Bakugo and his friends. The difference in strength was easily seeable with the difference of their quirks and not. Jason, not wanting to see him hurt, joined Izuku to help fight. They both lost, but it's what drove Jason to train, to work to be a better fighter to help his friend. He was always training, always preparing, always wanting to be ready to help his friend. He wore a fake smile and offered fake words to comfort his friend. Jason's eyes are beginning to well up with his own, barely contained tears as he watches his friend so emotional right now, crying in what must be happiness for him. All Might gives them a level, determined look as he says, seeing the both of you move to save that boy, I was completely wrong about not being able to be a hero. His voice is full of conviction as he says this. The both of you two, can become heroes. Jason gives his friend a genuine smile this time. This is how Jason Takeda became the first quirkless hero in history and Izuku Midoriya became the greatest hero in history. After hearing what All Might said to the two boys, even hitting Izuku the most, the two boys' moods have drastically changed. Apart from his friend, Izuku has long been told that no matter what, he would never be able to be a hero. Although his friend Jason encouraged him and agreed to be a hero alongside him, he was also quirkless, so despite his training, his chances of being a hero were equal to his. It is nearly unbearable for the green curly-haired boy to hear his idol, the #1 hero, finally tell him that he can become a hero. Jason is simply pleased to see his friend receive the acknowledgement he has long sought and earned. I believe you are deserving of my authority. You can inherit my quirk. Quote. Izuku makes a little mumble to accompany it as both boys look at the man in complete bewilderment. As he helps Izuku stand, Jason mumbles, I'm sorry, putting his hand to the side of his head. You're going to have to clarify, he says. What do you inherit? Gahahaha. Now you ought to see your faces. All Might lets out a loud laugh. Are you able to clarify? Jason demands angrily. Don't be concerned, nothing is wrong with it. He moves a little closer before pausing, saying, listen well, young Midoriya. It's not like I'm going to force this thing on you. He gestures to the sky and declares loudly, this is your choice. Would you like to accept my amazing power? Oh no. Just before more blood spills from his mouth, he points his finger back down at Izuku, ending his statement. Jason recoils at the sight of the ongoing blood spill, while Izuku just stares in confusion. Before expressing his thoughts, Izuku asks himself, what is he talking about? Jason remembers All Might mentioning inheriting his quirk, and he cocks his head in agreement with his friend. Izuku perks up at this, and Jason widens his eyes in curiosity as the man straightens up and gives them a level stare and an explanation. There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Jason may have occasionally grown irritated at his friend's incessant mumbling tirades about All Might, but he clearly recalls the mystery that always surrounded the hero and exactly what his quirk is all about. Now, they are both going to learn more about the topic. Journalists always guess my quirk is super strength or some kind of invulnerability. I always joke around and avoid answering questions during interviews. This is because, like all of them, the world must think that their symbol of peace is a natural-born hero. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability, he adds with a hint of regret. Jason stays silent while the man continues, waving his hands above his head and then spreading them outward. Artificial, is the first question that comes to mind based on what he's implying. This power was not innate in me. It is a holy torch that I inherited from another person. Dead, Jason's repeats, perplexed. You got this quirk from someone. Izuku murmurs in shock, no way. Yes, absolutely, you're next. Jason recoils slightly at the scar as All Might declares, I can give you my abilities. A tiny breeze lifts his shirt enough for Jason to see. Hold on, it's a lot to take in. So, is this a transformative quirk of some kind? Is this who you really are? This lanky, on death's door, half dead, scarred to oblivion, Jason asks, gesturing up and down All Might's form. All right, I understand. Geez, All Might interrupts him as he continues to describe the run-down man's appearance, saying, now this isn't what I originally looked like. All Might then gives Jason a brief account of what transpired, which is far less detailed than what he told Izuku about how he transformed from the muscular hero to the slender person he is today. Jason nods in agreement with the information, but he still has questions. All right, but what exactly is your quirk? Yes, that's correct. It's true that there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is, Izuku says. It's one of the biggest mysteries in the world, and no one has ever solved it. People discuss it on the internet all the time. However, the notion of passing on a quirk or inheriting it just doesn't make sense to me. Jason sighs, realizing that his friend has just gone into one of his moods once more. All Might appears a little perplexed by the scene in front of him and the fact that the child he wants to pass on his quirk to is not even pausing to take a breath from his ramblings. Does he do this often? Do you mind? He asks. More frequently than I would like. Although his heart and mind are in the right place, Jason responds in a weary tone, still grinning at his friend's antics. He just gets waaaay too into it. Oh, I see, how do we? All Might fades away. Jason moves beside Izuku as he keeps talking non-stop, saying, don't worry, I got it. Jason lifts his hands and extends them to the sides. Clap. Izuku jerks violently, the loud clapping sound so close to him breaking him from his mumblings. He stares at Jason's clapped hands together just inches from his face. He pushes his hands down and looks miffed at his friend for a second before realization dawns on his face and looks down. I wasn't doing it again, was I? Jason nods, Well, young man, don't worry about it. All Might redirects the conversation, saying, yes, this seems strange for quirks, but you're going to have to accept this new truth because it's right in front of you. I like the enthusiasm, but let me continue. One aspect of my hidden skills is the ability to transfer my quirk to another person. Just one. When a luminous light emanates from the man's hand in front of them, radiating power, Jason stops talking. All Might says, the true name of my power is One for All. Jason murmurs in amazement, wow, that's a pretty cool name. Izuku is equally as amazed by this information. One, for, all. Yes, the power is enhanced by one person and then transferred to another. As it is passed down, it keeps growing. I am able to save people who are in need of a hero because of this developed power. The truth behind my strength, All Might concludes, leaving his small audience somewhat amazed by this insight. Jason murmurs to himself, so it stockpiles power from each user, interesting. However, why would you decide to give me such a gift? What if I am unable to fulfill it? Izuku asks in complete shock, not really understanding that someone without a quirk like him would be a good fit for a power like this. Jason smiles at his friend and says, I think, you already showed him just what it means to be Hero Izu. You may not have the means, but you have the drive, and he can give you the means. He gives the hero a thumbs up, and the hero nods. He is correct. They remember the villain attack earlier today, when Izuku ran in first, followed shortly by Jason. You both may be quirkless, but you went headlong in to save that kid, and even succeeded. I've been searching for a worthy successor for a while now, and then I watched the two of you leap into action as the rest of us stood idly by. You both acted like heroes. Jason smirks as he looks away while Izuku has tears brimming in his eyes again as he collapses to his knees again. While yes they did pull Bakugo from the villain, Jason doesn't see it as much a success when he himself got replaced instead. Still, considering they replaced his explosive wielding quirk with a quirkless one, that no doubt helped a lot. Seriously, if you want my quirk, you must stop crying so much. Come on, kid, All Might says warmly. He's said so much to encourage us, even going as far as telling us the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? How can I turn him down? Izuku says, clenching his fingers. He looks up and opens his mouth, but he freezes for a second as his eyes approach his friend slowly. His friend who has supported him over the years was always there to help protect and defend Izuku whenever he was being picked on or bullied. In addition to trying to get him to join the dojo he frequented and even work out to get in better shape, his friend, who has been training for a lot longer than he has and has a far wider understanding of fighting and combat than he ever will, always dismissed him, claiming he was supposed to be the strategist and brains of their duo while he was the fighter. He looks down with those thoughts, then back up at All Might, saying, "Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it." However, they gaze at Izuku with interest as he concludes, I don't know how to fight, I don't know if I can be able to use your quirk properly." To their astonishment, Izuku starts to say, "I've never trained before in my entire life and you just might waste it on me," with a slight crescendo in his voice. "Jacken is the best fighter ever and a good hero, so if there's anyone you should give your quirk to, I say give it to him." To their astonished surprise, their eyes enlarge as he says this. "Izuku," Jason exclaims incredulously. Izuku turns to face his friend and says, "You're always the one that's been training. You have the skills, the training, with his quirk you can be a super amazing hero. Izu, you're always the one who kept encouraging me to be a hero, even going so far as to want to join me at UA." He says, his voice softening slightly as his head lowers. "Izuku, please, I know you can accomplish so much more with One for All than I ever could. I had no desire to save him." Quote, quote. Jason's loud outburst startled both All Might and Izuku, with Izuku being particularly taken aback by his friends yelling at him or the irate expression on his face. Breathing heavily during his outburst, Jason takes a deep breath and then grabs Izuku's arm, saying, "Excuse us for a second." He drags his friend easily away until they are out of hearing distance and a fair distance from All Might. All Might looks curiously at the two of them, wondering what they are talking about, but from what he can see, Jason is speaking most of the time while Izuku is just standing there. His quirk may have amazing power, but it's not exactly one for super hearing, at least not in his diminished form. Soon after, he sees Izuku nod, and they both return to him with a more determined step in their moves. Well, when they reach him, he puts his hand to his face and asks, "All right, I'll do it." Indeed, Jason nods to his friend, grinning and sighing with relief as he decides to accept the quirk with a renewed sense of resolve. "All right, then, that's excellent." The pro-hero smiles and lets his hand drop from his face, saying, "We have a lot of work to do if we're going to get you both in shape for UA. I was worried for a second there, but I'm glad you agreed. I'll help you both set up if you meet me early in 2 days at Takoba Municipal Beach Park." They both give resolute nods. 2 days have passed since they first met All Might, 2 days since the man told the two of them where his quirk came from, and 2 days since he offered to share it with Midoriya Izuku, who accepted. The two of them are now at the beach that All Might instructed them to go to, but it looks more like an abandoned landfill from an old Fallout game than a real beach, and since the sun is barely rising and most people are still asleep, there is very little chance that anyone will notice them. Because of the beach's appearance, most people give it a wide berth, which makes it the ideal opportunity for the three of them to meet and for All Might to briefly explain his quirk and the reason they are there. "What can your quirk do to him?" Really, Izuku, who is kneeling in the sand after failing to pull a refrigerator with a 600-pound man on top while Jason stands nearby, also yells in horror before shaking his head and rubbing his arm. 560 my ass, Jason remarked regretfully at the time. Jason screams out as he grabs his head, in complete disbelief and major fear of the possibility of his friend getting killed almost instantly once he inherits the hero's quirk. "All right, so this whole garbage thing is actually a very intense workout at the gym." As he looks up at the smiling man, Izuku speculates, "And, you're my trainer. You succeeded." He's a thumbs up. Jason looks around at the mountains of trash and remarks, "That's pretty good. This way, you get 2 things done at once." He winces as he nearly touches a rusty metal pipe, not wanting to receive a tetanus shot right before they begin training. You get the workout you need to bring your fitness levels up and you do a good community service along the way by cleaning up this forsaken place. Young Takeda, you got it in one. I did some internet research yesterday, he says, turning to face the refrigerator after giving Jason another thumbs up. It turns out that this area of the beach was once lovely, but in recent years it has been in complete disarray. CRNCH. That's right, Jason says, blanching at the ease with which All Might just knocked on the old appliance to create a divot. Anything that's dropped in the water ends up here because of the ocean currents, Izuku says, starting to describe the beach's history and how it came to be. People take advantage of that when they're illegally dumping their trash. As he kicks the bumper of a nearby buried truck, Jason remarks irritably, "You know I like to question the people that decided to dump freaking whole vehicles." He is unable to determine whether the truck washed up on the beach or if someone simply left it there. Izuku concludes by saying, "Still, now all the locals avoid this place." All Might puts his hand on top of the refrigerator and remarks, "Heroes these days are all about showing off and capturing flash villains. Before quirks, things were different. Service was what mattered." As he continues to explain, they watch as the man casually smashes the refrigerator like he's smashing a tin can. Heroes back then were those who helped the community. Even though it was rather dull, All Might just finished crushing the refrigerator as if it were nothing. "You will restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach." With one final push, a huge gust of wind flares all around them, blowing Izuku and Jason's hair back a little as they are suddenly assaulted by the bright light of the sun. "Young Midoriya, that's the first step on your journey in the direction of becoming a hero." They look around and gasp as they realize what he said. All this?" Izuku asks incredulously. "That's a lot. However, there's a lot that is not feasible, despite the fact that we both work together." "Young man, oh no." They both look back at the man and say, "Young Takeda here will have a different training regime than you. This task is all for you. You want to go to UA, right?" Jason grimaces, while Izuku continues to look uncertain. "So, you're going to be the one to clean this place up without his or my help?" "Yes, indeed, of course." "You went there," Izuku says, as if it were the most obvious response. "Consequently, it must be the greatest school in the area." "It's unlikely. I will, however, continue to aim high." "UA, we both are," he continues, turning to face his friend. Jason nods in agreement and smiles at that. "Fanboy, you have a lot of spirit." Izuku blushes a little at All Might's boisterous tone and statement, and Jason punches him playfully in the arm. "But," he says, turning to face the sea as his tone becomes serious. "But, as I've mentioned before, heroing isn't easy to do without a quirk." As Jason repeatedly opens and closes his fingers, he grimaces, "It's not fair, but that's the reality." And UA perks up as the man points at him and says, "You young Takeda, you're going to go at it completely without a quirk the whole time you are there." "We've already got the plan set up for young Midoriya to inherit my quirk," he says, turning to face Jason rather than the other person. "Do you still think you can succeed? Realizing that you will be the odd one out at the world's most renowned hero school, which is known for producing some of the greatest and most brilliant heroes our society has ever seen." Jason's expression is level as he looks at the man, and Izuku's is filled with curiosity about the brief speech his idol just gave. Izuku knows he will have to work to acquire the right inherit All Might's quirk, which will allow him to be on par with other quirk users in UA. However, Jason will be without a quirk from the start, which will put him at a natural disadvantage as soon as he enters. Despite this, Jason has always stood by Izuku and protected him, and he has held his own against other quirk users, albeit not very well. Izuku smiles admiringly at his friend's words, "Go beyond, plus ultra." Jason smirks as he punches his right fist into the palm of his left hand, causing a loud crack that startles his green-haired friend but makes the pro-hero's ever-present smile widen even more. "That's their motto, right? Here, I assured my friend that I would assist him in becoming the greatest hero of all time. Accompanying him to UA will only aid in achieving that objective of supporting him. I'm prepared to take on any obstacles I may encounter at school or when I enter the building." He flings his fist forward. "We'll do whatever it takes to get in." With a proud smile of his own, Izuku joins in, throwing his own fist forward with his friend. "Come together." They both scream simultaneously, their voices and words full of unwavering determination. "Ha ha 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 ha, indeed, I want to hear just that." At the boys' declaration, All Might's voice booms with a hint of pride. "Quirkless or not, you two are just brimming with spirit, and I love it. I think you two will succeed in the UA. But, before you can get in young Midoriya, We have to get you ready, which means, All Might trails off, allowing Izuku to understand what he's saying, and they both smile as they lower their arms. That I need to quickly prime my body for your quirk. 10 months from now is UA's exam. Izuku concludes his explanation. Jason adds, that doesn't give us a lot of time to prepare. His mind is already straining to think of workout schedules and regimens that will work with just a year's worth of preparation. Don't worry, young one. With the aid of my handy, aim to pass, American Dream plan. I've got you covered, All Might says, pulling out a set of papers and tapping them to get their attention. Follow this to the letter, young Midoriya, and the beach will be cleaned up just in time, the two boys say as they take the papers and read through the rigorous workout plan that All Might, much to their surprise, came up with. While I was at it, I also described every other detail of your life. As he peruses the documents, Izuku mutters, so detailed, not surprising. Holy shit. As he shows Izuku the page that explains this, Jason remarks, he's even got your sleep scheduled. Okay, now I'm a little surprised. This is going to be really difficult, if I'm being honest. Do you think you can handle it? All Might whispers to Izuku, despite Jason's ability to hear. Yeah, sure I am. Izuku's smile is a little hesitant, but he's still a little startled. I doubt that in the last minute or so, we changed our minds. To get in, we're going to have to put in a lot more effort than anyone else. But we have no other option, do we? Izuku completes for his companion. Observing his friend's mildly anxious expression, Jason feels compelled to add a bit more gasoline to the fire. Are you beginning to regret never accepting my training offers? He leans toward his companion. Izuku looks down in despair and says, maybe a little. After a quick laugh at the green-haired boy's expense, All Might turns to face Jason and says, you know, in truth I was planning to give you a similar plan like Midoriya here, but something tells me brawn isn't something that suits you. Jason starts to explain, that's actually true, sir. I can't rely on brute strength and brawn to take down my opponents, because there's always a chance I might face someone with a quirk that might render all that strength I have null, or who just might have a quirk that'll make them insanely strong to begin with. He looks down at his hands, flexing his fingers as he clenches and unclenches his fists. That's why, he says, clenching his fists tightly before looking up at All Might. I need to focus on techniques in order to beat my opponents, render all that strength they have nothing if I can get them in a compromising position. He stands firmly as he assumes a stance for himself and states, I plan to use a training regimen focused on cardio, flexibility, reflexes, and stamina training, so I can last longer in fights and outpace my opponents if the fight draws out, as well as having the movement and reaction time I need to take down a variety of opponents. He lays it all out. When enemies rely on brute strength to fight, to be bigger, tougher, and stronger than their opponents, it's a dependable way to fall back on techniques and the right combat styles to defeat the right opponent. Hee, I honestly didn't have a plan for you yet, so that's good to know, kid. Izuku and Jason slouch at the man's tone and deadpan, saying, I think that's a great plan. To be honest, I can easily outmuscle the majority of my opponents due to my strength. Just keep in mind that with the way your trainings are going to be, it's unlikely that it'll be weeks, maybe even months before you two can hang out again, maybe a joint train together here and there. All Might adopts a slightly more serious tone. I don't have much knowledge when it comes to martial arts as say a master who's spent years honing their skills, so if your father and your sensei at the dojo can help you refine your ways in fighting, then that's even better. You will need to dedicate these 10 months to both of your trainings without interruption. You two will be approaching the gate of UA after we are finished, so you had better say your proper goodbyes for the time being. Two totally transformed individuals together, All Might tells them. Jason may have been training up to this point, but he will need to put in a lot of effort to keep up with the other students who received it. They both appear a little saddened by the news, but it's not really surprising. They won't have time to relax and hang out since they will have to dedicate almost every minute of their time from now until February to getting their bodies up to physical standing for the demanding entrance exam and then the remainder of their time at school. As they turn to face one another, their expressions change from one of slight sadness to one of resolve. There were some jogging runs I'm gonna have to do at some points in my training. Izuku says. I'm gonna be doing a lot of runs. We'll run together for a few here and there. They both chuckle a little at that, then settle down to smile at each other. I'll find days to work with. I'm going to go ahead and head back home. I'm going to ask my dad to begin organizing my training regimen. I'll probably talk to my sensei about additional lessons tomorrow. He nods firmly to his friend and gives him a fierce look. Izu, I better see you at UA. See if they can come up with plans to work things together from what I'm thinking. With your limbs attached and a new quirk. Jacken, I know I'll see you there. Izuku nods and smiles at his friend, then holds out his hand for a firm handshake. Promise. Jason grins and clutches it without thinking. Promise. He walks down the sidewalk that houses his street, which is also about 10 minutes away from the Midoriya's apartment, and looks at his home, a quaint house, not too big but definitely not small, with enough rooms to house his parents and himself, as well as an empty space that his mother converted for her office space and another for his dad that he set up with exercise equipment. The house is light blue painted with light gray shingles covering the roof, and a large stone and metal bar hedge wall surrounds the property with cameras at various points on the corners. That's when the two friends parted ways in order to start their respective training experiences. He opens the gate to his house, smiles to be home, and approaches the door. He pauses to catch his breath while preparing to ask his father, but then he enters through the door and declares, "I'm home." "Hey, sweetheart," his mom yells. He hears his father yell, "Hey son." Even though his family has lived in the United States for a considerable amount of time, they have made every effort to comply with Japanese customs, such as removing shoes at the door. He removes his shoes and moves through the small hallway before entering an intersection to the living room and the kitchen. He takes a step forward and looks to his left, where he sees the living room area of the house where his father currently resides, leaning back in a recliner and watching television. His father is a big, rough man, only 6 feet tall, of white Caucasian descent, with muscles adorning his body and keeping him in good shape despite living a civilian life. His eyes are brown, and he is wearing a simple dark gray t-shirt and black jeans. There are some dog tags hanging around his neck, and his face has a few scars, ranging from a small line on his brow that barely penetrates his right eyebrow to a jagged line from his bottom lip to his chin. He sees his mother, who is of Japanese descent and has long, flowing brown hair that reaches her lower back, in the kitchen preparing some food for the family to his right. She stands about 5 feet 5 inches tall, has blue eyes, and is dressed in a yellow sundress with an apron covered in polka dots. Jason smiles a little at his family. Due to his being a quirkless and all, it didn't take a genius to know that Jason's life wasn't exactly going to be a pleasant one. His father was an American in the States, formerly Army Ranger in the military before advancing in the ranks and eventually getting out of it, and his mother is Japanese. After his tour of duty was over, he tried to resume to civilian life before he eventually met his wife and the two fell in love. It wasn't long until the two married and took the mother's side as their last name and they had a kid together, that kid being Jason. Trying to make out a life in the States was something they weren't expecting to do, but when Jason's mother, Takeda Akira, got a job offer back in Japan that they decided to move. Jason's father, Takeda Michael, welcomed the new change of location. He wasn't too confident in the idea of his boy growing up in America and felt the Japanese style of life might be better suited for his son. After moving to Musutaju, Japan, Jason eventually met his two new friends at the age of 3, Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki. For a long while the three of them were the best of friends and hung out and played together all the time, with all three families happy at their kids forming such quick close bonds of friendship. It wasn't until the Takeda family found out about Jason's quirkless nature that their fears became apparent. Jason's father was saddened by the news, but also relieved that things would no doubt be even worse for his son had he stayed and raised him back in the States. When it was also revealed that Izuku was also quirkless, it was a bit of a sobering thought to know that Jason wasn't alone in his plight. Jason however never bothered much with the idea of having a quirk or not and only wanted to live and hang out with his friends, more specifically Izuku who he got along with more than Bakugo. Of course the already inflated ego of the explosion quirk user increased dramatically when he found out just how powerful and cool his quirk was. It wasn't long before he pushed away his two friends and went from friend to bully almost overnight. Jason wanted to do something but Izuku always told him to please not, somehow holding on to the ideal that they were still friends with Bakugo. Not wanting to argue with his only friend, he let things play out as they did. But that doesn't mean he was just going to stand by. That's where his training came in. He wanted to improve as a fighter, so he asked his parents to let him train in a dojo so he could learn how to fight better. They noticed the bruises, but they knew he didn't want to talk about them. His mother was concerned, but his father just nodded, understanding that learning to fight would be very beneficial for him in the future. Even though learning at a dojo was difficult and painful, Jason never regretted it. He even made a friend there for years until she moved away, making it impossible for them to hang out or visit the same dojo. Jason now scans his surroundings as the memories return. The food is nearly ready. I'll give you a call when it's finished, his mother says, briefly looking up from the food she's preparing to see her son before lowering her gaze once more. Yeah, Jason says, trailing off as he looks at his father's chair. Hey Dad. Jason enters the living room and steps up to the chair's side. While watching a football game, his father says, Hey kiddo. How was hanging out with Izuku? You didn't stay with him for long. Jason and his father initially learned more American customs, but because of his brief stay in America and his father's full-blooded American heritage, Jason isn't particularly familiar with the Japanese last name system. At the very least, Jason prefers to use their first names when he meets new people, use their first names when he becomes friends with them, or give them nicknames when he becomes best friends. Yes, we just went to see his trainer. At last, he will prepare for UA. That's excellent. It's necessary for that scrawny boy. His father chuckles kindly before unwinding. Oh, I'm kidding. He's a nice young man. You have someone who can kick your ass and make sure you're okay if you can also fight. How about you? Do you have any plans to do the same? Going to the UA still? Jason sits down on the couch next to him and looks at his father, saying, That's actually why I want to talk to you. I want you to train me. Jason's mother's eyes widen as she looks up from her cooking. His father turns to face his son and mutes the television. Jason. When it comes to my admission to UA, Dad, I can't hold anything back. To fulfill his dream of becoming a hero, Izuku will do everything in his power and more. And when he realizes that dream, I want to be by his side. He now has his father's undivided attention as he leans forward in the chair and looks at his son. I plan to talk to my sensei at the dojo for taking more advanced lessons, learning new combat styles, and such, but I also want your help to be better, he says. That's why I need more training in order to better prepare myself, that's why I want your help. In addition to training to be faster, I can move better, and I can endure longer if I learn some of the new moves you learned in the military. Reflexes. Endurance. Cardio. Adaptability. Jason gets up and stands in a firm, ready position in front of his father with a determined look. Can you train me? All Might is going to hold nothing back when he's training Izuku, so I need to have nothing held back on me to keep up with him at UA. I want you to put me through the ringer, so I can be better than anyone else I fight. You're going to bleed. He doesn't sugarcoat it. You're going to be bruised. His father stares at his son without saying anything, then sits up and stands, stepping directly in front of him to demonstrate his height and how much of a man the father is over his son. I'm going to make you feel like you're walking through hell if you do this, he says, crossing his arms and giving his son a stern look. You're going to feel pain you've never felt before. Given that you only have 10 months, this is especially true. Jason, are you certain? His mother steps forward, looking a little worried at what she's hearing and wants to make sure her son knows exactly what he's doing. You don't have to go to UA. There are other schools, careers, and occupations besides being a hero. Although she never aspired to be a hero, she always observed the admiration people had for heroes and was aware of the dangers they faced nearly every day as they had to battle and face the worst that the world had to offer. Jason sighs, lowers his head, and nods firmly to his mother, saying, I do, Mom. I want to show the world what a quirkless can do, Jason says, grinning slightly as the thought occurs to him. I have to be there for Izuku, to be there for my friend who's always stuck by me no matter what. That being quirkless does not equate to being worthless. In order to avoid crying, Akira must take a deep breath and nod to him. Jason nods and smiles back, then looks at his father. Since neither of them understands what it's like to be quirkless, they are unable to say anything different, but they are still concerned. The man nods and smiles, saying, I'm going to break you. He loves his son dearly, and by the time their training is over, Jason will despise his father. Jason smiles arrogantly back at his father, saying, You'll crack me, but you won't break me. Before going back to the food, his mother smiles wearily and says, Please don't kill each other. This marks the beginning of Jason and Izuku's training, the incredibly demanding work they will both have to endure to prove themselves and prepare to enroll in the UA Academy, one of the world's most prestigious and demanding hero schools. The two quirkless boys, Midoriya Izuku and Takeda Jason, devoted days on end to adhering to their strict training schedules. From the piles of trash that Izuku had to move, push, and pull to keep it from littering the beach to Jason's constant beatdowns at the hands of his father, it would be an extremely gross understatement to say that the period between when they started training and the day of the entrance exam was a relaxing time. June, 2 months into training. Smack. Oh my god. As he is flung to the ground, Jason yells. Get up. Jason coughs and turns over, barely managing to get to his hands and knees. He can hardly raise his arm to defend before a kick strikes his forearm, causing him to grunt in agony as he rolls away several times before coming to a stop on his back, his chest rising and falling in painful, shallow breaths. You moved slowly. You failed to respond in time and now you're on the ground. Jason can barely make out his father's words through the pain. His workout clothes, from his t-shirt to the shorts he's wearing, are covered and almost drenched in his sweat with a few stains of blood on the front of his shirt. Under his clothes and a couple parts on his face one would see the myriad of bruises forming on his beaten body. Come on, get up. Jason barely rolls onto his side and struggles to apply pressure to his bruised, sore arms as his father nearly growls, You said you wanted me to train you, so get up. Is that the only thing you can do? Are you simply going to quit now? He hears his father yell. Jason's breathing becomes shaky, but he pushes through it, applying pressure to his arms as they tremble and hold him up. He pushes to his hands and knees, then slowly but steadily stands back up to his full height. His face is covered in bruises, with a split bottom lip and a small trail of blood running down the left corner of his mouth. He spits out a small blob of blood before assuming a boxer's stance. After nodding, his father adopts a similar posture. They take fees. Jason was in constant pain from being overworked to the point of almost fainting, and his father never stopped making him feel pain so he could endure it even more while attending UA. His sensei wasn't letting him relax either, forcing him to do more advanced martial arts training and various forms of yoga and stretching to limber up his body and make it easier for him to move fluidly and transition into his fighting moves. Jason's mother would constantly give him worried looks as the training went on, and it was difficult for her to watch her son suffer so much in an attempt to expedite his fitness efforts. Izuku was only marginally better off than Jason. Instead of subjecting him to rigorous combat training sessions, his teacher made him haul heavy scrap metal and junk, which required him to use a variety of muscle groups. In addition to the amount of exercise he had to perform, his muscles were screaming for him to stop, but neither he nor his friend were going to stop anytime soon. When they were sleep-deprived and muttering most of the time without intending to, it did not help that they also had to keep up with their schoolwork. Snap Jason, however, is usually right next to his friend to interrupt his muttering and prevent him from attracting the attention of the other students. Jason was assigned to work on his cardio and movement when he wasn't training with his teachers, which led to him meeting a peculiar and eccentric person. August, 4 months into training. The resistance of the sand as he jogs up and down the sandy beach helps to boost his running, much like when someone wears weights when running, which Jason will eventually transition to. Jason breathes heavily in steady pants, keeping his breathing in steady volumes as he jogs down the beach. He runs once more in the direction of the area of Takoba Beach where Izuku has been cleaning up. Jason does this to at least see his friend occasionally, and the sight of each other putting in a lot of effort at their training encourages them to keep going. My salvage. What happened? A loud voice he has never heard before yells close to a pile of scrap junk, nearly tripping Jason. Later, he sees All Might and Izuku still training, but he hasn't heard the voice. Who's stealing everything I have? He sees a strange scene as he walks past another heap of trash. With a red toolbox in one hand and a welder's mask in the other, a pink-haired girl wearing a gray mechanic's jumpsuit with the top and arms tied around her waist and a blank tank top on top is standing there, furious. You. When the girl turns and points at him, Jason flinches because he sees that her yellow eyes nearly resemble crosshairs. Do you know who's been stealing my valuable salvage spots? Murmurs Jason, taken aback by the sudden focus on him. Look at it now. These piles used to be 3 times larger than me, brimming with valuable scrap. Jason does that as the girl yells, making him notice that the piles are indeed getting smaller as time passes. He gives a mental smile to his friend in the noticeable work he's doing. These things are barely taller than me. I'll ask again. Who is getting rid of them? She asks, getting right up in his face and staring intently at him, even though she has to look up at him. His mouth opens and closes a few times, still caught off guard by the girl, before he accidentally glances down the beach where All Might and Izuku are training. Her head turns on a swivel, following his view trail and seeing the two as well. Is that them? Do they have the power to stop me from having children? Jason gives her a strange look when she says, "Ooh, I'm going to make them regret stealing my salvage spots." She starts stomping up to the others, and Jason freezes. Wait, whoa whoa whoa. Jason rushes ahead and seizes the girl. Hey. What? What are you doing? Leave me alone. As she flails her arms around, she yells. It's only because of Jason's training so far that he isn't distracted by the flailing toolbox. He lets go of her and glances back at the others before turning back to her, pulling her behind another pile out of their line of sight. He tells her firmly, "Listen, I'm sorry but you can't tell them to stop cleaning up the beach." And why not? He told her firmly that even though she is shorter than him, he still flinches at the look she gives him. She angrily turns back on him as she drops her belongings. He gives her a nervous look before responding, because we're training to get into UA's hero course and him cleaning up the beach is his workout to get ready." "Well, that's difficult. I'm trying to get into," she freezes, giving Jason a perplexed look as her anger fades. "Wait, you said, we are training to get into UA. Will you attempt to enter the UA? Into the course on heroes?" Jason blushes uncomfortably as he tries to back off, but she just moves forward, her anger gone and replaced with assertive enthusiasm as she smiles and gets up close. He stammers, yeah, I am," and responds. "That's ideal. All right, you don't want me interrupting your friend over there," she says, thumbing past the piles separating them from Izuku and his trainer. "So I'll make you a deal," she says, yelling as she leaps up excitedly. When she descends again, she takes one last look around the junk piles surrounding them before grinning mischievously and staring at him. "Oh, I have a bad feeling about this," Jason muses, feeling a great deal of unease at what she might be hinting at. "If and when you enter the United Arab Emirates and turn into a hero, then I get to be your sole provider for all of your hero accessories, including costumes, support gear, and everything else," she tells him, beaming broadly. He looks at her, utterly perplexed by the suggestion. "Wait, what? However, I don't." "You can still hire a support company to make the stuff, of course, but all ideas and inventions go through me first, don't you get it?" She gives herself a thumbs up. "Why?" he asks, utterly taken aback by her insistence. "For that reason, when I visit UA I'm going to need someone in the hero course to demonstrate to everyone what my babies are capable of in order to truly impress people and gain attention. Babies. My creations. Things that I make and construct myself. They're my babies, and if I can get at least one person to use them and tell everyone who made them, then I'll be one step closer to being noticed by the big dogs." She essentially blackmails Jason to keep her from interfering with Izuku's training by getting wider and a little more frightening as she speaks. "Tell me. What's your quirk?" "Oh crap." Jason stiffens at her question, knowing that she will rescind her agreement if she doesn't like him or believe he can become a hero. "I don't have a quirk." "So, you're a quirkless. Trying to make it into the hero course at the best hero academy in the world?" she asks, tilting her head as her smile vanishes and is replaced by a perplexed frown. Jason nods and sighs in response to her observation. She will renounce her agreement. I must find another arrangement to prevent her from. Even better, he is still staring at her in bewilderment after her loud outburst interrupts his inner monologue. "Wah. Everyone will be staring at you while you attend if you're quirkless, my babies. You're the ideal spotlight to share with everyone. Hatsume Mei, at your service," she exclaims, her arms outstretched, her smile returning to her face, her hand thrusting out towards him. She smiles arrogantly and says, "If you want to become a hero, you're going to need my babies." Takeda Jason, he smiles, up-and-coming world's first quirkless hero. Jason looks down at her outstretched hand and sighs, hating how he's essentially being blackmailed, but he gives in and stands tall after taking a deep breath. He hardly knew her at all, but he gained a very eccentric inventor who will design most of his equipment because that was a strange day for him. He's primarily going to UA anyway to support Izuku, so if he fails, that's something he doesn't have to worry about. Such a mess, but if it ensures she doesn't mess with Izu's training, then so be it. However, aside from that setback, Izuku's training has been going smoothly, roughly but smoothly in terms of progress. It's a painful process for the two boys, but the progress is making leaps and bounds for both of them. As he cleans up the beach, Izuku is gradually beginning to gain more and more muscle mass, enabling him to lift heavier and heavier pieces of junk. In order to advance his cardio and stamina training, Jason moved from running on the beach to a much higher elevation. His combat prowess is a far cry from the basic moves he initially learned when he was just starting out. The mountain is a nearby mountain on the outskirts of the city, about an hour's jog from his home. By forcing his body to adjust to the lower oxygen levels at a slightly higher altitude than within the city limits, Jason hopes to improve his cardiovascular and hemoconcentration levels, which will enable him to move more effectively without succumbing to fatigue. The mountain isn't particularly noteworthy or as high as other landmarks, but even something will hopefully give Jason the push he needs, and when you combine that with the approaching colder months, he's really boosting his running efforts. Lastly, he added parkour to his training. Being able to move gracefully enough to scale almost any obstacle, including ascending building sides from ledges and drainpipes and jumping from building to building, helps him improve his balance and coordination when fighting. If he becomes a hero, the ease of movement will also help him take shortcuts to get to his destination and where he is needed. Both quirkless boys are going through a very trying time, pushing their bodies to the limit and beyond, exercising muscles they have hardly ever used before, maintaining their academic standing and grades necessary to maintain their application to UA, and eating drastically different diets from their typical fare to keep their bodies in good shape. They went through a trial and a half, but in the end, it all comes down to the truth. The entrance exam for the UA February 26th, 10 months into training. Clad in a large dark blue coat and scarf, green baggy pants, and black shoes, All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi, shuts the door to his truck and walks toward the area of the beach that he had given Izuku to clean up as the final part of his training. Today's the day. The entrance exam. He muses grimly. I've done what I can to mold that boy's body into a vessel worthy of one for all. Ah. Toshinori's eyes widen at the loud, far-off screaming he starts to hear, and his legs give him a little more push as he makes his way to the source of the yelling, mentally preparing himself to buff up just in case. However, when he reaches the source, all he can do is stare in shock and wide-eyed amazement at what he sees. Midoriya Izuku, wearing light blue pants with a white stripe on the outside, stands atop the final pile of trash he was carrying, which is even larger than Toshinori had anticipated. He is shirtless and shoeless, and his now muscular body is covered in sweat as he continues to scream in triumph. As he gazes at the spotless beach, Toshinori murmurs in amazement, Hey, holy crap, kid. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. The amount of work that Izuku put into the whole thing is astounding. There isn't a single piece of trash left on this beach, he says. There are just a few minutes left. However, you surpassed my expectations. Goddamn, that was super crap. When the last word comes, Toshinori gets a boost because he was so impressed by Izuku's work that he changes. Toshinori prepares to charge forward, determined to catch the young man before he hits the ground, but Izuku has finally stopped screaming, his body exhausted from pushing himself to clean up the remaining beach in time and his cry of victory, and his body is already starting to wobble atop the large pile. He pauses when he hears someone running up behind him, and he barely gets a glimpse of it before someone dashes past him in a full-on sprint. He runs up on top of a parked car, steps once on the railing, and runs on the side of the trash pile with only a few footholds, and Izuku falls off the top without even flinching or stumbling. When he finally stops, Jason stands there, breathing heavily and trembling as he holds his friend's body in his arms. Jokin. He grabs the falling Izuku out of the air and holds him in his arms as he goes airborne for a second. His feet land and slide along the seawall before kicking off again. With a loud grunt, his feet slam into the sand, his knees bent to prevent damage to his legs as he slides along the sand a few feet. With a feeble voice, Izuku opens his eyes to find his friend staring at him. I got you, Izu. Jason exhales, a little taken aback by how heavy his once light friend was. He smiles broadly at his friend as he helps Izuku stand, and when he does, he notices that Jason is dressed in black track pants, black tennis shoes with a white stripe, a dark blue t-shirt, and a long-sleeved black jacket with a Silver Crusader shield logo on the back. You did it. You did it, Izu. Takeda Jason looks at his best friend Midoriya Izuku in utter amazement and admiration at that moment. He is deeply proud of his friend for completing what most people would consider to be an impossible task. Izuku disproved that claim. He gives his friend a feeble smile and says, I did it. They both turn to All Might as he approaches them, his smile brighter in the sunlight, and he says, excellent work. The both of you. All Might. Izuku starts to tell his hero, I finished everything. I completed it. Do you think I'm prepared now? Yes, child, you did well. I must admit that I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond, All Might says, praising him before taking out his phone. Look at this. The two boys pay close attention as the hero displays a photo he took 10 months prior on his phone. Jason laughs quietly at the picture, realizing how different his friend was just a year ago. He. Izuku surveys the photograph, which depicts his own frail, sobbing self and his companion consoling him. Look how far you've come, he says, his smile slightly widened as he considers their appearance now compared to a few months ago. It's you crying 10 months ago. Both of you have made such progress. Young Takeda, what grace and speed. Jason gives the man a small smile and says, you ran on top of that trash pile without faltering once, and you also saved young Midoriya from falling to the ground. He looks back at Izuku and says, there's still a long way to go before you can inherit my entire power set. Even I was astounded at how seamless you made it. He emphasizes his point by extending his arms wide and pointing to the final piece of trash that Izuku managed to remove in time. But it's starting to look like you can do it. Izuku slowly raises his trembling hand in front of his face after grinning at the compliment. All Might. Do I deserve this? Are you certain? Well, you spent a lot of time and effort trying to assist me. How did I become so fortunate? He looks up at his hero as tears start to flow from his eyes. To have a trainer like you? With a smile on his face, he turns to face Jason and says, to have a great friend like you, Jockin. A friend who's going to be a hero with me? After a moment of stunned staring, Jason smiles back at his friend and puts his hand on his shoulder, saying, because you do deserve it, Izuku. He's right. All Might pats Izuku's back and says, your hard work, not mine or his, did this. You deserve this because you worked hard for it. Right now. Midoriya Izuku, for your reward. Jason moves away from his friend so that his trainer can talk to him alone after Izuku says, yes, sir. He smiles as he watches the two of them converse, but he gives All Might a strange look as the man removes a strand of hair from one of his V hairstyles. I was once told this by someone. Being fortunate is not the same as being deserving. One is a reward, the other an accident. Izuku lets out a tiny gasp of wonder and says, take that to heart, young man. Never confuse the two. This present. You earned it with your own valiant efforts. Jason is proud of his friend as he adopts a ready look, eager to finally accept the gift he's been working hard for these last several months. Jason is just ready to see just how his friend is going to get his new quirk. Eat this. Huh? While Izuku merely utters a bewildered word, Jason tries to make sense of the possibility that his hearing or mind is failing. I think my dad gave me hearing damage. Or, brain damage. To inherit my power, you've got to swallow some of my DNA, that's how it works. All Might briefly explains to the two of them why Izuku must acquire his new quirk. Izuku exclaims in a little shock, this isn't exactly how I imagined it. Jason still doesn't think he heard correctly when he says, I feel like my father and my sensei did too much damage to my head. Come on, time is running out, you're going to be late for the test, consume. Oh, suck, oh, eot. Ah. Gulp when Izuku eventually swallows the hair, he looks almost queasy. Jason, who is standing close by, just stares with his mouth open, stunned by the sight of a grown man forcing a hair down a boy's throat on so many levels. What did I just witness? Something I'll never forget. He adds the final sentence in a low voice. Blue. Izuku shivers as he says, All Might, I think you need to lay off the conditioner. Ah, come on. What other way do you think I got this hairstyle? As he runs his hand through his hair and briefly pulls the strands back before they snap forward, the hero brags. For some reason, they both appear uncomfortable. But enough of that. The top hero vanishes in a tiny gust of wind as he says, we have to get you both to the exam. Honk honk before climbing the stairs, they exchange glances. All Might, now in his diminished state, is sitting in the truck, honking his horn and tapping the outside door. Let's go. Change, take a shower, and eat. You too. You have roughly an hour. Izu, hurry up. As he rushes toward the truck, Jason grabs his friend's shoes and backpack. You spoke to your mother, correct? Yes. As he follows his friend to the passenger side door, Izuku responds, she should be done making breakfast when we get there. Jason leaps into the truck's back and fastens a strap there and says, awesome. Your house is closer to UA after you left to finish cleaning up the beach. I dropped off the ingredients to your mother and packed my uniform. Before boarding the train to the station close to UA, we will prepare at your place. You two sound good. As he turns on the truck, Toshinori expresses his complete agreement with the plan. It is currently approaching 6:30 a.m. for them, and they must arrive at the academy by 9 a.m. in order to complete the written portion of the exam before receiving a briefing on the practical portion. You are aware that you are not required to pack food for yourself. My mother has more than enough food for you as well. I'm not freeloading either. Put the blame on my parents. Before leaving in his car, Toshinori grinned at their banter. After getting ready, taking a shower, getting dressed, making sure they have their pencils for the written test, and devouring their food so quickly that Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother, is a little alarmed by how quickly they're eating. They even consider phoning Jason's parents to make sure he is eating healthily. After that, they jogged in their uniforms to the train station that was supposed to take them to the station nearest to UA. It still takes them a while to get there, but they eventually arrive at the front gates of UA Academy. They both gaze in wonder at the large archways in front of the school, which are connected by a large stone wall that runs around the entire campus. As for the school itself, they see the main campus building, which is primarily made up of 4 large towers that are nearly identical and connected by skybridges, giving the building its distinctive appearance from a variety of perspectives. The letter H in the English language is used to represent the building. Whoa, so this is it, huh? Yes, it is. Izuku remarks, looks like we made it just in time, before moving forward. Jason follows his friend to the left as they slowly walk to the school, not missing the anxious expression on his friend's face, undoubtedly from everything that has led them this far. Hey. He taps his friend's arm, drawing Izuku's attention and causing them to pause momentarily. You okay, man? Yes, indeed. The boy with green hair reluctantly tells his friend, we were in such a hurry to get here that I didn't exactly have a chance to test out my new power. Yeah, I understand, Jason says, nodding. After all, we had a limited amount of time. How do you feel now that you know? He rubs his throat, looking uncomfortable. I may have swallowed the hair, but I don't feel like anything great has happened to me yet, Izuku says, muting his mouth beneath his hand, as he turns away from his friend and faces the school. Well, I don't know how quirks feel, so we'll just have to wait till it digests, I guess. Yeah. Dumb Deku. Stupid mutt. The familiar, irritating voice causes both boys to freeze and gasp a little. They turn around to see Bakugo approaching them, specifically the school. They are simply obstructing the path. Kachan. He threatens them right away, saying, get out of my way, now before I set you on fire. As usual, Jason retaliates his threat by standing his ground and staring at Bakugo with his arms crossed. He stops in front of Bakugo, and the two boys exchange dagger-like glares, a lightning strike alternating between their eyes. Oh yeah, I'd like to see you try. Not now. Izuku takes Jason by the arms and yanks him aside, emphasizing that they shouldn't spoil their chances of admission by launching a fight directly on the entrance to the school they are attempting to enter. Good morning, Kachan. Alright. Let's all try our hardest out there. I wish you luck. Even though there is still a hint of fear in his voice, Izuku tries his best to defuse the situation before they literally blow up at each other. Jason and Izuku blink a few times before turning to face Bakugo as he turns to leave. Wait, what? They're still talking about that? I figured they would have already forgotten that by now, Jason murmurs in confusion, ignoring the other students' remarks regarding Bakugo's encounter with the sludge villain attack. Huh, have you noticed that Kachan has been kinder to us ever since that day? Izuku advances once more to Jason's left, where they are gazing at the school side by side. Now that you mention it, Jason starts thinking back to the final middle school semester before the year ended and how Bakugo didn't torment them at all during their journey to become stronger. Well, maybe a few threats now, but not really any physical altercations and stuff like that. Based on his perception, some teachers appeared somewhat relieved at that development. Also, holy crap, Izu. That training was no joke, Jason tells his friend, still a little taken aback by his friend's strength of grip and how easily he was able to pull him aside. Jason laughs at that, and then they both sigh and look at the school in front of them. Izuku says hazily, he does good work. He doesn't call out All Might's name in front of a crowd, instead clenching his fist and flexing his arm slightly. We've come a long way, haven't we? Yes, we have. Are you prepared to do this? Definitely. Both of them take their first steps. Thanks to Jokin and All Might, I'm actually going to become a hero. Izuku exclaims in his mind as he smiles and takes his second step. And immediately trips, heading for the ground without trying to catch himself, or I'll just die. Izu. Jason turns around when he sees his friend falling and goes to grab him, then stops. He mutters in confusion. Huh? It takes a moment for both of them to realize that Izuku is floating in midair, and he is too, as he looks at the ground in front of him. Dude? Jason asks his friend a question and taps his shoulder, causing him to spin backward. Whoa, oh. Izuku thrashed around, suddenly staring back at the direction they had come from. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Jason quickly grabs his friend and helps him get back on his feet while shouting, "I'm sorry." He. They freeze when they hear a cute giggle next to them. "You two are funny." They turn to the side and see a cute brunette girl with short hair who is smiling at them. She has brown eyes and what may be a permanent blush on her cheeks. She is wearing a darker brown button coat, black leggings, brown shoes, and a dark blue skirt. "I stopped you with my quirk." She presses all of her fingers together as she says this, which Izuku notices as his weightlessness vanishes instantly. "I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. Falling on the first day would probably be unlucky, wouldn't it?" Before Jason sort of pulls himself together, they both look at the girl in shock. "Oh, yes, it would be. Thank you, we appreciate it." He rubs the back of his head with his hand and winces inwardly at his own statement. "No issue. Isn't all of this extremely nerve-wracking?" With that constant smile still on her face, she asks. Jason casts a sidelong glance at his friend and says, "Some are more nerve-wracking than others. I suppose I'll see you both inside. Goodbye." She leaves them without saying anything more and enters the school. With a sigh, Jason says, "Well, she was nice." He hasn't really interacted with many people, particularly girls his age, aside from his friend who moved away, so he was a little taken aback to speak with one so quickly. "Izu? I just spoke to a girl, whoa. Technically you didn't actually talk to her. Haha. Ha ha ha. AHAHAHAHAHAHA. Before grabbing his shirt and dragging him, Jason grins and shakes his head at his friend's behavior. "Come on, lady killer. Before it's too late, let's leave." Izuku is still grinning as he is being pulled. Finding the rooms they needed to go to for their written exam didn't take long, and although their physical training frequently left them exhausted, they didn't slouch in their academic studies either. Neither of them felt overly anxious about the test as they took it, and their knowledge enabled them to respond confidently and quickly. They were more concerned with the practical. They had both arrived at the auditorium, where they and the other practical participants would receive a briefing on the proceedings. Unfortunately, a person's exact seat in the auditorium's large, multi-layered seating stands depended on when they submitted their application. Izuku submitted his application quickly, but Jason only did so a few days after his friend. As a result, Jason is positioned in the center of the right side of the auditorium, one level above Izuku and Bakugo, who are seated next to each other, with Bakugo furious at being seated next to the person he detests. The stage is illuminated by the screen with the school's UA logo, a podium, and the man standing behind it with his back to everyone. A large screen appears on the wall in front of everyone, and the lights dim down, drowning the audience members in mild darkness. "Hey, UA contenders. I appreciate you listening to me, your school DJ. Come on, let's get her." Everyone in attendance is silent when the man, also known as Present Mike, wears a black rocker's jacket with red pads on his elbows and black pants, a red belt, thick black boots, a bulky speaker system around his neck with headphones on his ears, white-rimmed glasses with golden-yellow triangle lenses, and a large spiked-up blonde hairstyle with a small blonde mustache. Maintaining a mild tone, "That's okay, I'll go right to the main show," he says, trying to salvage the awkward moment. "All right, let's discuss how this practical exam will proceed. Are you prepared?" "Yes." All he hears is silence once more. "Oh my god, Present Mike, the voice hero, is here. So awesome." Izuku is ecstatic to see the professional hero and says, "I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so absurd that every UA teachers are professional heroes." "Will you stop talking?" The fanboy talking next to Bakugo bothers him. "You rockin' boys and girls will be engaged in 10-minute mock battles in ultra-hip urban settings today, as stated in your application. My friends, gird your loins. You'll go to your designated battle center after I drop the mic here, okay?" The screen behind Present Mike changes to a number of additional color-coded squares with the labels A through G as he says this. He still receives no response. "All right?" Izuku looks at their cards in front of them, ignoring the silence. "I see," he says. Bakugo speculates, "They're dividing us up so we can't work with any of our friends." "Yes. You're correct. We're assigned to different battle centers, but our examinee numbers are sequential." Izuku observes the minor discrepancies between their cards, noting that Bakugo is number 2233 and Izuku is number 2234, and that they are in battle centers B and A, respectively. Izuku recoils at the tone. "Get your eyes off my card. Damn. I was eager to crush both the mutt and you." Of course. Bakugo looks at Izuku out of the corner of his eye and smiles evilly. So the mutt won't be there to help you get through this, huh? That's right. If they are going to separate us from the same schools, then Jokin and I might not be in the same battle center together. Izuku freezes at the news. I have a new power now, and if I can get the hang of it during the exam I have a shot. But Jokin, he looks over in the direction his friend is sitting. The instructor says, okay, let's check out your targets. As various numbered silhouettes appear on the screen surrounding the image of a city, everyone looks forward once more. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll get points according to how hard they are, so you'd better pick carefully. Izuku can practically feel Jason laugh at that. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these foe villains like a mid-song guitar solo. Check it out, though, be sure to maintain your heroic demeanor. It is a UA to attack other examinees. You dig? No. Bakugo can feel someone staring at him right now, and he knows exactly who it is, so he jerks his vision to the right. A boy with dark blue hair, square glasses, and a tan suit jacket with a tie that is striped in blue and light blue gets up and holds up his hand, saying, "Excuse me, sir, but I have a question." Strike me. You listed 4 categories of villains on the printout. As he highlights the discrepancy between the presentation and the sheet of paper, a light shines on the boy. With all due respect, if this is an error on the official UA materials, it is disgraceful. We are excellent learners. From the most prestigious school in Japan, we expect the best. With a hint of authority and mild irritation at the way things are going, he says, a mistake like this won't do. Additionally, you with the unkempt hair. He turns around and yells at Izuku. What? Izuku points to himself and murmurs in bewilderment. All along, you have been muttering. Put an end to that. Leave if you can't bring yourself to take this seriously. The rest of us are being distracted by you. Hey. Izuku and Bakugo turn to the right to see Jason standing up and glaring at the guy who called out Izuku. It seems to me that you're the one distracting us the most, buddy. Everyone flinches at the sudden loud voice, interrupting anyone who is about to laugh. We're here to hear about the test, not to hear you disparage other pupils. Now park it. With a hint of rage in his voice, he yells at him, gets up, leans over the desk, and points at the child with the glasses before straightening up and sitting back down. Shortly after, a girl with pink hair speaks to him, but the boy with the glasses stays standing and appears offended by the tone used against him so quickly and loudly. Izuku sighs at his friend's action, thankful that he helped from a distance but annoyed that he started a commotion so fast. Jokin. That damn mutt. All right, examinees, please cool your jets. Thank you for your request, examinee 7111. With a quick wave of his hands, Present Mike soothes everyone. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That man is merely a barrier we will be putting in your path. In each battle center, there is one. Consider it a challenge that you should attempt to avoid. It's not impossible to beat, but there's not much of a point. I advise my listeners to ignore it and concentrate on the songs that are at the top of the charts. I really appreciate it. Please, go on. The boy with the glasses bows and returns to his seat. I only have that for you today. I'll give you a small gift before I go. An example of the motto of our school, as General Napoleon Bonaparte once stated, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Present Mike goes on to try to get everyone excited. That sounds like a delicious soundbite. Are you prepared to go further? A plus ultra, please. As he says that, the words appear on the screen dramatically. Congratulations. He was expecting people to yell out the motto, but obviously he was met with silence again. Meanwhile, Izuku is shaking in anticipation as he holds his paper tighter with a tight smile on his face. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. Good luck. Jokin, Izuku says, grinning as he looks to the side where his friend is. The bus travels slowly in the direction of the battle center. Jason is sitting in the back of the bus, staring out the window and taking in the scenery with his head tilted to the side. He is holding a small, bent piece of paper with a rougher outline of the test on it that wasn't included in the presentation. The presentation, Jason muses, recalling the events of the previous 30 minutes. Half an hour ago. Izuku receives a brief wave from Jason as they separate to find their seats. As he searches through the numerous seats for his spot, he murmurs, "Now, where are you?" As he locates his designated seat, he remarks, "Ah, here we go." He takes a seat and picks up the paper that contains his information. Jason doesn't mind that the person seated to his right isn't interested in making introductions, but the seat to his left is. Jason looks down at the paper he is holding and notices his examinee number. He mutters, 2736, okay, and puts it back down. As he watches more and more people start to fill the auditorium, he has some time to reflect. He scoffs and locks his fingers in front of him while closing his eyes. All right, the written exam went pretty well, so hopefully the practical will be as easy. Who am I kidding? We were able to study and memorize the written portion, but the practical, where we must actually engage in combat and demonstrate our abilities, will be difficult. They are unable to make it simple. Learning the rules, procedures, and other details by heart is one thing, but using your skills in combat is quite another. This is arguably the greatest hero school in the world, if not the best in Japan. They take the best that they know will make the greatest heroes ever, not half-assed heroes in training who will ultimately fail. He feels someone poke him, jolting him out of his reverie, and he blinks his eyes multiple times. When he looks to his right, he sees something he did not anticipate. It was someone who took the vacant seat beside him. With a cute smile, the girl next to him says, "You know, it's probably not a good idea to sleep during the presentation." It's clear to Jason that the girl has a mutation quirk. She has fluffy pink hair, light pink skin, 2 tan horns on her head that look almost like antennae, and eyes. Her scleras are black, but her irises are yellow, which makes him pause. He doesn't do anything but stare at her, so she pokes him in the shoulder and asks inquisitively, "Hey, you okay?" He recoils and straightens his posture, turning his head away from her so she won't see the flush that develops from freezing that way. He is mentally criticizing himself as he says, Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Just thinking about this whole thing and what we're going to face. Other than Izuku, I haven't regularly hung out with many people. Man, hurry up. You ought to have anticipated meeting others in such a setting. With a giddy expression on her face, she whispers to him, I know, right? Isn't it exciting? Jason is shocked by her energy alone because he has never met someone so joyful. She exclaims before exhaling in relief, I know it's just a mock battle we're going to be thrown in without actual villains, but the fact that we'll be able to use our quirks on targets is going to be so killer. And I really need to blow off some steam after that test. I felt like my brain was going to melt. She lays her head on the side of the table, staring at him, her arms spread wide. He shakes his head at her attitude and smiles a little. Well, she's at least pleasant. I'm glad I'm not next to a jerk, he says, his smile turning to a frown as he turns to face the middle row of seats. However, I believe Bakugo is seated next to Izuku. He sighs wearily for his friend, Oizu. At that moment, the lights go down, and their presenter starts outlining the requirements for the practical. He whispers to the girl beside him, it's starting. They all start listening to the information as she becomes more receptive. The girl with the pink hair next to him gets excited when they discover that the villains will essentially be robots. Then she whispers triumphantly, pumping her little arm, robots? Yes. This exam's going to be a cinch with my quirk. TCK. As he listens for more information that might be useful, Jason scoffs at the presenter's mention of quirks. What about you? Uncertain of what she means, he opens his mouth. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. Jason turns to face the middle row, where a boy with dark blue hair, square glasses, a tan suit jacket and pants, and a tie with stripes of blue and light blue stands up and raises his hand to ask the question. Hit me. A light shines on the boy as he notes the difference between the presentation and the sheet of paper. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. With a hint of authority and mild irritation at the state of affairs, he says, with all respect, if this is an error on the official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. Jason gives the man a strange look that conveys how serious he is about everything. And you with the disheveled hair. He immediately turns around and yells at someone. Jason is not pleased with what he sees when he leans over and sees who has been called out. You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us. Hey. Jason abruptly gets up and leans over the table, startling everyone around him, especially the girl sitting next to him, with his loud voice. After saying that, he sits back down and crosses his arms with a frown on his face. Seems to me you're the one distracting us the most right now, buddy. We're here to listen about the exam, not you criticizing other students. Park it, now, it seems. As he sits there, people stare at him, and he nearly feels bad about creating such a scene. Nearly. He looks at the girl once more and asks, whoa, what was that about? He complains, but his anger doesn't go away. I don't like it when someone messes with my friends. They resume listening to the presentation and a little more information about the fourth mock villain after she nods in agreement with the response and turns back to the front. After a moment, she asks abruptly, "Can we be friends?" Jason appears utterly taken aback by the unexpected inquiry from a new acquaintance. Still not understanding her reason, he says in a slightly irritated tone, "Wah, but we just barely met. You don't even know anything about me." She responds simply and with a smile, "Well, I know you're someone who protects his friends. If we're going to go into UA together, I wouldn't mind a person like that being my friend." As he looks at her, Jason finds it difficult to dispute that piece of reasoning. He's going to say no until everyone is told to get on the buses that will transport them to their different battle centers. He exclaims, fine. Whatever." Before rising and making his way through the throng to the doors, failing to notice the girl's irritated pout before it transforms into a smile. She also gets up and leaves. Nervous, Jason is drawn in by a question. He looks away from the window to see the question being posed by the person seated beside him. "Why do I keep running into people with crazy quirks?" As he looks at the tall man with the white hair, a blue mask covering his mouth, light blue pants, a white shirt, and dark blue fabric around his waist, he remarks to himself. Jason is drawn to his seatmate's nearly 6 arms, 3 of which are attached to each of his shoulders and all of which are joined by a small amount of webbing. Jason sits up straight and shrugs. "A little. We may be getting simply robot mock villains to attack, but something tells me that there's going to be something just a bit more to this." With one of his hands turning to a mouth, the multi-armed examinee asks, "What makes you say that?" Instead of recoiling at the strange tone of voice, Jason receives a contemplative glance. Considering we're trying to get into the school with the lowest acceptance rate than any other hero school out there, either they got something else planned, or these robots are going to be a lot more than we first thought. He makes educated guesses. You're most likely right. Not to mention there might be only so many robots for us to take down, which means it's probably going to be first come first served when it comes to the points. His fellow passenger completes the clarification. "Shoji Mezzo." The man extends his hand to Jason. Jason nods and shakes his hand, which is slightly smaller than the much larger person's. "Takeda Jason." Curious, Shoji asks, "Jason? Isn't that an American name?" "Yeah, half on my father's side." Jason usually avoids sharing details about his family, but he's had enough of the awkwardness with the talkative girl at the auditorium. Or perhaps her openness was her quirk that infected me. I'm not sure. He nods when asked, "So, you're half American, half Japanese?" "Okay. Sorry, but I thought you looked a little like a foreigner." "I wasn't sure, but I didn't want to say anything to be rude." When Jason sees that they are approaching the battle center, he nods to the man and says, "Don't worry. I get what you mean." He then returns his attention to the window. It wasn't surprising that he was mistaken for non-Japanese because he inherited most of his father's appearance, with his mother's eyes being the primary feature. He says, "Oh hey, we're here." They stop in front of the enormous entrance to the battle center where they will be staying, and everyone starts to get up and leave the bus, starting with the front row. Jason glances at his acquaintance and says, "Hey, good luck on the test. Hope I see you at UA." Jason gives Shoji a smile and a nod in return, "Back at you." Jason follows slowly behind Shoji, who is the last person to walk down the middle of the bus. He inhales deeply a few times, thanking the knowledge he has gained and mentally preparing himself for the impending battle. "That's good to know since I don't have a quirk," he says, looking down at his civilian clothes, which will now serve as his combat gear for the practical exam. But as soon as he gets off the bus, he lets out a frustrated sigh, bringing an abrupt end to his preparation. Izuku, meanwhile, is trembling uncontrollably because he wanted to just go thank the girl for saving him from falling earlier today. But now he can only look in disbelief as the boy who called him out earlier puts a hand on his shoulder to stop him from moving forward and giving Izuku a stern look. This time, he removed his tan suit and put on a form-fitting blue and black bodysuit, exposing his calves so that everyone could see what appeared to be engines in his legs and freeing up his forearms. The girl Izuku was going toward catches his attention. He tells Izuku, "She seems to be attempting to concentrate on the challenges that lie ahead. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed?" No. Hold it, buddy." Before Izuku can figure out why he was going to her, his lifelong best friend and protector snatches the glasses-wearing boy's hand from his shoulder and twists it violently with one hand, causing the glasses to grunt from the strange angle his wrist is twisted while Jason gives him a glare. "I think you already did enough at the auditorium. Lay off now if you know what's good for you." HMPH. The boy exclaims, jerking his hand free of the hold and grimacing as he turns his wrist to ease the pain. Before giving him a stern look, he glares at Jason and asks, threatening another examinee, "Are you sure you want to be a hero?" Jason returns the glare with no hesitation. Harassing another examinee, "Are you sure you want to be a hero?" The boy with the blue hair looks slightly surprised by the question that is directed at him, but he remains silent. He complains angrily to himself and then moves aside, choosing to concentrate on the test rather than the other candidates. Jason rubs his head and moans, "Geez, that guy. He is trying to avoid getting a headache from how things are already going." He surveys the group of people in the vicinity. They all turn away and return their attention to the door. "Really, Jockin? Come on. At this point that guy had it out for you. You don't need the distraction for this man." Still, Izuku sighs, looks at the enormous doors, and then peers back at his friend. "But, what are you doing here?" Jason gives his friend a perplexed look. He takes out his examinee paper and presents it to Izuku, asking, "What do you mean?" "I was assigned to Battle Center B." After taking it and looking over the paper, his friend takes out his own. In order to confirm that they are both assigned to the same battle center, they both look at and contrast the two pieces. "Huh, that's weird. Maybe we were wrong." Jason pulls his paper back and asks, "Wait, what do you mean?" "Kachan and I compared our examinee cards and noted we both didn't get sent to this battle center. He's actually over at A. We figured the reason being was so people from the same school don't team up. But, you're here." Jason muses, maybe it was a fluke. Izuku is about to respond that it is unlikely that the top hero school in Japan would make such a basic mistake, but Jason raises his hand to stop him. "Regardless, what's done is done. We're here now and we make the best of it." He then receives a contemplative glance as he looks at the walls and big doors of the fictitious city they will be fighting in, followed by the other examinees. He takes one last look at the cameras at the city's entrance. Before he turns back to his friend, he makes a low grimace. "All right, here's what we're going to do. As soon as we go past those doors, we separate, go in different directions from each other. Stay away from each other as best we can." His grimace disappears as he looks at him. "If you're right and we weren't meant to be in the same battle center together, then let's limit as much exposure to each other as we can during the test. Not give the instructors, judges, whoever the chance to question our skills, okay?" Although Izuku appears a little uncomfortable with the suggestion, he quickly realizes the strategy's wisdom and is secretly relieved and happy that his friend is supporting him. They chose this realistic mock battle in the first place to demonstrate each person's aptitude for battling possible villains. Even if they cooperate to defeat the same target, it may raise doubts about each of their individual abilities if one of them unintentionally overshadows the other and scores more points. Izuku nods in agreement with his recommendation. "You're right. We split up when the doors open and focus on our own targets." Jason nods back, relieved that he followed the advice. Good, good. If Jason was the reason Izuku was unable to fulfill his dream, he would be kicking himself for a very long time. Jason leans closer to Izuku, who leans in as well, so they can talk quietly without anyone hearing. "But I think I can at least give you a bit of advice." As Jason looks around, he notices that there are a number of cocky and enthusiastic individuals. "I was talking to one of the other examinees and we think there's only so many robots inside city. So it's probably for the best to get away from the pack. Use alleyways, side streets, make sure you get away from the others so you can focus on your targets rather than the other examinees, and limit the possibility of someone stealing your kill." "Right. Also," Jason says, taking out the document with more test-related details, "I took a closer look at this info and it says here that there's supposed to be a red kill switch on each of the bots, so that way people without combat-oriented quirks can still have a chance to take down the mock villains. It doesn't mention where exactly they are on the different pointers, which is fair, but if you can get in close enough without getting hit, you can deactivate them without trouble." As Jason draws Izuku nearer to the door, his eyes enlarge at the news. "That's so good. Thank you so much, Jockin. I was so stressed about the battle that I didn't think to look for this stuff." Jason gives his friend a shoulder pat while grinning. "No problem, glad I could." "Right, let's start." Jason's smile vanishes from his face and is replaced by a cold, calculating expression of focused determination. As if a switch were flipped inside of him, he gets up and dashes through the barely opening doors, becoming the first person to enter the mock city. Izuku looks at the spot where his friend just left. "Shake a leg, Izu. Move it, ah. Right," Izuku exclaims as his friends shout back at him, and he then dashes through the doors himself. The other examinees look around in confusion and stare at the two incredulously. When present Mike adds, "Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Follow their example and get a move on. Run, run, run." Listeners, everyone else realizes that the test has actually begun. Two people simply left them all in the dust, and they all instantly dismissed one of them as a failure. As he dashes out of an alleyway, Jason murmurs to himself, "Okay, I was able to slip away from everyone else. Izu went in a different direction. Now I just have to focus on the villains." Although they are mostly confined to the entrance area, he can hear the other examinees going off in other parts of the city. Further I go, the more points I can get without being interrupted. Now where's target acquired? Jason is interrupted by a robotic monotone voice as he sees a big green robot approaching him from another nearby alleyway. All right, 1 pointer. He quickly observes the machine as it accelerates toward him, noting that it is directly in front of him with a single large wheel, large plated claws extended in his direction, and a long neck supporting its head, which has a single red optic staring at him. Look for the kill switch. Come on, he shouts to himself as his gaze moves over its body, initially failing to spot anything that might resemble a red switch. Crap! He exclaims, leaping aside. The street is broken and cement fragments are thrown everywhere as the machine slams its arms right into where he was. After a furious roll on the ground, Jason stands up, runs behind the machine, and resumes his search. No switch, no switch, where's the switch? The 1-pointer wrenches its arms out of the ground and raises them high before lowering them again directly behind it before he can get a better look. Jason yells, "Damn," as he leaps back, just managing to avoid being crushed. I don't see a damn switch on that thing. Where could it? Target reacquired. Jason's eyes enlarge as a thought comes to him. Well, worth a shot, he says, standing erect and gesturing for the machine to approach him. Come on, you bucket of bolts. Show me what UA's got. He challenges the machine. After grabbing it, the machine rushes towards him. He holds his ground until it approaches him directly, at which point he attempts a horizontal strike. Jason avoids the attack by leaning back. As the machine tries to crush him, he gloats and retreats further, saying, "Got to do better than that." He doesn't smile until his back strikes the side of a big stone column. The machine pulls back its left arm and charges directly at him. He waits for the ideal opportunity before acting. The arm collides with the wall behind Jason, exactly where his chest would have been if he hadn't jerked to the side, in a tiny shower of dust, dirt, and flying pieces of cement. He thrusts his right pal forward and slams it into the machine's large red optic when it is directly in front of him. As he strikes it, it feels depressed in his hands rather than breaking. He watches as the machine freezes for a few seconds before collapsing. In case it chooses to land on top of him, he swiftly gets out of the way. As it leans forward, the red optic shutting off and the machine ceasing to function, he exhales with relief. He smiles and then takes a serious look as he attempts to think of a quicker solution. Phew. All right. 1 point. Not much, but progress. It's only a 1-pointer. The kill switch will be simple for this, of course, but I can't just keep jumping around or I'll exhaust myself too soon. He barely makes it out of the way, but his eyes widen as he says, "I need something to help me." There's a loud crash as he lands hard on the sidewalk and rolls onto his hands and knees. He lets out a moan, then looks up to see what almost crushed him. He is now the target of a 2-pointer. This one is bulkier, with 2 legs instead of a wheel, a more squarish head shape, and a thicker neck piece than the previous one, which is now a complete mangled mess with wire, metal, and plating from the new arrival completely crushing it. Unlike the previous large red optic, the face now only has a few tiny circles of red optics. It turns to face Jason after raising its arms out of the mess. He stands up quickly and places his hand on another column of stone. He glances at it, follows it straight up, and sees that they are standing beneath a sizable stone balcony. As the machine's arm smashes into the second pillar, he ducks back down. He hears the distinctive sounds of stone and cement breaking without any supports to hold it up when both columns are gone. Jason slams his foot backwards into the wooden double doors behind him, snapping the wood frame open before he can jump inside as the machine reels back for another hit. Crush! The sounds of the stone hitting the earth outside, accompanied by the twisting and tearing of metal, are so loud that he hardly covers his head. When it calms down, he looks up and is astounded by what he sees. A single arm from the robot protrudes and moves feebly while the doors and a large portion of the building's front section are demolished. Jason sighs and then deftly climbs over the debris to assess the damage. With its face free and its legs and other arm crushed and rendered immobile, The two-pointer is pathetically attempting to free itself. Jason looks around after continuing to stare at the machine. He sees a shattered piece of rebar protruding from the shattered, destroyed column. He sees the arm of the one-pointer that was previously shut down protruding from the debris. He approaches the first robot, seizes the armor plating, and then tears it off. When he notices handholds he can use to support it, he grins. The thick armor plate, which is a few inches wider than his forearm and was part of the machine's arm plating, is in good condition as he holds it in his left arm. It extends from his neck to his hips when he raises it to his chest. He feels the weight in his arm and then moves toward the rebar. Crung, he slams the edge of his new shield into the rebar lodged in the column, causing a metal snap. With a metallic snap, the already cracked portion of the rebar breaks off, enabling him to support it. The rebar is a 3-foot-long piece of metal with a slightly jagged end where the metal snapped and bent. Before focusing on the still struggling two-pointer, he looks at both of his new gear. He approaches, stands atop the debris, and places his right next to the head while grinning. He slams the edge of his shield into the machine's already cracked face with a fierce crack, breaking the faceplate and revealing the internal mechanisms. "Hurrah!" he exclaims, slashing his head with the end of his rebar. The machine seizes up and then falls motionless, sending sparks flying out. Jason smiles at the takedown and backs off the pile after finishing his target. 8 minutes, folks. As the announcer announces the time, he turns down the street. Further down, another examinee crushes another bot, and a few more robots can be seen milling around. He cracks his neck a few times while tightening his hold on both pieces of makeshift equipment. He then takes a deep, close-eyed breath and lets it out slowly. As he focuses on the nearest target, his eyes widen and a stern expression develops. 3 points. Let's do this. As the first target sees him, he launches himself down the road with his shield raised and his right arm pulled back. A number of additional examinees continue to disintegrate and score points left and right throughout the battle center. Unfortunately, because of the enormous piles of scrap metal and robot parts that litter the various streets and buildings, and because at least some of the examinees were upset with one another, many of them cloistered around the general entrance area, or at least near it. While they are squandering important time to gain more points, many of them are continuously making accusations and insults about stealing their kills and other things. To obtain their points without interacting with others, a small group of people split off from the group. Among them is Kendo Itsuka, who uses her enormous fist to smash a one-pointer. She has teal eyes and medium-length ginger hair that is pulled back in a ponytail on her left side. She is wearing tight-fitting black pants, a light blue top, and teal-laced shoes. After the takedown, she exhales and returns her fist to its original size. She can make her fists larger thanks to her fist enlargement quirk, which gives her enough strength to defeat the test's fictitious villains. She is attempted to be crushed by another one-pointer, but she avoids the hit. Her hand enlarges, cleaving one approaching one-pointer in half and sending the one that attacked her flying through the air and crashing into the ground, with pieces of metal tearing off as it rolls and carves grooves into the street. She swiftly responds with a wide-ranged horizontal karate chop, out of commission and totally unusable. As she says, "Lots of small fries. Gonna need to go bigger to ensure my place." Two-pointers are approaching her from down the street. She grinned and widened both of her hands, poised to strike. "That's more like it. Ken. Lift." The phrase causes her eyes to enlarge. It's a phrase she hasn't heard in years, but it still sounds very familiar. She crouches low to the ground, both hands overlapping and flat on top of her head, using reflexes she developed in the past. Before she feels a foot touch her hands, she hears quick footsteps running up behind her. That's the cue as she raises her hands in the direction of the fictitious villains, launching them high into the air like a springboard. When both two-pointers see the player being sent upward, they crane their heads upward, which is how the trick works. When a huge fist lands on the rightmost bot, it sends it flying backwards and crashes into the building, embedding itself into the side and transforming it into a mangled mess. This proves to be both of their foolishness. Simultaneously, a sharp metal fragment descends from the sky and pierces the machine's chest, causing it to short-circuit and convulse. The individual who threw it descends and slams both of his feet directly into the metal object, further embedding it and pushing the machine back onto its back. The machine is destroyed, but the metal piece sticks back out as it is pushed against the ground. Aside from the distant sounds of the other examinees' combat, there is a brief pause between the two. After the battle, Itsuka takes a moment to catch her breath, but she soon finds herself staring at the figure perched atop the robot's corpse. Her eyes widened and a smile appeared on her face as he turned around and leaned down to wrench the piece of rebar out of the machine while holding it firmly in his hand. As Jason gets off the machine and lands on the street with hardly a grunt, he says, "Hey, Itsuka. Good to see you." As he approaches her, he repositions his hold on his rebar and his makeshift shield. "Jason," she says with a smile as she approaches him and embraces him. With his equipment on, he can hardly return the hug, but he smiles. They separate, take a step back from one another, and exchange glances. She exclaims, "I can't believe you're here," to him. He laughs and gives a nod in return. "I can believe you're here. You said you wanted to be a hero and here you are." She tilts her head in perplexity and says, "Yeah, but you never really mentioned you wanted to be a hero. I always thought you found them annoying." "I only found some of them annoying. There's a few good ones, but circumstances compel me to try my hand at being a hero too," he responds with a smirk. "Well, that's good. If any quirkless I know who can go at it being a hero, it's you of all people. How's Sensei been doing?" she inquires with interest. Same old, same old. Turns out when you take his advanced classes he really gets into beating the lessons into your head without remorse. I also did good enough to earn his gift. Itsuka, who was forced to move away so long ago when her parents got better jobs elsewhere in the city but too far away for her to hang out with her friends or continue taking lessons at the dojo they attended, appears a little surprised by that information. When he hears an explosion, Jason tilts his head to the side, then grimaces and looks at her gravely. She nods, cracks her knuckles, and adopts a serious expression. "I'd love to stay and catch up, but right now we're on a time constraint. I think we both can agree we need to get moving." She starts to say, "You're right. We need to split up and," until their eyes enlarge. Itsuka makes her fist bigger and throws it in Jason's direction. He then tosses his rebar in his friend's direction. As it passes directly in front of Itsuka's head, the rebar spins. When her fist lands to the left of Jason's head, neither of them blinks or flinches at the close proximity of the thrown weapon. While they were deep in conversation, both of their attacks affected the 2 pointers that were approaching them. While Jason's rebar club lodges itself into the robot's faceplate, Itsuka's fist strikes the robot, causing it to skid back in a daze. They complete their targets after brushing past one another. Jason rushes forward and slams the flat of his shield against the rebar, pushing it further in and taking down the machine once more. Itsuka seizes the opportunity presented by the dazed machine by grabbing onto both of its arms with both of her enlarged fists, tearing the appendages off at the shoulders before slamming them back onto the machine with a massive clap. As Jason rips his weapon from the back of the 2-pointer's head, Itsuka massages her hands to ease the pins and needles from crushing bare metal with them. When they see themselves saving each other in that way, they both turn around and smile at one another. Itsuka yells, "I better see you at UA," as she starts to back off in order to find more targets. Jason says, "Right back at you, Ken, good luck," and starts to jog slowly before sprinting. "Good luck, Jay, you know I hate it when you call me that," she angrily and slightly irritatedly yells back at him. Since her old friend's only response is his distant laughter, she muses, "Even after all this time he still messes with me." She turns around and braces herself after shaking her head. After making the brief statement, "All right, Itsuka. Time to get some more points already." She immediately rushes ahead and leaves, determined to defeat more fictitious villains. A darkened surveillance room outside the battle center is occupied by a number of people, with the exception of one person at the console. Their eyes are constantly shifting and glancing from the various monitors that display each examinee as they defeat robot after robot. A small figure, smaller than everyone else in the room, sits at the front and says, "Clearly, the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or their locations." Shoji appears on a monitor, wearing several ears on his arms to listen for more villains to eliminate. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies. The boy with the blue hair and glasses is seen speeding and sliding down the streets in search of additional targets by chance, while others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. A blond boy with purple eyes, wearing a white frilly shirt and blue pants, blasts a robot with a laser beam from his stomach, stating, "Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage." Bakugo stands amid a heap of smoking wrecks, breathing heavily and grinning devilishly at his kills, as can pure power and combat ability. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores, although strategy and one's reflexes also play into it as well. Jason can be seen on a monitor dodging a one-pointer attack before turning around and slamming his rebar baton into the bot's face's kill switch. The other teachers start to pay attention when a female, almost seductive voice points to Jason and asks, "What's that one doing? What's he using?" The voice of a man who resembles a block of cinder says, "That looks like a piece of one of the robots." And is that's some rebar I used in making the city. Even though his mouth remains motionless on his mask, a much gruffer male voice asks, why isn't he using his quirk? Why's he using those makeshift weapons? The school principal pulls up the examinee's file and says, "Let's see here." He observes as Jason climbs up the back of a three-pointer and uses his rebar to jam it into a gap in the back of the machine's head, popping off the plate and tearing out the wiring before jumping off. Oh. So this is him. I say he's making good work of those mock villains. Who is he? My fellow faculty, you are looking at what might possibly be the first quirkless student at UA. Quirkless? Oh yeah, I forgot we rescinded that rule, although I wasn't expecting anyone to actually try to get in. Will he make it? Not having a quirk is already putting him at a disadvantage. The principal smiles and says, I don't know. The other teachers start to perspire as he goes on. He points to another monitor that shows a couple of students fighting angrily over who took down whom, but he didn't hesitate to run in as soon as Mr. Yamada suddenly announced the exam's start. He also broke off from everyone else and went to find some villains to fight far from everyone else, therefore not being caught up by the crowd. He's already got 18 villain points. At least some of the teachers appear a little taken aback by how many points he received despite being quirkless. Another voice remarks, although it looks like he might be biting off more than he can chew. Two more fictitious villains approach him side by side, a one-pointer to his left and a two-pointer to his right. He gives them both a fierce look before hurriedly approaching them. The one-pointer raises both of its arms and gets ready to hit Jason with them. Despite avoiding the attack, the boy sidesteps to the right, placing himself squarely in the path of the two-pointer's wide swinging fist. Jason grunts as he just about dodges the blow, deflecting it with his shield before swinging his rebar in the direction of the two-pointer's neck joint. It cracks, and he completes it by slamming the edge of his shield directly into the fractured piece, breaking the joint and tearing apart wires and circuits, causing the central processor in its head to become inoperable as it slumps over deactivated. Jason takes a deep breath and looks at the one-pointer as it rises again and tries to hit him once more. He just takes a few easy steps to the side once more, then moves in and uses the end of his rebar to depress the optic. This one slumps over defeated, just like the last one. A few of the educators nod in admiration. Well, make that 21 points. Now that a three-pointer has shown interest in the quirkless examinee, a weary man says, he needs to be more mindful. This machine is significantly larger than the other fictional villains. The massive machine rears back its right arm and prepares to slam it down on Jason, trying to crush him, but Jason doesn't seem to notice it as it stomps toward him. As it lowers its arm, he stays standing. The principal prepares to press the robot's kill switch, but he is not required to. Jason skillfully dodges the blow and spins to the left before bringing his rebar in a wide arc. His spinning only gives his attack a little more force as he slams it into the right leg joint. As the machine tries to support itself with its right arm, this destabilizes the pressure on the leg, causing it to fold on itself. Jason then strikes the right arm's joint with a shield, causing it to further collapse onto its shoulder and bring its head closer to Jason. When the left arm tries to seize him, he ducks beneath it, drops his shield, and spins until he passes directly beneath the machine's head before driving his rebar up into the bottom of its head. Wires and circuits short out as he twists, pushes, and pulls in various directions, causing violent spasms and wrenching its head in different directions. Crink, the machine's head makes a final 180-degree turn before coming to a stop. The machine falls to the ground, and Jason pulls out his weapon and moves away from it. Nearly every teacher looks at the display in astonishment. The principal smiles and says, make that 24 villain points. But let's start to shake things up for all the examinees now, should we? A large red button is pressed and a glass cover is flipped up. Desperate to find more villains to try to take out, Izuku dashes through the streets. He made an effort to follow his friend's advice and separate from the other examinees, but they dispersed farther than he anticipated, so he hardly ever encountered any fictional villains. All of a sudden, things start to tremble. Like everyone else, Izuku stops at the sound and movement. As what appears to be enormous moving tank tracks approaches, he and the others pause to look in the direction they hear and feel everything. As it looks down at all of the examinees, it quickly exposes itself to everyone, revealing the zero-pointer that was mentioned in the presentation. It is noticeably taller than all the builds, and one of its hands crushes the building it is using as support as if it were nothing. Isn't this going a bit too far? The sheer ridiculousness of the enormous machine makes him squeak loud and scream in his mind. The zero-pointer then pulls its fist back before slamming it into the ground in front of everyone, causing everyone to scream and kick up a huge cloud of dust. As Izuku collapses backwards, trembling like a leaf and barely supporting himself with his hands, he can only make feeble gasps. Every examinee rushes past him, including the blue-haired boy with glasses who ran past him earlier but only glanced at Izuku before moving on. Izuku turns and starts to crawl away, saying, "This is a disaster. I've got to run and find some smaller villains." When he learns that there are just 2 minutes left, he is on the verge of tears. What? 2 minutes? As he forces himself to move more, his scurrying gets increasingly desperate. All that training, all that Might did for me, he recalling his ruthless training with his hero, doing everything in his power to shape Izuku into the hero he had always envisioned himself to be. All of his encouragement, our declaration. Now he remembers his happy friend Jason telling him that he could be a hero and that they would travel to the United Arab Emirates. Collectively, it'll be wasted. Ow! A scream of agony. One for All's current holder freezes and slowly tilts his head back. He spots someone as he looks. A girl stuck beneath some cement debris, immobile. The recollections of a few hours prior, just before 9 o'clock, when he was on the verge of falling after recklessly tripping over his own foot. That brunette with the perpetual flush on her cheeks who had aided him with her quirk was there, trapped now as the zero-pointer headed straight for them. Someone rushes out of an alleyway and starts working to free her right away, saying, "Hold on. I got you." When Izuku sees the person, his fearful expression changes to one of worry. "Jockin," he murmurs feebly. Previously, Jason sighs and squats on his knees, taking deep breaths. Holy crap, that took a bit more than I thought." Jason hisses as he places his rebar down and clenches and unclenches his fists, then massages them with each other and shakes his arms to try to relieve the soreness. To be fair, using metal to break other pieces of metal really tires one out, or sends vibrations through your arms they start to hurt. Nevertheless, if I hadn't taken my training as seriously as I did, I would be in a much worse situation. I would probably be dead from exhaustion right now if it weren't for all those moves, the cardio training, and scaling buildings left and right with parkour. He inhales deeply, holds it for a few seconds, and then exhales, calming his breathing and regaining a small portion of himself. He picks up his rebar and gets to his feet. He picks up his shield, observing its fractured sides and cracked structure, and says, "But I can't rest. I only have maybe a couple minutes left. Keep going." He moves and takes off into a nearby alleyway despite being told to keep going. Rumble, he feels the buildings and the ground start to tremble violently all at once. "What the?" he exclaims, leaning against the wall to prevent himself from falling. What was that? A quirk? He asks himself, speculating that the small earthquake was caused by a seismic quirk of some kind. However, when he feels it happening again, it's even heavier this time around as dust swirls around, filling the alleyway and causing Jason to grunt as he shields himself from the cloud of debris. As the cloud fades, he shakes off the dust. No, something else. He dismisses the notion with a shake of his head. As he starts to hear additional indications of screaming from the other examinees and the stomping of a crowd of people, as if they were running, he becomes curious and says, "Have to get out of here first. Have to get my bearings and find out what's going on." He asks in a low voice, "What is going on?" "Ow!" he exclaims when he hears someone in agony. People are running away, but he sees someone in front of him lying in the street. Her leg appears to be stuck beneath some debris, which is why he sees her stranded on the ground. He recognizes her as the person who aided his friend in the morning in a matter of seconds. He grunts and hurries to her, saying, "Damn. What's causing that rumbling is either nearby or extremely large. Since it seems like no one else cares, I can't just walk away from her." Jason runs out of the alleyway and slides right next to the girl, saying, "Some heroes." In addition, she assisted him. Even if it was just for something minor like falling, she helped Izuku. "Hold on, I got you." The girl says, "Wah hey, it's you." "Yeah, it's me," he responds, jamming his rebar between the debris and grounding it directly next to her trapped leg before angling his shield to force it in. Jason says, "Now let me just," while gazing up at the enormous shadow. "A villainous robot. The two of them are directly in the line of sight of a huge, colossal, and fictitious villain that towers over all the buildings in the battle center. He interrupts himself, oh she, and uses all of his strength to push up on the rebar, barely moving the debris. What's wrong? What's going on? The girl asks, worried by his now agitated and tense demeanor and his halting in the middle of a sentence. He yells, no time, and thrusts his shield into the crack. He is now lifting the debris off her with both his shield and the rebar, but his already sore muscles are yelling at him as he hardly moves the piece. He screams, move, 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 damn you, as he pushes himself, gritting his teeth and pushing until the strain nearly causes his teeth to crack. A huge gust of wind suddenly hits them both, and Jason gains enough momentum to push open the gap that allows the girl to release her leg. She yells, I'm out, which lets him relax and let it fall, crushing his makeshift equipment beneath it as he inhales deeply. They both turn around and look up at the enormous machine as he does that. Jason sees a familiar green object sailing straight for its face, and his eyes widen. Izu? He asks, perplexed by what he's witnessing. He stands up with a push and glances down at the girl. Before making his way to a nearby 3-story building, he responds, get out of here. I have to make sure my friend is okay. Wait. Instead of pausing to look back, he makes his way toward a sizable 3-story stone structure with a drainage gutter that runs the length of the structure. He silently thanks himself for the parkour training as he snatches it and starts to climb it. However, as he reaches the summit, he hears a tremendous sound that sounds like a combination of a sonic boom and the tearing, crushing, and ripping of metal. He looks up and is amazed to see the horrifying machine that paralyzed and caused almost all of the examinees to fall backwards with their heads completely collapsed. His face takes on an expression of surprise at the extent of the damage and power his friend just inflicted. With a single blow, his friend, whom he had always wished to shield due to his frail build, decked a multi-story robot machine. As Jason jumps up and down in celebration, his heart soaring at what he just witnessed, he can't help but shout to the heavens, Yes SS Izu. Yes SS. You will become a HERRRRRROOO. Tears threaten to spill from his eyes as he sees the results of his friend's labor. But as he watches his friend start to fall like a bag of rocks, it quickly starts to subside. As he watches his friend fall, his eyes widen in horror, his breathing quickens, and his feet start to move on their own. He mutters weakly, Izu. Oh no, I'm unable to land correctly. Izuku's thoughts start to waver as he struggles to contain the agony in his broken arm and legs, which flap aimlessly in the air. My arm. My legs. They're completely broken. His race is a result of everything that has transpired thus far, including the training he underwent to get there, the actions he and Jason took to convince All Might that they were deserving of being heroes, and the activation of his new quirk and the enormous backlash that caused him to break the bones in 3 of his limbs. And now he's falling to his impending death, uselessly, to the ground. No, as he tries to think of something, he shouts in his mind, this isn't over. I must be able to do something. A smash in Detroit. All Might's attack on the sludge villain is recalled. That's my only chance of surviving. There's only one thing I can do because my right arm and legs are broken. I am capable of doing this. I'm toast, though, if my timing is off. I have 5 points even if I survive. That is insufficient. And there's no way I'm going to pass the exam if I break my left arm too. His mind goes through a number of puzzles, attempting to come up with better solutions than the last in order to keep himself alive. However, he can only see one choice. Pulling his arm back, he gets ready. I got you. Izuku's vision of the approaching ground is obscured as something quickly envelops him, gripping him and drawing him in. Izuku mutters in confusion, wah, and barely looks up from the chest he's pressed against to see his friend Jason holding him, his arms encircling him tightly, his eyes closed in readiness. He responds calmly, bracing himself for the blow, don't worry, I got you Izu. Izuku's eyes widen in an instant when he realizes what his friend just did and will do. In an attempt to cushion Izuku's fall, Jason jumped off the building he was on, caught him in midair, and reoriented himself so that he was now heading for the ground rather than Izuku. Wait, Jokin don't. Jason just keeps falling, waiting for the hard, uneven ground to hit him, while Izuku's cries are ignored. He opens his eyes when he receives a slap to his side instead, and he feels suddenly weightless because he isn't running for the ground anymore. He briefly feels as though he is floating in midair, gazing up at the sky before turning to face his friend, who is also perplexed. From close by, a girl's voice says, NNN, and, release. Jason grunts loudly as he hits the ground shortly after the weightless sensation disappears. He lets go of his friend, who rolls off him onto the ground as his arms loosen up. Jason hears the sounds of retching and grunts as he tries to sit up, discovering that his leg hurts from likely landing on it incorrectly. A side view reveals the girl they both rescued nearly unconscious, lying on top of a shattered piece of the zero-pointer. Jason gives her a sly smile before unwinding a bit. He remarks in jest, "Well, I guess she saved us, huh? That's twice then." Concern takes over for Jason as soon as he approaches Izuku, who is struggling, when he turns over after hearing nothing from his friend. When he heard the faintest sound of his friend talking but couldn't hear it clearly, he said, "Hey, Izu? What was that?" Izuku tries to tell Jason, I only," as Jason leans in close to his friend. "Got 5 points." His eyes enlarge. F5. That is insufficient. As Jason tries to take his friend by the unbroken arm, determined to carry him despite his injured leg, his thoughts come to a screeching halt. He needs, I don't know who much he needs, but 5 is not it. Jason tells his friend, "Damn it. I won't let, I'll carry you if I have to." Jockin. Izuku murmurs feebly as he looks up at his friend, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Jason assures his friend that everything will be alright with his most reassuring smile. Until Izuku's eyes enlarge and take on a horrified expression, anyway. The sound of a tire screeching behind him causes Jason to release his grip. In less than a second, he spins around and confronts them with a one-pointer directly on top of them, his right arm drawn back and aimed directly at him. His gut tells him to avoid. Although he can avoid it, the blow will still miss him and target his wounded friend. He is unable to defend himself because he has lost his weapons. There is only one thing he can do. His arm. Crack! Jason yells, "Ah!" as he raises his left forearm to deflect the blow and defend himself. He can immediately feel the bone in his forearm snap in two, indicating that the attack is as powerful as he anticipated. He collapses to the ground, screaming while clutching his arm to his chest, but his anguished cries transform into angry ones. As he reaches down, he yells at the top of his lungs, forcing himself to do so in order to block out the flaring pain that is striking his arm and the rest of his body due to exhaustion. Because of the damage the zero-pointer caused, there is another solitary piece of rebar on the ground, but this time a sizable chunk of concrete is still adhered to the end of it. He swings the momentum back up in the direction of his opponent. He strikes the bottom portion of the one-pointer's head, causing it to crane upward at an abrupt shifted angle where it was not supposed to move, and the chunk of concrete attached to his weapon shatters around. This is accompanied by the sound of metal crumpling and the appearance of a small dust of concrete. The machine's head is repeatedly pounded in after only a brief period of spasm. Jason swings wildly, repeatedly striking it until its head topples over from the neck. He then gives it a final blow to the chest, causing it to fall backward onto its back motionless. The girl and Izuku, as well as the other examinees, are left speechless by what they have just seen. Initially, the other examinees were shocked and amazed when they saw someone take down the enormous zero-pointer with just one punch. They then witnessed another examinee break his own arm to defend another examinee before losing his temper and destroying the machine. They can only hear Jason's ragged, irate breaths, aside from the sounds of the dust settling. With adrenaline pumping through his body and his entire body trembling as he tries to stay upright, he is unable to even attempt to calm himself. With the intention of continuing to assist his friend in earning more points, he slowly turns around and approaches him. "Izu. Time's up." Clang! The announcement causes Jason to drop the rebar, and Izuku's eyes enlarge. Is it over? Both of them say this to themselves. Jason's body loses its adrenaline, and the pain becomes apparent since he doesn't need to continue. His friend calls out to him in concern as he falls to his knees and struggles to stay upright. "I am unable to move. One arm is broken, the other is extremely sore from his recent attack on the robot, and his right leg hurts even more than his left." He can only utter single words as he tries to maintain consciousness. I pulled something. Broken. Hurt. Jockin. Izuku tries to pull himself toward the spot where his friend nearly passed out with his one strong arm. "Oh my, you two really did a number on yourselves, didn't you?" Near them, they hear the voice of a kind old woman, and then they feel and hear someone kissing their foreheads. For both of them, and to the other examinees' perplexity, it's a bit of a blur, but when they see the green glow coming from their wounds and their limbs reshaping, it demonstrates the elderly woman's potent healing ability. The two of them widen their eyes at the abrupt healing of their bodies as the intense pains they were experiencing vanish from both of their bodies. Izuku stands up and exclaims, "Oh wow. That's amazing. The pain's all gone." He is relieved that his broken limbs are no longer a part of him, He slumps a little, though, and his mood shifts. But I'm really tired all of a sudden. Jason mumbles, so tired, as he struggles to get up on his hands and knees and is not as agile as his friend after having his injuries treated. She turns to face Jason and says, my quirk helps speed up the healing process your body can do, but it comes with the added risk of making the person much more tired afterwards. I wasn't able to heal everything completely, just the more serious injuries such as your broken arm and the torn muscles in your leg. The rest you're going to have to let heal naturally, she tells Jason. Okay. He barely responds, unwilling to argue or complain because he is so exhausted and the pain has significantly decreased from before. She hands the two of them a handful of gummy candies and says, here. Have some gummies you too. As she goes to find more injured examinees and heal, she says aloud, they're packed with plenty of nutrients to help get you both back on your feet. Head over to the entrance and the medical staff will be there to start bandaging you both up. Now who else is injured? When Izuku and Jason finish eating the gummies they were given, they feel energized almost immediately. They don't waste any time in doing so. Even though they are both still exhausted, Jason feels like he just finished a marathon. They can at least get up and begin leaving the battle center. As Jason takes one step and realizes he can't walk normally on his previously injured leg, he grunts, NHN. Izuku is standing next to him, supporting him on his right side, saying, hold on. I got you. Izuku gives Jason a smile in return, then puts his arm around Jason's shoulder to assist him in walking. The majority of Izuku's injuries were nearly healed because he wasn't nearly as exhausted as Jason was when they were, but Jason was so exhausted that only the worst of his injuries were healed, leaving the others unhealed. As they make their way to the entrance, they both walk silently past the other examinees. Even the boy with the blue hair and glasses from earlier gets a sly smile from Jason. Once they are separated from the others, Izuku tells his friend, I'm sorry Jokin. His voice is filled with sadness and depression as he says, I guess I'm not going to UA. He makes an unsuccessful attempt to laugh it off. Izuku looks up at his friend and says, we are not going to UA. Jason smirks after turning his head slightly to look down at his friend. His voice is firm as he states, either you go, or neither of us go. That's the plan. Before they reach the entrance, Izuku can only smirk wearily at his friend. A week. They have been waiting for that long. All of the examinees went back to their homes to rest, unwind, and wait for their results to see if they were accepted or not after the practical exam was over for them and everyone else, and after being cleared to leave by the nurse and other medical personnel. 1 week may seem like a short time compared to many things, but for most people, including two particular boys, it was the most agonizing week of their lives. While they were waiting, Midoriya Izuku and Takeda Jason were primarily going about their daily lives, continuing to train and all, but at a slower pace now that they are not under time pressure. On the day of the test, they arrived home and parted ways, Jason doing his best to convey to his friend that he was more than capable of getting there by himself rather than having Izuku walk him there and then double back to his own apartment. After a terrifying day, Jason headed home to unwind with a slight limp, and Izuku followed suit. As soon as Izuku arrived home, with only a few bandages on him because the majority of his wounds had healed, his mother broke down in tears upon witnessing the condition of her infant son, who was doing everything he could to prevent his mother from flooding the apartment. However, it wasn't exactly a pleasant sight for Jason to enter his home with a large percentage of his body covered in bandages, his leg bandaged and limping, and his arm bandaged and supported in a sling to help ease the sore bones in his previously broken arm. Before they started working to make him more comfortable and prepare a hot meal for him to eat, his father was staring in shock at his son's condition and his mother began worrying and swooning over him. He devoured it in less than a minute because he was hungry and exhausted, much to the horror of his parents. He then asked for more, and they gave it to him, though his father cautioned his wife not to stay too long lest she lose a finger. In spite of this, both boys' parents asked their children if they believed they performed well enough to get into UA. Both of them provided straightforward responses to that. Not sure. With their dejected expressions now that the test was over, none of them wanted their children to go into further detail about what might have happened. They were in excruciating pain as they waited day after day, either excitedly or fearfully, for their acceptance or rejection letters to arrive. They didn't even bother conversing with each other because they didn't want to compare their practical notes to find out how well or poorly they performed on the test. Even if they received flawless scores in the written section, their efforts would have been in vain if they had not received a respectable score in the practical. They had a good idea of passing the written portion, but they are concerned about getting in because they don't have much standing in the practical portion. They were both concerned about Izuku's chances of getting in because of his low score. Either Izuku and they both go, or neither of them goes, Jason told Izuku. Jason may have gained some confidence in his ability to make his points, but for him, it's all or nothing when it comes to Izuku. They had no choice but to hope. The news was, to put it mildly, interesting and encouraging for both of them when the letters arrived, but none more so than Izuku, who continues to stare at his desk with the now defunct projector, tears streaming down his cheeks, a smile on his face. I got in. I got in. I got into UA. I made it, he thinks, repeating what he was told on the projector, that he actually entered the United Arab Emirates high school. As he recalls the brief video clip of his friend endorsing him and the girl he saved, his tears start to flow a little more forcefully. Jockin. Thank you. Both of you. He regrets not knowing the girls' names, but if she is accepted to UA he can also give her a sincere thank you. Before thinking about his friend, he uses his sleeve to wipe his eyes. How did Jockin do, I wonder? I am here as a projector. Jason is blindsided because he did not anticipate that the #1 hero would be delivering the exam results to him via a projector recording, and he flinches as he yells, "What in the," on the projector screen. I know you must be surprised seeing me here. Truth be told, I'm actually going to be a teacher at UA. A teacher? Jason asks bewilderedly, not really understanding that All Might of all people is a teacher or that he is wearing a yellow suit. To speed it up, a hand appears off-screen, rolling for All Might. I would go into it a bit more, but my editors tell me I have to keep things short since I have to make a ton of these videos. His depression lasts only a moment before he brightens up and looks directly at Jason on the screen. I know I have to keep going. Don't remind me of how many I have to record. Jason swallows when he hears that, but he remains seated with intense focus. Now, onto the real reason as to why I'm here, your test results. All Might looks off-screen and strokes his chin as he asks, when you were given information on the practical exam, you were only told about the villain points that you were to earn in order to make it in, huh? As he turns back to Jason, his smile appears to widen slightly. Before All Might raises a remote, Jason's eyes enlarge at the news, kind of ironic for a school meant for heroes, is it not? He presses the button and says, check this out. Jason watches as the same blush-cheeked brunette enters a room and approaches Present Mike, fidgeting a little as another screen behind him turns on and displays a recording of the exam. Jason recalls the girl he and his friend attempted to save and asks, it's her? The girl enters a room and says, do you have a sec? Sorry to interrupt. She doesn't appear to be aware that she is being filmed. She showed up when the exam was done to talk about a couple special young boys. Let's find out who she's talking about. There were a couple boys, one with really messy green hair and a bunch of freckles. Can't really describe his face, he looked kind of plain looking and wasn't really standing out or anything. Jason mutters, she's talking about Izuku. And then there was the second boy, which he really stood out. He was carrying this really weird shield thing that kind of looks like it came from one of the robots, and a piece of metal he was using as a bat. He had black hair and was wearing a jacket with a shield on the back. That's? Asks Jason, perplexed that he was mentioned by the girl at all or that he was noticeable in the first place. Jason's eyes enlarge in shock at the girl's request to the teacher. I was wondering, would it be possible to give them some of the points I earned in the exam? For the green-haired boy, I heard him mentioning something about how he only got just 5 points, which seems crazy to think he got so few. How could someone who took down that huge villain all by himself not have enough points to pass by the end? He would have had a better score if he hadn't stopped to help me. And the other boy with the shield, Jason says, staring in amazement at the girl as she starts talking loudly and with such conviction about his friend. However, he gets excited when she starts talking about him. They both saved me. I don't know how many points the second boy got, but I owe them. I have to make it up to them both. Please, sir, can't you just give them my points? Jason says, sitting back in his chair in shock at the fact that a complete stranger is speaking about him and his friend with such emotion and conviction. Jason smiles when he hears this from someone else because they have been isolated from many people for a long time. Before casting a cunning glance at Jason, All Might remarks, both you and your friend Izuku went above and beyond to save this girl. Seeing her speak like this about the two of you shows just how much your actions inspired her. It takes Jason a moment to recall something from this video. Oh, but let's not forget your own words now, should we? He asks. Jason recoils at the sound of his own voice. Hey, excuse me? The teacher and the girl turn to see Jason sprinting down the hallway, struggling to get past his limp and reach the two of them. His body is covered in bandages, but none more so than the sling on his arm. In the video, He lets out a deep breath before standing up and giving present Mike a fierce look. Present Jason can't help but snicker at the slightly shocked looks on both of their faces. Listen, my friend Midoriya Izuku, the green curly-haired boy who broke both his legs and his arm, give him all my points. Izuku, he's going to be a great hero one day, I know it, he just needs the training in order to do it and I know UA can do it. I want to go to UA too to become a hero, but I also want to go in order to help support my friend most of all. If there's anyone I know who has the heart, the will and the drive to become a hero through anything, it's him. I don't want to go to UA if he doesn't get the opportunity to go too. If giving him all my points ensures he gets to go to this school, then I'm willing to do it. The girl next to him as he turned back. Give some of my points to her as well. Wah! She exclaims, startled by the boy's insistence that she give him some of her points. Jason turns to face her, his expression unyielding. He turns back to the adult and says, I owe you for saving my friend. For saving me. I intend to repay it. With a final tone, he concludes, please, give my friend my points so he can get into UA. Jason now grinned at the recollection of what transpired, grinning a little at himself for defending his best friend in that way. Present Mike gestures for Jason to calm down by waving his hands down. Settle down now, bro. Jason can only watch in bewilderment as the man says, no need to worry, you two. The kid's charting well on his own. No need for the two of you to give him your points. All Might clenches his fist and looks up to the side before turning back to Jason. How can such fine and outstanding acts of bravery and heroism go without any form of recognition? He asks. With the 25 villain points you obtained, that would just barely, with your score from the written exam, net you the required points you needed in order to make it into UA. Just barely, Jason exclaims, startled and anxious, recalling his friend. However, Izuku only received 5. Would it mean something if I only just managed to get in? With a loud, joyful tone, All Might says, however, what else you did, guaranteed your place in UA without a doubt. Jason gets excited. Once more, the man himself presses the remote control. What we didn't tell all you examinees was that there was another form of scoring going on as you took part in the practical exam. A summary of Jason's efforts is now displayed on the screen. In one clip, Jason attacks the robot that was going to ambush Kendo from behind. Rescue points. A panel of judges were keeping a careful and watchful eye on the examinees as they went about the exam, grading them not on their combat prowess against the mock villain robots, but on their acts of heroism. He doesn't really remember moving at that point and was just prepared to take the impact for his friend. Another shows him approaching the brunette and lifting the debris off of her before jumping off the roof to catch Izuku. Lastly, he took the full force blow from the robot, breaking his arm in defense of Izuku and the girl before beating it to a pulp. Jason practically leaps out of his seat when he hears, your friend Izuku, for jumping in and saving the both of you from the zero-pointer, despite knowing he would get no points from the machine, finished with only 5 villain points, and won 60 rescue points. Uraraka Ochako, 45 rescue points. The girl they saved is depicted in the photo, and Yu Young Takeda, despite being quirkless, managed to blow every one of the judges' expectations out of the water with your 25 villain points, and earned a whopping 50 rescue points. The loud declaration from All Might causes Jason to slump in his seat. His hands shake as he slowly raises them to his face, holding his face in his hands while he looks at the screen. As he listens to the man continue, he can't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. A tear slides down Jason's cheek as All Might holds out his hand in a closed fist, palm up, and says, congratulations, Jason, you passed. Another tear slides down his other cheek as he says, you came in second in the practical exam. But you are the first quirkless to attend UA High School. You have made history today, my boy, now come. He extends his hand, signaling to Jason that he should accept it if he were present. Welcome, to your hero academia. With the exception of this desk lamp, Jason's room is dark as the projector shuts off. He cranes his head back and looks up at the ceiling before closing his eyes, leaning back in his chair with his hands still on his face. Knowing how cruel the world can be to the quirkless after living it all his life, Jason never thought he would make it, but to learn that he has actually gotten accepted into the nation's top hero school. Grinning, he removes his hands and wipes his eyes before getting to his feet. He keeps grinning as he leaves his room, moves down the hall, and enters the living room. When they hear him enter the room, his parents sit on the couch and then quickly turn around. They both give him expectant glances. He nods once, grinning. His mother's exclamation of delight before she hurries him into an embrace and his father's smirk are like music to his ears. Ding. Jason looks at his phone to see what message he received after his mother finally lets him go and entices her husband to assist in preparing a festive dinner for them. Upon realizing it's from Izuku, he smiles once more. I got in, Izu. He gives a nod in return, then types his response. Me. I did, too. Izu, we succeeded, collectively. Izu. Collectively. Jason sighs one last time and puts his phone in his pocket. You got your books? Yes, Mom. Pencils? Paper? Notebooks? Yes, and yes, Mom. You got your tie? You didn't choke yourself, did you? No, I didn't, Dad. No more than you. That was an accident and you know it. Honestly, you too. Akira sighs and shakes her head at the two, recalling how her husband nearly choked himself a few days ago while attempting to teach their son how to tie a tie. He just gave the excuse that he hadn't had to tie one in a long time. She merely nodded in false agreement, saying, I don't believe you. Today is Yue's first day of classes. Jason was getting ready when his parents were asking him questions, and he was standing in front of his door after tying his shoes. He is dressed in his new school uniform, which consists of a white dress shirt with a red necktie, green-blue slacks, and a gray suit jacket with dark green-blue cuffs and shoulder straps with golden buttons. He will still go to his new school despite the fact that the uniform is undoubtedly different from the mostly black one he wore in middle school. Jason slings his dark blue backpack over his shoulder and says, that's everything. He takes hold of the door handle and opens it, saying, I'm off. I promised Izu I'd meet him at the train station. I better get going before I miss the train. Sweetie, when his mother says, yeah, Jason turns around. He watches with interest as his father crosses his arms and smiles proudly, while his mother gives him a sweet, proud smile. She smiles broadly and closes her eyes as she says, I'm so proud of you. I'm glad to see all your training worked out. His father maintains his smile while giving him a firm nod. He gives his son a thumbs up and says, you did good, son. Now knock them dead out there. Jason is delighted to hear his parents' words of support as he stands there gazing at them. He gives them a smile in return and widens the door. He replies, thanks. It means a lot. I'll see you later, as he dashes out the door, passes through the gate, and leaves to meet his friend. Akira's face is now adorned with a slightly worried expression as both parents watch after their child as he leaves. Do you think he'll make it? Michael, Jason's father, nods grimly but firmly. He puts his arm around his wife's shoulder and holds her close after saying, I put that boy through several kinds of hell, not to mention the lessons he got at the dojo. He better make it. He turns around and returns inside, saying, but I think whatever Yue has to throw at him, he'll push through. He's too stubborn to give up now or at whatever's thrown at him. Akira remains standing at the door and then looks at the floor while letting out a long sigh. Before heading back inside the house, she mumbles under her breath, but that's what's worrying me. You know I'm still not fond of All Might. What? Izuku exclaims to his companion as they ascend the path leading to their new school. How can you say that still? Jason complains, catching himself before revealing their secret. Well, for starters, I'm still not happy with the fact he knew you were going to break your limbs like that with your quirk. But we didn't have a choice. We were on a time crunch and there's no way we could have gotten any more training in 10 months. As they move through the high school's hallways, Jason sighs sorrowfully. I know. Doesn't mean you could have at least some sort of warning beforehand. It probably wouldn't have mattered as much. I probably would have been too scared to use my quirk if that were the case. Jason moans in frustration before giving in to Izuku's argument because he believes there is at least some validity to it. Hey where are we? Are we going in the right direction? Izuku asks, feeling a little anxious as he struggles to quickly locate their class. Jason takes a piece of paper out of his pocket and opens it with a flourish, saying, don't worry. At the news, Izuku exhales with relief. I memorized the map we got. I was leading us as we were talking. Class 1A, should be around here somewhere. Izuku yells, there it is, and gestures to the marker that indicates their class number in front of them. But the door was bigger than they had anticipated. Jason murmurs in amazement at the door's enormous size. Wow. Izuku also exclaims at the door, it's huge, with amazement. Do they have giants here? Jason is about to respond when he recalls the examinee who sat next to him on the bus and wore a multi-armed mask. Although he wasn't as tall as the door that currently stands in front of them, he is unquestionably larger than the typical person. He might eventually start maneuvering through any other ordinary doors rather than just strolling through them. The possibility of other people having quirks that would eventually require the school to make accommodations for people with mutation quirks making them permanently larger, is not far off. I don't know about this year, but I'm sure they eventually have to take into account students with quirks that make them larger. Oh yeah. You're right. Being the top hero school in the country, I'm sure they either have to take into account of peoples with quirks like that, like the heroes Mount Lady and Gang Orca. Either that or they did have people who they needed to make the doors and rooms bigger. Izuku quickly clarifies, and Jason simply nods to the Izuku and inhales deeply because he is anxious about the situation. The most promising students in the country are waiting behind this door. Izuku turns to his friend, perplexed by the second individual he mentioned, and says, "They are. I just hope we don't have to deal with Bakugo or Mr. Stuck Up through the time here. Glasses who called you out before the exam." Oh. Izuku groans sorrowfully at the recollection. Additionally, he dislikes having both of them in his class. But, maybe they're in different classes. Maybe everyone in here is nice. Jason grabs the door and opens it, adding sarcastically, "We're training to be heroes after all. You're probably Take your feet off of that desk now, huh? It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin." Jason looks at the scene deadpan, then raises his head and asks multiple deities, "Why?" while Izuku's expression drops. The boy with the dark blue hair and glasses, on the other hand, is horrified when Bakugo mentions that he has a stick stuck in an unfavorable place. However, he becomes more composed and maintains a more relaxed yet firm posture. He puts his hand on his chest and says, "Let's start over. I'm Iida Tenya from the Sumi Private Academy." Jason murmurs to himself, "Private huh? High class," then explains why he is so strict about the rules. "Sumi, huh?" Bakugo asks, starting his taunt without giving a damn about the boy's past schools. "So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one." Jason and Izuku both shake their heads at Bakugo's typical demeanor. The explosion quirk user's bluntness makes Iida gasp in disbelief. Bakugo laughs and turns away from him, asking, "You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place?" Sadly, it's directly at the door where Jason and Izuku are standing, drawing Iida's attention as well. It's him. Every other student in the class turns as one at the door as soon as he says that. Only now do they both realize that, aside from a few empty seats, the class is nearly full, and now everyone is looking directly at them. Hi." Jason mutters as best he can and Izuku stammers, Hey." Both of them are looking away, not enjoying the attention that is being focused on them right now. "Good morning." Iida starts walking in their direction right away. "My name is." Jason stops the man from approaching his friend by stepping in front of him right away. "Listen buddy, I don't care where you came from or who you are. We've already had to deal with your crap at the entrance exam and I'm done with you. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you both about." Iida interrupts Jason right away, his voice firm but devoid of any anger. As Izuku moves beside his friend, Jason gives the man a perplexed look. Before executing a nearly 90-degree bow to the two of them, Iida takes a step back and stands rigidly, shocking them both. He stands back up and looks at them as he continues, saying, "I humbly apologize to the both of you for my actions during the entrance exam. I judged you both too quickly and too harshly, basing my thoughts on the two of you solely on first appearances when I should have taken at least some time to see you both in action. Your actions during the test all but proved me wrong in thinking neither of you were right to be here. I humbly beg for your forgiveness," he concludes with a second. Both boys look at one another with mild surprise and bewilderment, not anticipating such a powerful and overpowering apology to be directed at them in that manner. Yeah sure. It's no problem." Jason, who has never heard an apology like that, mumbles as best he can, "Yeah, sure man. Your apologies good man. Please straighten up." Iida straightens up and adjusts his glasses, saying, "Thank you. As I was saying before, my name is." Jason ends his introduction with, "Iida Tenya from Sumi Academy. We heard you before." He smiles slightly now that the man has truly apologized to them. Jason points to his friend and says, "My name is Takeda Jason, and this is my friend Midoriya Izuku." Izuku nods and smiles. "Hi. Nice to meet you." Izuku and Jason appear perplexed by Iida's statement, "Midoriya. You realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive, and as I said before I completely misjudged you, I will admit that. As a student, you're far superior to me." Both of them just look at the boy in confusion as he appears to almost extol Izuku. "Do you know what he's talking about?" Jason murmurs to his friend. "He might be talking about the hidden rescue points the exam gave. since I got in just on those mostly. After hearing his friend's explanation, Jason nods. He can somewhat understand the logic of it all. He doesn't want to talk to the students who are enforcing the rules anymore, even though they were both unaware of the hidden points system. "Hey, I know that messed up head of hair," exclaims a loud, vivacious voice. Izuku and Jason turn to see Uraraka, the girl who vouched for them both, has caught up and is saying hello. Jason merely chuckles quietly at his friend's agitated, embarrassed state in front of the girl, but mostly Izuku. Another voice exclaims, "Hey there," with a tone that seems more aimed at Jason. He notices a familiar face staring at him as he turns to face the seated students. He is momentarily taken aback to see the girl with the pink hair and horns who sat next to him in the auditorium in the second seat. "I had a feeling you were going to make it." "Oh, hey. Good to see you," he murmurs uneasily, feeling uncomfortable about how he ended their last conversation. He murmurs to himself, loud enough for her to hear, "I never got your name, I just realized." She smiles slyly and says, "Ashido Mina. It's so good to see we're in the same class. You did promise we were going to be friends, remember?" As he recalls that moment when he was concentrating on simply leaving the room when they were heading to the battle centers, Jason tenses. He didn't anticipate being in the same class as her, but here they are. He hears a slight shuffling sound before he can respond. He turns away from her, much to her confusion as she tilts her head at his expression. He turns to see that his best friend and the brunette who saved them are still conversing, much like a conversation one would have when his green-haired friend is agitated and trying not to look directly at the girl, much to her ignorance as she continues talking animatedly and complimenting him. He looks into the hallway and leans slightly in the direction of the door. The sight of a yellow caterpillar on the floor behind the still unaware girl in the hallway makes him tense. Jason mutters, people," as he continues to lean toward the door in an attempt to get their attention. Jason taps Izuku's shoulder to get his attention, but only Iida notices and asks, "Yes? What is it?" "What's wrong? I can't wait to meet everybody. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now." Iida and Izuku notice the man Jason is staring at, and the overexcited girl freezes at the harsh adult voice. Uraraka looks sideways at the big yellow figure on the ground, which Jason now recognizes as a man wearing what he believes to be a sleeping bag when he opens the zipper to reveal his exhausted, nearly sleep-deprived face. The others are just shocked and perplexed by the strange-looking man, but Uraraka whimpers a little at him as he lies on the ground. The only other thing they hear before the man opens the zipper a bit more and appears to be drinking from a squeezed juice pack or something is, "Welcome to UA's hero course." You can see the astonishment and perplexity on everyone's faces. Jason swiftly drags Uraraka inside and directs everyone to their seats, saying, "Go. Go seats now." Everyone can quickly find out where they should sit by looking at the seating chart on the board. Jason observes that his seat is directly in front of Ashido and the first seat in the class. Joy, Jason muses cynically. In order to avoid being called out by the teacher, he was always content to sit in the middle or back of the room. That was somewhat negated by having a signed seating chart. He does observe that the classroom has 21 seats when UA there are usually only 20 students in each class. The man shuffles out of his sleeping bag and enters the doorway, saying, "It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. But at least you have the common sense to find your seats." It would be an understatement to say that this man doesn't resemble your typical schoolteacher, given his long, scraggly black hair, facial hair fuzz, and nearly lifeless, bloodshot eyes. In addition, he appears to be wearing a big, rumpled gray scarf and is dressed in black. Jason's eyes linger on the pink girl behind him for a brief moment as he peeps around the room, barely able to hear her tense up. However, Jason feels as though the man is staring at him for a few seconds longer than he should have. "Hello, I'm Aizawa Shota. Your teacher. Our instructor?" After the man finished speaking, a few of the students all yelled the same question in their minds. Having done some research on some of the teachers, Jason knows this man is not going to be easy, so he grimaces at the name. "All right, let's get started. Put these on and go outside." Aizawa then takes out what will essentially be their gym attire. On the top and bottom halves of the one-piece track suit, white lines resemble the letters U and A, while on the short sleeves, there are white patches with red outlines. The majority of the suit is dark blue. At the request, all of the students can do is mutter and murmur in confusion. But before long, each student starts getting up, getting their uniforms, and making their way to the gym lockers to change. Jason looks at Izuku. both of them anxious about what their new sensei wants or what he will do. After just a few minutes, everyone starts congregating outside in a sizable open field on the campus's perimeter. As everyone gradually trickles out, some students arrive first and faster than others. As his mind tries to calm his nerves and get ready for whatever might happen, this offers Jason at least some measure of peace. In theory, they should be going to the main campus building to get to orientation, but he has a feeling that might not work out. Jason smiles when he sees that another student has entered his class and heads toward the small group of students who have already gathered close to their sensei. He gives the big, masked student a quick wave and says, "Hey Shoji, you made it." Shoji waves back, "So did you. That's good to see you." Ashido approaches and leans between them, her inquisitive nature taking over, asking, "Do you two know each other?" Jason looks away for a moment and scratches the back of his head, saying, "Sort of. We kind of just met when the practical exams started and that was it." Shoji continues Jason's brief explanation, saying, "We merely sat together when we rode on the bus to the battle center and wished each other luck." Jason responds to the student with multiple arms, "Not really much, kid, but it's good to see you here." The pink-haired girl pouts at Jason to get his attention, then smiles mischievously. "Hey, what about me?" she asks. She continues, "Aren't you glad I made it too? Your friend?" Jason shifts uneasily at the realization that she won't allow him to fulfill the hurried promise he made to her during the entrance exam. "Now that you're all here," their sensei says, cutting through everyone's murmurs. Everyone else has arrived at the field, dressed in their gym uniforms and eager to hear what their instructor has to say, according to a quick glance around for Jason. "I'll get right down to it so we don't waste any more time. You're all going to take part in a quirk assessment test." Most of the students echo his final statement, bewildered that they are essentially being given a test just 30 minutes into their first day of classes. Uraraka yells at everyone, "But orientation, we're going to miss it." Although their teacher has other plans, they are actually expected to attend orientation. With his back to the class and a black bag at his feet, Aizawa says, "If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies." The attitude displayed by their homeroom teacher causes many students to gasp. Many of them are uncomfortable with what he's suggesting. "Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions. That means that I get to run my class however I see fit." As he takes in the man's words, Jason takes slow, steady breaths to get ready for whatever he might do to them next. He looks at each of them while holding up a tablet device and says, "You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before." As he says, the country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Jason stealthily surveys his classmates, noting how most of them appear to have mutation quirks. Aizawa draws Bakugo's attention by saying, "Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball when you were in junior high?" 67 meters, I think." He throws the ball to Bakugo and gestures to the white circle in the ground behind him, saying, "Right. Try doing it with your quirk." After catching the ball with relative ease, Bakugo moves to the circle and performs a few stretches. Their teacher doesn't hold back when telling the student to get to work. "Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Go on. You're wasting our time." Bakugo turns away from everyone and stretches his arms one last time before assuming a pitcher's throw stance. "All right, man, you asked for it." Jason can already see the wide, almost savage smile on the thrower's face as well as the faint pops of explosions occurring in the hand holding the ball. Die. Boom! Bakugo surprised every student in the class except one by using his quirk to create the explosion that his quirk is all about when he threw, as Aizawa had requested. Izuku murmurs in astonished surprise at Bakugo's power and versatility in using his quirk to send the ball far away. "Oh whoa." Jason pinches the brow of his nose and murmurs, "Really? Die?" He is hardly shocked by the force Bakugo unleashed or the loud word he used in conjunction with his throw. Everyone watches as the ball soars high and far into the sky before finally hitting the ground. "All of you need to know your maximum capabilities." The device owned by Aizawa emits a beep. He holds up the device, which shows the distance Bakugo threw the ball, 705.2 meters, and says, "It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero." The distance he threw it was so great that many of the students gasped. A boy with blonde hair and a black lightning bolt streak in it exclaims, "Whoa, 705 meters, are you kidding?" Jason briefly smirks at Ishido's excitement at the display, saying, "I want to go. That looks like fun, before shifting back to his concentration. "This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want," exclaims a boy with thick circles on his elbows and black hair. While the majority of them are excited about the circumstance, Jason feels uneasy when he notices the teacher's gloomy expression. The others are drawn in by the tone of his voice when he says, "So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and playtime? Idiots." He doesn't mince words, not at all. Although others are more obvious of that state, Jason must force himself not to wince at the eerie smile his teacher gives them all. "Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potentials. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately." Huh? What? At once? The majority of the students express their astonishment at this recent development, and Jason flinches this time as he yells in his mind, realizing how much the stakes have increased for everyone involved. His gaze instantly turns to Izuku. Even though he is holding his right hand tightly with his left, he grimaces when he sees his friend trembling and looking scared. "Damn it, Izu," he growls in his mind before sensing that someone is observing him. Just before he turns to look at Izuku, he flinches when he looks forward again and sees his teacher staring at him with the same smile. Not good. Not goddamn good. Aizawa grabs a handful of his hair and pulls it up, giving everyone a smirk and a full, unhindered view of his face. "Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs," Aizawa says, jolting everyone out of their panic. "If that's a problem, you can head home right now." Jason's hands clench tightly at how heavy his teacher is to them at the moment, and he lets out a low, inaudible growl from the others. Uraraka yells, "You can't send one of us home," and Jason is startled out of her reverie. "I mean, we just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair." Jason is on the verge of interrupting her and telling her to shut up to avoid upsetting their sensei. "Oh, and you think natural disasters are?" As he keeps explaining to them all why life is unfair, Jason moans in his mind, too late. Even though it hurts to hear, every example he provides only serves to highlight how correct he is. Or power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So, go beyond. Plus ultra style. Even though his remarks aim to hurt us, he is correct. Jason thinks, flexing his fingers, we're going to have to push it in order to become heroes, and it's obvious he's especially not going to go easy. In a, "come on," motion, their teacher curls his finger. "Show me it's no mistake that you're here." As a result, everyone stops worrying and starts preparing for the challenges that lie ahead. Before preparing to stretch his legs, Jason rolls his neck in all directions and cracks it a couple of times. "Okay, this is the real thing. I have heard of Aizawa Shota, our new sensei, and I can't expect anything less from this school. For obvious reasons, this will not be an easy task." Saying, "Oh, and I almost forgot. Speaking of unfairness," Aizawa grabs the bag and reaches down. "Takeda." Jason jerks slightly when his name is called aloud, but he manages to reach out and pick up the bag that is thrown to him. He glances at the bag in confusion before turning back to face his teacher. Jason complains that his instructor called him out in front of everyone, saying, "Due to your special circumstances." Jason looks down at the bag before zipping it open as Aizawa continues, "I put in the request for you to keep that on you at all times while you're here attending school." Everyone is staring at him. He stares at the object, his eyes widening as he looks in. He reaches in and extracts the object. "Whoa. What the? That's cool." As Jason hefts up his new shield, several remarks are made by his classmates. It is a circular shield made of solid steel with titanium rivets on the front and no decals. Having a shield of some sort to help him withstand hits from both villains and enemies seemed like something that would help him in his hero career, and it is actually one of his support items for his hero costume. Aizawa speaks up, drawing everyone's attention once more, especially Jason, saying, "I pulled that from your hero costume. If you're going to be hero with that giant hunk of metal, then I want you to get used to it like it's a part of you. If you manage to stay, then every day from the beginning of class when the first bell rings to the end of the school day, I want you with that thing at all time. Not once am I or any of the other teachers are to see you without it." His eyes narrow as he looks at Jason. "And I better not see leaving it or dropping it on the ground either when we do these tests." Jason looks down at the shield and locates the straps for it, not seeming bothered by the condition the school has placed him in. "Sir, While I understand the rigorousness you are going to put us through at this time, I find it unprofessional to single out a student like this with a handicap end. Iida's tirade is cut short by Jason's soothing voice. It's okay, Iida. Before making any adjustments, he slides his arm into a strap holder on the inside of the shield. I don't mind. But that shield is just added weight. If it's not a mandatory support item needed to regulate your quirk, then. Jason shuts the glasses-wearing boy up and says, hey. He grasps his shield firmly before turning to smile at Iida. Like I said, I'm good. Just par for the course here at UA. He mentally thanks himself for adding weights to his runs as he rolls his left arm and shoulder to feel the additional weight he's carrying. Iida nods and gives in even though he still appears to want to argue. Everyone gets ready for the challenges that lie ahead. Good, now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. Aizawa didn't waste any time in setting up the 50-meter dash as the first test for the students. Jason watches as the first group of students prepare at the starting line, along with 18 other students from the same class and their teacher. The purpose of the run is not to compete against one another in an official competition, but rather to demonstrate to the students how quickly they can run in a short sprint. Aizawa arranged for students to go 2 at a time in order to cut down on time while simultaneously creating a competitive environment that encouraged students to push themselves and not try to hold back. With the engines of his quirk in his calves already rumbling to get him moving, Jason watches as Iida Tenya assumes a runner's stance on the ground and prepares to sprint. Inquiring about his fellow runner, Asui Suyu, Jason watches her as she is called up to go. Her quirk gives her a frog-like appearance while also endowing her with frog-like abilities and characteristics, such as her dark green hair, wide eyes, and seemingly constant tongue protrusion from the side of her mouth. On the side of the track, a robot that resembles a machine is prepared to time and measure the runners at the beginning and finish of the race. Both runners tense up as they await their cue. Runners, on your marks. Ready, they say. Bang, a gunshot is heard, and both runners instantly take off running. Iida speeds ahead, taking long strides that cover a lot more ground than his fellow runner, and a little cloud of dust is kicked up. As he crosses the finish line, the machine yells, 3.04 seconds. Asui's frog-like physiology enables her to hop great distances along the track, and she leaps past the finish line just a few seconds later. Her time is announced by the machine as 5.58 seconds. Jason just watches as the next 2 pupils are called up. Ojiro Mashiro, a boy with blonde hair whose quirk is centered around his enormous tail, and Uraraka Ochako, the girl who nullifies gravity. It's fascinating to watch Uraraka use her quirk to slightly lighten her clothing so that she has some less resistance when running. Ojiro takes the lead when they start running, though, as he propels himself forward at a much faster rate by using the force of his tail striking the ground behind him. The next 2 are Ishido from earlier and Aoyama Yuga, a dazzling boy who likes to think of himself as having an odd belt around his midsection. Ishido removes her shoes, and Aoyama just spins around with his back to the track and a flared twirl rather than assuming a runner's stance. Ishido uses her acid quirk to release acid from the soles of her feet, enabling her to essentially skate along the ground to the finish line, while he leaps to his feet and a laser beam emerges from the belt where his belly button is located when the signal is given. After initially having the lead, Aoyama's beam fails and he hits the ground, letting Ishido skate past the finish line. Aoyama then gets back up and beams himself across the finish line, finishing just a second or 2 behind his competitor. He turns to everyone and explains why he didn't just throw himself in a single, continuous burst towards the finish line, all the while wearing that ever-present smile. Shooting my beautiful beam for more than a second hurts my tummy. Many of the students mentally refer to him as a tool. Jason shakes his head and facepalms at how he managed to say that while still grinning, but Aizawa is noting the students' present potential and what their maximum potential will be if they continue to attend the class. The 2 boys glare at each other as Aizawa calls out, "All right, Bakugo, Takeda, you're next." Izuku watches the 2 boys with concern. However, they only glare at each other as they walk to the starting line and do nothing else to each other. Jason moves to the right of the lines, while Bakugo advances on the left. Runners on your mark. The device yells. With his feet firmly planted and in the runner's stance, Bakugo growls softly to Jason, "You should quit now before you embarrass yourself." Ready. Jason quickly responds, "Shut it." As he positions his feet, he also releases his hold on his shield and extends his left arm back. Bang, they both take off as the gunshot rings out. Jason moves past the line as soon as the start is given, flinging his shield high into the air with his left arm. He can run toward the finish line at full speed without the shield's added weight. Burst speed. With a sudden explosion of his quirk, Bakugo yells, propelling himself forward and giving his run a huge boost. The fact that he quietly increased the explosion's power to the point where Jason could feel it doesn't help either. However, Jason has experienced the explosion quirk too many times to count and is already accustomed to it. Instead, Jason's hair is blown back a bit and his gym uniform gets a little ruffled. By the time Jason reaches the halfway point, Bakugo has already crossed the finish line, but he isn't concentrating on that. 4.13 seconds. He raises his hand and catches his shield with his left hand just before his foot crosses the finish line. He crosses the finish line and slams hard to the ground, causing his feet to briefly slide across the dirt as he comes to a stop. He inhales deeply and grips his shield tightly to prevent dropping it. 6.24 seconds. He nods, pointing out that it's nearly a minute quicker than his junior high time. Jason turns to face the man when Aizawa calls his name, Takeda. He is not pleased. I thought I told you to keep that shield on you at all times? The accusation doesn't bother Jason. He expected something similar to this to occur. You told me if I stayed I was to have it on me at all time. These tests were to prove if I am worthy to stay, aren't they? You also told me during these tests that I wasn't to drop it on the ground. I didn't drop it, I threw it and caught it before it touched the ground. Jason provides an explanation. Jason endures the glare from Aizawa, who keeps staring at the boy. Jason ignores him and returns to the other students. He is a little irritated that the teacher seems to be watching him closely, but at least he got off his back and went to call the other students. All right, next two, he says. Wow. That was so cool what you did. As soon as he reaches the other students, Ashido expresses her opinions without wasting any time. Although, why did you throw your shield like that? Inquires Kaminari Denki, the boy with the blonde hair. In addition to her curiosity, Uraraka says, yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too. Being the center of attention already surprises Jason more than a little. A new voice, that of Asui the frog quirk girl, asks, it's because of the weight, right? She tilts her head at Jason, who looks at her for a moment before nodding. Essentially, as Iida said earlier, while my shield isn't exactly the heaviest thing out there, since I made the specifications to be as light as they can make it but tough enough to withstand a lot of punishment, which wasn't much they could do, this is still just added weight for me. When I threw it, all that weight was gone and I could run full tilt without being weighed down before I hit the finish line. Many of the pupils listening to Jason's explanation nod in agreement with his logic. The students laugh a little when Ashido says, to be honest, I thought you were going to smack your head with it when it was coming back down. Jason grins at that, a little pleased with the release of tension. Prior to that, he was anxious and merely getting ready for the tests that would be administered to them. He and a few of the others are able to unwind, if only briefly, when a little humor is thrown in. Thanks. He gives her a mental thank you. With the students present, the remaining exams go as smoothly as one might anticipate. The grip strength test was the second exam that all participants had to take. It was an easy test to complete, but it revealed that all of the students had strong muscles and that some were creative. Jason and Izuku weren't at the bottom of the strength spectrum, but they were more on the lower end. Jason only received 49 kilograms, while Izuku's 56 kilograms of grip strength did not place him even close to the lead. Given that his training consisted primarily of cardio and all, Jason knew he wouldn't perform well on the test, so he wasn't disappointed by the score. However, some people were surprised to see the test's top scores, while others weren't. Shoji won first place with a weight of 500 kilograms, while Sato Rikido, a student with big lips, placed third with a score of almost 250. However, Yayorozu Momo, a student who received a recommendation, surprised everyone by placing second. With the odd quirk of creation, the black girl with the spiky hair in a ponytail could create anything that wasn't alive as long as she knew what it was made of. Her ability to create the Jaws of Life machine demonstrates her intelligence and allows her to participate in recommendations. She placed second with a score of nearly 400 kilograms. The standing long jump was the third test. While some students used their quirks to send themselves straight across the sandpit, others used their strength alone to send themselves as far as they could. Bakugo used his explosions to push himself over it, and Aoyama once again displayed his quirk by beaming across it. Asui's strong legs allowed her to jump a considerable distance even though she was unable to fully clear it. Jason was able to increase his score by utilizing the weight of his shield, but Izuku's score wasn't significantly higher than that of the other pupils. As the quirkless student in his class completes the long jump, Aizawa watches him closely. As I've stated previously, there is no justice in this world, and his quirkless status will make it 10 times more difficult for him to achieve hero status. Having watched Jason compete in the practical portion of the entrance exam, he will admit that he held himself well enough against the mock villains, but he pushed himself to his limits fighting them, and only the rescue's points guaranteed his place in UA. Even if he had an absolutely useless quirk, he would be met with many people telling him he can't do it over and over again, no matter how good he does. In order to acclimate him to the feel and weight of such an item for his hero costume, he suggested that he carry his shield around constantly during class. He is a little taken aback by Jason's performance on the tests and the fact that he occasionally even uses that shield to assist him. He threw his shield arm forward as he was ready to jump, but unlike in the 50-meter dash, he held onto the shield. As he makes his way back to the other students, he stares at the student before Aizawa hums softly and calls out the next student. Instead, he held onto it and allowed the weight of it to propel him forward several more feet than if he were jumping normally. The short-statured boy named Mineta Minoru won first place in the fourth test, which involved repeated sidesteps. His quirk was that he had purple sticky balls on top of his head that replaced his hair. They can cling to almost anything, but he manages to get past them. In essence, he simply piled his sticky balls into 2 small piles and then quickly bounced himself off of them, earning him the top spot in that test. The ball throw test, which was the 5th test, was one that everyone had already seen demonstrated at the start of their tests. Bakugo had already taken the test, so he didn't need to go again, but the results were still unexpected. Yaoyorozu went on to create a cannon out of everything and launch the ball far into the distance in yet another astounding display of inventiveness. She just stood in the circle and made the cannon right there because the rules were to stay there and do whatever it took to get the ball flying. Since she needs to reveal skin in order to make her objects, many students, mostly boys, had to turn around, especially one purple-haired boy who was staring at her. Although it was awkward, she was able to enter the scoreboard after having to open up her gym uniform. Even so, that is nothing compared to another student. Uraraka was the next student to go after a few others. When she threw the ball, she didn't seem to be trying very hard, and everyone just watched it climb and climb and climb. Izuku and Jason momentarily forgot that the girl could negate gravity for various objects, but as soon as she threw the ball, they recalled that it would not fall unless she returned its gravity. Which it didn't. Jason was even tempted to ask Yaoyorozu for some binoculars when everyone had all but lost sight of the ball. However, Aizawa quickly caught everyone's attention and showed them the girl's score. To the brunette's embarrassment, everyone's first reaction upon seeing the symbol on the device is, "Infinity?" Everyone is in awe of her score. But how? There's no way that device could have calculated the ball to infinity, even if it traveled into space past the atmosphere. Jason is perplexed. Izuku tries to explain it. Maybe they set it to where once the ball makes it past the maximum range it can stay in contact of the device, then there's no limit to how far they can throw it. Jason agrees, shrugging. I guess. That's about as best as I can see. I can't come up with anything else. Both boys turn to see Aizawa yelling Izuku's name, Midoriya, you're next. Izuku's body suddenly stiffens at the thought of being the next to go. He hasn't exactly received any exceptional scores since taking all the tests thus far, and he doesn't think he's doing well all around. He trembles slightly, constantly thinking about the possibility of being expelled. Hey! The gentle voice taps on Izuku's shoulder, making him flinch. His best friend is giving him a reassuring look when you look at him from the side. Jason tries to soothe his tense friend in a quiet and gentle manner, saying, "You got this. You'll figure out a way. You always do." Izuku nods to him before moving forward in the direction of the circle so as to avoid wasting any more time and incurring Aizawa's wrath. Aizawa throws the ball to Izuku, who catches it and stands in the middle of the circle. He appears to be thinking about what he needs to do to score highly as he looks down at the ball in his hand. Come on, Izuku. Jason tries to think of encouraging words for his best friend, thinking, if anyone can do something to make this work, it's you. Iida states the obvious. If Midoriya doesn't shape up soon, he's the one going home. He was also observing the boy with the green and black hair's subpar performance. Huh? Of course he is. He's a quirkless loser. Jason complains that he isn't in the mood to listen to Bakugo's tirades about his friend anymore. God Bakugo, anything out of your mouth is like angry nails on a chalkboard for me. You want to say that again? The boy growls at Jason, but Jason doesn't even acknowledge him. Iida asks, what do you mean? He has a quirk. Bakugo's attention is drawn back to the boy with the glasses. Did you not hear about what he did in the entrance exam? Huh? Bakugo doesn't understand what he's saying. Jason smiles slightly as he recalls what transpired, particularly how his friend acted swiftly to save Uraraka and himself. Additionally, he grimaces as he recalls what transpired after he used his quirk. As Jason watches Izuku reel his arm back and toss the ball, his eyes enlarge and his breath catches. Izuku appears to have been prepared to launch the ball full tilt into the sky, but it only travels a few meters, leaving everyone perplexed. Even Izuku is perplexed by what transpired. Jason glances sideways and recoils at the sight of his teacher, while Izuku is fixated on his hand in bewilderment. "What the?" he murmurs, perplexed. The other students gradually follow his lead and turn to face their sensei, observing the slight changes in his appearance, including his hair flowing upward and hovering above his head, his red, glowing eyes, and the bandages around his neck that now appear to be slipping and wisping around him, exposing the yellow goggles he had underneath them. Izuku is startled out of his reverie by Aizawa's voice. "I erased your quirk." He looks at his teacher and his new appearance. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Jason's astonishment at the teacher is abruptly replaced by rage as he receives a gloomy stare and glaring daggers in return for what Aizawa said to his best friend. Iida is aware of this. "Those goggles. I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The erasure hero. Eraser head." Izuku exclaims, startled as he realizes who the man is. "Wait, you did what to my, Huh? Various voices murmur their perplexity at the unidentified hero. "Eraser? Who's that?" "He's an underground hero," Jason says, maintaining a neutral expression and drawing the others' attention as Izuku's analysis of the hero and his research with the UA instructors leap to the forefront of his thoughts. As he explains, he crosses his arms, keeping his shield arm balanced on top of his right arm so it doesn't get in the way. He doesn't stand in the spotlight like other heroes do, preferring to focus on the job than popularity, and works primarily at night. Asui supports his information, saying, "Oh yeah. I've heard of him a little. He's right about working on the down low." Jason's fingers tighten around his arms as he hears the man scold his friend, "You're not ready." With a sidelong glance at Jason, Aizawa says, "You don't have control over your power. Were you planning to break bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? Like your friend over there?" Jason mutters a low growl in response to the call. Izuku tries to clarify, "No, that's not what I was trying to do." But Aizawa pulls him toward him by putting his scarf outward. Jason advances a step. "Stop." Jason is prevented from moving forward by a hand clasping onto his shoulder. He turns to see that Iida was the one who stopped him. Jason scowls at Iida's remarks, but he doesn't chastise him. "I know you care about your friend, but Sensei's right. You can't keep protecting him and sticking up for him all the time. You're a good friend for sticking by him and helping, but he needs to stand on his own 2 feet if he's going to make it as hero," Iida concludes. When Iida tells the truth, Jason lets out an angry grunt. "I detest it. I detest it, I detest it," but he's correct. Izuku now has a quirk. His lack of quirk will no longer cause him to be shunned by society. Jason takes deep breaths and starts to relax. His quirk is new and he still has to train it up. He looks at the blonde explosion user out of the corner of his eye and says, "I doubt Bakugo is going to just let bygones be bygones after everything that's happened all these years. And I won't let him." His thoughts become more subdued and angry. "I'll offer assistance when I can, but Izuku shouldn't require it for everything." To the relief of the prim and rule-obsessed boy, he sobers up and steps back, giving Iida a slight nod before straightening himself up. "Iida's right. What kind of hero would he be if I'm the one that keeps helping him all the time?" Aizawa speaks to Izuku in a hushed tone that is not loud enough for everyone to hear because of their closer proximity. Jason doesn't want to hear what the man has to say about his friend, even though he could hear if he focused hard enough. After he finishes speaking, Izuku looks down at what Aizawa has said to him, but he appears to be wearing a defiant expression. The man concludes, "I've returned your impractical quirk. Take your final throw. Hurry and get it over with." He then turns around and returns to the other people. Jason lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding and continues to wish his friend luck in his head. "Please, Izu. Take action. This is something you must do." Iida ponders, "I wonder if our sensei gave him some advice." Jason wishes that were the case, but he is not hopeful. Probably told him to start packing. Jason grunts in frustration at Bakugo's remark. "I'm here, Sherry. What time did Aoyama arrive?" Jason muses as he observes the boy. Trying to console Uraraka, who appears to be just as concerned about Izuku as Jason is. Wait, who are you, again? GCK. The girl's question makes the quirkless boy stifle a laugh. However, Aoyama doesn't appear to be bothered by it and continues to smile. However, Jason smiles a little when he notices his friend muttering to himself in his typical digression, already formulating a plan for using his quirk without totally incapacitating his arm. He must continue with the remaining exams as well. Izuku is thinking deeply as he tries to decide what to do. I'm still unable to manage my power. However, I also can't give up. Should I allow the egg to burst? Should I just give it my all? It could be my only chance to remain at UA. I must give it a shot. His expression changes from one of hardship to one of ferocious resolve, and he grits his teeth. No matter the repercussions. Izuku grips the ball firmly, reels it, and gets ready to launch it forward as hard as he can. As Izuku throws his arm forward with the ball in hand, several people, including one barely concealed observer, become tense. Aizawa-sensei was right about what he said. Jason clutches his shield, waiting to see what will happen. If I can't control my quirk, there's no way I'll ever become a hero. He was correct about my friend as well. I can't continue to depend on Jochen for assistance. If he wants to succeed, he will need to put in a lot more effort than anyone else, much more than I will. He should be more concerned with himself than with me. He grits his teeth in anticipation as his arm curves forward, the ball just about to escape his grasp. I'll have a lot to learn, but I'll do what I can, right here right now. A tiny glow appears on Izuku's index finger, the only finger still in contact with the ball, just before it departs. Smash! Boom! The ball is launched far and high into the air with a loud yell and a loud blast of air pressure, which is a huge improvement over his previous throw. The exertion causes several people to gasp in surprise, and several of them smile at the display. Jason fixes his gaze on his friend's arm. His best friend's condition is his main concern, but he doesn't need to see how far the ball will go because their teacher will show them either way. That determined whether or not he could stay and carry on with the tests. He smiles when he realizes the extent of the damage. A sigh of relief escapes his lips as his fingers loosen their hold on his shield. Even though he still dislikes seeing him in pain, the fact that he was able to lessen the harm by that much indicates significant progress. His finger, only his finger, not his arm, just finger. Izuku turns to face the man, who looks up from the score on the device, 705.3 meters, and says, Aizawa-sensei. He smiles painfully at the teacher, but he still shows that he is going by balling his injured hand into a fist. You see? I'm still standing. This kid, Aizawa's admiring remark about Izuku is barely audible to Jason. Jason murmurs to himself, barely audible to those around him, yes. He smiles proudly at his friend, you did it, Izu. You did it. However, as he realizes something else, his smile changes to one of sadness. You don't need me anymore. He is disappointed by that thought, but he struggles to balance his feelings of happiness for his childhood friend's development with his sadness that he won't need his assistance now that he has a quirk. Growing up, we were both quirkless. People would constantly make fun of us and denigrate us. In order to defend myself from them and, consequently, to defend Izu, my lifelong best friend, I trained and improved my fighting skills. However, he now has a quirk. People will no longer make fun of him for being quirkless. As his thoughts continue, Jason's entire demeanor begins to sulk even more. He can be normal and better than I'll ever be. Kaminari tells everyone he threw it over 700 meters. Uraraka exclaims, niece, he's finally showing us his true power. But his finger appears to be broken now. Just like in the exam. His quirk is very odd, Iida responds. Jason ignores Aoyama's remark, saying, it wasn't a very pretty throw. Jason simply sighs and uses his right hand to scratch his head after unintentionally putting himself in a gloomy mood with his thoughts. The voice says, hey, you okay? Jason turns to face the person, but as he prepares, his eyes meet and enlarge. Naturally, why am I not shocked? I neglected to consider his response. Bakugo yells, hey, and rushes ahead, followed by another. Crap. The loud shouting causes Izuku to look up in bewilderment. Deku, you bastard. With a furious expression on his face, Izuku yells, ah, as his former friend and bully rushes towards him. Tell me how you did that or gra. Bakugo is cut off when he is tackled from behind via something. The explosive user is brought to the ground with such ease that all of the students gasp. Bakugo's attacker rolls off him as he faces plants into the ground, then slides to a stop in front of Izuku on one hand and his feet. As Jason positions himself between Izuku and Bakugo, knees bent and shield raised in front of him, Izuku yells to his friend, "Jokin!" Jason's determined face is all too familiar as he prepares to battle Bakugo once more. Grr! Bakugo snarls in protest at his fall, but he is furious because he realizes Jason brought him down. He glares back at the shield user after using his quirk to propel himself to his feet. Bakugo starts to threaten, saying, "You stupid mutt. I'm gonna put you down once and for all," until a long gray cloth shoots out and wraps around his head and chest, forcing his arms back and craning his head back so he can't even try to attack his intended targets. In addition to struggling and grunting at the abrupt restriction, Bakugo is perplexed by how sturdy the cloth is that is preventing him from moving. He is able to ask the person restraining him, why the hell is your damn scarf so strong?" As he explains, Aizawa is seen gripping the cloth firmly and threatening, saying, "Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Stand down." Even though the tone is not aimed at him, Izuku flinches. Jason lets his guard down a bit, but he doesn't lower it. He frowns and says, "It'd be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eye." Unfortunate. Everyone thinks that powers are amazing. The ability to negate someone's quirk is priceless, but the unfavorable consequence is just awful. The man deactivates his quirk and releases his capture weapon. "You're wasting my time now. Get off the field." Bakugo frowns, giving the two in front of him a fierce glare before furiously returning to the others. Jason eventually lowers his shield after he has gotten sufficiently far away. With the same level of irritation, Aizawa threatens Jason, saying, "Takeda, if I ever see you attack another student like that with that shield again, then I'm expelling you on the spot, got it?" "Yes, sensei." Jason accepts the requirement without question and doesn't even try to argue. Jason smiles as he turns to face his friend. "Come on, let's get back to the others." Takeda. Smack. Because of his training, Jason's reflexes kicked in and he was able to catch the ball that was thrown directly at him out of the corner of his eye, resulting in a small meaty smack. While he looks at the ball before turning to face the person who threw it, he doesn't flinch from the sting in his hand, but some of the other students do from the sound alone. Aizawa gives him instructions, saying, "Since you're already up there, go ahead and take your throw." Jason holds the ball tightly after glancing down at it. He nods as he turns to face Izuku. Giving Bakugo a wide berth, the boy with the green and black hair smiles and nods back before returning to the others. Jason enters the circle, closes his eyes, and holds the ball to his forehead while his mind begins to generate ideas for how to toss it. When Izuku makes it, Uraraka anxiously asks, "Ouch, is your finger okay?" He tries his best to hide it by giving her a tense smile and turning to watch Jason focus. "Yeah, fine." "Well, if you're sure." Uraraka doesn't seem particularly convinced, but she gets a little excited when she sees who will be next. "Oh hey, Takeda is up next. I wonder what's he going to do." Ashido approaches her, just as intrigued and excited. "Yeah, he's been using that shield so crazily. I wonder what's he going to do now," she says loudly. Iida says, "You know, that's another thing I noticed." As the others stare at him, he cups his chin thoughtfully. "I'm curious to know why our sensei decided to give him that shield to try to weigh him down. We also haven't seen him use his quirk once since we started these tests. Midoriya, I can understand with the backlash his quirk has on him." Izuku is shaking with pain from his broken finger. As they start to piece together his friend's secret, Izuku starts to perspire. "But I don't remember seeing Takeda use his." Uraraka continues, "You know, you're right. Back during the practical exam, I barely saw him, but I didn't see him use his quirk either. I wonder if he's an emitter type and it's something we can't see?" She tilts her head in curiosity. "Midoriya." Izuku lets out a startled, "Ah." When his name is called. When it's just Iida, he calms. "You've been friends with Takeda the longest. Can you tell us what his quirk is?" Every member of their small group turns to face the wounded boy in search of a response. The sudden attention he's received from everyone makes Izuku tremble a little. He starts to respond, but pauses when he recalls something from earlier. On the way to the changing room earlier, with their uniforms in hand and prepared to change, everyone heads to the changing rooms to see what their new teacher wants. Izuku tries to keep up, but he falls behind the group. He pauses and turns around to see his best friend approaching him, saying, "Izu, hold up." Curious about his friend's desires, he asks, "What is it, Jokin?" After a few moments of staring at him, Jason turns to watch the other students as they carry on. Before he relaxes, he glances back to see if anyone else is behind them. Do me a favor and don't tell anyone that I'm quirkless. Huh? But why? You know they'll find out eventually? I know, but I want to get through as much of our time in school without anyone forming any opinions of me based on the fact that I don't have a quirk. He advances slowly, encouraging Izuku to follow suit so they can keep up with the class without getting too close to be heard. If we're going to be with these people for the rest of our time in school, then I want their first impressions of me to be me, not as a quirkless, he says with conviction. Izuku looks at his friend with a little wonder. That plan has some logic, and he can see it. People will immediately begin to form their own opinions on that matter alone as soon as they learn that someone is quirkless. By remaining silent, Jason will at least give his classmates the opportunity to develop opinions about him that go beyond simply being quirkless. He nods and smiles at his friend. Don't worry, I won't say a thing. Jason gives his friend a shoulder pat while grinning with relief. Thanks man. Izuku shuts his mouth as the memory comes to an end. Sorry Iida, but it's not my place to tell. You're either going to have to figure it out for yourself, or ask him. Although you may have to figure it out yourself, he probably won't tell you just yet. Very well then. I guess we'll have to just see. I apologize. It's not my place to have you divulge information on your friend. Iida takes a bow. Izuku stops him by shaking his uninjured hand and saying, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Ashido returns their focus to the boy in question by saying, hey look, he's about to go. For his part, Jason has the best idea he can think of to maximize his throw. As everyone looks on, he inhales steadily. Before tossing the ball straight up, he tosses it in the air a few times. Everyone is confused as they all look at the ball that is going straight above him. He pulled his arms back as the ball came back down toward the student, but they were all too busy staring at the ball to notice him. Clang! Everyone recoils when a metal object unexpectedly strikes the ball they were observing. Some of them take a moment to realize that Jason essentially used his shield as a makeshift bat. With his shield in hand, he pulled his left arm back to his right. He also pushed with his right arm just as the ball was about to fall, sending it swinging over his head, where it landed on the edge of the shield and flew through the air. He does get some distance, though obviously not as much as Bakugo and Izuku. Jason looks at his teacher when the ball finally lands. Aizawa keeps looking down at the gadget, taking in the score before raising his head with the same disinterested expression that has been on his face the entire time. 132.3 meters. Jason heads back toward the others, nodding slightly. In 1953, Mickey Mantle hit what experts consider to be the longest hit in baseball history, roughly 656 feet, or 190 meters. Sports have become less serious since quirks first appeared a few centuries later, and most people are no longer as interested in them. As he turns to face his friend, Jason concludes, I'm not exactly going to be hitting any records, but hopefully this score will continue to keep me above water. Aizawa calls up the next pupil, saying, all right, next up. Jason glances to the side and notices Ashido staring at him with her big black and yellow eyes. That was pretty cool. Some of the others nod in agreement as she giddily says, I thought you were just going to throw it, but using your shield like a bat was awesome. Yeah, it was the best thing I could come up with. At the very least I'm hoping it gave me a good enough score. As another student prepares to throw, Iida remarks, we still have a few more of our classmates to go. We'll have to wait and see. Jason murmurs, yes, as he turns his attention to Izuku rather than the other throwers. Jason, who has known Uraraka for a long time, can tell when the boy is lying or maintaining a facade, even though he can see that the boy is attempting to maintain a straight face while blushing a little. He's making every effort to hide the slight throbbing of his broken finger and the pain from showing on his face. As he gets closer, Jason can see that the finger has a big, swollen bruise, and he can hardly hold it in his unbroken hand. He looks around as an idea starts to form in his mind and murmurs, He leaves to go to the larger group of students nearby, saying, I just need some help. Takeda. Ashido asks inquisitively as she observes him leave with a determined look. As Aizawa signals for the next student to leave, the other members of their small group watch with interest. Jason doesn't turn around, instead, he looks directly at the first person he hopes can assist. Hey, excuse me, Zero, right? Black-haired, spiked, downward-facing, straight-toothed, and with cylindrical elbows, Zero Honda shifts his focus from Asui to Jason. Yeah. Sorry to ask out of the blue like this, but can I borrow some tape? Just a little bit, like a foot's worth. Jason inquires. Asui puts a finger to her chin and tilts her head curiously, her tongue protruding from the side of her mouth. He takes out more than a foot of tape, tears it off, and hands it to Jason, saying, Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. This good? Perfect. Thank you. He smiles and nods to the boy, causing Zero to smile back. Then he turns around, walks a short distance, and says, "Hey, excuse me? Yaoyorozu?" The student making the recommendation turns to Jason and asks, "Yes?" He makes another request while Asui and Zero keep staring at him. "Sorry to bother you, but can you make me a couple metal plates? Like small enough to be the same size as one's index finger?" Asui whispers to Zero, "I wonder what he's doing." Zero shrugs, "Beats me." She still appears perplexed as her left hand briefly glows and two steel metal plates emerge from her palm. "Oh, sure, I guess I can do that." When it's finished, she extends them to him. "Is this good?" After holding them and examining them for a moment, he smiles at her. He bows slightly to her and says, "They're perfect. Thank you very much." She blushes slightly at the brief but abrupt compliment, saying, "Oh, no worries." Jason now walks a short distance to the other student who was recommended. "Excuse me, Todoroki?" Jason asks as he approaches the last student he needs to assist. The second student to enroll at UA was Todoroki Shoto. On advice, has a strange hairstyle with his hair half red and half white, split down the middle, and a burn scar that extends from his hairline to the top of his cheek on the left side of his face. Since everyone arrived at class, the boy has remained silent and has been using his ice quirk to improve his test scores thus far. He turns and gives Jason a passive stare while displaying no emotion. Jason holds up the two metal plates he received from Yaoyorozu and asks, "I'm sorry to bother you, but could you cool these down for me?" Todoroki looks at the plates he is holding and then looks back at Jason, his expression remaining mostly unchanged. "Why?" Jason responds in a heartbeat, "To help my friend." After a moment of the icy quirk user not responding, he adds, "I'll owe you whatever you need within reason." Todoroki looks at him without moving. Yaoyorozu joins Zero and Asui in their inquisitive gaze as they observe the conversation. "Do you know how to make soba?" "No, but I can learn. I like soba. I'll make you soba for a week for lunchtime." "Okay." Jason puts the plates in Todoroki's outstretched hand. When he does, a thin layer of ice covers the outside of the plates and a chilly mist covers Todoroki's hand. "There." Jason accepts the plates and says, "Thank you." He is pleased with how cold they are. When Todoroki nods in agreement, Jason turns around and returns to his original group of friends, ignoring the looks he receives as Aizawa calls up another student. "After school, tell me how you like your soba and I'll start bringing a bento box tomorrow for you, Izu." "Huh?" Jason holds out his hand and demands, "Give me your hand." He murmurs uncertainly, "Okay," and starts to reach for Jason. He clarifies, "The injured one." At that, Izuku winces and then fakes a smile. "Come on, Jockin. You don't have to worry, it's not that." Jason cuts him off, grabbing his wounded hand with force and pulling up. Izuku yells, "Ah!" And then, to stop himself from yelling, thrusts the knuckles of his uninjured hands into his mouth. Jason didn't actually grab the broken finger, but the abrupt movement of his hand was enough to cause the pain to intensify. Uraraka exclaims, "Hey, watch it," in concern at the suffering Izuku endures. "Please do not injure our fellow classmate any more than he already is." Iida uses a chopping motion to reprimand Jason. Yeah. Jason looks at the broken appendage carefully, ignoring them. The finger is clearly broken. Jason can't tell how many times the various bone segments in his index finger are broken, but every movement will cause the pain to worsen along with the dark red, gradually turning purple bruising that covers the entire finger. Jason frowns as he gradually notices blood beginning to appear on his nails' edges. He braces his friend, and Izuku nods as Jason starts working. "Okay. Bear with me, Izu." Izuku grimaces in agony as Jason grabs his finger, closing his eyes and clenching his uninjured hand. He carefully positions the two metal plates, which are still cold, on opposite sides of his finger. Izuku flinches at the contact and the abrupt temperature change, but he begins to calm down as he feels cool. In order to stop his broken finger from moving, Jason then uses the tape he received from Zero to securely wrap his finger in the plates. He asks, "There. How do you feel?" Izuku looks at his fractured finger, which is now securely bandaged with white tape. The tightness of the wrapping causes a slight ache, but the coolness of the homemade splints reduces the swelling and somewhat dulls the pain. He even tries to move his finger, but he is unable to agitate it aside from a slight increase in pain. He exclaims to his friend, "It's good. A lot better than before. Thank you," to the relief of the shield holders. "No problem. It's not the best patchwork, but I'm glad I was able to do something." That should hopefully last while we do the rest of the tests. Just do what you can to make do. I will. Ashido, Iida, and Uraraka all grin at their display together and Jason's prompt application of bandages to Izuku's wound. Aizawa merely gives them a sidelong glance before getting back to work on determining whether this group of students has potential. So far, he has been pleasantly surprised by a few of them. The final tests they must complete are sit-ups, seated toe touch, and the long-distance run. The sit-ups were quite simple. Higher grades were attained by those with stronger cores. Izuku came in second, but not last, and Jason received a score that was satisfactory to him. With the addition of the makeshift splint, the pain from his broken finger was slightly lessened, enabling him to concentrate on performing as many sit-ups as possible. Touching your toes while seated is also quite easy. Simply sit down and stretch as much as you can. For that, the majority of the more flexible pupils, mostly girls, were able to receive high grades. When the cold sensation was beginning to fade, Izuku's finger made it difficult for him to concentrate on pushing forward as much as he wanted. However, Jason was able to achieve a fairly high score on this test because of his parkour skills and the stretching and running he has done for his different fighting styles. Only a small number of students really stood out when it came time for the long-distance run. It goes without saying that Iida was able to take the lead from everyone right away and maintain it for most of the run. On the other hand, Yayorozu once again demonstrated her genius by creating a tiny scooter out of nothing and riding it to first place. Making the thing initially took her some time, but she more than made up for it. Students who were more athletic received some respectably high scores. Despite not performing as well as he would have liked due to the pain in his finger, Izuku still outperformed a few students. However, this was Jason's initial test. Unlike some students, he did not immediately begin running and sprinting when the signal was given. In order to maintain a steady, true, and even run, he paced himself. He also took care to breathe correctly during the run. Eventually, he was able to easily pass them as everyone began to breathe heavily. In order to ensure that his weight is evenly distributed throughout his body and that he doesn't have excess weight on one side, he tied the strap of his shield to his back. He managed to place third in the test thanks to his cardio training, but it left him exhausted after Yayorozu won first place and Iida came in second. After pushing himself so hard, Jason was hunched over next to Izuku after the run was over, taking deep breaths. He was able to give this run his all because it was the final test. By the time everyone gathered to hear the test results, his breathing had returned to normal, but he continued to take steady, deep breaths. "Dude, you okay?" Jason asks as he turns to see Kirishima Ejiro, who has spiky red hair and sharp teeth, staring at him with mild concern due to his labored breathing. Additionally, Kirishima has a hardening quirk that makes it possible for him to fortify his body, making it more resilient and powerful. Jason straightens up a bit and gives him a nod. Yeah, I'm good. Just catching my breath. Give me a few minutes and I can keep going." Jason is somewhat boastful. Even though he won't be able to run as long as he used to, he can still jog for a considerable amount of time after getting some rest. "Dude, are you serious? That's so manly. You ran for so long, how'd you do it?" Aizawa draws their attention by saying, "Okay, that's it for the tests." Jason mumbles, "Later." As they return to the other pupils, Jason approaches Izuku and stands beside him, both of them gazing at the instructor and his announcement. Jason can hear Izuku beside him becoming tense at the news. "All right, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual's score." When a button is pressed, a holographic screen showing each person's position during the testing appears directly in front of them. Jason starts searching for his name from top to bottom right away, while Izuku closes his eyes for a few moments to gather his thoughts. Jason observes the names with a critical eye. First, Momo Yayorozu. 2. Shoto Todoroki 3rd. Katsuki Bakugo. Jason laughs. 4. Tenya Iida 5th. Fumikage Tokiyami 6. Mezzo Shoji. 7. Mashirao Ojiro 8. Eijiro Kirishima 9. Mina Ashido. 10. Ochako Uraraka. Jason nods and grimaces, not really expecting Izuku or himself to place in the top half. 11. Koji Koda 12. Rikido Sato 13. Suyu Asui 14. Yuga Aoyama. 15. Jason Takeda. He's happy to see that he's not last, so he smiles, but as he begins to search for his friend, his smile fades into a frown. 16. Honda Zero 17. Denki Kaminari with every name. He grits his teeth in frustration, and his breathing becomes more tense amid his exhaustion. 18. Kyoka Jiro. Come on, come on. 19. Toru Hagakuri. Please. 20. Izuku Midoriya 21. Minoru Mineta. Jason lets out a low, breathless laugh that only he can hear as he slumps with relief. A side view reveals his friend looking at the scoreboard with relief-filled tears in his eyes but incredulous eyes. Izuku looks at him and smiles slightly as he pats his friend's shoulder. Jason smiles back at him, nodding in agreement. And I was lying. No one's going home. The information causes both boys and everyone else to freeze. When Jason remains motionless, his hand slightly tightens on Izuku's shoulder, and his eye twitches. Izuku's smile vanishes as his expression changes to one of disbelief. However, he does experience some fear and anxiety. Many of the students yell in shock, disbelief, and mild rage at this deception. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all in the tests. Despite barely making it through, Izuku can't help but express how pointless this was. However, Jason just tries to calm his mounting rage by facepalming. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry. I guess I probably should have said something. Yeah, you should have. The majority of the students agree with the first-place girl's statement as some glare at her, with the exception of Mineta, who falls to the ground in joy and begins saying, "Thank you," repeatedly while Jason stares at the girl in confusion. He says simply as he leaves, "That's it. We're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning." He doesn't say anything else encouraging. Izuku sighs with relief as Jason lets out a frustrated breath. Oh my god. Midoriya. He gives Izuku an excuse note to go to the nurse, saying, "Take this and go have the old lady fix you up." He takes a few steps and then fixes his gaze on Jason, saying, "Things are gonna be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins. Make sure you're prepared." The boy with the shield tightens his hold on the man and says, "Nice patchwork." He looks at Izuku before turning to leave. "Better keep coming up with ideas with that shield of yours. It's gonna keep getting tougher from here on out." Before turning the corner, Jason stays there and blinks a few times before focusing on his new sensei. At last, he can't believe what he just heard. Jason murmurs, "Did he just compliment me?" Izuku murmurs back, uncertain, "Maybe?" The new whispering voice causes Jason's head to snap back to the other side, revealing still familiar black and yellow eyes. "I think he did." "When do you get here?" She responds cheekily, "Just now." Jason rolls his eyes as Izuku laughs at her response. He recalls something abruptly, and his eyes enlarge. He turns and yells, "Hey, Yaoyorozu," to her. For a moment, she appears perplexed as Jason approaches her without being as tactful as he usually is. "What did you mean you figured it out? About the deception? That was a real threat that Aizawa-sensei would have gone through if we didn't have any potential." She responds neatly and fluidly, with a faint undertone of pride at recognizing the blatant deception. No offense, but that doesn't seem right. No teacher should have the power to expel any student on the first day, based on a single test, not after we already proved ourselves in the practical exams or by getting recommended. It just doesn't make sense, so I wasn't really bothered by the obvious lie. Jason, however, doesn't see it that way and gives her a sardonic look while a few of their classmates turn to face them. He sighs, pulls out his phone, and starts looking for something. "Aizawa, that was a rotten move." Meanwhile, the loud voice of the number one hero causes Aizawa to pause and turn to face the big, constantly smiling hero before he can get to a quiet place to sleep. With a hint of irritation in his voice, he asks the yellow suit hero, "All Might, so you were watching? No talk shows today?" All Might confronts the weary man, saying, "A rational deception. That's cute, but you're not exactly known for being lighthearted. I read your file. Last year you expelled an entire class of freshman students. You have no problem kicking students out. Anyone you deem unworthy. You were planning to send last place home. That's why you allowed an extra student to enter your class." All Might points to the sleep-deprived instructor, "So that could only mean, you see the same kind of potential in young Midoriya and Takeda that I do." The big hero stiffens at the charge, saying, "What is this about? It almost sounds like you've been in their corner the whole time." Aizawa starts to leave, saying, "Isn't it a little early for you to be playing favorites?" After a few steps, Aizawa stops walking and turns to glare at the well-liked hero once more. "They don't have zero potential, I'll admit it. If they both got the lowest scores then I would have sent them both home after class without hesitation. And don't think I like how you persuaded the others to allow them both to go into the same battle center during the practical exam. If they had leaned on each other during the whole test, I can assure you I would have pushed for them to not attend. He finishes by stalking off. As he moves, All Might looks at the man, observing his harsh demeanor while showing concern for himself. However, it's clear that he will pay close attention to Jason and Izuku. All Might simply sees a problem. Read this. After finding the article he wanted to show Yaoyorozu, Jason returns with the students and holds out his phone to her. He observes that Izuku has already departed to have his finger fixed. She gives him a perplexed look before picking up the device and starting to read, occasionally mumbling to herself. In a surprising action, Aizawa Shota expelled an entire group of students last year. What? Huh? A number of students approach them, perplexed by the first-place girl's loud outburst. Jason murmurs, taking a small pleasure in the girl's confused expression. Keep reading. She reads the article aloud while gazing at it with wide eyes. What most people would consider as a massive form of controversy, Mr. Aizawa of UA Academy, who has been known to in the past to expel students he deemed unworthy of teaching, made the monumental and highly questionable decision to expel his entire group of students on the first day. She explains what surprised her so much. The first day? Kirishima asks, astonished. Zero exclaims, the whole class? In shock. With his tail a little stiff from the news, Ojiro asks, when was this again? Jason reiterates, making sure everyone hears, last year. He expelled his entire class just last year. Continues, many tried to get a statement from the teacher, but as reporters tried to get an answer as he was about to enter the gates of UA, he only had one comment to say. They had no potential. Any further attempts to get answers were met with silence, ignoring looks, and a statement from the principal restating how UA gives its teachers freedom on how to conduct their classes to allow for better means and potential to mold the next generation of heroes. She concludes the piece. Her hands drop forward, and she displays a look of complete incredulity that the threat of expulsion was real this time and not merely a ploy. This is because their instructor has used expulsion extensively in the past. This still seems to surprise a lot of the other students. Jason says, look at it this way, taking his phone from the limp girl's hand and putting it in his pocket while grinning mischievously. Having said that, he starts to head back inside to change out of his gym uniform. He said he gets rid of people without potential. We all passed, we all have potential from the strictest teacher in UA. The fact that none of his classmates were canned makes them feel better, even though the majority of them are still shocked by this. The day concludes as one might anticipate. It was a short day for everyone because it was the first day and all that was required of them was to go to their homeroom and get acquainted with their teacher and classmates. Even though the students in 1A did not attend orientation, their teacher did give them a reality check, so after the first lesson, it's just a matter of keeping up with the remainder of the school day. Now that school is out, Jason and Izuku start to leave the building through the front doors, dressed in their regular school clothes, and make their way home. Jason will need to return in the morning before school begins to retrieve and hold onto his shield since he had to lock it in his locker. Even though Recovery Girl has completely healed Izuku's finger, it is still sensitive despite the advanced healing. The old homemade bandage has been removed, and it is now wrapped in gauze, but it is no longer in excruciating pain. Iida walks with them to the train station, saying, I was a bit concerned by Aizawa-sensei's approach to class. With a gravely critical expression, he says, but I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program. He then gives in and crosses his arms. Even so, lying is downright immoral. You got that right. Jason merely complains as he passes between the two, not feeling particularly happy about what happened just moments before, while Izuku smiles at the new light he sees Iida in. I can understand the deception to make us push ourselves more, but that was still a little much. I concur. I hope he doesn't decide to do any more rational deceptions, as he likes to call them. Otherwise, how are we to trust our instructors if they keep lying to us? Amen to that. Izuku grinned at their meager level of camaraderie. Although things didn't go well at first, they are now able to communicate and engage in lighthearted banter. Hey! Wait up, you two! Wait for us! The small group stops and turns around when they hear two loud voices behind them. With broad smiles on their faces, Uraraka and Ashido run up them with their boundless energy. Uraraka yells, Are you going to the station? We'll join you guys, as they run towards them. Iida says simply, Oh, you're the Infinity Girl. Ha! A little bark of laughter from Ashido. For her part, Uraraka just scratches the back of her head in shame. Infinity Girl. That's so true and I love it. She gives them a big smile and says, "Anyway, I don't think we all were introduced properly to each other. I'm Ashido Mina." Before turning to face Iida, Uraraka introduces herself appropriately, saying, "And I'm Uraraka Ochako." She looks at Izuku after the glasses-wearing boy nods. "Let's see. You are Iida Tenya. And your name is Deku, right? Midoriya?" "No." The loud outburst makes all four of them wince. Before Jason calms down and inhales deeply, they stare at him with a critical, desperate expression on his face. He sounds almost exhausted, and not just from the effort he put into the tests, when he says, "No, please no, just, no." Izuku asks, almost alarmed that someone else would call him that, "Wait, Deku?" Still taken aback by the loud outburst, Uraraka starts to say, "Oh, well," before turning back to Izuku. "Yeah, isn't that what Bakugo called you? During the fitness test," he said. "Deku, you bastard, right?" Jason moans at the recollection. He almost spits out the name. "No, it's not, Deku." Ashido adds, "I thought it was Izu." She asks Jason, "Isn't that what you called him?" Izuku clarifies his name by saying, well, my name's actually Izuku. Deku's what Kachan calls me to make fun of me." That's unsportsmanlike. He should not refer a student in such a derogatory term. Jason mutters, there are a lot of things he shouldn't be doing. Jason smiles at the miscommunication as Uraraka says, "Oh, I didn't realize that, I'm sorry, but, you know what, I like, Deku." He scowls once more. It'd make a great hero name. Kind of gives a, never give up, kind of vibe, you know? Plus, I think it sounds kinda cute. At that, Jason complains. "I can appreciate her attempt to lighten the situation, but I will not permit anyone else to call him Deku it is." If his flushed, glowing face is any indication, Jason practically falls to the ground at how easily Izuku accepts the name because of the adorable girl who is speaking to him. "Are you kidding me?" Jason furiously glares at his friend as he immediately gets back up. Just like that, Iida is equally taken aback. "Weren't you saying that it was an insult?" Jason asks incredulously, "For like the entire time I've known you?" Still perplexed by everything, Ashido continues, "That doesn't seem right." Izuku essentially ignores them as he turns around and says, "Paradigm shift," while covering his flushed face with his hands. The last line, "My whole world is upside down," makes him laugh. Wait, what? Uraraka is perplexed by everything at this point. Jason slaps his face and then drags his hand down, humming in frustration. I've been trying for years to stop with that hellish nickname, and here he is embracing the insult like it's nothing. He looks at his blushing, laughing friend and then the girl who suggested it, his hand leaving his face. He shakes his head and lets out a sigh. He straightens up and clears his throat to attract their attention. And to think, all it took was for a cute girl to suggest it. Can we please continue? We're gonna miss the train otherwise." Izuku nods and says, "Oh, you're right, Jokin. Let's get going everyone." The others follow. Ashido looks at Jason in confusion and asks, "Wait, Jokin?" She asks, "But I thought your name was Jason?" "It is." Izuku says, "That's my nickname for him." Jason snickers as he sees his friend turn into a red tomato once more at the Infinity Girl's remarks. "Oh, that's cool. I like it." Jason's snickering smile changes to a weary grin as Ashido asks naively, "Hold on a second, didn't Bakugo call you Mutt for some reason?" Iida recalls the incident and responds, "That's right. Back during the fitness test when you tackled him to prevent him from attacking Midoriya." He asks Jason, another derogatory term I assume. The boy with the glasses looks down in disappointment at his previous actions toward the two of them. "Yep. Because I tend to hang out with Izu all the time, and more often than not tend to try to help and protect him from Bakugo's crap, as you no doubt have noticed and been on the receiving end of Iida," he says. With a hint of irritation in his voice, Jason concludes, "Bakugo has taken to calling me Mutt because of it. A dog who follows his owner around constantly." Iida murmurs that Bakugo is quite a character. Ashido pats Jason's back and jubilantly adds, "Aw, come on. That's not so bad." They all look at her strangely. Not the Mutt part, the rest of it. Aren't dogs man's best friend basically? With a confident fist raised, Uraraka exclaims with joy, "Yeah, loyal, faithful, fierce companions who help keep their friends company and protect them." Izuku and Jason both look at the girls, astonished by their reasoning, even as they continue to walk. Jason murmurs to his friend, "What's with these girls? It took them less than an hour to turn the meaning of our insults into something better." "I know, right?" Izuku responds upbeatly, "It's so cool having new friends now." Jason gives the others a quick glance before expressing his friend's feelings. "Friends, yes, I understand that." "Hey Takeda, Jason." When he interrupts her, Ashido asks in confusion, "Huh?" He turns to her and smiles at her, "Call me Jason." Ashido smiles and says, "Okay, Jason, but what about you with Izu?" She inquires about the nickname. "That's my nickname for Izuku." She gives him a sardonic look and says, "You literally just shortened half his first name." Jason averts his eyes in shame. The group laughs a few times as he complains, "Well, I'm sorry. We didn't exactly have a lot of friends for me to come up with catchy nicknames for a lot of people." He exclaims, "Anyway, I kind of have different tiers when it comes to my friendship and all. For strangers and mutual acquaintances, I simply stick to their last name as Japanese culture dictates, but having first learned and lived with one of parents being an American his whole life, I'm more partial to the first name basis. So when I consider a person an actual friend is when I'll kind of switch to just first names. Lastly, my closest and dearest friends, I'll give them a nickname, whether it's shortening a part of their name or something else entirely. Nothing exactly extravagant, but it's the best I got." It can be heard that no Jason thinks about it. After that round of interrogation, everyone keeps walking to the train station while engaging in casual conversation. "Oh hey, Jason." Jason pauses when Ashido calls his name, causing them to lag slightly behind the group during their brief conversation. She gives him a slight smile and says, "You know, I just want to say, I'm sorry." He is confused as to what she means when she asks, "Sorry? Sorry for what?" She explains, "About the whole friend promise thing. I admit I kind of put you on the spot during the entrance exam with being friends thing. I don't want to make things awkward or weird in that sense. So instead of catching you off guard like that, how about we start over and start off as real friends?" She beams with pride as she raises his hand. "Hi. I'm Ashido Mina. I hope we can be good friends during our time at UA." Jason looks at her for a moment, a little taken aback by her apology for her aggressive friendliness since they first met. He was uneasy with her forwardness of it all, but he wasn't really put off by it. He was simply unsure of how to move forward with the friendship from Ashido because his two friends, Midoriya Izuku and Kendo Itsuka, were never this forward when they first met him. For Izu, it simply resulted from the fact that they both shared the trait of being quirkless. For Ken, it was because they shared a dojo for several years prior to her moving away, creating a friendship that was both friendly and competitive. However, Jason had never encountered someone as direct as Ashido, so he wasn't sure how to approach her beyond the occasional remark. He can now appreciate her sincere desire to be friends and her apology, just as he did when Iida apologized for his actions when they first met. Jason gives her a smile in return. He shakes her hand and says, "Hey, my name's Takeda Jason. I'd be happy to be your friend during our time in UA." "Super. Hey, you too." They look forward to the fact that they are so far behind their other three friends now that their friendship has been firmly established. Uraraka laughs and yells, "Hurry up. You're lagging behind," with a laugh. Jason exclaims, "Crap," and dashes ahead to catch up. Wait for me," exclaims Mina, shocked by how quickly Jason moves to catch up to them. How on earth is he moving so quickly? She jogs up to them while yelling in her head. It doesn't take long for everyone to reunite and arrive at the train station in time, a few minutes later. As the train comes to a stop in front of them, Izuku says, "Well, this is our ride." As he and Izuku board the train, Jason says to them, "Good hanging with you all. Let's do it again sometime." In agreement with the concept, Uraraka says, "No problem. Walking here was fun. Anyway, we'll see you in class tomorrow." They all laugh and smile when Iida talks about their new school, saying, "Indeed. Let's strive to make our continued attendance at UAA grade 1. Before the train departs, Mina says, "Yeah, oh, Jason, I almost forgot to ask you." He asks, "What about, Kirishima wanted me to ask you about how good you were at running during the tests. Is it your quirk?" Asks Uraraka and Iida, who are curious about Jason's quirk but are unaware of it. After exchanging knowing looks with Izuku, Jason smiles at the girl with the pink hair. The doors between them close after he concludes, saying, "No, it's not my quirk. I just go through a lot of training." "Training? That's it?" she exclaims in a panic as the train starts to move, compelling her to run along the platform in order to continue speaking. "How? What type of training?" He asks. "Come on, you can figure it out. You're a smart girl, aren't you, Mina?" As Mina is running out of platform to run and the train is starting to leave the station. With her arms flapping in frustration, she exclaims, "But I hate studying." She finds the idea of studying for school to be awful enough, and she doesn't want to study her friends either. However, the train has already left and is well out of speaking range, so it's too late. She hums angrily at Jason sidestepping the question while pouting cutely with her arms crossed. Uraraka and Iida start to perspire at the display. Jason and Izuku stand inside the train, gripping the handle straps above as it gently jostles down the tracks, and Jason remarks, "Well, that was something." Izuku adds wearily, "Not exactly what I was expecting for the first day of class." Even though the day was shorter than their typical school day, they still had to work hard to meet their extremely strict instructor's expectations. "No, it was not, but I think we did learn a thing or two from it, and we made some friends." Jason smiles. "That's right, we did. For so long it was just the two of us. Now we actually have others we can call friends now." Izuku exclaims, joining in the excitement surrounding the idea. He smiles resolutely before glaring at his friend. "Today was tough thanks to Aizawa-sensei's test, and we both know it's going to be even tougher as we attend UA. But at least now we're not alone. We have other friends who can help us and we can help them when we all need it. We can do this, Jokin." "Yeah." Jason continues, recalling how he wanted to step in when Aizawa was lecturing Izuku during the test. The only thing that made sense to Jason was Iida's quick thinking and words, which probably saved him from looking foolish if he tried to attack a teacher. A pro hero, of all people. He would be overjoyed to make new friends, even old ones, if he could locate Kendo. "With friends, I think we can." As they return home by train, they sink into a cozy silence. The first day of classes was coming to an end, but the second day was quickly approaching. They were introduced to the entire school day, including English, history, lunch, math, and other subjects, rather than just attending their homeroom class as they had on the first day. Everyone was getting to know all of their teachers rather than just one, so as the day went on, it began to feel like a typical school day. Present Mike was teaching English, which was the first subject on the list. The heroes would benefit from learning English because the vast majority of nations in the world have a sizable population of English speakers or people who are bilingual in English and other languages. Being proficient in just one language or not knowing the appropriate language for the nation or province they are in would be disastrous for a hero while they are on the job. After all, if a hero doesn't understand or know how to communicate with a civilian, it can be difficult to determine whether they need assistance, saw something suspicious, or are able to ask questions. Jason was a natural in the class because he had learned English first. He was also very good at showing off his English, especially since he has spent most of the time speaking and writing in Japanese. When it came to answering questions, he even matched Yayorozu. For Jason, being able to speak both Japanese and English was a huge advantage. Even Izuku was doing well because of his analytical and exceptionally intelligent mind, as well as the fact that he had spent the majority of their lives together as friends. To be sure, the history class was fascinating. According to author and philosopher George Santayana, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. It is important to pay attention to history so that future generations don't repeat the same destructive mistakes. Even so, learning about the history of modern hero art can be challenging, especially for men, when Kayama Nomori, the R-rated hero, Midnight, is instructing the class. Not all of the men, and perhaps a couple of girls, were staring at the teacher while she was teaching or purposefully making flirtatious gestures to make fun of her students. Iida, Bakugo, Izuku, and Jason were among those who managed to stay focused on their work. Some of those reasons include the fact that one person is completely preoccupied with school rules and the significance of paying attention in class. Another is constantly bored and angry as the lesson drags on. A third is fanboying at seeing her in person and is thrilled to be learning from her. And Jason, although he enjoys her appearance, is still focused on his work, the pain, and the memory of his intense training remaining firm in his mind formed to not slack off at all. Ishiyama Ken Cementos teaches the class on modern literature. Although there isn't much to say about the class itself, some students found it fascinating to see the hero in person. He was eager to share with everyone that he has essentially been able to construct the vast majority of all the buildings in UA, from the school to the battle centers where the students took the entrance exam, thanks to his cement quirk. When lunchtime arrives, students take great pride in the fact that their meals are being prepared by the cook hero, Lunch Rush, Ranchi Rashu, even though there isn't a teacher for obvious reasons. There is never a shortage of food at the cafeteria because he can prepare a lot of food in a short period of time, and it is also very delicious. There is also always a wide variety to suit the palates of many people. Naturally, Jason kept his promise and gave Todoroki the bento box containing the food. Jason would return it after finishing his meal and replenish it for the following day, and so on, for the remainder of the week. He needed to persuade his mother to assist him in getting there. The pro-hero ectoplasm is in charge of the math class, which many find dull. Some even find the teacher a little frightening due to his appearance and occasionally his voice, but there's no denying that he's an excellent educator who wants to improve his students' academic performance. Even though all of those classes are significant in the big picture, it should come as no surprise that every student, particularly those in Class 1A, finds this particular class of the day to be their favorite. Basic Hero Studies. Nobody was entirely certain who would be teaching the class, but since UA is essentially a hero school, many students thought the other classes were dull and brought back memories of middle school. The majority of the 1A students were giddy with anticipation as the class was set up for them to start training and working toward their hero careers. The room is filled with idle chatter as everyone discusses various topics, but the majority of them are primarily excited about the class starting, even though it hasn't officially begun yet because there isn't a teacher yet. Jason sighs in response to Mina's accusation behind him. "You know you never answered my question yesterday." She has been nagging him about his sudden departure yesterday, which infuriated the girl who looked like a pink alien insect. Kirishima, who no longer wanted to know the answer to his question if Mina persisted, even attempted to calm her down. But, out of spite, the girl said no and is now attempting to get an explanation. He reclines in his chair and responds casually, "Did I? Don't remember." She lashes out at him, leaning forward so that she is staring at him over his shoulder and saying, "Don't be coy with me. We don't know anything about your quirk and now you're keeping quiet about your training routine." "Really?" he asks mockingly, pretending to be perplexed. "I don't remember being intentionally quiet about those things." Jason cranes his neck back to see Asui's direct statement. "You did tell Midoriya to not say anything about your quirk either, Ribbit." "You know, when she said, Ribbit, I should have guessed." Jason grins in his head at Mina's irritated expression and says, "Well, sorry then, but I'm not saying anything. You're just going to have to keep an eye out." He starts to say something else when he senses the floor vibrating a little. He slowly focuses and can just make out the sounds of heavy footsteps. Mina asks, "What's up?" at his inquisitive look. Someone large is coming. Ojiro, who sits next to him, asks, "How can you tell?" Jason approaches to inform him. At the classroom door, a familiar, loud, booming voice exclaims, "I am here." The next scene shows All Might shouting while leaning through the now open doorway in all his glory, coming through the door like a hero. "You think this guy can be subtle?" Jason asks, grinning at the well-liked hero in front of them, who is dressed in a big red and white skin-tight outfit that includes blue and white pants, a dark red cape, a yellow belt, and yellow accents on his forearms. Since many of the students are now shouting loudly at the top hero among them, Ojiro is unsure if he or the others heard him. "I can't believe it's really All Might," Kaminari exclaims. Kirishima is excited about this as well. "Sweet, so he is a teacher. This year is gonna be totally awesome," she says. He puts on a little show for the students by walking slowly but broadly toward the front podium in an almost heroic manner. Just before All Might stops at the front, Asui asks, "Hey look, is he wearing his Silver Age costume?" The costume amazes Ojiro, who remarks, "I'm getting goosebumps. It's so retro." Jason notes that the hero knows how to clean up and make an impression in person, but he doesn't care about the man because he has seen and met him before. All Might says to everyone, "Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Hero Ing 101. I see that. This is supposed to be the class that will and in fact teach us anything and everything we need to know in order to go ahead as heroes." Jason muses as he listens, while the other classes are more or less what you'd expect from any regular school. "Here, you will learn the basics of being a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it." All Might flexes to the side and then flashes a card with the word, "Battle," on it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. Fight training. Bakugo mentally echoes Jason's words regarding the meaning of the card, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it. He even moans at Izu's bewilderment, "Real combat?" But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. She points to the left side of the room, where a number of slots and shelves protrude, each holding a metal suitcase with a number on it. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. Costumes. Oh my god. Yes. The thought of finally seeing their costumes in front of them causes everyone to cheer and gush. As he readjusts his shield on his back, prepared to finish the ensemble, even Jason smiles. All Might gives the order, "Get yourselves suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta," to everyone. Before everyone rushes to get their costumes, the students all say, "Yes, sir," in unison. Jason moves at a leisurely pace in the back and just waits until no one is threatening to elbow him, while all the other students rush and occasionally shove each other to get to the containers holding their costumes. It doesn't take long for most of the students to grab their cases and head to the changing rooms while All Might looks at them all and nods appreciatively at their zeal. Jason is the final one, grabbing the case and gazing at it. Now that everyone else has left the classroom, Jason looks at All Might and asks, "You ready to do this?" The underlying aspect of what's to come doesn't need to be discussed, so they don't say much more to each other. Jason doesn't have any quirks, but he's going to face off against others who do have powerful, unique, and adaptable quirks. When the two of them and Izuku got together to discuss traveling to the United Arab Emirates on the first day of the beach, they had already established this, and what they will handle. He will fight because this is fight training. He gives the instructor a long, hard look before grinning back at her. As he removes and grips his shield onto his right arm and holds the case in his left hand, he says in a low but resolute voice, "Oh, I've been ready." He leaves the classroom and heads for the changing area. As he watches the boy leave, All Might's smile remains unwavering. He senses that Jason isn't just talking bravado, but that he is genuinely prepared to do this. With that final remark to himself, he heads straight to Ground Beta, excited to see what the future heroes created for their outfits. That's what I like to hear. As nearly every member of Class 1A emerges from the tunnel, their costumed selves obscured by the tunnel's darkness, All Might exclaims, "They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof." Before everyone starts to emerge into the sunlight one by one, to the delight of the students, he yells, "Take this to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training." To everyone. All Might nods appreciatively at the future heroes in front of him after most of the students have left. "This is getting me all revved up. You look so cool. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies?" Many students respond to All Might's question with nods and words of acknowledgement. As they go, Ochako is giddy with anticipation over how awesome everyone looks and the fact that their hero training will soon officially start. As Mina rushes up to her, Ochako looks sideways and exclaims, "Hey, Uraraka." They both get excited as they admire each other's costumes. Ochako's hero costume is a black full bodysuit with two black circles on her chest, a black rectangle between her legs below her waist, and a pale pink pattern down the center of her torso. The thick choker around her neck is matched by darker pink armbands that cut off two additional pink patches over her shoulders. She wears wide knee-high boots with magenta soles, circular wrist guards with dark pink handles on the back, a two-piece belt around her waist with a circle set into the middle where the pieces join, and a helmet with a tinted visor that she occasionally wears on her head. All of these accessories are the same pale pink color. Mina's hero costume consists of a skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern in shades of purple and turquoise that ends just above her chest and a simple white mask covering her eyes. She covers this with a cropped, sleeveless, tan waistcoat that she leaves unbuttoned and has white fur along the collar. She can slide around by secreting acid from her feet thanks to the holes in her specially made acid-proof boots, which are beige and plum violet. Mina looks up and down at her friend and says, "Wow, your costume looks good." Ochako chuckles in shame at the praise, saying, Thanks. You look good too." She gestures to the redhead, who is commenting on how manly Bakugo's costume is, and says, "Thanks. Hey, I wanted to ask you, but have you seen Jason? Kirishima noticed he didn't walk out with us." Ochako looks around and says, No, I haven't seen him." She also notices that another person is missing. She starts to wonder, hang on, Deku isn't here either. I wonder what's taking them so long, before turning to face the tunnel they just came from. Mina asks, what is it? Until she follows her friend's eyes and notices the final two students in their class leaving the tunnel in silhouette. Walking side by side, the two childhood friends slowly emerge from the tunnel as their forms are revealed by the sun. Even though Izuku's costume isn't the most sophisticated among his peers, he prefers the idea and significance behind it. Izuku's mom gave him a green full-body jumpsuit for his hero costume, which includes gloves, elbow and knee pads, a red belt, and his trademark red boots. In addition, he wears a mask with long ear-like protrusions, a white metal respirator on his chin and mouth with ballistic glass covering from the top of his mouth to past his eyes. In addition, Jason suggested for a little extra face protection, and a few other items that might also be useful. Additionally, he has a thin piece of body armor on his chest and back that is made of polyethylene and regular Kevlar. It is the same color as his jumpsuit, so it is not visible from a distance until you are up close. Green leather and polyethylene bracers on both of his forearms complete his outfit. Izuku normally wouldn't have chosen the military-themed addition to his costume, but Jason's insistence on adding extra protection to his otherwise simple outfit forced him to do so without altering or compromising the jumpsuit his mother had given him. To provide him with some protection without limiting his range of motion, they chose to use some of the lightest materials for his body armor. However, Jason's costume is entirely different from his friend's, who is slightly smaller. The foundation of his outfit consists of dark blue waterproof undergarments, silver-colored reinforced steel plates on his knees and elbows to protect his joints, and black guards added to his forearms but not his legs to give him more freedom. His feet are adorned with white locking Velcro and lightened black combat boots with metal soles. His feet won't be too heavy for him to walk around in due to their reduced weight. Compared to Izuku, Jason is wearing a slightly thicker blue body armor chest piece. This time, he chooses slightly heavier but more durable gear. His back and chest pieces have ceramic, Kevlar, and polyethylene plates. He has a faceplate that covers the entire front of his face and a portion of the side as well. He has one-way ballistic wide-side glasses for his eyes so that he can use his peripherals without difficulty. In order to prevent blindness, the glass is also made to polarize when exposed to sunlight or any other intense flash of light. His mouth, nose, and chin are covered by a mouthguard plate with slots that let him add filters to make it a gas mask or rebreather. To increase the damage of his attacks, he wears thin nylon gloves with tiny black metal plates sewn into the tops of his knuckles. Several gray pouches on his black belt hold his gas mask filters, medkits, and small replacement parts for some of his equipment. Additionally, a big metal rod with a rubber handle is fastened to the small of his back. His shield is in his left hand, and a long black cape that reaches his shins and clips to 2 points on his shoulders completes the entire ensemble. In order to prevent anyone from trying to grab the cape to stop him or from catching on something and pulling him down as well, it is intended to be torn off. Finally, he has an analog watch stitched into the lower portion of his costume's left wrist. Before removing his faceplate and fastening it to his belt, Jason grins at everyone dressed as heroes. Making sure he has as much free range of motion as he desires, he performs a few movements while wearing his costume. There are a few minor limitations, but since this is his first costume, there will undoubtedly be times when it can be adjusted. He feels lighter than one might anticipate, which is a result of all the weight training he did while preparing for the tests. Naturally, he won't be as quick and agile as he would be in ordinary civilian clothes, but he still needs to maintain some degree of mobility and speed while protecting himself with armor. Additionally, this is the initial design that he submitted to UA. Consequently, Hatsume was also unable to obtain the design. He smirks at the feel of his boots as he stomps them, thinking to himself, "Okay, I think I can make this work." Izuku remarks beside him, taking the time to admire his costume as well. "You're right." He pats his chest a few times to feel the light armor and remarks, "It actually feels pretty light. Amazing. Told you. Holy cow, you guys." They exclaim as Mina and Ochako approach them, and they both look up in surprise. Mina remarks, "You two look rad." Ochako looks at Izuku's costume and says, "Yeah? Love your costume, Deku. Not too flashy, ya know?" Before turning to face Jason. "Wow, Jockin. You look intimidating. I like it." As they observe both girls and how tight their costumes are, both boys find it difficult to talk. Jason must attempt to maintain his composure and avoid blushing, while Izuku can only slightly turn away while covering his mouth with his hands. Ochako can only smile shamefully at her costume and say, "I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight. Not really my style." Mina says, stretching her arms left and right to get a better feel for her costume, says, "This is exactly what I wanted. The skin tightness helps keep me aerodynamic, you know." "Yes, exactly." The four of them give the new voice a bewildered look before turning to see Mineta staring at them, more especially, the girls. Jason can just make out the man whispering, "I love this school." Izuku recoils at the guy's attitude, the girls shudder at the look he gives them, and Jason moves in front of him to prevent him from seeing the girls. Additionally, he starts to doubt his decision to dress up as a hero because, of all things, he appears to be wearing a diaper. Nevertheless, he looks around for a moment, taking in all of his classmates, until he notices All Might staring at Izuku intently, just before he turns away and appears to be muttering under his hand. He looks back to Izuku, then back to All Might, and repeats a few times, confused by what the teacher has been up to. Only then does he understand the purpose of Izuku's initial costume design. The V-shaped hairstyle, the white mesh on Izuku's mask, the bunny-like ears on his head, and All Might's constant pearly white smile. "Oh Izu," he moans as he approaches the large, and when All Might gestures for everyone to approach, so do the others. "Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Sir." Izuku and Jason both recognize Iida as the person who raised their hand right away. Both of them think the costume is cool, with Jason enjoying the contemporary night look he has on with some car accessories. "This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again?" All Might rejects that notion and suggests an alternative. "Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead, as the most crafty of villains will actually plot somewhere covert before beginning their villainy." Jason nods in agreement when he says, "Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoor. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. True intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles." Asui asks, "Isn't this a little advanced?" And she's not entirely incorrect. According to what All Might is saying, they will face off against one another on the second day of classes. "The best training is what you get on the battlefield," he says, reinforcing his conviction that this is the path he will take them on. To make sure everyone understands this, he says firmly, "Remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now." Jason is aware that Yaoyorozu is asking, but he can't bring himself to look at the girl, wondering in his mind why she would choose the outfit that shows so much about herself. "Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins?" he asks. He rolls his eyes, knowing exactly who is asking. "How much can we hurt the other team?" he asks. "Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like before? Will you be splitting us based on chance or comparative skill? How will we split up the teams evenly when there's an odd number of us? Isn't this cape fabulous?" Jason gives All Might a subtle smile as he observes the irritated expression on his face due to the barrage of inquiries directed at him. "Listen up." Jason has to grimace as their instructor pulls out a script of everything. "Oh God. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes." He quickly clarifies to everyone what the goal is. Some of them nod at how simple and uncomplicated everything is set up. Then All Might takes out a yellow box. "Time's limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots." Iida asks, "Isn't there a better way?" Jason says, "It makes more sense this way. You can't always expect to be partnered up with who you want all the time. Sometimes you have to make do with who you have." He's right. Izuku continues, "Think about it. Villain attacks can happen at any point in time. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot because they can't be picky. That's what this exercise must be about." Iida starts to understand why this is happening. "Yes, I see." He apologizes to the professional hero and says, "Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness." "No sweat. Let's draw. Remember, there's an odd number of you folks, so make sure to keep an eye out for a red X. That's the odd person out of this whole event. When everyone else has gone first, then this person will be able to go next." All Might tells everyone. When it comes to the final person, people start approaching and claiming the lots for their teams, but his logic regarding the entire situation is quite ambiguous. Jason looks at the note with the red X on it and hums, "I shouldn't be shocked, but this could be the chance I need to demonstrate my abilities." He turns to see Shoji staring at him while holding up his note with the B on it, saying, "Looks like you're the odd one out." As Kirishima and his companion approach, he remarks, "Tough break." Zero asks inquisitively, "Yeah, I wonder what you're going to have to do." It's unclear because All Might didn't specify exactly what would happen. Jason glances at the other teams and murmurs, "Not sure. Guess we'll see." Todoroki, Shoji's partner, is standing a short distance away and isn't really interested in speaking to him beyond their prior mutual understanding. Jason can't help but smile when he observes Izu's agitated state due to his convenient pairing with the girl he likes. "I declare that the first teams to fight will be," All Might says, reaching into 2 different bins, one marked "Villain" in black and the other "Hero" in white. "These guys," he exclaims, holding up 2 calls that have letters on them. As Jason looks at the letters on the balls, his heart falls out of his chest. Team A, Izu and Ochako. Team D. Bakugo and Iida. He growls softly at the luckless situation his best friend just found himself in. He finds the label suitable for Bakugo of all people, and hardly hears All Might mention that Team D gets to be the villains. As All Might tells everyone else to go to the observation room, he just looks angrily and frustratedly at Bakugo's back. Izuku, meanwhile, remains motionless, a slight surge of panic catching him as he looks at Bakugo, only to be met with the tormentor's glare. Izuku recoils and looks down at his current predicament. Beat him. The whisper in Izuku's ear shakes him out of his fear. Having been the one to tell Izuku what to do with a malicious tone, he watches Jason leave with the others. They have been training as hard as they can for months in order to get into the United Arab Emirates, enduring constant suffering in both their daily lives and their training. To Bakugo's surprise and annoyance at the abrupt transformation into Izuku, Izuku fixes him with a resolute gaze, his fear and being afraid gone and replaced by a readiness for himself. Everyone waits in the observation room for several minutes before All Might finally comes in after giving a final update to the teams that are currently scheduled to perform. He gives the teams the all-clear to start. Everyone in the observation room can watch as both the villains and the heroes move through the building thanks to numerous security monitors with CCTV cameras from both inside and outside. Jason simply blocks out the sound of the other students' occasional comments by staring at the camera that is focused on his friends. He mentally congratulates Izuku on his strategy of going through the window and walking through the hallways with Ochako trailing closely behind, particularly when he checks his corners. However, all of the praise he mentally bestows upon his friend is fleeting because he is aware of how quickly and violently things will blow up when Bakugo is involved. He was correct. In less than a minute, Bakugo makes his move, leaping around the corner and directly toward Team A as they approach another corner. Bakugo misses as he crashes into the wall directly behind them, but Izuku's reflexes are spot on as he seizes Okako and leaps away. Jason looks around the duo team and becomes immediately concerned when he notices that half of his mask is broken, including a tiny crack in the glass that covers his left eye. It demonstrates how close he was to being struck, but not enough to impair his vision. Jason simply growls and clenches his fingers in response. He mutters under his breath, "Always pulling crap like this, Bakugo. Always." Mineta tells everyone in the room, he almost got the jump on them. Kirishima criticizes Bakugo's tactic, saying, "A sneak attack, Bakugo. What kind of man pulls cheap crap like that?" We hear All Might say, "It's a viable strategy. He's playing the part. Acting like a true villain would." "He needs no acting at all," Jason murmurs softly, "to be a villain." It didn't work. Midoriya dodged it. "Look, there he goes." Jason watches as Bakugo rushes ahead while keeping his eyes fixed on the screen and listening to Mina and Kaminari speak for themselves. Jason knows that Izuku has been studying quirks for practically his entire life, so he will be anxious for his friend throughout the entire match as his best friend must battle that haughty, conceited jerk. Above all, though, he has always been focusing on one individual and how amazing his quirk is. As Jason watches Izuku push past his planned right hook explosion and into Bakugo's reach, a smile curls his lips. He then rearranges his feet before grabbing Bakugo's outstretched arm and attempting to detonate explosions with his left hand, but Izuku's surprise prevents him from doing so in time. With great satisfaction, Jason watches as his once submissive friend pulls Bakugo over his shoulder and slams him back first into the ground, grunting in pain as he does so. Kirishima asks about the audio being out, which obviously prevents everyone in the observation room from hearing anything. All Might responds that earpieces were provided to exercise participants so they could converse with one another. He continues by explaining the building's layout, which the villains are familiar with, how the capture tape rolls to indicate when someone is leaving, and other details. After realizing that everyone will have to contend with a 15-minute time limit, Mina exclaims, "Then the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. A big one." This is in addition to all the other advantages the villains were granted because they had more time to get ready before the battle began. He aims to both educate and inspire his students about the challenges they will face as heroes. Real pros have to outwit villains on a daily basis. That's life. Even when the odds aren't in our favor, we fight, he says. Some of us more than others, Jason muses, remaining on the periphery of the group and not even bothering to join in when he gets everyone to yell, "Plus Ultra, All Might." When Jason calls out, the hero turns and says, Like All Might, he continues to stare at the screen instead of turning to face his instructor. They observe as the two fighters start fighting once more. This time, Uraraka takes off as Bakugo tries to kick, probably going after the bomb while Izuku stays to control his rage. Izuku attempts a similar trick with the capture tape he has on Bakugo's body, based on what he witnessed Aizawa do with his own capture device on the first day. He gets enraged by this and throws another powerful blow. Bakugo blasts the wall instead because Izuku anticipates this and ducks and dodges to the side. As Bakugo prepares to fight, they have a brief standoff, but Izuku ducks into a side hallway and flees. Even though the observation room lacks audio, it is evident that the explosive quirk user is not happy, particularly when he loses sight of Izuku and starts throwing explosions in his hand during a tantrum down the hallway. The statement, "That guy has some real anger issues, kinda scary," expresses what everyone is thinking about the situation. When Mina mentions his first name, the others are perplexed. "Yeah. I wonder what's his deal. Hey, Jason?" she asks. "Yeah?" he asks, continuing to gaze at the screen. "You're kind of no Bakugo, right? Why does he look so angry right now?" she inquires. Jason doesn't like being in the spotlight like this in front of everyone, but he doesn't blame her curiosity. You wouldn't think a hero would be this angry. Even though Endeavor is a dubious hero, he doesn't act irrationally like Bakugo does. He's prideful. Always has been, always will be, and never liked the idea of anyone being on his level. He responds calmly but with a hint of venom in his voice. He adds the final line for himself, referring to Izuku and himself, especially us. Zero asks, "But that can't be all of it, can it?" Asui says, "He found him." Everyone's attention returns to the cameras as they witness Bakugo finally catching up to Izuku, and he is not at all pleased. "What are you doing? And what are those?" Jason ponders what they will do now that they are prepared to engage in combat once more and what those enormous grenades on his arms are. Jason struggles to understand the purpose of the various pieces of equipment on his costume, and he doesn't come up with many ideas. They can't be purely aesthetic. For that reason alone, he isn't that ostentatious and intimidating. Does that imply that they're... Everyone in the room is shocked when All Might abruptly calls out to the participants, "Young Bakugo," over the microphone. "Don't do it, you'll kill him." Jason exclaims, "He'll what?" in a voice that is equal parts shocked and terrified, fear for his friend. His eyes wide with panic, he turns back to the screen to see his childhood friend engulfed in black smoke and a fiery explosion. Then the blast. The room rumbles as a whole. Everyone feels a little earthquake, and they all gasp in shock. The explosion's sheer power is demonstrated by the fact that everyone in the observation room can feel it from inside the room all the way to the building where the teams are fighting. Jason and All Might are staring at the screen, waiting for the smoke to clear so they can see the damage, while the majority of the students are taken aback by the entire situation. And the harm that Bakugo had caused. The concrete pieces that Izuku and Bakugo were in had nearly burned away, making the entire hallway much wider. A huge hole that has been blown through the building's side is visible on an exterior camera. When the smoke eventually clears, Bakugo is seen grinning sinisterly as he slowly addresses an alarmed and startled Izuku who is lying on his ground with his mask on his head ripped off and the glass portion of it nearly broken to useless. His head and face are now fully exposed, and it hardly clings to his neck. His right arm's sleeve has been singed and a significant portion torn off, leaving his forearm bracer, which is slightly singed but still functional, to cover his arm, including his elbow pad. He pulls himself to his feet, trembling from the force of the action, and grimaces, but he soon appears to be speaking into his earpiece. Bakugo finds that unacceptable and prepares to use the other grenade gauntlet to blast him. Jason feels a little relieved when All Might gives Bakugo the ultimatum, "Bakugo, use that stored up power again and I'll stop this fight. Your team will lose." He is unsure whether the hero is correct, but he doesn't care as long as Bakugo doesn't repeat the same stunt. To employ such a strong attack indoors is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty would be a massive loss of points. However, his fear returns when Bakugo uses his quirk to propel himself forward in a fit of rage. After being caught off guard while speaking into his earpiece, Izuku tries to gain a foothold so he can dodge or counterattack, but he loses his balance when a piece of the floor gives way. He is compelled to deliver another punch in retaliation. Jason looks on in horror as Bakugo deftly shoots Izuku in the face, blinding him with smoke, and then reorients himself so he can shoot Izuku in the back. Some of them concentrate on the match and watch as Izuku stumbles slightly from the force of the blast to the back, mostly in discomfort rather than pain, just before Bakugo swings his right arm wide, aiming for the right hook he had missed the first time, while the others in the room continue to analyze and almost compliment the skills Bakugo displayed with his quirk. Izuku hardly has time to catch the attack by raising his right forearm a little. Though not as bad as being struck in an exposed area, it still hurts. Izuku barely manages to free his arm from Bakugo's grasp as Bakugo reaches for it. His eyes widen at the miss, but he quickly snaps out of it as Izuku swings around and tries to hit him with a left hook of his own. Bakugo's reflexes are up to par, though, as he uses his free hand to strike Izuku in the chest before he can punch, even though his grab may have missed. As he watches his friend fly back through the air and hit the ground hard, Jason's fists clench tightly. He rolls a few times before pressing his hand to the floor to slow his sliding before he collides with the wall. Fortunately, Izuku does not appear to be seriously hurt, despite his pained expression as he clutches his chest. He pushes himself upright and gives Bakugo a defiant look as he slowly gets to his feet, steadying himself with the wall. Kirishima praises, looking at the screen with a little boost. "Wow. Did you see that? Midoriya took those hits like a champ." Jason smiles because despite Izuku being struck hard a few times, he is still standing and prepared to remain motionless. Jason glances at the other screen to see Iida and Ochako in the bomb room as the moment pauses and it appears as though they are speaking to one another. While Iida remains close to the bomb, she appears to prefer standing next to a pillar. He doesn't know who called out what was happening, but Jason glances back at the screen and sees Bakugo and Izuku charging at each other. Look, they're running. Both of their faces are marred by angry and determined expressions, but as Bakugo prepares to blast Izuku again and they notice the telltale signs of Izuku's quirk activating on his right arm, everyone starts to feel uneasy. However, it appears to Jason that he is about to punch Bakugo, but the angle of his blow is incorrect. However, what is he? Are you? Before he notices that Izuku's left arm is moving, his mind tries to come up with a plan to attack Bakugo. All Might starts to yell, "Both of you," until Jason's arm suddenly extends and covers the microphone, shocking the teacher and everyone else in the room. Mina exclaims, "Jason," in shock at his act of preventing All Might from ending the match. Kirishima tries to explain, but he is still fixated on the two charging students. "They're going to kill each other, man. He needs to stop it," she says. As Ochako clings to the pillar, All Might hears Izuku yelling something to his partner that the other people in the room cannot hear. That's why, with a weary look on his face, he stops shouting into the microphone when Jason lets his arm drop. No, they aren't. He accepts his friend's behavior. Everyone in the observation room watches as three things occur as soon as the two students approach each other. 1. Bakugo unleashes a near-deadly explosion directly into Izuku. 2. The explosion is directly in the path of his left forearm. 3. His right arm, which was about to unleash his quirk, explodes, but not in Bakugo's direction. His arm is actually angled upward, straight into the ceiling, amid the tiny black cloud that appears. The power and force of Izuku's attack destroys the ceiling above them, as well as the subsequent floors and ceilings above as well. Right in the middle of the bomb room, while several cameras lose connection. Thinking quickly about the hero team's role, Ochako removes the pillar she was holding onto's gravity and uses it as a giant baseball bat, striking a number of small and large pieces of concrete that floated up directly in front of her. As the final seconds pass, Ochako floats past Iida and grabs the bomb, signaling the end of the match. Iida is forced to block the debris as it bounces off his armor, but this makes it impossible for him to see. Everyone in the room falls silent, unable to comprehend what has happened. When the smoke clears, Izuku's blackened and burned left arm, his bruised and broken right arm, a pained-looking Izuku, and an utterly shocked and stunned Bakugo are all visible. Jason says in a calm voice, "Sir. Call it." As he slowly spreads his feet apart, he also appears to be quietly preparing to move. He snaps out of it and raises his microphone once more. He yells, "The hero team, we INNNNS," as Izuku passes out. Crash! The loud crashing sound makes everyone in the room cringe. A few of them turn to see Jason running down the hallway after shoulder checking the door with his shield raised. When the match is over, it's time for the players to leave the field so that it can be reviewed and the next team can take their place, somewhere else. The two teams are still reeling from how everything went a minute after the winners were announced. Despite the fact that they were on different teams, Iida takes care of Ochako and her ill condition as a result of overusing her quirk. Izuku is lying on the ground, hunched over, gasping in agony from his wounds, unable to even support his fractured arm, while the other is bruised and only marginally burned. But as he stands there, quietly trembling in his stifled rage at the consequences of what Izuku said earlier and his actions to foresee Bakugo's attacks, Bakugo is still in disbelief over what transpired. The loud, Quick, stomping footsteps coming from behind him go unnoticed by him. He is passed by a blur of black and blue that slides directly beside Izuku. Being aware of Izuku's broken arm, he picks him up quickly and carefully before carrying him on his back. Bakugo flinches when he turns around and realizes that Jason picked up his opponent. He gives the quirkless a glare as he walks by, but Jason ignores him entirely and leaves the building, making his way directly to the nurse's office. He starts to shake, and his eyes enlarge. Jason looks sadly at his friend and murmurs, "Oh Izu." He was able to transport Izuku to Recovery Girl without any issues in record time, outpacing the stretcher bots that were going to grab him. After a few minutes, he is staring at his friend, who is sleeping and wearing a cast on his right arm after being largely healed. He smirks slightly at the tone of the firm but compassionate elderly woman who healed his friend. "You know there's a reason we have specialized robots set up to grab the injured." He turns to face the woman, who is fumbling with an IV bag, and says, "I know, but after the fight I just wanted to make sure he was okay and brought him here ASAP. No offense, but those robots aren't exactly the fastest things in the world." She shrugs at the fact, saying, True. In order to carefully move the injured without aggravating their wounds, the stretcher's robots were made to be tough but slow. The robots are the best option because the school cannot have a dedicated team of medics on call." She grabs an IV needle and checks it, saying, "But you don't have to worry about your friend now. He's kind of become a regular at this point, so I'm prepared for this." "I wish he wasn't a regular, but thanks anyway." As she starts to attach the IV needle to the tube on the bag, she absent-mindedly points to the end of Izuku's bed on the ground and says, "No problem." His right arm took the most damage and was the hardest to heal. He has some bruising and scrapes. A couple burns as well on the rest of him, but nothing too serious. Jason looks at the pieces of his costume's damaged armor and stares at them. The pieces of armor on the chest and back have black scorch marks from Bakugo's explosion, the seams torn apart, and the inner layers are on the verge of falling out. However, his forearm guards are unidentifiable. Although his right one was nearly destroyed due to the close proximity of his quirk usage, it most likely lessened some of the harm caused by his quirk's backlash. As soon as Jason entered the nurse's office, his left guard fell off with ease, leaving it blackened and ripped from the full impact of Bakugo's explosion. Although he still has some minor burn marks and bruising on his left arm, this was not his most serious injury. He still had some scraps on the rest of his body, but fortunately the body armor prevented more burns from developing on his back and chest. He only had minor bruising from the explosion's force, but those were the least serious injuries he had. If Izuku hadn't been wearing at least some armor protection, everything would have been much worse. Yeah, it did. As he approaches Izuku, she sternly informs him, "Now he's going to be out of it for a while and I need to get this IV drip into him. Get back to class now before you get into trouble." Jason nods absently and makes his way to the door. Gripping the door handle firmly, he opens the door and gives Izuku's unconscious form one last look before leaving and returning to class with a gloomy expression on his face. All Might says to the rest of the class, "Now that that's done, let's get on with." Just before the door opens, there is still a small indentation from Jason hitting it, but it is not damaged. The individual in question moves through and takes center stage. He remarks, somewhat annoyed that Jason left the class so suddenly, "Ah Takeda. So glad to have you grace us with your presence." As he explains, Jason makes an awkward scratching motion with the back of his head. "Sorry about that, sir. With the way how the match went, I just had to get Izuku to the nurse without delay." If you had stayed out any longer I would have given you detention for skipping class. But considering the circumstances, and the fact this is our first class, I'm willing to let it slide this one time. Don't let it happen again." All Might says to him. Jason nods and apologizes with a small bow. "Yes sir. I understand." Even though Jason is aware of his secret and they have previously met informally, they must maintain a rigid teacher-student relationship at school. No partiality, particularly with regard to Izuku, in order to conceal the fact that he is All Might's heir. All Might exclaims loudly once more, "Now then, as I was saying before, let's get the next match underway," before retrieving another set of labeled balls from the boxes containing the hero and villain. As the following teams take over, this is how the remainder of the class period unfolds. Ojiro Mashirao's Tail Quirk and Hagakure Toru's Invisibility Quirk are the villains in the next match between Team B and Team I, with B's heroes being Shoji and Todoroki. Todoroki's Ice Quirk was so powerful that it was able to freeze the entire building, including the two villain combatants inside, making the battle one-sided. While his adversaries were pinned to the ground, it was easy for him to enter and touch the bomb. He surprised everyone by using the other half of his quirk to thaw out the entire building and heat it up and release them when the match was called. As Ochako catches his attention, Jason turns his head and says, "Hey Jokin." He is not at all put off by the fact that he is the only other person who calls him by that nickname. Whispering, "How's Deku doing?" "He's alright. Despite his injuries, Recovery Girl got him fixed up from the worst of it. He just needs to rest up to ward off the exhaustion. Don't expect him back in class though," he just responds. With a smile of relief, she responds, "That's good. I was worried after you took him but glad to know he's okay." When Jason sees someone else concerned about his childhood friend, he can't help but smile once more. Following the chaos or one-sidedness that occurred in the first two matches, the other students played match after match, many of them giving it their all. Others were won or lost by a slim margin, while others were straightforward and occasionally a bit biased. The best part was that Izuku was the only one with the most severe injuries, yet one more person still needs to leave. Before getting serious, All Might gives the class a round of applause. And there we have it. The rest of the teams have gone and have given some exemplary matches, both heroes and villains alike. Jason senses that everyone's attention is drawn to him as soon as their teacher says, "But we're not done yet. We still have one more to go. Ready to go, young Takeda?" Jason doesn't respond right away. Rather, he reaches for the mask that is fastened to his belt and raises it to his face. When he does, all he needs to do is press a button, and it will lock onto his face and latch on. His already intimidating appearance is further enhanced by what happens next, which causes some people to stare in awe or with a hint of fear as the eyeglasses turn red. Before looking at his teacher, he exhales to get a sense of the breathing in the mask. They can't see his eyes, so none of them can see him glaring directly at Bakugo. "Oh, I've been ready, sir." The explosion user is aware that people are watching him. Even though he lost the fight with Izuku, the thought of facing him again, intentionally, rather than in the illegal fights they always had in middle school, brings a devilish smile to his face. No holds barred. With a yawn escaping his maw, Izuku idly murmurs, that was rough. Still feel pretty tired, but at least I can move." He trudges back to class. Even after Recovery Girl fixed his body, the effects of her quirk left him exhausted. He can only return to his current class and take part in the final portion of it, she said, before returning to her office to continue resting. He moans at the potential punishment, saying, "I'm glad she was able to let me go back to class, even if it's just to finish up this one. Probably have to skip a few other classes too. Oh man. Aizawa-sensei is going to have my head for that." It's true that he is hurt and has no control over it, but still. Given Aizawa's strict nature, he wouldn't be shocked if the homeroom teacher took that action. When he eventually returns to the observation room door amid his thoughts, he observes that it appears slightly bent. He asks no one in particular, "What happened while I was gone?" before grabbing the handle and entering. "Hey, it's Midoriya." As soon as he arrives, he becomes the talk of the town. Kirishima doesn't take long to compliment the boy on his performance, saying, "Good to see you back up. That match of yours was so manly and awesome." Similar ideas are also expressed by other students. "Wow, thanks everyone." Izuku must turn away to cover up his blush from the sudden outpouring of praise. "Hey Deku." Ochako approaches him directly, her face displaying relief, and his blush comes back full force. She tells him, taking note of his arm as well, "I'm so glad you're okay. You were roughed up pretty bad when Jokin grabbed you." Izuku barely makes it out before he settles down, saying, Thanks." He looks down and taps his chest, recalling the blast Bakugo threw at him. "Aside from my arm from my quirk, the rest of me was mostly small bruising and scrapes." He smiles. He looks up and around, saying, "Kachan hits hard, but thankfully the armor Jokin recommended for my costume helped a lot." He starts to say, bewildered, "Thanks again for the tips, Jokin. They really helped." As he sees his friend who has gone missing. "Where's Jokin?" Mina smiles and responds, "Jason? Oh, his match already started." "His match? Who?" He is startled out of his reverie by All Might's loud voice, "Midoriya." All Might is still standing in front of the observation room, looking back at Izuku but continuing to face forward. "I'm glad to see you okay now." Izuku notices that despite All Might's smile, the pro appears a little tense. He pushes past the other pupils and moves beside All Might, worry beginning to creep into his thoughts. He practically demands, "All Might Sensei, where's Jokin?" in a low voice to avoid confusing the other students with his tone. All Might adds in a low voice, "Takeda, yes." He's still trying to prove himself. He continues to stare at the numerous computer screens, saying, I think this bottle's going to prove everything to both him and everyone else. Izuku's eyes enlarge as he looks at the screen, and his anxiety begins to manifest itself even more. Jokin. Kachan. Before. As All Might pulls out another script, many of the students start to perspire. Now that it's your turn, it's time to reveal just how you're going to do this. We will draw the lot from the hero teams where you may have the option to choose one person from that team to be your partner, except Midoriya for obvious reasons. Then after you've chosen we pick lots just like before to randomize your opponents from any of the teams, villain or hero, after I've removed the ball of the team your partner is a part of. He puts the paper down and glances at the young gentleman. Now who's it going to be? Actually sir, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go at it alone. Jason senses the other's shock at his suggestion almost immediately. Alone? Whoa. All Might looks at Jason and cups his chin in contemplation, murmuring, alone you say? That is quite the undertaking. Are you sure you want to do that? You'll be putting yourself at a significant disadvantage. The other students are perplexed as to what he means when he says, I am sir. I think we both know why I have to do this. All Might gives him a calm look and then lets out a sigh. Frankly, I don't think you need to go to such lengths, but if that's what you want, I'll allow it. Thank you, sir. In lieu of you foregoing a teammate, I'll instead allow you to choose which villain team you want to go up against. The boy in front of him gives him a heated look as he speaks without hesitation, and All Might immediately regrets making that condition. Team D, I'm both excited and freaked out about this. Kirishima says, he's going up against Bakugo man. We saw how he was in the first match. Zero says, this is going to be heavy man. Do you think they'll do the same thing like earlier? Ida staying with the bomb and Bakugo going after him? Asks Hagakure. It would make the most sense. Even if Takeda is able to sneak past Bakugo all the way to the bomb, Ida just has to stall him long enough for Bakugo to come charging back to the bomb room and they both can take him down easily. Seeing as for whatever reason he's acting alone, he no matter how skilled he can't take on the both of them alone. Engaging Bakugo first and knocking him out of the match seems like the best course, that way he can try to go after Ida and Bomb without fear of getting ambushed. Yaoyorozu looks at the situation and determines what there is going to be. All Might, who is still standing and gazing at the screens, says, you might be right. This gets everyone's attention. All Might attempts to be optimistic but still exudes concern. If Bakugo were to pull his lone wolf tactic now, it would make sense because there's no threat of him being outnumbered. But we can't count Takeda out now, he just might surprise us. However, this will be particularly difficult for him. Some of us wouldn't have previously believed Bakugo's ability to use his devastatingly powerful quirk. All Might considers the situation before switching some of the cameras to show Jason standing in front of the 5-story building. Ida's speed can easily outmaneuver him and take him down without much difficulty if he was smart about it, but then again, he did push his villain persona too much. It was decided that every team engagement would take place in a different building each time, with different room sets, different floors, and so on, to avoid giving the other students an advantage in terms of building layout. The new structure that was selected is a sizable 5-story building with metal doors and wooden door frames, but it is still mostly made of cement. However, Bakugo and Takeda have been friends for a very long time. Because he studied him, Midoriya was able to anticipate some of his moves. Takeda may have followed suit. Still, it does seem weird to go at it alone. He could have had a partner but he decided not to. According to Asui. Her finger rests on her chin as she muses, and what did he mean by having to do it like this? They all watch as Izuku stands at the front beside All Might, gazing up at the screen and his companion, saying, to prove himself. To both the everyone and himself. This statement merely leaves them all perplexed as to why he needs to prove himself. Before they can argue or ask Izuku why, All Might takes the microphone and says, all right, it's time. Let's get this battle underway. Match, start. The timer begins to count down as he declares over the loudspeakers. The match starts, and Jason opens his eyes. Staring at the building in front of him, he raises his head. He exhales deeply and starts to move. Since the building's front entrance is immediately off limits, he chooses to take a page from Izuku's notebook and proceed to the side of the structure in order to reach the third-floor window. The issue is that there isn't a fire escape for him to use to ascend when he looks. He smiles. He straps his shield to his back and has never been stopped before. He charges directly toward the wall. Jason runs directly to the wall while the students in the observation room watch in confusion. Ojiro asks aloud, wait, what's he doing? Mineta asks incredulously and bewilderedly, is he going to try to bust through the window? He didn't even try the front door. As Jason Wall runs up the wall's flat surface and latches onto an edge, more of them prepare to criticize. As he effortlessly pulls himself up, they all start to swoon in wonder. Then, instead of opening the window, he leaps up and starts to pull himself up to the third floor once more. Shoji murmurs at the display, impressive. With a broad smile, Shiro exclaims, holy crap, look at him go. Kirishima exclaims, that's some serious parkour action right there. But he skipped the first 2 floors entirely. What happens if the villains had hidden the bomb down below? He'll be wasting too much time if he's proven wrong. Yaoyorozu muses. Because he knows him. Izuku doesn't express what he thinks, but he does have a brief internal dialogue. He swallows on a worried reflex, thinking, Kachan will want to intercept him first so Iida doesn't interrupt their fight, and Jokin wants to head right for him too. Jason scrambles inside after raising the window. He glances around the empty room before making his way directly to the door. He opens the door very slowly, enjoying that it doesn't squeak, and then he exits into the hallway. After observing the concrete hallways to his left and then right, he closes his eyes and remains motionless. He listens, his breathing steady and even. He listens. He pivots on his feet and dashes to the left side of the hallway, noting the building in his mind and keeping in mind that he is going to the stairs. He removes his shield from his back and places it on his left arm once more, making no attempt to stop his movements. He stomps on the ground as he makes his way toward his target, taking a few turns and twists down additional hallways. Got you Mu ARH. Bakugo emerges from around the corner and ambushes Jason in a manner akin to his attempt with Izuku, but Jason is prepared. Instead, the shield user in question charges forward and tackles Bakugo in midair, slightly knocking him out of his breath as he carries him into the opposite wall before Bakugo can explode directly into Jason. Bakugo grunts at the impact, but as he sees Jason's right arm rise straight for him, his rage changes to surprise. Boom! After his failed ambush, Bakugo ducks to his right, Jason's left, and launches an explosion directly into his side. He then uses the explosion's force to damage his target and give him some distance. Rolling on the ground, he slams his hand to the ground and stops in a crouch. He smiles as he observes the smoke cloud in front of him, but his smile turns to a frown when he realizes it has cleared away, exposing Jason's shield, which was raised and took the blast instead, sparing the user. Jason, however, misses his elbow strike that he had meant for Bakugo's head and remains standing in the same position, shield held up to his left side, elbow slammed into the wall. He turns completely to Bakugo as he wrenches his arm free, causing a small crack in the wall and pieces of cement to fall away. As Jason looks at him angrily, Bakugo can sense the hate in him even though he can't see his face fully. Bakugo scoffs and smirks slightly as he gets to his feet, saying, "Fee. Guess I shouldn't be surprised you were expecting that." His smile grows as he widens his stance, hands spread wide, and tiny explosions can be seen popping off in his hands. I did the same thing with Deku and he barely dodged that. You saw it though. You've always been the on the ball when it comes to analyzing stuff, just like Deku. I was going to have fun beating and smacking around that useless idiot after so long. This fight training was going to be the perfect opportunity for me to beat the thought of him ever becoming a hero out of his head. His grin falters as he looks down. But he just wouldn't quit. He was ready for everything I did, and worst of all, he lied. He lied all these years about quirkless. He yells angrily, his fists clenched as he starts to scream. As he demands, he looks up and glares at Jason. He actually had a quirk all this time and he lied about it. What? When his fists fly open, a huge explosion erupts, not to attack or propel him forward, but to intimidate and express his rage. Did he just trick me, proving that he can be better than me without ever having to use a quirk at all? Do you have a quirk? He exclaims. Jason keeps staring at him, his mask hiding any feelings he may have about Bakugo's outburst and rage. Is this some joke you two cooked up? Pretending neither of you had quirks to get a rise out of me? Pretending to be better than me when you both are nothing compared to me? Jason's arms hang by his sides as he looks down, his body straightening up as he stares. Answer me. Bakugo yells once more, foam and spittle on the verge of spilling due to his extreme rage, much more than Jason has ever witnessed. Jason starts talking, almost in a whisper, that's what you think, huh? The explosion quirk user is perplexed by this. I'd like to say differently, but let's be honest, you won't believe a word I say. Jason's right arm moves slowly behind him as his voice becomes slightly louder until it reaches his usual volume. His tone is almost depressing as he says, "After all, you never seem to believe it when Izuku says you're the best." Don't know why. Under his cape, his hand clings to the rubber handle of the metal pipe on his back. As he raises the baton in front of him, his tone becomes darker. "He always seems to look up to you, even after everything you've done. No matter what, you won't believe a single word I say, being the big-headed prideful you always are. But there is one thing we can both agree on," he says. "This has been a long time coming, Bakugo." He transforms the pipe into a metal riot baton with a sideways flick. As he presses a button on the side, the top portion of the baton flares to life, revealing it is also an electrified taser. He holds the tip up to his face and says, darkly, "And I am going to enjoy beating some sense into that big head of yours." His tone is almost sadistic. The shout causes Bakugo's eyes to widen, and then he smiles and gets ready. "This has been a long time coming, Mutt, and I'm going to enjoy putting you down. To show you and Deku that neither of you are fit to follow me to UA, he explodes forward. Jason yells as he rushes forward, "I didn't follow you, I followed Izu." They both issue a war cry before engaging in combat. When Bakugo tries to strike him in the face, Jason is prepared, raising his shield to block the blow. Pushing through the smoke, he enters Bakugo. When he raises both arms and blocks the shield bash with his big grenade gauntlets, the explosive user is only marginally surprised. Jason swings his baton widely in response, but Bakugo blocks the blow by pulling up his arm. Bakugo staggers backwards as Jason pushes him off his shield, only one arm keeping him in place. The taser lights up as Jason swings his baton again, but Bakugo leans back just enough so that the weapon misses him and strikes the wall to Jason's left instead. Bakugo raises both of his hands as he struggles to regain his balance and tries to stop it with a single, strong blow that goes directly to his center mass. Jason is quick to respond, ducking beneath the blast before launching himself forward and using his right shoulder to shoulder check Bakugo, causing him to grunt and colliding with the wall. Jason raises his baton into a backhand and slams it into Bakugo's gut as he lets out another grunt after slamming into the wall once more. He lets out a pained grunt now, but it only makes him more enraged as he looks at Jason with hate in his eyes. While Bakugo raises his baton and gets ready to stab it into his chest, ready to tase his childhood tormentor into total unconsciousness, Jason presses his shield into his chest and pushes him against the wall. However, Bakugo is prepared, and he uses his left hand to grab his wrist, holding him back until his right hand arrives, ready to detonate another bomb. In order to avoid being in Bakugo's direct line of attack, Jason ducks his head to the side. However, it was faint. Bakugo turns around, his palm now pointing to the side of Jason's head, and grins. The words, "Bo-ee." He hears an explosion one moment, and then his left ear starts ringing uncontrollably. He smacks Bakugo's arm away with his shield, but that's exactly what he wanted. Jason grunts as he slides back with just enough space for Bakugo to release his grip after his boot slams into his stomach. He then fires two more blasts in the direction of Jason's midsection. Jason is barely able to shield himself from the blast by crossing both arms over himself, shield up first, even though his ears are ringing. Jason grunts as he is lifted off his feet and sent a few feet through the air before landing roughly on his back, unable to brace himself. He rolls back and slides on his hands and knees to begin his training. Before Bakugo launched himself through the air to drop two more devastating explosions on Jason as he was rolling, he was barely able to stand. Instead, Jason crouches and spins, sending his right foot straight out and slamming it into Bakugo's stomach, causing the explosions to miss. As he is flung back through the air, Bakugo can practically feel himself puking. He rolls and hits the ground hard before sinking his hands and feet into the ground and sliding a few feet before coming to a stop. The two of them pause for a moment, and the only sound they make is their ragged, exhausted, and irate breathing as they orient themselves. Jason stands up with his hand to his ear, the ringing still present but gradually fading, while Bakugo struggles to stand up straight, clutching his stomach. Before returning to their prepared positions, they give one another a fierce look. Even though their wounds hurt, they still have a long way to go. The two give another war cry and charge at one another. "Holy cow! Look at them go!" Kirishima exclaims in amazement as he watches the two fighters battle it out shoulder to shoulder. Sato remarks, "This is crazy. So much different than the first match." Bakugo either missed his attacks in the first match or the fight was completely one-sided. As they all watch, the two fighters are now engaged in combat. They're laying into each other pretty hard. Are they going to be okay? Ochako asks worriedly, flinching a little as she sees Jason swing his baton again, but it sails over Bakugo's head and slams into the wall, crack the wall and sending small bits of cement falling away. Recalling the punishment All Might imposed on Bakugo for using his grenade gauntlet support items, Jiro says, they're really going at it with everything they got. Well, almost everything. Still, they aren't pulling their punches either. Shoji remarks, attracting some attention as he looks at Jason and his nearly frantic and forceful attacks. I wasn't expecting this from him. From the short time we've met Takeda, he always seems somewhat calm, cold, but calculating as he tries to help his friends. Now he seems angry. Observing the speed and intensity of Jason's attacks, Tokiyami remarks, those attacks of his have a lot of force behind them. Bakugo fires another powerful salvo at Jason as he says, seems to me like he's trying to intentionally hurt him. He blocks most of the blast with his shield before charging forward to slam him into the wall before he can detonate another one. Then again, with how angry Bakugo is, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just matching strength for strength. With Jason leaning back from a point-blank explosion to the face, Mina worries, yeah, this is getting kind of scary. Hey, Midoriya, how are? Jokin has the speed and maneuverability to dodge Kacchan's attacks, but the small hallways prevent much movement where Jokin would otherwise be able to move about with ease. With the enclosed space, Kacchan has the advantage with how big he can make his explosions, but he's starting to get tired. He also has to be careful or else he will bring the walls down around them and fail the test for excessive damage to the building. The class, barely able to comprehend Izuku's words, blanches in shock as they watch him go on a muttering rampage. Never mind. Yaoyorozu says bluntly, as admirable as it is for him to go alone, this doesn't really prove anything. I don't know why he has to do this test alone, but whatever it is, it's compromising his ability to properly fight the villains. He could have had a partner to help him in fighting against Bakugo, but instead he decided to make a spectacle of himself and go at it alone. If this is how he's going to act as a hero, then he will have a very short career as a hero if his solo tactics end up putting him in a situation that he can't win, she concludes, using her analytical skills to demonstrate how foolish it was for him to fight in this fictional battle. There are some nods of agreement at the solo move Jason made, even though some of the others won't say it quite as bluntly as she does. The battle has been going on for more than 5 minutes, and it doesn't appear that Jason is doing much to defeat Bakugo or even that he wants to use the capture tape on him. Staring at the screen, All Might says, you might be right, Yaoyorozu. Going alone may be inadvisable, but we also have to remember that there may be moments where we can't wait for backup and must go in now lest innocent people get hurt, the villains escape and et. However, this is his first chance to go into an official combat scenario, even if it is a fake one. He's actually fighting to win now with a purpose. He's proving both to himself and all of us here that his quirkless nature is not going to make a liability, regardless of the odds. Mina says, oh, that's cool. Everyone nods in agreement, concentrating on the fight. Izuku's relieved expression goes unnoticed by them. Wait, what did he say? Izuku looks at the others, his face growing anxious once more, and then he plugs both of his ears. With the exception of Izuku and All Might, almost everyone in the observation room yells, he's quirkless, at once, shocked and perplexed by the new information they have just learned from their teacher. The loud outburst even caused All Might to flinch violently, and he turned to face his students in confusion. Well yes. He's quirkless. Wait, you mean, none of you? He asks, looking extremely concerned as his suspicions are validated by the genuinely shocked and perplexed expressions on his students' faces. With his hand covering his mouth to conceal it, he leans in close to Izuku. He whispers to the student, who is now perspiring, you two never told them. Izuku also responds in a low voice, he wanted to keep quiet about it because of first impressions. He rubs the back of his head in an embarrassing manner and says, oh, well, right. That makes sense, I guess. He may still be grinning, but it's clear how uncomfortable he must be at this point. Can't fault you both for keeping quiet about it. My apologies for spilling the secret. Okako approaches him and exclaims, Deku, so it's true? Jokin is really quirkless? Well he stammers as he tries to respond to the girl who is so close to him. Hagakure can be heard remarking, no wonder we haven't seen him use his quirk, he doesn't have one. Asui tilts his head in confusion and asks, but I thought UA had a rule to prevent quirkless people from entering? They used to. But it wasn't until this year they rescinded that rule. Now everyone, quirk or no quirk, can have the chance to enter UA. The All Might quickly clarifies. When Kirishima says, wow. Talk about timing, huh? She smiles. But how can he become a hero if he doesn't have a... Don't you say that? The loud outburst makes everyone flinch in shock, especially Mineta since he was interrupted. The fact that Izuku was the one who yelled at everyone was even more unexpected. They are all surprised to see an angry loon on his face, which is unusual given how little time they have spent in the same class. Izuku turns away, clenching his free hand in frustration as his anger fades. Deku? Ochako asks, her hand extended in concern for her friend. He adds the final line for himself, saying, "Sorry. It's just, for too long people have called him useless. Said he can never become a hero just because he doesn't have a quirk. For as long as I can remember for almost my entire life, he has never once been useless to anyone, especially me." He turned back to them all with a fierce look after saying this. He turns back to the screens and says, "So please, don't look at him as a useless quirkless. Look at him as an aspiring hero, just like all of us." Nobody really speaks at that point, and they are still shocked by Izuku's outburst of all people, but they continue to stare at the screens. "You know, he didn't get last in the quirk test yesterday. He beat more than a few of us," Zero makes the point. Ochako smiles and continues, "And look at him holding his own against Bakugo." Kirishima remarks, "He's really going all out." Izuku smiles as he hears everyone's general optimism while his classmates share their thoughts and opinions, letting out a mental sigh of relief. Izuku returns his focus to the fight when Sato asks, "Whoa, what are they doing?" at what they observe them doing. Both boys are exhausted. They only have a moment to catch their breath as they both manage to stay upright, but they are both frustrated by how much they are fighting and managing to stay upright. Many of them have bruises on their bodies, but many of Jason's clothes have burn marks on them. His mask is burned and cracked. "Why?" Jason nearly growls out the question as Bakugo watches in bewilderment. He raises his right hand, still holding his baton, and grasps the edges of his mask with the tips of his fingers as his head is craned down and his body inhales sharp, ragged breaths. "Why, damn it? Why? Why what?" To Bakugo, he yells, "Why in the hell does Izu still look up to you?" Before ripping off his mask and throwing it to the ground, making the boy wince because Jason's sweat-streaked face is constantly filled with rage and anger. "Ever since you decided you were too good for us, he's always held you in high regard. Even though I'm the one that's always stuck by him, for some reason he still thinks you can become a good hero. What does he see in you to continue to cling to that stupid idea?" Bakugo is now glaring at Jason with daggers in anger. "You stupid mutt. I am going to be an amazing hero. I'm going to be even better than All Might. You and Deku are going to be nothing compared to me." Jason becomes enraged by this and prepares himself. He yells, "I'm going to break you, Bakugo," and both he and Bakugo charge. Instead, Jason throws his baton directly at him, causing Bakugo to dodge to the side. However, this only serves to divert his attention as a black mass is hurled at him. When he blasts the object, it turns out to be Jason's cape, which he tore off just as Bakugo was turning to avoid the thrown stun baton. Jason bursts through the small explosion and charges Bakugo just as the cape is blowing apart. Jason slams his shield right into him before he can react. However, rather than being pushed back, Bakugo grabs the shield and holds onto it while being carried. He snakes his left hand just past the shield and rests his palm on Jason's chest, while his right hand grips the shield's edge. Bakugo gives him a devilish smile and he has a second to widen his eyes before an explosion goes off on Jason's chest. Something gives and the blast's force knocks the wind out of him, blurring his vision. He tries to breathe, but his body stiffens, freezes, and stops completely. But Bakugo doesn't let up, blasting to his right and then behind him, sending him hurtling around until he's right behind Jason. Before another explosion goes off point blank in the middle of his back, he is unable to move his shield or turn around in time to dodge or block. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and struggles to maintain his balance as something gives once more, causing him to stagger forward in agony. However, Bakugo seizes Jason's left from behind, so it's not quite over yet. Izuku managed to avoid the blow earlier and attempt to strike back at Bakugo. Though Jason isn't moving as quickly as he feels himself being pulled back, Bakugo uses more low-power explosions, nearly all of his remaining reserves at this point, to pull Jason back and prepare to slam him into the ground while mentally preparing to start screaming at him in an attempt to make him tap out. The hand gripping Jason's arm lifts him up and turns him around, and Jason grits his teeth. As he places his feet along the wall and walks a few steps along it, his eyes pop open. Bakugo used to be able to move around as he pleased in a large, open space before he felt the need to grab hold of Izuku and slam him to the ground. But this time, The walls are much closer together, and they are both trapped in a small hallway. Jason turns around and grabs Bakugo's right arm, bracing himself as he slams his feet onto the ground after only briefly running on the wall thanks to Bakugo. With a heave and a cry of effort, he gathers his remaining strength and drags Bakugo around, slamming him against the wall face first. After being slammed into the wall, Bakugo coughs and reaches back with his left arm behind his head, intending to hit Jason in the head. Jason, however, is prepared as he avoids the explosion and slams his body into Bakugo's back, landing his left foot on Bakugo's right side and stunning him. Grasps Bakugo's right arm's big support item grenade gauntlet with both hands and pulls violently while twisting. Bakugo screams in agony, "Aarrrrhhhhhh," as he feels as though his arm is going to be wrenched from its socket. Jason yells angrily, "You're moving a little slowly, Bakugo. Perhaps you should lose some weight," as he increases the force of his tugging and twists even more. Shortly after, the boy stumbles away and the support item finally gives, slipping off his arm. Bakugo turns around after grunting in annoyance at being mistreated. His own support item is staring back at him, and he freezes. Jason is holding the object under his right arm with a few fingers in his left hand curled around the pin, ready to pull, while he stands there with a blank expression on his face. Out loud, Kirishima exclaims, "What the heck? Is he going to do what I think he's going to do?" He is in complete shock at what he is witnessing. "That can't be." Yaoyorozu starts by saying, "All Might forbid the use of such a destructive power due to it being too powerful for indoor use." While the others nod in agreement at the appearance, Zero remarks, "And yet he has his fingers ready to pull the pin. But if he blows up the building, All Might will stop the test and disqualify him." Ribbit. Asui clarifies. As he reaches for the microphone, All Might grimly says, "Yes, I indeed said that." "Wait." Izuku stops him by grabbing his arm, much to All Might's dismay. In an attempt to prevent the professional from ending the match too soon, he starts by explaining, he knows he'll disqualify him if he blows up the building. He looks at the screen once more. It's a bluff. Jakun's trying to intimidate him, get him to let his guard down. He knows he's running out of time to complete the mission, so he has to end this fight as soon as he can. He's leaning heavily on All Might. "You didn't stop my fight when you know you should have. Don't stop his just yet." All Might gives Izuku a long, intense look for a few seconds before turning back to the screen to watch the two boys conversing. He sighs deeply and then turns back to face Izuku. "If he blows a hole in the side of the building, I'm ending the fight." Izuku responds, "That's fine." The rest of the class is confused because they are only able to observe what the two fighters do. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" Bakugo says, smiling, but there is a hint of nervousness in his smile as he says, "If you fire that, All Might will stop the fight. Gonna be a short hero career if you go against your sensei like that on the second day." This time, Jason's fingers tighten on the pin and he begins to smile devilishly. "You seem to forget, Bakugo, my main goal is to help Izu become a hero. Me becoming a hero is just a bonus, besides," he says. "Don't you remember everything you've done? All the things you've said, all the things you've done over the years. For too long I've only been able to barely keep you on your toes, but now, tell me, how sweet do you think it's going to feel when I pull this pin directly on your face?" he asks, taking a menacing step forward while Bakugo instinctively retreats. "You saw how powerful that blast was when you released it earlier against my best friend. Imagine just how fast you need to dodge in order to avoid this, if you can." Given the ramifications of what Jason is discussing, Bakugo now appears uncomfortable. He wasn't foolish to simply stand in the middle of the explosion and absorb its full force. The blast he unleashed earlier wasn't meant to kill Izuku. To remove him from the test and provide Bakugo's team with the necessary win, he simply had to render him incapable of moving and injure him sufficiently. It was easy for Ochako to defeat Izuku because he wouldn't fight both Iida and Bakugo. In Bakugo's mind, any harm he might receive from the explosion's aftermath or from his dodge was merely a bonus. Although Jason is running out of time, he is now beginning to run on fumes and his explosions are not as destructive as they were at the beginning of their battle. His mask was broken, his ears were barely still ringing from all the explosions around him, and his armor was charred and broken from all the blows they took. Even though he is accustomed to them, they still cause pain. Even now, his arms tremble slightly as he tries to hold up his shield and the pilfered support item. His cape is singed and barely hanging on from the clasps on his shoulders. He is desperate for this to end because he is exhausted. "Let me put it to you this way, Bakugo. Think of all the things you've done over the years, really think about them, and then look at what I'm holding. After a moment of remembering, Bakugo's feet move slowly and his eyes widen as he looks at the support object in front of him. Jason smiles more broadly. Good. Click. When Jason pulls the pin, an explosion occurs, causing a brief flash of light before black smoke fills the hallway, and everyone gasps in shock. Mineta mutters, "He actually did it," and is shocked. A little disappointed, Kirishima adds, "Didn't think he'd actually do it." Yaoyorozu sighs softly and shakes his head, saying, "He knew he wasn't allowed to cause that much damage just like Bakugo before, and he did it anyway." As he reaches for the microphone, All Might says firmly and with a hint of disappointment, "Yes. I specifically said he wasn't to do damage to the building using that weapon but ignored my previous warnings with Bakugo and used it anyway. I'm ending this." "Sensei, wait." Izuku tries to stop him in a hurry. "Midoriya, I know he's your best friend and I gave him the chance to use that bluff, but disobeyed me and knowingly used the device to attack Bakugo and destroy part of the building. I have to end this. He wasn't able to play favorites. He went overboard when he let the fight continue in Izuku's match, and even though he won, Izuku still suffered significant injuries, and Jason has already demonstrated that he can do some things his own way." In front of everyone, he informed Bakugo that there was no exception for anyone else and that he could not inflict harm with those big support items of his. Even though he doesn't want to, he must stop it because Bakugo should have been able to avoid it. All Might pauses, perplexed by Izuku's question. "Did you feel that?" Izuku glances at the others as soon as he notices the hesitation. "Did anyone else feel that?" Everyone there is perplexed as to what he means by this. Sato murmurs, no." Shiro continues, "I didn't feel anything." "Exactly." Izuku smiles broadly, pleased that his intuition was correct. They are even more perplexed by the green-haired boy's ambiguity. Asui looks down at the ground. Everyone turns to face her and says, "There's no shaking. When Bakugo used his support item against Midoriya, we felt the explosion shake everything all the way here. When Takeda used it, we didn't feel a thing." Everyone starts to realize the implications of this. She's right. When Bakugo used it, it shook so badly some of us almost tripped, but when Jason used it, it wasn't as powerful. Ochako continues. "Sensei." Izuku calls out to his teacher, but All Might is staring at the screen with a shocked expression on his face. Izuku looks as a result of this. As the smoke clears, everyone is shocked to see that the hallway is still largely intact, with the exception of a few scorch marks and cracks in the walls and flooring. It is also stable and shows no signs of the fighters. Bakugo is groaning and coughing. He shakes some dust and soot off himself and opens his eyes. "What the fuck?" he mutters in confusion as he slowly pushes himself up. A quick glance around reveals that he is in a room, and he bolts out the door. The door was broken off the frame when he threw himself through it to avoid the blast, but now he's trying to figure out what's going on. He growls in anger as the smoke lingers but soon starts to fade. He looks down one hallway and sees nothing. Looking down the other, his eyes widen, and there, in the middle of the hallway, he finds his large grenade support item lying on the ground, unattended. He grits his teeth and clenches his hands. A quirkless just played him. It is only now that he realizes that the explosion was much less destructive than the one he used in his first match and would not have caused much damage to himself. Instead, Jason has become a runner and has broken contact with Bakugo. When Jason pulled the pin, it released an explosion, but Bakugo managed to dodge it in the narrow hallway by throwing himself through a nearby doorway and into a room. Oh my god! He stalks down a random hallway while yelling loudly in rage. However, I don't get it. How come Bakugo's use of the blast was stronger than Jason's? As Bakugo screams on the screen and storms off in rage, Mina asks inquisitively. "Kachan used the same gauntlet that Jokin had taken during our altercation." Izuku explains to everyone why Bakugo and the building weren't in danger of dying or being destroyed, using his analytical mind to its fullest. Because of that, the explosion it let out was not as powerful as before because it didn't have as much stored energy when Jokin used it because it was already used before. As a result, he knew it wouldn't cause enough damage to the building to justify All Might calling off the match early and hurting Kachan. After he finishes describing this, everyone realizes how cleverly Jason planned to deceive Bakugo. It was just a bluff to get him off his back. "Whoa," Kirishima says, grinning broadly, "that's so crazy. That takes some preparation." Hagakure continues, "I would never have been able to come up with something like that." "What a great plan," Aoyama remarks. Izuku smiles at his friend's planning. "You've always been the best when it comes to planning your fights. You've always said I was smarter than you, but your tactics are just as good and faster than me." He suddenly frowns at something else he was told by the others. But they said you were allowed to choose your opponents, and you chose Kachan. He sighs sadly, knowing that he can't try forever to keep his best friend from throwing everything away in his anger towards Bakugo. He shakes his head of the thought and refocuses on the screen, seeing Bakugo stalking the hallways of the floor he was fighting on, while Jason can be seen running up some stairs to the top floor of the building, the same floor that's housing the bomb, and Iida, somewhere. Kachan was smart in putting the bomb on the top floor. With a quirkless person like Jockin, any amount of distance they can put between him and the bomb is good. But he also knows how Kachan works too. As soon as Jason makes it to the top floor of the building, he begins looking for the bomb. What is he doing? Ochako asks curiously when Jason stands in front of the closest door to him. After trying to open it and finding it locked, he turns around and places his right foot against the door. With one well-placed kick backwards, the door breaks off the frame and slams open, opening the door with minimal injury on his part. He turns back and glances inside for a second, finding nothing before going to another door and continuing to do so. That's a weird way to open doors. Isn't it better for him to simply kick down the doors? Shiro asks aloud. Izuku starts explaining again, saying, it's actually a military maneuver he's doing. Standing straight and trying to kick forward on the door actually runs the risk of injuring yourself. In fact, the US military employs that tactic to swiftly and effectively open doors with little effort and personal danger. Mina looks back at the screens and murmurs, whoa, in amazement at Izuku's movements and now his knowledge. He's quirkless and yet he's pulling out all the stops. Ojiro smiles and says, you know, I guess we really shouldn't be surprised considering all the military gear he seems to have. Others nod in agreement. He's almost to Iida, you see. How will he get to the bomb, I wonder? Ochako murmurs wearily, it wasn't easy for me to get to it, that's for sure. Her recollections of her struggle and her desperate attempts to reach the bomb were all but pointless until Izuku intervened. Since Jason is fighting alone this time, Iida's speed would allow him to keep up and possibly overpower Jason with ease if he pushed himself. He might even go at it more cautiously after the deception she was able to pull off against Iida and narrowly win. Jason will need to think of an alternative, match is almost over. Iida murmurs, rolling his costume sleeve back over his left wrist. Just like last time, Bakugo goes off on his own and leaves me here to guard the bomb. He rubs the back of his helmet, recalling the peculiarity of this matchup. But this time, we are facing only one opponent. This time it is a good idea to split up. He can try to engage him and either take down Takeda or at least hold him back until time expires. If he were to somehow get to me, it would be easy for me to keep the bomb away until Bakugo returns. The room they moved the bomb in is completely open, with only one door entry, a few vents, and some window panes. There are no columns or anything that would allow Jason to hide in the room. He taps on the ground a few times, recalling the slight rumbling he felt earlier. He touches his earpiece and says, haven't heard anything else since then. Bakugo, you there? What's happening? He growls in frustration at his teammate's lack of response after asking. Either he lost his earpiece in that explosion, or he's just not bothering to answer. He sighs at his partner's obstinacy. His eyes widen as he realizes what's happening. He's kicking the doors open. We locked the doors on this floor in order to make it harder for him to find the bomb. Because of how much time is left, he can't be subtle. He's just rushing through and trying to find the bomb. He perks up and starts to listen carefully as he hears the loud banging of metal on stone far away. Better get into character. Iida smirks as he rolls his neck. Before he hears footsteps stomping directly outside his door, he braces himself and waits as he hears the door next door being broken open. Ha 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 ha. As Iida continues, he laughs aloud, causing the footsteps outside to stop. Did you think that someone would be waiting here to guard the bomb? What a fool. You won't be able to enter and prevent us from carrying out our evil scheme. Colleague, he has arrived. Return here. He yells loudly in an evil tone into his earpiece, hoping that Bakugo would have at least heard him and is now on the way back to the bomb. My partner is now on his way. You're outplanned, outmatched, and running out of time. Hero, you've failed. Ha 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 ha. He pauses his monologue to take a breather and gets ready after feigning a fit of laughter. A final bang can be heard as the handle gnarls harshly as a large bump is placed on the door, and Iida tenses as he hears loud banging sounds coming from the door. Some rooms, like the one Iida is in, have all steel and metal doors and frames to go with them, unlike most of the other doors in the building with wooden frames around their doors. The person on the other side is unable to break in easily as he repeatedly hits the door multiple times, and Iida tenses as small indentations are seen being created on the door from repeated hits. Then there was quiet. Huh? Iida mutters in confusion as nothing else happens. No more movement or sound can be heard on the other side, as well as no more attempts can be seen against the door. Hey, you there? Have you given up? He tries to boast, but now he's just confused by what happened. When he doesn't get an answer, he just stares confused at the door. Huh? He murmurs before checking his watch again. You have 1 minute left. He tries to act like a villain once more, which makes him feel strange, but it's for the test they are taking, and he is on the side of the villain. Unless you decided to give up, you're going to need to get in here now if you're going to have any hope of winning, which I doubt. At first, he hears the sound of another explosion, which indicates that Bakugo is using his quirk to move down a long hallway. Then, he gradually starts to hear more footsteps, which seem to be coming from a far distance and getting closer until... Boom! Whoa! Iida yells and ducks as a huge explosion detonates on the door, tearing it completely from the frame. The door's hinges and sails over Iida, narrowly avoiding the bomb before crashing into the window and out of the building. Where is he? Immediately Iida recognizes the new voice of his partner. When he stands back, he sees an angry Bakugo standing between him and the door, smoke dissipating around him as he glares left and right angrily, looking for something before staring heatedly at Iida. Where is he? Where is he now that you said he was here? What are you saying? I heard banging on the other side of the door but he never got in, Iida asks, perplexed and a little irritated by the explosive entrance, which Bakugo actually did. What a bunch of nonsense! Before pointing to something on the ground, Bakugo yells angrily, he jammed the door so I couldn't get in. Iida's eyes widen as he sees the slightly scorched shield now resting in the ground, and he initially appears perplexed by what he means. Jammed? Did he jam the door? He used his shield to jam the door closed. That's what all that banging on the door was for. But why would he block the only door to his target? He murmurs, utterly perplexed. Where is he? Iida is startled out of his reverie by Bakugo's accusing yell once more, and he flinches. I don't know, he never entered the room. The reason he blocked the door is unknown to me. This is the only way in, and he... The hero team triumphs. What? What? The declaration causes both boys to yell in complete bewilderment, and Iida glances at his watch to see that they have a few seconds left before they both turn around and discover that nobody is on the bomb. Initially, there are slow footsteps, and Jason emerges from behind the bomb, grinning and smirking at them as his fingers move over the surface. Hey guys. Bakugo, of course, appears completely stunned, his hands trembling with controlled rage at being beaten, once more. Iida simply looks at the door and then back at Jason a few times. But, that door's the only way through. How did you enter? Do you mind? He asks. Jason simply keeps grinning and gestures to the window with his thumb. A minute before, Jason stalks down the hallway, kicking more doors as he goes. He managed to escape Bakugo and continues searching for the bomb, but it's difficult to find it without making a lot of noise because the doors are locked. With only a few minutes left, he needs to find it quickly and figure out how to get past Iida once he finds it. Ha 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 ha. He pauses when he hears Iida's voice on the other end, which is a faux villain tone. The engine quirk user then launches into a villainous monologue, but Jason is looking around, unsure of what to do. He considers his next course of action. This is the only door in, but maybe not the only way in. If I can try, I might be able to go in via the window, but he might hear me there too. I need to do something to get his attention elsewhere. On his way, my partners. He knows that Bakugo is likely on his way, so any other noise he hears from Iida is white noise, or even worse, ringing in his ears. Screw it. If he wants to make this work, he must take a chance. He beats the door a few times to make it look nice, then he bangs the edge of his shield into the door handle, horribly gnarling the piece of equipment until the door and his shield are jammed into it, making it seem as though he is still there. He slips his arm out from the shield and moves slightly to the side, away from the door, but still appears to be there. He enters the room next door, quietly but carefully closes the door, then moves to the window. These are non-opening windows. How on earth am I going to open these without making any noise? Bo Krish. When Jason first hears one of Bakugo's explosions go off, he reacts by shooting out his left arm's elbow and slamming it into the window, using his metal elbow guard to break the window and mask the sound. He then uses the metal in his elbow guards to remove the glass from the window frame's edges and goes outside. Oh boy. He murmurs as he looks down at the ground from the 5th floor of the building. Great. He complains as a little gust of wind pushes him to the side of the building's stone walls, growling in frustration at the extremely thin ledges that hardly support his feet. The building's sides have large rectangular divots that are where the windows should be. He just needs to reach the next one that leads into the room with the bomb in. He takes cautious steps, pressing his back as flat on the wall as he can before slowly edging himself along the ledge towards the window. He tells himself, "You look down, your curiosity will make you look down more." Humans typically have a natural curiosity to look down occasionally, especially over ledges. In his parkour training, this has led to some near misses that he would prefer never to experience again in his life. He repeats the cliched advice to avoid looking down into his own head, keeping one hand gripping the wall's edge from the window he came from, slowly stretching his other arm across, and barely gripping onto the wall of the window he needs to reach. Got it. He smiles, releases his first grip, and pulls himself to his target window. Boom! He hears a familiar explosion and notices a flying door as he lifts his upper body toward the window. Phoo! Crash! He throws himself back as the door hits the window, shattering it completely and sending it hurtling to the ground. Because he pulled himself back, his grip on the wall is lost, and he finds himself leaning forward. In a desperate move, both of his hands fly back and catch the edges of the walls from the window he came out of and the window he wanted to enter. His arms are painfully outstretched, so as he's leaning forward, he finds himself staring down at the ground just as the door strikes into an almost unrecognizable shape. CK. He lets out a breath of air that he didn't realize he was holding and tries to control his rapidly beating heart. Come on, come on, come on. He mutters to himself quietly as he gathers the last of his remaining strength in his exhausted body and pulls himself back until he's flat against the wall again. Thank you. He looks up quickly and smiles as he sees Bakugo and Iida staring at the room's front door and looking around frantically. Fortunately, there isn't any glass crunching to warn them as he enters the room, placing the large bomb between himself and his enemies. It's only a few steps, but he smiles as he puts his hand on the bomb. The hero team triumphs. Once again, thank you, Bakugo. You gave me the entrance and the diversion I required. Jason says cheerfully as he approaches the two of them, whose forms are still shocked by his brief explanation of how he entered the room. He smiles at them and then reaches down to grab his shield, strapping it back onto his arm before passing them without saying anything like, "Good sport," or, "Great battle." He's mainly just glad to be finished and doesn't want to see one of the two people he was fighting. Well, not until the very end of the fight, but still. He looks down and idly checks his shield and evaluates its damage, nodding in satisfaction when he sees only a slight warpage to the shield itself. Nothing that some buffing and heating can't move back into place. As well as some black scorch marks on the front of it. He finally realizes how exhausted he is from his slow movements and his exhausted breathing, so he lets out a deep sigh and leans against the wall when he is far enough away from them. He wipes his sweaty brow with the crook of his right arm and rests his head against the wall. That was quite a show. Jason looks up wearily, observing All Might beside him, too exhausted to jump at the unexpected voice. You did well out there, Takeda. An amazing game. Excellent work. Thank you, sir. He nods, smiling at the words. Are you all right? Do you require assistance in responding to the others? All Might asks worriedly, stepping forward to grab Jason in case he passes out. Jason straightens up, takes deep breaths, and nods in response, saying, I'm fine, sensei. It's nothing to worry about, just tired. He passes him and starts to head for the stairs, saying, Better go snap Bakugo out of his anger-induced paralysis. He responds in jest, I can make it back to the others. You were quite angry out there. Jason halts in the middle of his stride, shuts his eyes, and chastises himself in his head for All Might's ability to hear everything that took place and what was done. At Bakugo, most of all. What he heard. Jason sighs, turns his head to the side, and looks out at All Might before saying, he had it coming. He doesn't say anything more before moving on, leaving a worried All Might in his wake. The group of students returns to the observation room and looks at the screens in the aftermath of the battle. Todoroki says in his typical level-headed and impartial voice, he won. Impressive. Remarks Yaoyorozu, that was crazy. I can't believe he won by himself. Other students have made similar remarks, such as, that was awesome. Wow, isn't he Deku? He's really tough, Ochako asks in a happy tone. Izuku says with a weary smile, yeah, he sure is. He briefly feels proud of his friend's accomplishment before it quickly turns to fatigue. He stumbles a little on the spot and nearly trips before catching himself. Whoa. Are you all right? Concerned for her friend and a few others curious about what transpired, Ochako asks. Yes, I am all right. He murmurs a little and moves toward the door, saying, I think it's time I head back to Recovery Girl, get her to finish fixing me up. Please tell All Might I had to go back to the nurse's office. Oh, all right. Deku, get well soon. With a little wave, she calls out to him, and several others join in with well wishes. Izuku yawns wearily as he plods through the hallway, his mind somewhat preoccupied with the fight he witnessed, and he smiles at what they have to say before waving back at them and leaving through the door. Izuku can't help but smile at his quirkless friend's victory, even though he was and still is worried about Jason and Bakugo's matchup and the obvious anger between the two of them. While it was one thing for Jason to pass the entrance exam against robots, this was a person-on-person fight that was far more different and unpredictable than machines. And he prevailed. He maintains his smile as he heads back to Recovery Girl before fainting in the middle of the hallway. You did it, Jokin. You won. After receiving the debriefing on the battle, the students are already changing out of their costumes a few minutes later. Jason mutters, that could have gone worse. After his battle was over, all three of them made their way back to the observation room, with some of them falling behind more than others. When asked who should be the MVP, Jason essentially said that none of them should be because he chose to enter the building without a partner or backup, which is something that shouldn't happen if it can't be avoided. Bakugo's irate attitude and disdain for his partner again, both at the beginning and at the end when he was yelling at him, didn't help him. Iida, while doing his job to protect the bomb, alerted Jason to the location of him and the bomb, which Iida could have easily hidden, waited for Jason to kick the door open, then rushed him in surprise and used his speed to take him down. Following his explanation, Jason apologized to All Might for primarily picking Bakugo and Iida's team in order to get a hard fight from them. He did not explain to them why he wanted to fight Bakugo, but he still apologized to his instructor. Iida was named MVP by default, even though none of them truly deserved the title. Come on, you idiot. Jason tries to get his chest armor to unbuckle from him while grunting. Hey Takeda, how are you? Having had no trouble taking off his gear, Kirishima approaches him without his hero costume on and asks. Jason lets out a frustrated breath and grunts one last time before saying, yeah, I'm good. I'm just struggling to take off my armor. As he grabs one of them on his shoulder and cranes his head just enough to see that it is indeed slightly melted and bent from the repeated attacks, he tells him, I'm pretty sure one of Bakugo's explosions melted the clasp. He's also pleased that Bakugo didn't want to spend any more time with the others and was the first to change and leave. Whoa. Do you need assistance? Kirishima puts his bag down and offers. Please. To remove this from me, we must use physical force. You got it. Sato. Shoji. A little assistance over here? When Kirishima calls the two boys over, Jason is a little taken aback. What is it? Both of them nod in agreement to assist as they swiftly explain what's happening, and Shoji asks as they approach. All right, pull, 1, 2, 3. Jason gives the order, and the four of them start tugging. Kirishima and Sato are holding onto the front of his armor chest and pulling as hard as they can, while Shoji is behind him, grabbing onto his back armor and pulling with all 6 of his arms to remove his armor. Jason tries his best to rip the clasps off right at the source. Pull, come on, Kirishima grunts and retreats. I'm almost there. As he feels it stretching, Jason tells them, I can feel it starting to give. Cling. Whoa. Kirishima is thrown backwards and takes several long steps to try to regain his balance as the metal clasps holding his armor together break apart with a final metal ping. Sato, like Shoji, is able to grab onto a nearby locker and prevent himself from falling, but Kirishima ends up falling backwards through the door and landing roughly on the ground, groaning as he lies on the floor. Whoa. Did you get kicked in the butt during the fight? He opens his eyes and gives Ashido, who is standing above him in her usual school uniform, a smug expression on her face, a glare. He mockingly chuckles at her, saying, ha ha, very funny Mina. She shakes her head and extends a hand, which he accepts as the other girls, all dressed in uniform, approach from behind. Kirishima. As he dashes out, Jason yells in alarm, you okay, man? Do you mind? He asks. Yes, indeed. I'm doing fine. I just wasn't expecting to go flying like that, he says, laughingly rubbing the back of his head. Don't be concerned about this man. With a smile on her face, Mina playfully knocks the top of his head a few times, saying, it's going to take a lot to get through this thick head of his. Kirishima irritatedly pushes her away and straightens his hair before realizing he's still holding onto Jason's front plate carrier. Oh, here. Stop it. Thanks. Jason nods as he takes it back, idly wincing as the vest falls limp. The sound of crumbling ceramic can be heard from the numerous small pieces inside, especially when several shards fall out from holes torn into the fabric and clatter onto the ground. Dang it. Jason murmurs as he folds it up, making sure to cover the holes as he starts picking up the pieces. However, as he reaches for the final piece, someone else has already grabbed it. Ceramic? That's kind of a fragile material to use for armor, isn't it? Yaoyorozu asks, perplexed about the material used in Jason's armor. Jason quickly explains as he returns inside, taking his back plate carrier from Shoji and packing it in the suitcase. Maybe so, but it makes up for that by being cheap so it's easy to replace, and light so it doesn't weigh me down. Now that his armor is no longer a burden, he quickly removes his costume and returns to his school uniform, shield fastened to his arm, just as everyone else has finished and is making their way back to class. But why ceramic? Mina, who is curious, asks as she walks beside him. Kirishima is also curious. Prior to the invention of quirks, several governments in the 20th century had to devise methods for producing lightweight body armor that effectively deflected bullets and other high-velocity projectiles for use by law enforcement and the military. Laminated ceramics were one option that was fairly light but offered great protection when a bullet struck the plate, even though the majority of types made at the time could withstand multiple rounds and still be somewhat useful. They were less expensive and significantly lighter than the majority of other body armor types, even though they would break down into tiny pieces after 1 or 2 hits and would need to be replaced almost instantly. Since the advent of quirks, the majority of firearms have become obsolete in terms of criminal activity, and the demand for improved body armor has rapidly decreased. Jason takes a deep breath after completing his explanation, noting that he received slightly more attention than he initially did, with several of his classmates paying close attention. Thankfully, this means that any type of ceramic armor in storage is reasonably inexpensive to procure with the right connections, so I shouldn't have any problems replacing it in today's time than it was back then. Whoa! Kirishima yells at the information, that's so cool. You seem to know a lot, don't you? As she asks him, Mina leans in awkwardly close. Laughing nervously and with embarrassment, Jason says, well, it kind of helps when your dad used to be in the military. Many of them look at Jason in surprise as a result of this. Your dad is in the military? When Todoroki asks him the question, some of them are also taken aback. Why are all of you hanging around? Get to your seats. They were so engrossed in their discussions that they failed to notice that they had returned to their homeroom class, and Aizawa was unhappy as usual. Unable to respond, they dash into the classroom and to their seats in order to avoid upsetting their teacher. As they prepare for the remainder of their classes, Jason scowls when he sees that Izuku hasn't returned yet. Please be all right, Izu, he says. All of their classes eventually come to an end, at which point it's time for everyone to head home. Jason is about to get up and head out to see someone when the person he wants to see opens the door. While some students have already left, others are still hanging around and chatting. Izu. When he sees his friend moving around, he exclaims with delight. The loud shout makes Izuku cringe, but he quickly smiles when he sees his best friend approaching him. Hey, Jokin, he says. It's good to see you. Man, I'm glad to see you awake. Jason observes the sling and cast on his arm, but he is still glad to see his friend moving around. You worried me when you were knocked out. Yes, I apologize for that. But I guess I'll have to be prepared for bad times if we're going to be heroes. Izuku attempts to lighten the situation a little. After giving his friend a reassuring smile, Jason simply nods sorrowfully for a moment before saying, yeah, I guess you're right. Hi, Midoriya. They both watch as Kirishima calls out Izuku, much to the surprise of the green-haired boy, and he and a few other students approach him, enthusiastically greeting and congratulating him, as well as giving him more detailed introductions. Jason smiles at the favorable reaction everyone has for his friend. Hey, Kachan. Where are you? When Izuku inquires about Bakugo, Jason's cheerful disposition turns gloomy. Bakugo? Izuku quickly leaves the room and heads for the front door in the hopes of catching up to Bakugo after Kirishima tells him, yeah, he just left. Jason exhales in disappointment as Izuku continues to attempt to reason with Bakugo in spite of the fight and severe beating that Bakugo attempted to inflict on him. So, quirkless, huh? Hearing that, Jason freezes, and he finds it difficult to hide his surprise as he turns around and looks at several of his classmates, including Mina, who is simply grinning cheekily at him because she asked the question. Jason says. Whoa, dude. He's a little taken aback by Ciro's response. I can't believe you're quirkless and so we're so awesome. Yes. Your match was really manly and crazy. You did work on Bakugo man, Kirishimon says, expressing his excitement for the game. While going in alone was foolish to begin with, I have to say your combat abilities were exceptional to keep up with Bakugo as you did. Yaoyorozu adds. That was truly incredible and deadly. He suspects that Hagakure was the one who said it from the happily flailing floating clothing. However, why did you request that Midoriya keep it a secret from all of us? Asui inquires, causing everyone to temporarily shift from their excitement at the praise to their shared interest in that little-known fact. Iida responds, yes, not to mention how you also didn't say anything when some of us asked. Mina gives her a grating tick as she recalls Jason's constant manipulation of her during their brief acquaintance. Did he tell Izu? Jason queries. No, it wasn't Deku. Before she can stop herself from laughing, Ochako tells him, you should have seen the look of surprise on his face when he realized none of us actually knew that about you. All Might was the one who spilled the beans. Could you explain why you never disclosed your quirklessness to us? Iida asks him with more sincere curiosity than his typical authoritative, commanding tone. I guess I couldn't keep it a secret for too long. Just was hoping I had a little bit more time at least. Oh well. Jason sighs at the abrupt turn of events and looks away, turning back to his classmates. I've been pitied or picked on for too long just because I was quirkless, he says, taking a deep breath. Because I didn't have a quirk, people either assumed I was disabled or didn't think I could do anything or make a contribution to society in general. The vast majority of my life has been devoted to trying to make myself anything but worthless to anyone. I was sick of being perceived as a quirkless before being recognized for who I was. When I arrived here and was given the opportunity to transfer to a different school after demonstrating my worth, I wanted to use the chance to demonstrate my abilities to all of you before you saw me for the quirkless person I am. I knew I wasn't going to keep a secret forever, just long enough for you all to form an opinion of me before you learned that I don't have a quirk. Jason takes a deep breath, feeling relieved to finally express his feelings to everyone. After he finishes explaining, he looks at everyone's expressions for a long time, checks his phone quickly, then grabs his backpack and says, I have to go get Izu before we miss our train. He leaves before anyone can say anything else, saying, I've said my piece. Do with it what you will. He quickly leaves, feeling a little nervous about what this means for him now that his classmates are aware of it. Please let everything be alright, he says. Jason trudges him after nearly 30 minutes, letting out a sigh of exhaustion. Jason mutters in frustration, what a mess. He groans a little from his weariness. He went to the recovery girl while Izukue was unconscious to make sure he didn't get any serious injuries, as well as to make sure he didn't get any hearing damage, but he is still a little tired from the quirk treatment. After leaving the classroom and making his way to the front entrance, he arrived just in time to hear All Might chastise Izuku for telling Bakugo about his borrowed quirk. While All Might was disappointed by the information. It's a shame that Izu couldn't make the train. He still needed to change out of the remnants of his costume before he could leave the school. At least All Might was kind enough to offer him a ride home. As Jason calmly makes his way home, night has nearly fallen, but he smiles as he pats his pockets and remembers how Izuku was quick to go after Bakugo and even more so, tell him about his new quirk. Granted that he didn't tell him everything about the situation, but he still feels sad that he did. Even after everything Izu, even after all the crap he's done, you still want to try to make him understand. Why? Why do you focus on him and not? Come on over. Jason is disappointed because all of his hard work, training, and attempts to become a skilled and strong fighter just failed him at that moment. He was too preoccupied with his thoughts and his hang-up to pay attention to his surroundings, so he just walked home mindlessly without stopping to check on things, especially at night. He's not in the mood to exercise restraint as he usually does, and when his back hits the wall, he's about to retaliate and define. Hurt, in a new way for the person who grabbed him. However, all of that is erased when he sees the glaring, angry face of the last person he wants to see. Too exhausted from the day's events to muster any emotion other than a bland, neutral tone, he murmurs the name, Bakugo. Bakugo glares at him, his lips pursed in rage, pressing Jason against the wall in an alleyway while his right hand hangs limply by his side and his left grips the front of his shirt tightly. Why? Why what? In the same impartial tone, he asks the same question again. Bakugo nearly yells, but not loud enough for others to hear, don't you act dumber than usual. Why, did you and Deku keep his quirk a secret all this time? Why did you two just drag me along with this quirkless nonsense after all these years? His voice becomes slightly louder, but not loud enough to shout. What's your quirk, huh? Did you use it at all during our altercation? I informed you. I have no quirks, and Izu already told you, if I recall correctly. Don't give that crap to me either. You expect me to believe that someone would give that worthless Deku a quirk? He yells this time, approaching Jason's face with a fury on his face. He is a pitiful nobody whose dream is nothing more than a joke. You two were hiding it all these years because you thought you both could be better than me without quirks. He yells in Jason's face, spits out each word to his face, and gradually and bluntly tears apart Jason's weary facade, reviving his anger. Tired be damned. He can't see Jason's hand slowly reaching into his pocket as he keeps talking. Jason tries to calm him down by saying, Bakugo, I really think you should, and he does his best to keep his temper in check while maintaining a level tone. Avoid interrupting me. Why did you hide your quirks from me all these years? He asks, pressing Jason closer to the wall as his right hand rises and tiny explosions appear on its palm, ready to unleash on Jason. I've already seen Deku's quirk. Now show me yours. Goddammit, you could only have defeated me in this manner. Show me, or I'll force you to. His eyes widen and his quirk shuts off as his hold loosens, causing his tirade to completely stop. As he holds onto the front of Bakugo's shirt collar, Jason smiles a little loosely and says, I think you need to calm down, Bakugo. He starts talking in a lighthearted manner as Bakugo slowly releases him, and Jason gently pushes him back toward the opposite wall while he continues to say, as I was saying, I really think you should shut up and listen. He presses Bakugo against the wall, leaning in close so he can hear him say, I'm going to make this clear, very, very clear to you. Ah, my turn to talk. He takes a deep breath and says, believe what you want about Izu. Bakugo tries to struggle, but Jason presses harder, forcing him to forget his difficulties. So clear that you should be able to hear it through that stubborn delusional head of yours. It is up to you whether or not you believe what he said, but never, 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 and I can't emphasize this enough, keep talking about my best friend in that way. I'm sick of listening to you ramble on and on. It's okay if you want to maintain appearances while occasionally insulting people. However, if you ever approach me by yourself again, I'd better not hear anything more critical of him. I'll also be clear about this. I am quirkless. I have always been and I always will be. He observes the incredulous expression in Bakugo's eyes, but he remains silent. I've always been quirkless and I always will be. We've always had to hold ourselves back because of school, society, our parents. He says, pushing Bakugo back against the wall. The man grunts as he slides down, slamming into the wall and glaring up at Jason before he notices the glint in his hand. I don't have a quirk. So you can stop trying to goad me about it. He knelt down and aimed the knife at his face. Don't push me, where I don't care about holding back anymore. Having threatened Bakugo, Jason gets to his feet and leaves the alleyway, returning home without saying another word or turning to face him. He smirks idly at what happened and flips his pocket knife closed. Well, can't say I was expecting that. But man did that feel good. He flips the knife open and closed a few times as he walks before closing it and putting it in his pocket. Been wanting to do something like that for a long time. Shut up the second he felt the blade on his throat. When Bakugo was threatening him, he had placed the blade right up to the boy's safety was his top priority. You just never stop, do you, Bakugo? That's fine. I've had to put up with you for this long, I can keep it up for a bit longer, only to get the satisfaction of seeing the stunned look on your face when Izu becomes a better hero than you. Jason says, his face dark and smiling, although he is disappointed that it has come to that point. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of bright yellow eyes with thin slits on them gaze at him from a rooftop. Their mouth twists into a vampire-like smile with wide teeth, and their features are flushed a deep bright red. The spectacle she just witnessed a few moments ago has left her panting with excitement. Oh, wow. A woman's voice can be heard as she pants, her eyes following the man as he strolls down the sidewalk, totally oblivious to the eep. She lets out startled small squeak as Jason suddenly stops and turns around, eyes sweeping around for the presence he felt, just barely missing the person as she rolls back onto the roof of the building. She lets out a small giggle, the smile never leaving her face as she cradles the knife in her hands. Oh, you are, Sue, interesting, and cute. To prevent anyone from hearing her laugh aloud, she must cover her mouth with the sleeve of her cardigan. A new day, a new time for school. Following the mock battle training, it appeared that many of the 1A students had some appreciation for one another and their unique quirks, or lack thereof, for some. After it was revealed that Jason was quirkless, he became a little restless until it was time for him to return to school. However, on the way back to their class, Izuku, being the bro that he was to Jason, continued to support his fellow quirkless friend and said that he was still ready to support him no matter what happened, even though he did mention that Jason was overreacting and that their classmates weren't going to do anything bad to him and all. Despite this, Jason remained skeptical of the situation because of past experiences. As it turned out, his paranoia was unfounded. Bakugo remained silent about the incident and continued to give Jason his usual glare, but the rest of the class was completely supportive of Jason's attempts to be a hero. Although he might have thought that some of them were feeling a little sorry for him, this was a very different reaction from how he was used to being treated. He feels good about it because of all the times he's had to deal with people who have either pitied him for not having a quirk or bullied him outright for the same reason. Nevertheless, he is fully prepared to continue his hero studies now that the new day has begun, especially since he is no longer concerned about concealing his quirkless personality. At least he and his classmates were prepared until they reached the school's gate. They were met by a mob. Numerous cameramen and women, reporters, newscasters, and other individuals with microphones and recording equipment gathered around the school's gate, forming a paparazzi mob. "Hi, you? What's it like to collaborate with All Might so closely?" They are all gathered around the students in an attempt to get the All Might students to respond to all of their inquiries. "I apologize, but I must go to the nurse's office." "Yes, immediately." An agitated and astonished Izuku rapidly backs away from the reporters and enters the school's gates in an attempt to distract himself. The majority of students in Class 1A experience this. As soon as the reporters determine which of the students entering UA are in All Might's class, they bombard them with questions about the past few days. Some, like Uraraka, take it calmly and lightly, describing the hero's appearance. Others, like Izuku, want to just get inside. Still others, like Iida, take it a bit too far in answering the question, giving an emboldened and passionate speech about the number one hero and what it is like to be a student. Others, like Bakugo, either ignored them or, in his case, subtly threatened them and left. "Please, sir. Could you please get us All Might? In addition, you appear disorganized. What's the matter?" Even Aizawa left to try to stop the reporters from interfering with his students because things had gotten so bad that they were exhausted and desperate to find out anything they could about the hero. "Today, All Might is not on campus. You've already disturbed my students enough, so get out of here." Aizawa shooed them away before turning around and leaving without saying anything. However, my audience is curious about his transition to teaching. Along with a few other reporters who comment on Eraserhead's familiarity but are unsure, the lead reporter lady makes a demand. As he returns to his head, Aizawa asks himself, how does All Might ever get anything done with this media circus stepping on his cape? "Hey! Get it moving!" As he turns to face the group of reporters, he hears a voice and notices that there is some shuffling going on and that the lead reporter is furious about the lack of response she has been receiving. "All right, if you don't bring out All Might." "No, hold on, move aside, I will be tardy to class." BRRRR. The lead reporter woman's partner tries to stop her as she approaches the gate, but someone suddenly emerges from the group of reporters, setting off an alarm and triggering the security system. Watch it. Before she can fall back, she sees another UA student briefly being carried up by the gate before he is able to roll himself over onto the other side after being grabbed and pushed away from the rising steel wall. "Oh no! Oh no!" Jason mutters painfully as he lands roughly on the ground, rolling for a second before getting back onto his hands and knees. Despite nearly getting crushed, he looks up and stares at the large steel doors now covering the gate of UA with the alarm going off as well. "Huh, so that's UA's security system." He pushes himself to his feet and remarks, "That would have gone worse." Takeda. When his name is called, he turns to see Mr. Aizawa jogging toward him. "Are you okay?" Even though his tone is as boring as it always is, there is still a trace of worry for his students' welfare. "Yeah, all good sir," Jason says, rolling his shoulder once before grabbing his backpack. "Besides one reporter having almost gotten the both of us killed, I'm all right." Before turning to face the now closed gate, Aizawa murmurs, "Good. You were the last student in my class to enter the school, and the security system should keep them out. So let's go." He turns around and enters the building. Jason responds, "Yes sensei." He then follows his teacher to their classroom. To Jason's dismay, Aizawa remarks, "Strange, usually you enter the school with Midoriya." "Yes, I apologize. Before I left home, I had to do something. I knew that if I ran, I could catch the second train to school, even though I missed the first one." Jason sighs as he stays silent, but in reality, he slept in by mistake because he couldn't get as much sleep as he wanted. He still felt like someone was watching and following him after the Bakugo incident, and this feeling lasted until he got home, leaving him tense for the majority of the night. Even so, he's back in school and prepared to carry on as usual, ideally without the reporters bothering everyone. One day of classes with All Might and all of a sudden there's a media frenzy. When they return to class, there are no interruptions, and Aizawa gets to work disciplining his students and discussing the fighting from the day before. Aizawa instructs his students, "You guys did a decent job on yesterday's combat training. I watched the video feeds and reviewed each of your team's performance. You're talented," he says, calling out the irritable student, who grunts at the attention as Aizawa looks at him. "So, please, don't pout like a kid over your losses." Bakugo mutters under his breath and briefly glances at Jason across the room, but instead of the glare he was expecting, he sees a neutral expression on Jason's face because he was sporting and didn't want to upset him about what had happened, especially in front of their instructor. "TCH, yeah whatever." Bakugo complains and averts his gaze. "And Midoriya." Jason listens a little more intently to the man's remarks about his best friend, while Izuku sits stiffly when it is his turn to be called out. "I see the only way you won the match was by messing up your arm again." Izuku looks down at the regrettable fact. "Work harder, and don't give me the excuse that you don't have control over your quirk." Izuku looks down even more at his teacher's direct remarks. "You can't keep breaking your body while training here." Aizawa's stern expression softens as he goes on. "But your quirk will be really useful if you can get a handle on it. This makes the green-haired boy feel better. So show a little urgency, huh?" "Oh, I see. Takeda." Aizawa nods, then turns to face the other side of the room. Jason sits up straight, looking at his sensei, who is now the center of attention. "You're smart, strong, and you won your battle despite being outnumbered and not having a quirk." Jason would normally smile at the compliment, but because of someone like Aizawa, he knows more about what the man is going to say and maintains the same expression. "But willingly going in alone was incredibly stupid. Since you didn't place last in my quirk test on the first day, you've already shown that you were capable. The world is no longer against you just because you're quirkless. You're not by yourself. Work with your classmates so they can help you just as you can help Midoriya," Aizawa said slowly but firmly, staring directly into Jason's eyes. Jason is staring back at the man as well, but he doesn't seem upset or irritated with the teacher because he is fully aware that what he is saying is true. "Yes, sir." He nods back at the man and smiles slightly, which makes his best friend smile and his adversary scoff. "I understand," he says. "Now, let's get down to business," says Aizawa, nodding before turning to face the other students. Everyone watches intently, now awake and wondering what difficult assignment their teacher has for them that will actually determine their future. "Our first task will decide your future. You all need to pick a class representative." At the routine school activity, everyone exhales. Almost immediately, a number of students start raising their hands above their heads or simply stand up and demand or persuade everyone to vote for them, wanting nothing more than to be named the class representative amidst all the shouting. Everyone is relieved that, after all the chaos they've experienced thus far in school, it's nice to actually do something that's normal for once. Even so, Jason finds it a little annoying because Mina chooses to use him as leverage to get higher by raising her hand high and pressing her other hand against the back of Jason's head while staring down at his desktop. "Please, everyone, keep quiet." In addition to all the yelling, Iida is the most outspoken and silences everyone. The class representative's responsibility is to guide others. "I don't think anyone can do that. Every student in the classroom needs to trust you first. Therefore, filling this position democratically makes the most sense. To select our leader, an election will be held." Iida gives a passionate speech about what it means to be the class representative, but the fact that he raises his hand shows how much he wants to be chosen. Almost everyone in the class says, "It's pretty obvious you want us to vote for you." Iida teaches at that and sits down in shame. After a few seconds, Mina's voice becomes a little muffled and extremely irritated, and everyone turns to see that she is still holding Jason's head down. "Get off." "Oh, I'm so sorry about that," Mina exclaims as she quickly returns to her seat. Mina laughs nervously and says, "I guess I just got a little carried away." But Jason just cranes his head back up, rubbing his neck with an irritated frown and making a tiny crack as he pops his neck. He then turns to glare at Mina out of the corner of his eye and says, "I'm not voting for you." Mina slumps the top half of her body on her desk and groans in defeat, disappointed in herself for losing a potential vote so easily. "Oh, that's fair. Jason wasn't going to vote for her in the first place, but still. Is this the best course of action?" Kaminari asks everyone aloud. We've only been acquainted for a few days. How can we determine who to trust? Asui follows up with a question. Kirishima also makes a valid point when she says, besides, everyone will just vote for themselves. However, Iida is prepared to counter what the others have said. Most individuals will. However, this implies that the candidate who receives the most votes must actually be the best fit for the position. Considering we've only known each other for a few days, the person that does get multiple votes speaks volumes for their character if they can impress people in such a short amount of time. Jason expands on what Iida has to say. All right. I'm grateful. Iida thanks him with a single hand chop in his direction before turning to their teacher, who is zipping himself up in his yellow sleeping bag. It's the best way, right, sir? Aizawa says bluntly, do what you want, just decide before my nap's over. Then she falls to the ground and goes to sleep. I appreciate your confidence. When Jason notices the teacher dozing off, he thinks, I don't think it was trust, more like he just wants us to get this over with. Many of the various students silently consider who they should vote for when it comes to selecting their class representative. The majority of them stick with the idea of voting for themselves, but at least a few were moved by the earlier remarks and understood the rationale behind them. As they all contemplate who to choose as their class representative, Jason stares at his sheet of paper and gets a thoughtful look on his face as he thinks carefully. Okay, Jason, who do you think is deserving of the position of class representative? A few people go through his mind as he thinks of the candidates. First choice. Izu. He's always been level-headed, thinks ahead, cares about others and has always been a general good person, but I don't think he would like being in the spotlight. Iida's another good choice. He's focused, knows the rules of the school like the back of his hand, and will most likely appreciate the authoritative position he could be in to showcase his skills. Then again, he might take his job a little too seriously and way too gung-ho about the whole thing. Yaoyorozu is another choice. Insanely smart and got in on recommendations, so she's had people vouch for her position to be here, but she doesn't really strike me as the people person type deal, which is what the position would most likely entail. I don't know, I could be reading too much into this. With a sigh, Jason shrugs his shoulders and writes the name down. Sorry Izu. You may not like the spotlight, but think of this as practice for when you become the #1 hero. You're going to be in the spotlight all the time when that happens. Better start early. He nods, making sure no one sees him writing the name down, especially one nosy pinky sitting behind him, who he feels their eyes on him. Mina is leaning over her desk to see Jason's votes when he abruptly turns his head to the side and looks behind him. She flinches at the sudden movement and quickly returns to her seat, idly whistling as she writes down her choice of name. Jason growls and proceeds to cast his vote, followed by his classmates as they complete the process. After everyone has finished, Yaoyorozu records the names of the candidates and the total number of votes they received. For some, the figures are not shocking, but for many others, they are. How? Jason looks at the board and murmurs in bewilderment. What gave me 3 votes? Jason can only blink his eyes and gaze at the top individuals on the list as his best friend Izuku mutters loudly while trembling like a leaf. Jason Takeda. 4 Izuku Midoriya 3 Momo Yaoyorozu 2. The remaining class names are either 0 or 1. Naturally, Jason is more concerned with the fact that he managed to win than with that. All right, you fools, who cast their ballots. Jason's expression turns irritated as Bakugo speaks loudly and angrily, even getting up from his seat in the process. Really, did you believe that anyone would cast a ballot for you? Zero can't resist asking Bakugo, and the explosive blonde responds with a furious tirade. Jason scoffs at the attitude, but he also feels somewhat relieved that Bakugo's yelling hasn't even affected the others. Well done. Jason has to suppress a yelp as Mina smacks his back with a loud slap in congratulations. You deserve it. Jason turns to face the other students and responds, hey, thanks Mina. Bakugo soon stops yelling because he is not getting any attention from them. All right, now that we've calmed down, I have to ask, Bakugo says. He looks at Bakugo and says, without the death threat, which causes the boisterous blonde to TCH. Really, who voted for me? He must ask. He doesn't think he made enough of an impression to earn the votes, but he also dislikes the notion that the others voted for him only out of sympathy for Quirkless. To Jason's surprise, Asui, Zero, and Yaoyorozu raise a few hands from unexpected sources. How? I don't. Do you recall the first day of school when we had to take Aizawa's bizarre quirk test? To Bakugo's displeasure, who gives him a glare, Zero speaks first and smiles. You came and asked me for some tape? Asui and I then witnessed you gathering additional items from some of our classmates, but for what purpose? To help Midoriya with his broken finger. Izuku's expression changes to one of sheepishness as he recalls that, while Jason's expression changes to one of realization. Seeing you do that for your friend so quickly and easily immediately put you as a smart but good person in my book. I gave it some thought, and I believe you would be a good class representative. After giving it some thought, Jason turns to face Asui and says, "Call me Sue." She looks at Zero and then back at Jason, saying, "It wasn't just that you were nice to your best friend that made me vote for you. Then when we fought in the mock battle, you weren't just trying to act big in front of everyone by going alone, but you actually won despite being outnumbered." Zero smiles broadly, Yaoyorozu looks away with a slight flush, and Todoroki appears unconcerned. In addition to being nice and caring, you're also pretty smart from the way you handled yourself during the quirk test, and how you also figured out how to use some of our quirks in order to help Midoriya. He decides to wait for everyone to finish speaking before expressing his thoughts, so he turns to Yaoyorozu, who looks away for a moment before staring back at him. "If you can back your skills in the combat, I think you can do good as our representative too," she concludes, and everyone just stares at her in shock for a moment before turning back to Jason. "When I first saw you enter the mock battle area, I thought you were some hot-headed student who was, as Asui said. Sue claimed that by willingly entering an outnumbered area, you were attempting to appear important. She looks away and says, I thought you were going to lose badly, but I was wrong. You weren't boasting when you went in." She looks back at him with a little fire in her eyes and says, "That's why I voted for you, because I truly believe you might be the best option to lead our class as our representative." She ends her statement with a small smile on her face, and Zero and Asui nod in agreement. "You know your limitations and strengths, and that helped you win." Jason simply looks at her, and the others are astounded and taken aback by their justifications for voting for him. "Oh, wow, thank you." Jason thanks them with a sincere smile on his face, a little moved by their justifications and the fact that none of them mentioned that he is quirkless, all of them focused on things he did, not who he is. Naturally, his moment is short-lived because their teacher soon gets up and calls for the two students who performed the best in the election to stand at the front of the class. All right, the class representative is Takeda, and her deputy is Midoriya. His friend is still shivering a little, but Jason is only a little anxious about being in the front. "Are we certain that this isn't an error?" Izuku asks in a low voice. Jason shakes his head slightly and tells his friend, "The numbers don't lie, man." Asui puts a finger to her chin and says, "I'm glad he's our class representative." Kirishima smiles and says, "Yeah, I can get behind with those two up there. Considering how close friends those two are, I can see them coming up with some great plans for our class." Zero continues. "Oh, I was so close to." Yaoyorozu pouts a little in her seat, realizing that if she hadn't voted for Jason, she, him, and Izuku would have had a three-way tie for the positions, giving her the chance to be either deputy or class representative. Todoroki, meanwhile, merely sighs at the developments, content that it's over but not particularly interested in the situation as a whole. After a few minutes, the school day has moved on and everyone is in the cafeteria, where they are all eating and chatting cheerfully, just like on any other day at UA. Ochako is grinning broadly as she eats her delicious food. Jason and Izuku are eating theirs slowly but not as enthusiastically as the others, and Iida is eating his food steadily. "Hey, how are you all doing?" They both look down at their bowls of food with only a few bites taken out of them as Ochako interrupts, bringing them out of their reverie and making them look at her. "You hardly touched your meals," she says. "I apologize." Jason murmurs, "It's just that we're still adjusting to the fact that we are the class representative and deputy for the entire thing." Izuku continues, "We weren't really expecting to get any votes, so we're still a little surprised by the whole thing. Overall, I'm still unsure. I don't believe I'm suited for it. Regardless of what you may say." Izuku interrupts Jason mid-breath and adds right away, pointing his chopsticks at him. Jason complains and averts his gaze, realizing he was discovered. Jason nods and Ochako says, "Oh come on, I'm sure you're qualified." Since Izuku and Jason are aware that he was among those who applied for the class representative position, Iida says in a serious tone, "You'll be great." Iida continues, staring at Izuku, "Not to mention the strength you demonstrated. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will make you a worthy leader. At the very least, those are the reasons I voted for you." "Well?" When Iida is admitted, Jason murmurs, his mouth full of food. "Were you among the three?" Izuku asks, startled. "You really wanted to be a representative, didn't you? I mean, you do look the part, because of the glasses," Ochako says bluntly. Jason and Izuku agree with the girl's reasoning when they say, "That's not how we choose our representative." Wanting a job and being suited to it are quite different things, Iida says, taking a sip of his drink while keeping his eyes closed. That's what I've learned from watching the Iida Family Hero Agency. Jason looks at the student with the glasses and is drawn to the last line. Your family's agency? Much to the other members of their group's agreement, he asks questions aloud. What does your family do? Hold on. Izuku requests more information. Iida sputters a little, nervously affected by this. Oh. He tries to divert attention by saying, it's nothing. Ochako starts to ask him, I'm wondering something about you. Then he smiles and says, you're filthy rich, Iida. Admit it? Ochako informs the boy in a direct and honest manner. Jason starts to say, come to think of it, grabbing their attention as he gets a contemplative expression on his face. If I recall correctly, when you were introducing yourself to Bakugo, you went to Sumi Private Academy, right? Iida looks shocked, as if he's been caught red-handed, which makes Jason think as he recalls another small detail from their first day of class. That's not your typical school to attend, Jason says, grinning at the way Iida tenses up and averts her gaze. Some's is one of the major private schools, and it's costly, isn't it? Jason smirks and asks him. Recalling that little detail, Ochako and Izuku are now gazing at Iida with fresh, inquisitive wonder. Iida finally lets out a defeated sigh and says, I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family. Suddenly, all three of them are staring at Iida, waiting for him to expound. You see, the Iidas have been pro-heroes for generations, he says. It is ingrained in our DNA. What? That is really fantastic. Okako and Izuku both yell in amazement at the news. Jason murmurs softly, generations, as he realizes that the person beside him is practically a hero prodigy. Are you three familiar with the turbo hero? Ingenium? Iida asks, grinning. Do you mind? He asks. I know all about him, Jason says, grinning as he turns to face his best friend. Jason chuckles lightly at his friend's enthusiasm, saying, he's a very well-liked professional who has 65 sidekicks working for him in his Tokyo agency. Izuku realizes something as he says that. Don't tell me. Jason already knows what the glasses-wearing boy is talking about, but it's still nice to hear the confirmation. He's my older brother, Iida says with a smile and a self-assured demeanor. Your family is well known, it's unbelievable. Whoa. Your older brother. Nice. Jason, Ochako, and Izuku all give him praise. Iida is beaming with pride as he talks about his brother. Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code. As the second oldest Iida son, I strive to be just like him. His arrogant expression softens as he becomes more at ease. But I think it might be a bit early for me to be in a real leadership role. He smiles at Jason and Izuku, saying, you two, for instance, both figured out what the judges were looking for in the practical exam. That kind of insight is necessary for a class representative. He tells them with confidence and assurance, but he becomes a little perplexed by the slightly surprised expressions on their faces. The same sort of cunning and wisdom that allowed the two of you to pass the practical exam and the mock battles despite the odds stacked against the both of you. Well, what do you know? He's able to smile. Jason remarks kindly in jest. Yes, Tenya, I believe that was the first time I've ever seen you smile. Iida looks at Ochako in bewilderment as she says bluntly, you should do it more. What are you discussing? I smile all the time. Both Ochako and Jason laugh at this, which only makes Iida more perplexed. Izuku, meanwhile, smiles and reflects, realizing that he wants to be a hero like his favorite hero, All Might, while Iida wants to be a hero like his brother Ingenium. Iida, wow. Jason starts to say, unintentionally interrupting his friend, looks like we aren't that different. Really? Why do you say that? Iida queries, gaining. I didn't want my quirklessness to be the basis for people's initial judgment of me. Jason says matter-of-factly, different reasons but essentially the same. We wanted people to judge us on us, not on anything else out of control. He concludes by taking a bite of his soba, and after having to quickly learn how to make the dish, he realizes he has taken a liking to it when he had to do taste tests for his meals for Todoroki. As he thinks this, he looks to the side and notices the red and white-haired boy eating from the bento box Jason gave him. He smiles. That's true. Iida murmurs, seemingly taken aback by the information. To think we started off as bitter acquaintances that go to the same school when in reality we are more alike than we thought. The others laugh a little at Iida's startled expression. Upon reflection, Jason discovers that he never discovered the identity of the last voter for him. But hold on, I have a question. Who was the fourth person to vote for me? I never found out. Then again, Bakugo was making quite a scene at threatening the others who voted for us, so I'm not surprised at least one person wasn't willing to raise their hand and... He asks bewilderedly, I know I didn't vote for myself. Jockin. Well? Jason questions at his friend right next to him, only to be surprised when he sees Izuku holding his hand up. Hold up, you? Did you cast your vote for me? Confused, he asks. Before his voice starts to gain some conviction, Izuku says sheepishly, well, yeah, of course. I've known you for the majority of my life, so I can vouch for how great a person you are, he says. You've always shown me such kindness and concern, lending me a hand whenever you can. And no matter how many times people or just life in general gets you down, you always get back up to help me, no matter what. He looks away as he almost whispers the last part to him, implying that the two of them have been bullied for years. Jason nods slightly at that before staring as Izuku continues. That's why if there's anyone I know personally who has the skills to take up the position as class representative, then I know you won't do us wrong, he ends with a smile. The words and conviction that his longtime childhood friend has said about him astound Jason once again, and he smiles before scratching the back of his head. Well, damn, he says. Izuku tilts his head to the side in perplexity and says, well I was one of the people who voted for you. They both laugh at Jason's statement before he receives a strange look. Thanks I guess just. This is kind of awkward. Me. However, why would you believe? Jason abruptly interrupts his friend with a pointed and irritated expression, saying, oh don't give me that crap. Izu, you may be quiet and reserved, but damn it if I haven't seen you as one of the most driven people I have ever met in my entire life. No matter what life throws at you, even if I try to help when I can, you have always been the one to keep going no matter how the odds are stacked against you. They both give Jason a knowing look as he continues, so if there was anyone I know who could have the drive, the feeling, and the skills in order to run the class, then I thought of no one better to run for class representative than you. He then presses a finger to Izuku's chest. Just like before, but this time, Izuku is staring at his friend in amazement at his words. After a moment, they both smile at each other, realizing that they are in this together. Always has been. At that, they both grin. Hey Iida, so about that practical exam, Izuku says, looking at Iida with a reminiscent expression. When the school's alarm goes off, almost every student leaps to their feet, asking, what's that? Jason and Izuku both ask aloud in shock, and then an automated voice starts to speak in tandem. Level 3 security breach alert. Please leave the building in a systematic manner. While Iida tries to talk to another student, Jason grabs his shield off his back and straps it to his arm, on edge and ready just in case. We need to get moving now. Jason quickly tells the others, and once they realize that this is the first time in years that someone has actually breached UA's security barrier, everyone starts moving. Despite the voice's best efforts to calm everyone, the entire cafeteria is in a frenzy and people start trying to leave. The four friends attempt to leave through the cafeteria's main doors, but everyone else in the lunchroom does the same. Almost instantly, they are roughly shoved and pushed around among the throng of students. Hey, take a look. Jason shouts in frustration as he's pushed through the hallway by force. Izu? As he watches Izuku, Ochako, and Iida's forms vanish down the hallway, Jason yells for his friend. Jockin. Izuku yells as he is dragged away. Oh no. Oh no. Stop pushing. Jason shouts as he's tossed around and almost slammed against a wall. He uses his shield to try to leverage his way through the crowd. ARH. Hold on, oh no. Jason tries to shove his way out but he's suddenly pushed back even harder. He has no means to brace himself before he falls back, first slamming into something, then it gives way and he falls back further. Grunts and cries of pain and surprise escape Jason as he suddenly finds himself tumbling down a set of stairs. It all comes to an abrupt halt as he suddenly hits a flat floor, only to stop as his back hits a wall and the back of his head smacks a plastered wall. He groans in pain as he immediately curls forward, gripping the back of his head painfully in order to stave off the pain. After a few seconds he lets out small grunt as he slowly relaxes, letting his arms fall to his sides as he sits up. Ow, stupid, he grunts as he pushes himself up to his knees. It's now that he realizes his shield was able to stay attached to his arm as he fell, although he has to adjust it a little to be more comfortable after the tumble he just took. Now that he's no longer spinning roughly down some stairs, he looks and takes a gander at the stairs he so eloquently went down. At the top is a door slightly ajar with a small window on it, showing and slightly able to hear the continuous stampede of students going down the hall. "Gee, thanks people. Thank you so much," he sarcastically states with venom in his voice as he gets to his feet. Crash. Jason hears a slight rustling sound and looks to the side, down the next set of steps to another slightly ajar door, despite the sounds of students panicking. "What the?" he asks. He mutters in confusion as more rustling, almost frantically, can be heard down below. Jason glances up the stairs, then back down a couple times before curiosity wins out for him as he slowly makes his way down. "Maybe I can find a faculty member. Hopefully they'll have an idea as to what's going on," he thinks as he makes it to the bottom step. He very carefully pushes open the door, noting the darkness in the room and the frantic shuffling noises in the room. He is immediately put on edge at the whole situation and widens his stance, bending his knees as he brings his shield up in front of him as he steps in. He first steps into a small darkened hallway with white walls, just like the rest of the school, and finds himself coming up on a much large room. It's some type of archives room where there are a lot of shelves with boxes full of papers and documents, same with filing cabinets as well. There seems to be a few computers left in the room as well, with one of them being occupied. "There." A deep voice can be heard from in front of the computer, and Jason strains to get a good look at the figure, but he is having trouble actually seeing a person. All he sees is a computer that is lit up and running, with a dark figure hunched over and frantically typing away at the keyboard. "What are you doing?" The figure suddenly jerks up as Jason asks that, shattering his earlier preparedness as two bright yellow eyes turn and glare at him with hatred. Jason's senses suddenly go into overdrive, and he tightens his grip on his shield. "I'll ask again. What are you doing?" This time, he asks more firmly, and the figure stares at him while appearing to reach sideways in the air without saying anything. Jason is perplexed by this until he hears something to his left end. Smack. "All right, now that the mess is cleaned up, the class representative and their deputy should begin preparing the classroom. First things first," Aizawa says in his typical weary tone. Izuku looks at his vacant seat and says, "But wait," drawing everyone's attention. "Jakun's not here." A few other students are also observing. "Hey." Many students glare at Bakugo as he says, "The mutt probably ran away as soon as he heard the loud noises." Bakugo smiles wryly and in a sarcastic tone. "He could have gotten hurt." Ochako responds, "We did get separated when everyone was running." "Yes, I concur." Iida continues, adjusting his glasses as he does so. "At least a few students were required to go to nurses off after the alarms were turned off." He then looks at their teacher. "When we were separated I just barely saw him get shoved around by the other students." Izuku looks a little concerned at this. "Sensei." Knowing exactly what Izuku was going to ask, Aizawa drones, "Yes, you can go to the nurse's office to check." "I'm grateful." He exits the vehicle hastily and runs out the door. Just to the nurses and back. "No D2, Aizawa starts. Jokin." He bolts from behind the podium, his speed betraying his usual tiredness, as he reaches the door as the rest of his students start to get up from their seats and start to look worried about them. Suddenly, Aizawa's instincts take over when he hears Izuku's loud cry of fear from the hallway. This causes his exhausted demeanor to shift into gear at the sudden noise from his student outside his classroom. "Mr. Sensei Aizawa." Just as the teacher reaches the door, Izuku lets out another cry. He looks to the right and sees Izuku hunched over a form that is lying on the ground next to his classroom wall. He runs to them and almost instantly recognizes his missing student, who is lying face down on the floor. Step back. As his training begins, Aizawa kneels beside a distressed Izuku and, with extreme caution, catches hold of Jason and turns him onto his back. He quickly examines the unconscious student and is relieved to discover that the only wound he sees is a minor cut and bruise on the side of his head. "What happened to him?" "Whoa." The voice causes Aizawa's head to snap up, revealing a number of his students watching through the classroom door. His voice is firm but serious as he tells his students, "Go back inside and stay inside until I come back." But, now, this time, he yells and activates his quirk, causing them to scream and return inside. He groans as he switches off his quirk and turns to face Izuku, saying, "You too, Midoriya." Izuku looks down at his friend with a conflicted expression. "It's all right." Aizawa starts to say as he picks up Jason, "I'm going to take him to nurse's office. I'll find out what happened to him when he wakes up. Please remain in class and wait for me to return before answering the door." Izuku swallows when his teacher says this, but he nods anyway. "Yes, sensei." Without saying anything more, Aizawa grabs Jason by the hand and runs down the hallway to Recovery Girl's location, while Izuku watches anxiously one final time before returning to class and closing the door. Jason starts to regain consciousness and murmurs in pain, "Ah." He hears an elderly woman say, "Easy does it, dearie." Jason's eyes flutter open and his vision becomes slightly blurry, but he quickly regains focus and recognizes the nurse's office he is in. He looks to his right and notices Recovery Girl smiling, and he slowly and carefully pushes himself up until he is sitting. Jason feels the bandage around his head and presses his hand to the side, muttering, "Ow, what happened?" "We were hoping you would tell us." Jason notices there are two other people in the room when he turns to his left. "Mr. Aizawa." "Mike, Mr. I'm happy to see you awake, kid." "Present," Mike yells, and Jason flinches at the volume of his voice. "Regarding the volume, what did I say?" Aizawa asks his friend, feeling irritated by his friend's hasty rejection of his earlier warning. I'm sorry, kid." Present Mike makes an awkward apology. "It's okay, sir." Jason looks around the room after averting his eyes from the pain. "As I was saying earlier, we were hoping you could tell us how you got injured," says Aizawa. "Due to the earlier breach scare, I had to tend to a number of students after some of them were slightly crushed or trampled underfoot by their classmates." From her seat at her desk, Recovery Girl says, "Some fractured bones, bruises here and there." Then, she looks curiously at Jason and says, "But I hadn't had to deal with anyone with an injury to their head, nor in the same way you were found." Jason looks at her bewildered. "Midoriya and I found you outside our classroom." Aizawa starts talking. "You weren't there when everyone else made it to the room, which means you stumbled there injured sometime after everyone had already cleared out." He tilts his head toward Jason. "That's why I want you to try to remember exactly what happened so we can figure out exactly you got injured and by who." "The first thing I remember is that we were leaving the cafeteria when the alarm went off. But the crowd of people was too big and we were pushed hard down the hallways. And I got separated from Izu, Okako, and Iida," Jason says, pausing to reflect on how he got hurt. "Are they?" "Yes, they're all right. When only reporters broke in, they were able to decipher what was happening and calm the crowd down," Aizawa promptly tells him before he becomes alarmed. "Oh, excellent," Jason responds. "I'm glad, relieved to learn that his friends are safe and undamaged." "Did the crowd injure you? The stampede forced many children to come here for treatment," asks Present Mike. Jason closes his eyes and says, "I remember getting pushed hard when I tried to push to get back to my friends," but he stops himself in the middle as he starts to remember more. No, it wasn't the crowd." He opens his eyes and looks at them, saying, "I remember falling down some stairs and hitting my head. It was some stairs." Recovery Girl adds, "Well, that would do it. Rolling down some stairs can frequently be extremely risky and dangerous. With them, head injuries can occur frequently." For a brief moment, they believe they have figured out the cause of Jason's injury, but Aizawa notices that his student isn't entirely certain. "Nice one." Present Mike starts to say loudly before abruptly quieting. "Were there any more?" He leans in to ask. Jason continues to ponder, experiencing a mild headache as he attempts to retrieve additional memories. His face becomes increasingly agonizing, almost prompting Present Mike and Recovery Girl to advise him not to exert himself. "There was someone," Jason suddenly yells out, surprising the two. He turns and stares at his homeroom teacher. "In the basement. But I don't remember which door, or the stairs I fell down." He mutters dejectedly, "I asked what was going on, and I saw black, maybe purple, and yellow, before darkness." He feels almost relieved to have remembered that part, but becomes frustrated again as he has trouble on the location once more. Aizawa's expression changes to one of thoughtfulness, and after a few seconds of deliberation, he reaches down. Jason looks up and is momentarily taken aback when he sees his teacher pulling up his shield and giving it to him. He has just realized that he didn't have it on him when he woke up, so he dropped it. "Found it in the hallway when I was bringing you here." He hands the shield to Jason, who takes it slowly and holds it in front of him, staring at it for a few seconds, wondering how he failed his teacher's test so quickly after only a few days of arriving at UA. Jason glances up at what his teacher says, and when he looks back at Aizawa, he sees a look of mild expectation rather than disappointment or rage. After staring at him for a while, Jason grabs his shield and straps it back onto his left arm. Once it is securely fastened, he swings his legs off the bed and slowly stands up. Present Mike moves to catch in case he falls, but Aizawa is not as concerned about this student. Jason wobbles a little before taking a deep breath and straightening himself. Aside from a dull ache on his head and fatigue that is just beginning to set in from Recovery Girl's healing, he's good to go. With that in mind, he looks back at his teachers and nods. Aizawa smirks and gets to her feet as well. Several minutes later, Jason is walking down the hallway with several teachers flanking him. Aizawa and Midnight are right behind him, followed by the pro hero, now Class 1B's homeroom teacher, the blood hero, Vlad King, Kon Sakijiro, and Ectoplasm, with two more of clones taking up the rear. Because of the destruction of the front gate of the school, he was tasked with making many of clones to patrol the halls of the school, to both root out anyone that may have stayed inside the school, and offer a sense of security for the students and faculty that there are many eyes and bodies patrolling the school for any intruders. With the police still trying to round up transport the reporters back off of UA's property, along with more than a few of them being slapped with harassment charges, having purposely pushed to try to get some students to give them any sort of statement, Present Mike was back at the front of the destroyed gate to see things run smoothly, as well as trying to keep an eye out for anyone vaguely resembling the description Jason gave them. "All right, we came through here with the mob," Jason says as he leads them all in silence to the cafeteria, where he discovers the exit he and his friends used to leave when the alarm went off. He murmurs, "Let me see if anything seems familiar through the mob." He starts to move forward, with Vlad King and Aizawa trailing slightly behind him, followed by Midnight and two Ectoplasm's clones. "Shota, what are we doing here? We've already removed the reporters from the area," Vlad King says, sounding irritated. "We ought to be back in the classroom instructing our pupils. I ought to be instructing MY students in my classroom. Not out here on a wild goose chase because your student wasn't able to handle a mob of students. Class 1A has always been the top dog class in UA, with 1B being considered by many as second-rate, despite the fact that the class can nurture and grow just as capable heroes as the first class. The incident with the reporters breaking in has not only put everyone on high alert but has also called into question the integrity of UA if their famous security system was able to be beaten so quickly without anyone seeing exactly who did it, or at least no one willing to come forth with information. Vlad King wants to continue making his class of students the best of the best." Aizawa narrows his eyes and lets out a little moan. "My student was attacked," he says grimly, "not by students, but by an intruder." The blood hero scoffs. "The damage on the front gate was equal to none of the reporters' quirks that we rounded up. Someone else must have done it. Someone we haven't found," he concludes, noticing that their group appears to come to a halt. Jason stands in the center of the hallway and carefully looks at the doors on the side. "Kid, do you have something?" As she asks him, Midnight becomes uncomfortably close. He ignores her and moves to the side, approaching one of the doors, where he reaches down to look at something and discovers a red dot on the floor. Grinning as he locates the stairs, Jason gets up and opens the door. "Well, this is it," he says. "I fell down the stairs," he says confidently. "How do you know?" Vlad King asks as he approaches. "You can't recall exactly where you got that injury." He tries to disprove Jason's theory, saying, "You could have made that mess when you were stumbling around." He just wants to finish the chase and go back. Jason wisely says, "Because I'm pretty sure that's my head's indentation on the wall back there." As the teachers look inside, they notice a tiny concave in the plastered walls at the bottom of the stairs where they turn. Further down the stairs is the basement for something. Jason says, not sure what the exact purpose of that room is. "The archive room." Ectoplasm tells the group, "It's an old basement room used as an archives storage room several years back, but all the information down there is outdated and serves no purpose to UA at the moment. Is anyone interested in going down there?" Jason responds, "Only one way to find out," and advances a step. "No, okay." Jason doesn't argue with his teacher. Instead, he steps back and lets the teachers go first. One of Ectoplasm's clones goes first, followed by Midnight, Aizawa, and the grumbling Vlad King. Jason is then permitted to go with his shield held up and the original Ectoplasm behind him, with the last clone guarding the stairs at the top. The team descends the stairs in slow, deliberate steps, taking care not to bunch up and bump into each other while Midnight uses her quirk to neutralize theirs. He tells everyone, "There's no one here." Before long, the other teachers and heroes cautiously enter. Angry at the lack of activity they discovered, Vlad King murmurs, "I knew this was a waste of time." As she examines a few of the boxes that are only slightly dusty, Midnight remarks, "Doesn't look like anything was trashed either. We might be in the wrong room." As he surveys his surroundings and cancels his clone, the original Ectoplasm murmurs. Jason tells them from the back, "No, this is definitely it." "Are you certain?" Midnight asks, looking, only for her to see Jason staring at the wall to his right. When she looks too, she sees another indentation on the wall similar to the one they saw on the stairs. "Oh. Yes, this is the room, without a doubt," now I recall. Jason starts to describe the events, saying, I was standing right here close to the entrance when I saw the almost pitch-black room and some dark figure standing near the computers. And I remember, yellow eyes, and then from my left that's when I was knocked out. He looks, but he is confused by the fact that the area of the entrance he was in was narrow before it eventually opened up to the rest of the room, leaving only a solid wall right next to him. But, there's nothing, he murmurs in bewilderedly as he rubs a section of the wall before turning and moving deeper into the room. He moves along the short row of computers until he comes to a halt in front of the one next to ectoplasm. This one. With his eyes narrowed and fixed on the keyboard, ectoplasm leans in to inspect the computer. He's right, there's voids in the dust here on this computer. Someone did use this recently, but for what? As he approaches them, Aizawa says, nothing good that's for sure. He refers to Vlad King, who scowls when he says, we have an idea of what they are looking but not on the specifics. I'm going to take my student back to class and we need to get back to our students. As he guides Jason to the door, he asks, I'll let Principal Nezu know about this. You two got this? As she starts typing on the computer to see what the intruder was searching for, Midnight remarks, oh yeah, this should be easy. As he creates more copies of himself to thoroughly search the room once more, Ectoplasm says, I'll do a more thorough look around the room to make sure we didn't miss anything. Aizawa responds, good. Let's go then you two, and follows Jason and Vlad King up the stairs. Now that they have finished their search, Vlad King says, about time. The ectoplasm clone leaves to continue patrolling the halls after reaching the summit. Vlad King is in front of Aizawa and Jason as they move down the corridor, not bothering to slow down. As they return to their classroom, Jason and Aizawa walk silently. When Jason reaches for the bandage covering his head, he discovers that Recovery Girl has completely healed the wound and eliminated the headache. He sighs after giving the bandage in his hand a long look. Sorry, sir. Aizawa gives his pupil a sidelong glance. For what? For getting caught off guard. For letting that villain get away. It was Jason's first time facing a villain after joining UA, despite his training and efforts to be a hero. And he has a bad taste in his mouth after being knocked out so fast and effortlessly. Jason looks down slightly at his teacher's silence as Aizawa murmurs, Jason gets a little more excited at Aizawa's remarks, feeling a little better now. Well, it's not like you were supposed to fight an actual villain on the first week of school. So considering you only made it out with just a minor head injury and getting knocked out, I'd say you did alright. But as they continue to walk, Aizawa grabs his shoulder, forcing him to look at the weary instructor's critical gaze. But don't get caught off guard again. When you're going to become a hero, you need to be ready anytime and at any opportunity when it comes to villains. They won't, and ever, play fair. Jason nods gravely in response, understanding the risks now that he's been so close to them and still being okay with what he says. The moment Jason returned to class, everything fell apart. His classmates bombarded him with inquiries about everything from how he was doing to what had happened. At first, he was a little taken aback by everyone's sudden concern for him. Fortunately, he is spared from having to explain anything when Mr. Aizawa enters and calms the students' excessive activity. Alright. Back to your seats everyone. Jason seizes the chance, separates himself from the group, and heads to his seat. Not wanting to anger their teacher, everyone else immediately follows suit after noticing that the center of attention has returned to his seat. Jason looks around the classroom for a moment as the students return to their seats. He notices that he and his best friend briefly make eye contact as one student walks by. Izu purses his lips in anticipation and then looks away, displaying a moment of indecision in his eyes. Jason appears perplexed by his friend's behavior as well, but he is also feeling a little depressed about the events that transpired so quickly today, including the voting, the alarm and chaos, and the unexpected attack on his person. While taking a deep breath, Jason mulls over a few ideas. When his teacher says, now then, Jason becomes more attentive. As you can see, Takeda is alright and well. A quick trip to the nurse and he's okay, so don't go hounding him for details on school ground, got that? Do it on your own time. He cautions everyone. A few pupils put up their hands and prepare to pose some queries. And no, we won't be discussing what happened to him. The matter is already being investigated by the faculty, so no questions about that. He responds prior to them being able to inquire. The same pupils put their hands down. He starts to say, now, as I was going to say but Izu's hand leaps up in attention. Mr. Aizawa appears more agitated than normal right now. He glares at the boy with green hair and says, I thought I said no questions about the incident. Izuku swallows but does not waver. Actually, sir, I want to discuss something really quick with Jokin. It's a matter of importance for our roles as class representative and deputy. Izu starts to perspire a little as Mr. Aizawa keeps staring at him for a few seconds before his face softens. As long as it's not about the incident, make it quick. Izu blurts out, "Thank you, sir," and gets to his feet. He gestures for his friend to come to the front left corner of the room and says, "Jokin, over here." Despite being a little perplexed by the request, Jason gets up and goes to meet his friend. They both gather near the corner. "What you need?" Jason murmurs. Izu starts to say, "Well, I was thinking," but then he starts to whisper so that none of the other students can hear him. When they whisper, Bakugo grimaces, but the others just look at one another bewildered. They talk for a few seconds before Jason abruptly straightens up and turns to face his classmates. He peers at everyone in the room with a critical and cautious gaze, pausing briefly on a couple before moving on. Shortly afterward, he returns to huddling with Izu. Then he whispers again, "Okay, I got a couple ideas. How about," as he does, Izu leans in and nods, then nods firmly in agreement. With his fist raised, he asks, "It's good?" Izu grinned and gave the fist bump back, saying, "Sounds good." Jason grinned and approached their teacher, followed closely by Izu. "All right. Sir, we'd like to make an announcement to the class." Mr. Aizawa mutters impatiently as he moves away from the podium, "Hurry." Izu stands beside Jason on his right as he nods and approaches it. "Iida. Yaoyorozu." Both pupils jump when their names are called. Jason gestures for them to approach him. "Need you up here for this." Both students have confused expressions on their faces before they look at each other, wondering if the other knows anything about what's happening, but they are both in the dark as they observe how equally confused each other is. In any case, they both get up and walk to the front of the classroom, with Yaoyorozu moving forward more leisurely and wringing her hands a little as she does so, and Iida moving forward with prompt firmness. As they form a line on his left, Jason says, "Thank you." After they give him a smile in return, Jason nods, turns back to the class, and clears. With the words, "All right," in light of recent events, Jason can practically feel his instructor glaring at him. "My partner and I," he extends his hand to Izu, "decided that maybe we feel like we haven't lived up to the expectations as our positions permit. Granted, it's only the first day, but regardless, we weren't expecting to be given these positions to begin with, and I think that also plays a factor in the position." With that said, due to Yaoyorozu being the only other person who got more than one vote, and due to Iida's quick actions earlier that calmed down the panicking crowd of students in the halls, Midoriya Izuku and I, Takeda Jason, hereby resign our positions as deputy and class representative respectively immediately. The students begin to murmur and gasp at the sudden action the two of them. At least some of the students were quite certain of their selections for the roles, so it caught them off guard when they abruptly quit. Jason turns to face the two and calls their names, causing them to turn to face him. "Iida. Yaoyorozu." He nods to each of them before asking, "Will you two humbly accept the positions of deputy and class representative respectively?" They stare at one another in shock at the positions they are supposed to give each other, then exchange glances before returning their responses to Jason. As he stands stiffly and attentively, Iida exclaims, "Yes, I fully accept the position to be Class 1A's deputy." Yaoyorozu nods to Jason after grinning. She says, more quietly, "Yes, I accept the position as class representative." Jason turns to the class after grinning at their acceptance. Jason points to Iida as deputy and Yaoyorozu as class representative, saying, "Then, as the former members of the positions, I hereby establish Yaoyorozu Momo and Iida Tenya as your new class rep and deputy." As he leaves the podium, he gives a brief round of applause. As the other students join in the applause, the two recently promoted students instinctively move closer to the podium. They look out at the students who are grinning in front of them. Everyone smiles at them both and nods in agreement, so nobody else is protesting the change in class leadership. Iida is so proud that he can't help but shout, "Thank you, I will work to the best of my ability to be the best deputy our class will ever have," into the air. Some laugh at the rigid seriousness he is displaying. In the meantime, Yaoyorozu simply grinned at the chance before bowing to everyone. "Thank you. I will do everything I can to make sure I am well suited for this position." Jason smiles and responds, "I'm sure you will." Everyone freezes as their teacher, whose mood has not improved due to the recent development, asks, "Are you quite done already?" He narrows his eyes at them and says, "Because I was planning to continue our lessons and don't like to be waited on." Without drawing his wrath, the people in the front hastily return to their seats. "Good. Now if there aren't going to be any more interruptions. He asks, leaving the sentence unfinished and more akin to a question as he gives everyone a critical glance. The man nods and relaxes a little after a few moments when no one is trying to interrupt him. All right then. Now, because of the damage done to the school's front gate, the faulty and I have decided to cancel school early for today while the damages are repaired. Ah man. Drat. This blows. The idea of a shorter school day would be welcomed by the majority of schools and students, particularly the younger ones. Not for UA students. Of course. They decided to attend that school, so they don't want to be unable to stay and finish their education to become heroes. By tomorrow the damages should be repaired and security will be back to normal. But for today, the rest of your classes are cancelled. Gather your stuff and head on home. Even though many of the students are disappointed, none of them argue in light of the circumstances. Most students are in a rather depressing mood as they head home because their classes have been cut short. All of the students from each class leave the classrooms to go home or do something with their newly acquired free time. Whoa, I can see why they decided to cancel the rest of the day. Shiro says. Mina, Izu, Jason, Uraraka, Shiro, Kirishima, Juru, Iida, Yaoyorozu, Hagakuri, Su, Kaminari, and Ojiro are among the few members of Class 1A who are in a small congregation as they pass the destroyed gate of UA in order to prevent the students from being harassed by the media as they leave the school. It is fortunate that all of the reporters were removed prior to the announcement of the class cancellation. Numerous other UA students take photos and marvel at the structure's devastation. While walking, the 1A students gaze at the piece, but they don't look at it for very long. Kirishima exclaims, yeah, the whole thing is like, gone. Wonder who did it. Maybe one of the reporters. They seemed pretty desperate to get in when they were talking to all of us. Uraraka responds. Jiro remarks, seems a little extreme to get a quote. She is correct. If there is any proof that one of the reporters actually melted the school's main gate, they can finally bid their careers farewell. Additionally, it wouldn't take long to cross-reference the various reporters to see if any of them had a quirk that could destroy the gate as it did, given the numerous cameras that were taking pictures and videos everywhere. The others nod in agreement as Jiro remarks, oh well, it's not like there's anything we can do about it now. Mina exclaims, well, we now have extra time to hang out now that we're out early, with a giddy step in her wake. We should all do something just to relax and have a bit of fun. Iida's quick response, I apologize but I must refuse, makes everyone turn to stare at him. He explains firmly and professionally, raising an arm as he loudly explains, due to the additional free time we now have, and my new duties as the deputy for our class, I feel it more prudent to immediately begin preparations for my new station. Several of them laugh feebly at Iida's obvious seriousness and professionalism. Yaoyorozu responds a little uneasily, I should go too. Now that I'm class representative I should also get prepared and ready just in case. Iida yells, great idea, class representative, while chopping one hand in the air. Should you require any assistance in whatever form please let me know. Still a little put off by the absolute seriousness he is projecting, Yaoyorozu awkwardly thanks him, saying, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Iida. He says goodbye to everyone and stiffly leaves, saying, very well then. I must be off. Take care everyone. A few students, unsure of exactly what to say, wave him off. Yaoyorozu nods to everyone, smiles, and waves briefly before leaving. Mina smiles and suggests, since they're gone, how about we go to the mall and just hang out? Nothing is more true than for children and schoolchildren to just hang out in a mall, of all places. A number of others nod, express agreement with the sentiment, and support the idea. Izu responds with a slight smile, I can't. I should head home and let my mom know what happened here. To be honest, I don't want her to find out UA was attacked via the news and worry so much over me if she doesn't know if I'm okay or not. Mina nods in agreement, then turns to Jason with a giddy smile. That's fair. What about you, Jason? You should come. Jason goes to respond. Actually, Izu responds on his behalf first, saying, yeah, you should go jockin'. Jason looks at his friend in surprise before he goes to deny it. If I remember correctly, you live closer to the mall than I do, so it'll be easier for you to go home and head there afterwards. Juru says, a little irritated that Jason has been interrupted once more. He's got a point. She uses one of her jacks to gently pull a portion of her collar and says, I'm cool to hang, but I definitely want to go home and change out of my uniform. To Jason's dismay, Mina outright lays out the plan for everyone in attendance, saying, then it's agreed. We'll head home and change out of our uniforms before having a fun time at the mall. With great anticipation, Kirishima says, "Yeah, I'm down for that." "Me too," says Zero. "Sounds like fun." Uraraka agrees. "Awesome. Then let's head home, get changed and go and hang out," declares Mina. Jason and Izu were left standing awkwardly together, with Jason's arm still raised because he had never expressed his desires, after many of the others agreed and voiced their opinions before leaving. He looks at his best friend with a deadpan expression, and his hand drops to his side. "You want me to go, don't you?" Izu says smugly, "Maybe," and turns to leave. Before catching up to his friend, Jason lets out an irritated sigh. "Come on, Jockin. It'll be nice just to hang out. Since we've been in school we haven't exactly branched out in who we hang out with. This'll be a nice change for you." Jason accuses him, saying, "Then why aren't you going too?" Izu utters a tiny, "Really?" look as he gives him a quick glance. "Because you and I both know that I'm right about my mom possibly overreacting about the whole situation. One of us needs to be home to reassure our parents I'm not the one with military for a dad." Jason tries not to notice the smug, slightly triumphant expression on his face as he crosses his arms behind his head and jokes, all right, I get it." "Have an answer for anything, huh?" Jason looks bored and says, "Whatever. Maybe it'll be interesting." Then he pulls out his phone. "Now, let me see if I can find a train time to get us close to back home." Jason looks up a quick transit list for the day's train schedules because their regular train time is not possible due to the early cancellation of school. Unbeknownst to him, Izu smiles sadly at his friend before continuing to stare ahead while his mind nags at him. "Jockin, you've always been my friend. Always. You never once attempted to make friends with anyone else. Instead, you remained loyal to me, to shield and assist me. You can unwind now that we're at the greatest hero school and I have a quirk. You no longer need to be as serious all the time. You can now relax." Izu purses his lips and sighs slightly this time. "And finally, you can do it without me." Although it's a depressing thought for him, he's willing to entertain it if it allows his friend to have friends other than him. He still wants him to make friends with other people, even though they have become friends with Uraraka and Iida. At least it's his hope. Due to the cancellation of the remainder of the school day, the UA use their newfound leisure time however they see fit. Some go home to simply rest, some take advantage and complete extra work, and still others simply go to hang out. That's what a number of 1A members are doing. Kirishima, Uraraka, Zero, Mina, Hagakure, Jiru, Su, Kaminari, Ojiro, and Jason get together at the mall for a day of just hanging out after returning home and getting dressed more casually. As they relax, the group of students moves around and talks. Jason is one of the few students who prefers to remain in the back of the group, keeping his hands in his pockets and remaining silent. He doesn't have much to say and just tries to enjoy the company of the other students. He perks up at the name, "Hey Jockin." He's accustomed to Izu calling him that, but he realizes right away that it's not because he remembers his friend isn't there and that the voice is female. A sideways glance reveals Uraraka smiling at him and reducing the pace of her steps. She worries, "You seem a little down. Are you okay? You're not still injured, are you?" Her concern for him makes Jason smile. He removed the bandage from his head when he got home from school so his parents wouldn't be bothered. Since Recovery Girl had already healed his wound, there was no issue. He purses his lips and takes a moment to survey his surroundings before saying, "Ah, it's fine. Recovery Girl fixed me up fully. It's just, never really bothered coming to the mall. I always either hung out with Izu at his or my house, or just chilled out at home. I guess you can say I'm." As their group speeds past a number of boisterous teenagers, they take a few steps to the side. "A little out of my element." Uraraka swings slightly and hooks her hands behind her back while grinning. "Yeah, when this place fills up it can get a bit loud. Shame Deku couldn't be here. I think it would have been awesome for us all to hang out outside of school." Jason says sarcastically, "Yeah, real shame." "Don't worry," she exclaims abruptly. "I'm sure there's something we all can find to have some foo." When Mina's voice yells, "Oh, look, everyone's attention is drawn. At the front, a pink head is visible directing customers to a nearby mall store. Actually, it's an arcade rather than a store. Bright lights illuminate a large storefront with the words, "Gameden," lettered over the large entrance. Like most mall arcade stores, it has a dark atmosphere, but this one is as welcoming as they come. You can see over a dozen people coming and going at once. We should totally hit up the arcade. Oh yeah. I'm down for that. Could be fun. Most of the group decides to enter and start moving right away. The abrupt change in pace causes Uraraka and Jason to stand awkwardly, but Jason nods. Jason mutters, "Okay, then. I suppose this is what we're doing." He then takes his hands out of his pockets and enters. She enthusiastically concurs and enters as well, saying, "Yeah, I haven't been to an arcade in ages. This could be fun." There are dozens and dozens of different kinds of arcade machines for customers to enjoy, including roller coaster simulators, racing machines that use cars or motorcycles, reaction games, sports, shooters, head-to-head fighting games, and more. The space is dimly lit and has dark walls and carpeting. Because their group is a part of UA, they even have a special promotion where students can play for less money. It goes without saying that many of them were thrilled to hear the news and eager to try everything they could. The group disperses so that everyone can move and enjoy their favorite games. Jason nods, observing the diverse crowd and the enjoyment everyone is experiencing, and he smiles as he takes in the atmosphere. He hasn't played any video games in a long time, but some of the arcade ones catch his eye. He surveys the area and shows interest in a few of the devices. He is particularly drawn to those who have gun controllers. As he reaches for the gun and removes it from the machine's holster, he murmurs, "Well now, this'll be interesting." He feels the heavy weapon and the thin electrical cord that connects it to the apparatus. Although it would be simple to make the controller weapon sufficiently sophisticated to be wireless for use on the arcade machine, this is primarily done for security purposes to prevent controller theft and to evoke nostalgia for the arcade machine's original designs. Before focusing on the game he is going to play, Jason examines the weapon and gives it a quick nod, specifically, a zombie game. Before inserting his tokens, he smirks at the sight of yet another zombie-themed arcade game. As usual with her raucous demeanor, Mina approaches him and asks, "Whatcha got here, Jason?" Getting far too close for comfort. As the intro cutscene plays, she remarks, "Ooh, a zombie game? Haven't seen one of these in a while." He grips the pistol controller firmly and points it at the screen. She asks, "Play these types of games often?" When the cutscene ends and Jason is given access to the first zombies to kill, he grins, "Not too often." He easily headshots and eliminates the first group of adversaries on the screen by assuming a shooter's stance. He then flicks his aim off screen to reload, eliminating several more. Min gives him a sardonic glance at his abilities while he kills it in the game. The group plays through the arcade for a few hours. Jason played a few different shooting games and killed it in the zombie game. In some of the racing arcade games, he even faced off against Kirishima and a few other players. But eventually, everyone had to confront him in order to prepare for the following day. All in all, it was a relaxing time of day for people to enjoy themselves. It was enjoyable despite being rather brief. Jason will acknowledge that he was glad to go out and socialize. He hasn't really taken the time to enjoy himself in a long time. This was a pleasant change of pace for him as well, as he hasn't spent much time with anyone other than Izu. When the following day arrives, all of the damage to the Academy's main gate has been repaired. It only serves to highlight the abilities and resources that UA has the ability to fix such damage in less than a day. As every student moves through the hallways, they notice that most of the teachers are on patrol, practically like guards. They undoubtedly had to strengthen security to prevent a repeat of yesterday's attempt. As is always the case for the student body, the majority of the day goes as usual. Note the sarcasm. Class 1A returns to their homeroom class without any problems and meets up with the always happy Mr. Aizawa. In his typical sarcastic tone, he tells the class, all right. Settle down. Today we're going to be doing things a little different. As you saw when you entered back into the school, we were able to repair the damage that was done to the front gate. As to the culprit of the damage, that is still under investigation. Something that none of you will be dealing with. A few students were at least a little disappointed by that, but he goes on. The students quickly fell silent and were prepared to listen to their instructor as he explained the agenda. Students' murmurs reveal their curiosity about what will happen, which calls for 3 professionals to keep an eye on them. But we have a very important assignment for you all today. Today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors. Me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Izu believes it's a result of the break-in. Zero raises his hand and says, "Sir, what kind of training is this?" Aizawa holds up a card with the word, "Rescue," written in blue letters and says, "Rescue. You'll be dealing with national disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that," he warns them. Many of the students are thrilled about the prospect of working with a new type of training. Kaminari grins and says, "Disasters, huh? Sounds like we're in for a big workout." Totally, Mina is as enthusiastic and prepared as ever. Real hero stuff. This is what separates the men from the boys. Kirishima clenches his fists in anticipation and smiles broadly at the new challenge. I'm shaking with excitement. Sue is pleased to display her skills as well. Finally I'll get to show how good I am in water, ribbit. Guys, I'm not finished yet. At their teacher's request, the animated mood abruptly ended, which is understandable given that they cut him off. As he continues, everyone falls silent. He presses a button on a remote to activate the slides on the walls that show the cases containing everyone's hero costumes. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about costumes. But keep in mind you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. This special training is at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. He then leaves for the door. Everyone begins to rise from their seats and make their way to their costumes, with a few trailing behind as they decide what to wear. Jason heads to the wall for his equipment while Izu maintains a rigid posture in his head, preparing himself for the upcoming training. His thoughts are racing with all the potential outcomes they will have to deal with and adjust to. After 10 minutes, the class is already outside, with the different 1A students mingling as they get ready for the training and the bus that will pick them up. As they get ready in their improvised gear, Jason and Izu stand next to each other, still no word. Izu murmurs, a little disappointed, "Nope." "Deku?" Izu asks as his name is called, alerting him to Uraraka approaching them in her costume without a helmet. "Where's your costume at?" she asks, much to Izu's dismay. "Why are you wearing your PE clothes?" "You saw it after the combat training. It was kind of trashed. As much as my armor was able to protect me, it was next to useless afterwards with how much damage it took. I'm still waiting for the support company to finish working on the repairs." She shivers at the intensity of the fight, saying, "Oh, that's right. That fight was pretty brutal." However, when she looks at Jason, she becomes intrigued. The absence of armor on his torso prompts her to ask, "And what about you, Jockin? Is your armor not done being fixed either?" Jason pulls at his clothes a little and grins. He raises his hands to indicate that they lack plated gloves and says, My gear was all repaired, but Mr. Aizawa mentioned that we wouldn't need everything in order to do rescue training, as some of it would slow us down." He shakes his limbs slightly to highlight the absence of armor pieces, with the exception of his shin pads, which he keeps. "My body armor restricts a little bit of my movement and it's just added weight with my gloves on. Figured I could get rid of a few things like my arm and knee pads to be more maneuverable." After a moment, she asks, "Oh cool, and your weapons and mask?" "My mask doubles as a rebreather, so it's good for underwater rescue and to protect me from smoke inhalation from fire situations. My baton and shield to use as splints if we need to do any mock medical exercises, same with cape to tear or cut strips of bandages, or to cover someone or something from fire." "Wow. Really?" Jason casually adds, "Yeah, it's fireproof." Uraraka practically yells, "Are you serious?" at the fabric. Jason just realized that he might not have disclosed all of his equipment to everyone. Come to think of it, Jason also realizes that, aside from the advantage of their quirks, many of the other costumes don't really have anything else going for them. Apart from that, they don't have anything else, but he fully configured his design to concentrate on a range of distinct scenarios. Everybody's attention is drawn to a loud whistle that breaks the silence. Iida yells, "Gather round Class 1A. From beside the bus. Using your student numbers form 2 neat lines so load onto the bus efficiently," he says. From there is more calling for everyone to advance and blowing the whistle. The boy keeps blowing the whistle and waving for everyone to get on, and Jason, Izu, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu are all looking at him in frustration. Izu asks aloud, "Iida's certainly kicking it into high gear as our deputy vice representative, huh?" But he's more interested in making the observation than anticipating a response. With a drop of perspiration on her head, Uraraka remarks, "He's certainly enthusiastic." Yaoyorozu gives a nod of approval. When he heard we were going to take a bus, he immediately went to me to suggest a seating chart arrangement for the class. I was caught off guard by the sudden suggestion. I just nodded okay. She lets out a breath. I wasn't expecting him to jump into things so quickly. As they start walking to the bus, Jason murmurs, "Let's hope he doesn't go overboard with his new title." Jason is curious about the arrangement that Iida put in place. The speedy boy's angry, irritated, and frustrated expression makes Jason laugh in his head. It turns out that the bus the class is currently riding is open plan, with seats arranged against the bus's walls and windows rather than in rows, in contrast to the typical type of buses that have a single, long, open column down the middle with rows of seats for people to slip into and sit in. Iida's prepared seating arrangement was totally thrown off, and as a result, the boy sulked in his seat at the unexpected arrangement. He pouts, hunched over. The bus's open layout ruined my boarding strategy. Mina tells him, Iida, you really need to chill. Sometimes he needs to do just that. Sue looks at Izu, who is seated directly next to her, and says, if we're pointing out the obvious, then there's something I want to say. About you actually. Being on the spot so quickly causes the boy to become tense. Jason looks at them closely while she looks at Izu. About me? What is it, Asui? Izu asks, bewildered. I told you to call me Sue. Jason doesn't bother to ask, but he's still not sure why she's so focused on making sure everyone calls her. Izu mutters in an apologetic tone, oh, yeah right, at his own forgetfulness. That power of yours. Isn't it a lot like All Might's? She asks bluntly, pointing out a very clear fact. Jason tenses up as well, but in a more subtle and subdued way that causes him to carefully narrow his eyes at her. Izu tenses up and practically freaks out at the call out. What really? You think so, huh? I never really thought of that. I guess. Izu naturally starts rambling on about the similarities between quirks at that point, but Kirishima can't resist giving the frog girl his own opinion. The boy with the red spiky hair said, wait, hold on, Sue. You're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. That makes a huge difference. Jason and Izu sighed with relief. He hardens his arm to emphasize his point, saying, still it's pretty cool to have a simple augmenting type of quirk. You could do a lot of flashy stuff with it. My hardening is super strong and can destroy bad guys in a fight, but it doesn't look all that impressive. Izu watches in wonder as Jason gives him a contemplative glance. He tries to console the redhead by saying, oh no way. I think it's really awesome looking. You're definitely pro material with a quirk like that. Kirishima smiles back, you really think so? Seems like it would be easier to be a popular hero if I had something flashier. Izu's right. Jason chooses to write down his own ideas. Jason starts to say, idly adjusting his shield on his arm, don't discount your quirk, Kirishima. It can be very useful, even save your life and the lives of your allies and innocent civilians if you use it right. That's the important part. He says absently, I would know. My father has a hardening type quirk too. Jason exclaims, he does? As Kirishima yells excitedly at the news. He looks nervously at the attention he has now attracted, looks left and right at the others, and then nods meekly. Yeah. Kirishima asks with a giddy tone, that's so cool, I haven't met many other people with a quirk like mine besides my family. How good is his hardening? What does he do? Uraraka asks inquisitively, hold on, drawing attention as she puts a finger to her chin in contemplation. She asks naively, but you're quirkless. Shouldn't your parents be quirkless too? Statistically and genetically speaking, a couple who both are quirkless will have a higher chance of having a child who is quirkless than a couple who both have quirks, but their chances are not zero either, and a quirkless child can be born still. Izu inadvertently provides this piece of data. His realization of what he said takes a moment, and he immediately begins to panic. I mean it's just some information I learned about when I found out Jockin was quirkless and was curious. That's all. He responds hastily, waving his hands and arms, embarrassingly scratching the back of his head, and so on. The others are unaware of this, but Jason and Izu exchange a brief, knowing look, with Jason grinning at his friend. Yes. Pertaining to your question, Kirishima, my father is military, and he does have a hardening type of quirk. Whereas yours allows you to harden the outer layer of your body, my father was only able to harden the insides of his body. His organs and muscles and such. He clarifies. While many other students express understanding, some express confusion. Sato and a few other perplexed people ask, but what good would that do exactly? In retrospect, it would be preferable to have a hardening for the exterior of the body because it would prevent attacks from ever getting inside. It sounds like Kirishima's is better. Jason waves to Kirishima and says, oh, I don't doubt his is better, but he maintains his smile. Now that most of the students are listening to him, he says, but in reality, it's all about how you use your quirk to make it effective. Having been in multiple enemy engagements, there have been times where my father has had to come up with very innovative and very life-saving moments with his quirk to have survived for so long. Normally, he wouldn't put in the effort to attract attention, but he's okay with telling Kirishima some stories about his father and demonstrating to him that his quirk isn't a bad one. In particular, the guy has been nothing but kind and inquisitive to him and his friend since the first day of school. I remember him telling me how one time he got into a knife fight with another fighter. Both of them were pretty even until he got the upper hand on my dad and got on top of him. From there it was a struggle of the enemy trying to push his knife into his heart and my dad trying to stop him from doing so. A few students murmur in amazement, whoa. Zero asks, so what happened next? Jason leans slightly forward and smiles. Kirishima smiles when she hears, my dad used his hardening quirk. He adds the final sentence in a vague and lowly manner, not really wanting to go into the specifics. He let go of his opponent and went to grab his own knife while the enemy's was coming down on him. Thing is, he hardened his ribs just as the blade entered his skin. The knife caught one of his ribs and was stopped in its tracks like it was hitting steel, giving my father the chance to finish the fight on his terms. Given the likelihood of natural disasters, villains, and criminals taking the lives of both heroes and civilians, it is well known that being a hero is a very dangerous job. It would be foolish for someone to enter the field of heroing and expect everything to be sunshine and rainbows. They must basically be prepared for anything, as their instructor stated during the spontaneous test on the first day of classes. Point being, he was able to use his quirk just right to ensure he wasn't killed and survived many encounters with his opponents. Granted, a drawback he had was that his body wasn't able to function properly when he uses his quirk on whatever part of his body he uses his on. His heart, blood wouldn't be able to flow and circulate, lungs, they can't take in air. His ribs wouldn't have been able to expand either to allow him to breathe properly. Other parts, though, he was able to make do quite well, for instance by hardening the bones and ligaments of his limbs. He can punch, kick and lift several times more than what he normally would have been able to do by doing that. Zero mutters in amazement, whoa. That's freaky. Some of the others nod in agreement. Yeah. He was a very good soldier able to climb the ranks to be one of the best. Sue tilts his head slightly and asks, what type of military was your father in? You look a little bit American, but you didn't say if your dad was in Japan's or America's. Jason's voice is a little proud as he says, good catch. He was in the US military, having been years in the army and working his way up to becoming one of the best of one of the strongest militaries in the world. Shoji asks cautiously, how best we talking about? Jason puts a tiny, self-assured grin on his face this time. Army Ranger Delta Force. There are some students at the army position who are confused by this fact. Since the emergence of quirks and people with them, many police and military forces have begun to stall and concentrate more on developing the quirks of various people and the potential for great heroes to emerge for various nations. Even though some militaries might not be as strong as they were before quirks, some still decide to try to have a strong force ready in case something goes wrong. While some students are aware of its historical reputation, most students are not fully familiar with that branch of the military. Iida says somberly, that is quite a position. Given his level of expertise, it's not difficult to assume that he would know something about that. Jason shakes his head and waves his hands before saying, technically it's 2 positions, but yeah, he was no joke in the army. He earned his ranks. He returns his focus to the redhead. But I'm getting off track. Point being Kirishima, he says. Being a hero and being a soldier may be 2 different things, but the point being is lives are at stake either way. Your quirk may not be the flashiest of the bunch, but it can be the difference and tantamount to the survival of yourself and the innocent. There are other ways to become popular as a hero, but I still think you can become an amazing hero regardless if you're flashy or not. Jason takes a deep breath, not anticipating talking so much during the ride. Many of the students nod and smile in agreement with him, somewhat echoing his sentiment. Sue also notes that Jason will already be a well-liked hero due to his quirkless status. Some of the students laugh at this, including Jason, who laughs heartily. Izu smiles as he looks at his best friend, delighted to see him conversing with more people. Bakugo was taken aback when he witnessed the other students turn the tables on him despite his angry, fierce side. However, everyone's acceptance of both him and Jason, despite the fact that one is quirkless and the other has a quirk that causes physical harm to himself, shows how different this new school is from the previous one. Izu grins at yet another point that strengthens his resolve to establish their position at UA. He still finds it strange that Bakugo is shouting threats and yelling at the others, but they all ignore it. This is a huge contrast to what life was like at their previous school. Sue's direct criticism of Bakugo made her much more respectable to Jason. Her lack of response to his abrupt threat to her was something he had to suppress. The bus arrives at the destination in just a few minutes. Another of the 3 instructors who will accompany the students is met as they disembark. Everyone in the class instantly pays attention when a new, loud voice says, "Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you." A number of pupils yell in astonishment and wonder at the newcomer. The figure in front of them looks like someone wearing a big, heavy spacesuit with a helmet made of heavily tinted glass. Izu introduces the space hero, saying, "It's the space hero. 13. the chivalrous hero who's rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world. Because of the helmet, it can be challenging to determine 13's gender because it hides their face and alters their voice, but most people assume that they are a girl, so that's the common assumption half the time. Uraraka exclaims, "Woohoo! 13 is one of my favorite heroes," as she is ecstatic about the circumstance. She motions for everyone to enter and says, "I can't wait to show you what's inside." The teachers lead everyone inside with renewed energy, making it quite a show for them. There isn't much to see outside the building other than a huge structure with a dome over it. It would be reasonable to assume that it resembles an oddly shaped sports stadium with its roofs closed to protect it from the weather and rain. However, the inside is a whole different story. The faculty don't react to the facility as much as the others because they are already accustomed to it. However, the students' response to the place is far more positive. Every student erupts in awe, delight, amazement, and shouts of surprise. The sheer variety of scenarios positioned inside is betrayed by the simple dome outside. Water rescues, which include ships and even a large cruise ship to mimic rescues at sea, and a huge lake of water with a few streams here and there. Urban rescues, thanks to a small city section with skyscrapers and buildings made of steel, concrete, and cement, along with the accompanying cars and trucks. In order to replicate rescuing in a dangerous environment, some areas, mostly urban buildings, are on fire. Mountainous and natural rescues, featuring forests and big trees, vast cavernous caverns and ravines, and small mountains with snow-capped peaks for various rescue situations. It is an engineering marvel that has been used innumerable times to develop future heroes and ensure that they are aware of the precise circumstances involved in heroing. They could easily create hostage-style scenarios for various regions and topography. In any case, a lot of students in Class 1A, ooh, and ah, at the scene. Jason remarks, "This place is something else." He nods in admiration. As he practically bounces in place, Izu remarks with a giddy smile, "This place is perfect rescue training. Only the best for UA." "Yeah. It's massive." Jason murmurs in mild amazement as he looks up and observes the numerous enormous fans and sprinkler systems on the dome's walls and roof, which are probably there to mimic strong winds, rainstorms, and other natural phenomena. She declares with a heroic finger pose, "I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ, with pride." Wait a minute. Like everyone else, Jason is perplexed by the eerily similar naming acronym she just revealed to them. Just like Universal Studios Japan, all of the students look at each other with wide, deadpan expressions. Aizawa approaches and starts asking 13 about All Might's whereabouts. Jason and Izu know exactly what is happening, but for the time being, they are still concentrating on what they were told earlier, even though their communication is too hazy for some of the other students to understand. The name of the location they are in asks, "Is it a coincidence?" Jason asks Izu in a low voice, "I don't know." The boy answers right away. In essence, they are perplexed. Nevertheless, after the teachers have finished speaking, 13 starts speaking to the class about one or more topics while stammering a lot, much to the embarrassment of all. But once she gets back on track, she makes a very obvious and unambiguous statement that everyone should be aware of. "Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust." She tells everyone about her quirk. With a very excited Uraraka nodding her head up and down repeatedly and continuously, Izu asks, "Yeah, you've used Black Hole to save people from all kinds of disasters before, haven't you?" The atmosphere abruptly collapses as most of the students gasp at the statement, "That's true. But my quirk can also very easily be used to kill." Uraraka even stops bobbing her head, focusing all of their attention on their teacher. "Some of you also have power or the skills that can be very dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone." She cautions everyone about the risks associated with a passionate manner. Jason purses his at the recollection of their practiced battles. "Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential, and because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be if used against other people. Put simply, there was a great deal of damage and possible harm that could have occurred. Carry those lessons over to his class. Today, you are going to learn how to use your quirks and your skills to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help." After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. Everyone is beginning to get excited during the address. Being able to begin rescue training is a crucial part of their roles as heroes, even though it serves as a warning about the risks associated with their quirks and abilities. Jason respects the genuine ideals of being a hero by nodding in response to the remarks made. 13 bows slightly in the direction of everyone. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. When the speech was over, most of the students cheered and clapped. In the same way that everyone was thrilled to receive their costumes and take part in the simulated battles, they are now able to participate in rescue training, which is another crucial component of their future careers. Right, now that that's over, Aizawa is interrupted when the lights in the dome start to flicker a little. This draws everyone's attention to the peculiarity of the circumstance. The situation appears to be perplexing even for the teachers. For some reason, as the entire system begins to fluctuate quite harshly, the atmosphere of the entire place begins to feel oppressive. Even the fountain at the foot of the stairs starts to move a little slowly. Everyone looks at Aizawa in bewilderment as he yells, "Stay together and don't move." He is instantly agitated for no apparent reason. 13. Protect the students. Kirishima asks in alarm at what he sees, down the stairs and in a wide open space at the base of the dome. Whoa, what is that thing? At the base in front of the fountain, a huge, mist-like portal that is both black and purple starts to form. It grew larger and larger until it almost filled the bottom. Kirishima tries to get a better look and asks, "Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people?" Everyone flinches as Aizawa yells, "Stay back," much louder this time, and they flinch even more when they see him wearing goggles. As dozens and dozens of people start to leave through the portal, everyone watches. Some of the others are immediately alarmed by this because the newcomer's appearance and manner immediately make them seem like villains to the average person. Their teacher's statement further confirms, this is real. Those are villains. The news causes everyone to gasp, which makes them anxious as well. Jason holds his shield tight in readiness, just in case, and grits his teeth. As dozens of villains emerge, they all have irate and excited expressions on their faces as they gaze up at the teachers and students gathered in front of them. The final villains escape after a few more seconds. One of them is a pale, sickly-looking man with light blue hair, black clothes, and what appear to be hands covering his face and other parts of his body, making it difficult to identify him. The other person is a giant with dark blue, nearly black, muscular skin, beige pants, and a yellow beak-like mouth. What's most startling and unsettling is that his brain is exposed. It is open to the elements. The final one was a person entirely enveloped in the same mist of black and purple smoke that was Portal. Jason freezes as he looks at the individual, memories flashing through his head and a feeling of familiarity and dread building in the pit of his stomach. He pays no attention to what the Hand's villain is saying about All Might and how they are specifically there for him. But when the man starts talking about killing the students, Jason snaps out of it. "Jockin, what's wrong?" Izu asks his friend right away, disbelieving at the change in his normally courageous friend's behavior and utterly disregarding what Kirishima, Aizawa, and the others are saying. Jason murmurs in a low, irate voice, "It's him." "Him?" Izu asks, turning back to face his friend after glancing back at the gang of villains. He starts to ask, "Who?" But Jason is already approaching the teachers. 13. Stay here and... Just as the man is about to approach the villains, Jason quickly captures his attention and annoys him with the phrase, "Mr. Aizawa." With his eyes fixed on the villains, he responds in a cross tone, "Takeda, this is not the time. Stay here with the others and don't do anything, Stu." It's him. At UA, Aizawa looks at his pupil, who is also holding his shield firmly and prepared for anything, and lets go of his scarf, him. Without averting his gaze from the villains, Jason nods. With a final tone, he states, "The purple smoke mist guy. He's the one that I saw in that room. The attack on UA yesterday." As the villain glares up at them, Aizawa narrows her eyes and looks down at him. "Are you sure?" Jason firmly tells him, "Positive. I recognize those yellow eyes." Jason was able to see him for a brief moment, but it was simple to see the glow coming from that person's eyes despite the room at UA being dark. Jason can't see an actual body, so it makes sense to him now that he was able to see the eyes but not the rest of the body due to his smoky-like body. At least Jason is able to verify who was able to enter and exit UA, even though the villains may have informed them about the attack. Swift amidst all the chaos. Aizawa mutters angrily, "Well, that explains how they were quick to get into the school." He holds his scarf capture weapon and slides down his goggles, saying, "Nothing we can do about that now." We just have to focus on getting you kids out of here and hope Kaminari can contact someone from the outside. 13. Take care of the kids while I take care of these guys. The hero in the spacesuit nods. Izu, however, cries out to their teacher in concern, but sensei. Your quirk. You can't fight them on your own, there's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style isn't suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. It's not going to help, he emphasizes. But it's true. When Aizawa, the hero Eraserhead, is able to keep his eyes open and focused on his targets, he can negate most types of quirks with his own. The spell is cancelled when he blinks, allowing the adversary to use their quirk once more. It doesn't take a genius to realize that it's nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open for very long before they begin to burn and you have to blink. However, Aizawa has practiced his quirk a lot and is aware of its limitations, so he can perform his duties in the most dire circumstances, like the one they are currently in. With a flourish, he raises his capture weapon and is prepared to use it. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. He says, I'll leave it to you 13, and she nods. He then jumps off the stairs and heads for the lion's den. Many of the antagonists try to use their quirks right away but are unsuccessful. This hesitancy gives the underground hero the opportunity to start disabling the villains right away with ease. Using a combination of martial arts attacks and his scarf capture weapon, the hero knocks out the villains by latching onto them and swinging them around, using their own bodies to knock them out. The villains, who have the numerical advantage, completely collapse as their quirks fail and become unresponsive around them one by one. Ida's voice yells, "Hey," and Jason and Izu turn. This is no time to be analyzing you two. Izu stammers, "Alright." Before leaving, "Come on Jockin," he exclaims as he follows the vice representative out. Jason pauses as he looks down one last time at his teacher controlling the villains. He scoffs angrily and then follows his companions. Avoid getting in his way. The truth is that this is the worst case scenario for all parties involved, even though it makes him feel bad to run. He's done this a lot longer than you. If Aizawa is only fighting the bad guys, at the very least, he won't have to worry about his students and can concentrate on that. Despite being trained to be heroes, the class of 1A is still relatively new and has not yet been put to the test in battles against villains. At least not all of them. However, aside from that, anyone attempting to prove themselves with the odds against them would fail miserably. It's best to go now and come back with some back. Not so fast. A new evil voice can be heard before anyone can say anything more, resist the urge to run, or do anything similar. As before, a recognizable hazy mist appears directly between the students and the USJ's sole exit. When Jason sees the recognizable yellow eyes again, he becomes tense instantly. "Oh, you have got to freaking kidding me." Jason growls and raises his shield, but he finds little solace in it because the man appeared in front of them when he was only at the bottom of the stairs. Quite a lot, in fact. Naturally, it's not that simple. It's never that easy. He complains to himself about the new challenge. The mist man's eerie voice can be heard as he fully obscures their escape, saying, "There is no escape for you. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello, and besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath?" Jason whispers to his friend, Izu, "They want All Might." Izu himself emerges from his brief state of panic and watches in shock at that piece of information. Since All Might was supposed to be their third teacher to watch over them, the students themselves are also unsure of why he isn't there. However, it is clear that the top hero had other obligations that are causing him to be late. This has been both positive and negative. Fortunately, the villains' plan has now caused quite a stir because their primary target has not adhered to the timetable they stole. Even though it was a trap set for him, it is unfortunate for the students that they are now without one of the strongest pro-heroes who could have defeated these villains. The villain goes on to say, "I think he was meant to be here today and yet I see no sign of him." His tone abruptly becomes darker as he starts to enlarge his body a little. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Ah well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. When the villain finishes speaking, two things occur. In order to activate her quirk on the villain in front of them and make room for them, 13 first opens the tip of her right hand finger. Second, Kirishima and Bakugo rush forward with the intention of defeating the villain as soon as possible. Naturally, 13 was forced to stop because of their attacks, which put them directly in the line of fire. As they attack the villain, Bakugo's quirk detonates a huge explosion, engulfing both them and the villain in smoke as the air blows back into everyone. When the smoke subsides enough to reveal Bakugo and Kirishima still prepared to leave, Kirishima boasts, "Did you think we were going to stand around and let you tear this place to shreds?" Jason has positioned himself over Izu with his shield in front of them, and everyone grunts at the smoke cloud and debris all over them. As he separates from Izu, Jason remarks angrily, "Those idiots." The two of them gaze into the cloud and observe the outcome. It's not good. As he continues his monologue, the villain, much to the surprise of the two hotheads, is unaffected. "You live up to your school's reputation. But you should be more careful, children," he said, pointing out the metal collar brace in the middle of the villain as the mist cloud dispersed. As his quirk starts to flare up, the villain threateningly says, "Otherwise someone might get hurt." When 13 tells Kirishima and Bakugo to move, it's too late. "You two, get out of the way right now, 13. It is their hesitation that permits the villain's mist to intensify and spread. The villain yells, "I'll scatter you across this facility, to meet my comrades and your deaths," as everyone is swallowed up. After the boys' unsuccessful attack, a huge black and purple dome surrounds everyone. Jason tries to move aside, but the strong wind holds his body in place. As everything surrounds them, he soon loses sight of everyone. Jason turns to face his childhood friend, but he freezes when he sees Izu vanishing much more quickly into the portal mist. After a fleeting moment of eye contact, Izu disappears entirely. Jason starts to scream, "Izu!" before he is also engulfed in the quirk and carried away, a sensation of weightlessness sweeping through his body. "Enra, oh god!" Jason thrashed his arms, suddenly in midair and plummeting directly to a street's concrete floor. His brain searches for anything he can do or use to lessen the impact of the ground. His hand extends to seize a piece of cloth that is dangling from a pole. He reaches for it, but the frail fabric rips under the weight of his gear and body. He is now falling backwards toward the ground rather than face first, but not toward the street. He lands on an awning and grunts as his body bounces off it, causing the metal poles supporting the cloth to bend. Pooh! Crash as Jason lands on his back directly on top of a car's roof. The sound of windows breaking and a faint squealing of metal fills the air. "OWWWW, damn it," he moans, stumbling feebly on top of the wrecked car. His aching body prevents him from slowly pulling himself up. He continues to hold onto the object he grabbed on the way down while he lies on top of the car. He glances at his hand and notices that he has grasped a white cloth, possibly a flag or something. There was only one issue. It's burning. He yells, "Ah!" and throws the flag before hurriedly rolling off the car. To make sure nothing else is burning, he quickly pats his body down. When he does, he also observes that the charring surrounding the flag has rapidly begun to consume it. He starts to notice his surroundings and complains, "This is not good." There are numerous buildings and structures made of cement and concrete that resemble any other typical layout found in a large city. It's also ablaze. Jason looks around, moaning. The neighborhood is on fire, with smoldering trash cans, storefronts with fires visible through the windows, and buildings with fires leaking out of the windows. The entire area is on fire, even though some of the buildings aren't entirely destroyed. His mind starts to try to recall what happened and what is happening. All right, we were taken. I was transported, along with everyone else, by that villain's warp or teleporting quirk. Where is the question? Takeda. Upon hearing his name called, he is startled out of his reverie and quickly scans his surroundings. He's shocked to see his long-tailed quirk classmate jogging toward him and waving his hand. "Ojiro?" he asks. He goes to meet up with him, and I'm glad to see another friendly face. "You're here? Are you all right?" Yeah. I'm fine. You?" "I'm good. Rough landing, but it could be worse." Ojiro looks around at the urban environment they're in and says, "That's good. Where are we exactly? Did they send us out of the USJ?" Jason also takes a quick glance around before shaking his head. Jason gestures to the sky above them and says, "No, they didn't. We're still in the place. Look up there." Or what would the sky look like if the USJ's enormous dome structure didn't exist? That's the dome of the USJ over us. We're still in the place. We must be in some fire urban rescue scenario. As he looks around and tries to get his bearings, Ojiro smiles and looks worried. "That's good at least. That way we're not cut off from the others. But, where exactly are we? The place is pretty big. I hope we're not too far away from everyone." Jason hums to himself, trying to get a good sense of where they were dropped off. He gestures for Ojiro to follow him, and he does so, saying, "Over here." They stroll to the nearest crossroads and gaze down the various streets. Ojiro looks in the direction Jason is indicating and says, "There." The main entrance to the USJ, where they were just a minute ago, can be seen in the distance. The main entrance. Perfect. Now we just need to get there to regroup and... You're not going anywhere. The new voice makes Jason tense, and he grips his shield tightly. When Jason and Ojiro turn around, they discover they are not alone, and their new companionship is unpleasant. Until they have well over a dozen people surrounding them, a number of people of different kinds stalk down the street towards them, even emerging from some of the doors and windows of the nearby buildings that aren't on fire. Jason quietly moves into a fighter's stance and asks, "Who are you?" in a firm tone. With a deranged smile, a man with oily black hair says, "Oh, you don't have to worry about that." Another, this time a big man with a mutation quirk that makes him resemble a crocodile, said, "It's not like you're going to worry for long." He smashes his fists together to punctuate the final word. Both UA students look at the people around them, and it doesn't take a genius to determine who they are based on their appearance and overall demeanor. As she moves into his own fighting stance, Ojiro concludes, "Villains. No way it's going to be easy." Jason murmurs as he moves slightly to give the boys a back-to-back setting for themselves. It never is with guys like these. With a sly smile, one of them remarks, "Oh, this is going to be fun. They were right that this was going to be easy pickings. Drop them right into our laps." Jason looks at all the intruding villains with a critical gaze and says, "So it was all planned." As he modifies his position, Ojiro concurs, saying, "Yeah, not just to split us up but take us out at the same time." One villain crouches low to the ground and leaps at them before the others, saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's get them," with slightly unusually long arms and legs. One of them yells to stop him, "Wait," but it's too late. Jason yells, "Ojiro," to get his partner's attention. Jason steps aside and out of the villain's path, and Ojiro ducks as he moves to the side. As the two attack him, the villain jumps, missing them both and leaving himself totally exposed. Jason leaps up and down, swings his shield out, and pulls it around. Ojiro simultaneously turns around and sends out his tail. The attacking villain is knocked out cold as he is flung away from both students after both of them strike him with their blows. As the trigger-happy villain is launched through the air and crashes into the window of a phony storefront, he lets out a strangled cry. In the midst of the fire crackling on some nearby buildings, there's the sound of glass breaking. Through the shattered glass window, one of their own remains motionless while the villains gaze. He's down and out and unconscious. When they turn back to face the boys, they see that they have returned to their fighting positions. "Anyone else?" Jason asks, grinning slightly as he takes his baton off his back and holds it out while lighting it. In addition to the fact that the students just took down one of their own with ease, this makes a good number of them watch intimidated by the display. As one villain picks up a car, both students look and their eyes widen. "What are you louts waiting for?" they ask. The villain is a large, muscular crocodile who is at least 9 feet tall, green-scaled, wearing a white tank top shirt, dark green camouflage pants, and black boots, though a lot of the clothes seem especially tight on him. He holds a simple sedan over his head and stares at them, gritting his teeth. "Take them already, NGH." The villain throws the car directly at them with a heave. Both boys throw themselves as hard as they can to the side, away from one another, without any warning. Jason had to throw himself to the side, but Ojiro was able to launch himself away with his tail. He lands, rolls a few times on the ground, and stops on his back while grunting. His concern for his classmate is allayed when he turns to see Ojiro up and unharmed after the car crash where they were. "Come here, kid." Jason anticipates a conversation. As a villain approaches him and swings a jagged metal rod at him, his eyes enlarge. The metal rod slams into the ground, but Jason is able to roll backwards and avoid the attack. He manages to get back up on his feet and raises his shield by rolling back. The villain swings his metal rod horizontally into Jason's stomach and commands him to hold still. She murmurs, smirking subtly, "Fine." As the villains prepare to harm Jason, he firmly braces his shield in front of him. Clang, the villain stammers, "ARHRHRHRHRHRH," as a tremendous vibrational wave of agony rushes through his hands and into his arms. Jason merely gives the villain a frustrated glance before raising and slamming his baton. "Ah!" he exclaims as Jason strikes his shoulder, causing the antagonist to drop his weapon. Jason uses the taser feature and jams it directly into his chest to kill him. After the villain has a startling and stuttering outburst, Jason kills him with a knee to the face, causing him to return to unconsciousness. Jason nods and murmurs, "That's one down." A villain brashly exclaims, "Don't forget the rest of us." Jason spins around. There are more of the villains around him. He looks at each of them, then spins his baton once and gets ready, saying, "Of course I haven't forgotten about you all. Just thought you got the message you're out of your league." The villain in front of him speculates, "You're a cocky little brat, aren't you?" With his dark red, long, slightly spiky hair, red eyes, a red shirt, a slightly faded leather jacket with some tears on the sleeves, and black torn-up jeans and black boots, he appears somewhat menacing. He adds to the appearance by having somewhat elongated hands with bone claws sticking out from his fingers and teeth that almost seem razor-sharp into spikes. He smiles menacingly and crosses his blades in front of Jason, saying, "I'm going to enjoy tearing you apart." Jason raises his shield and grins. "Well then, guess we'll see what you..." Whoosh behind him, he hears grunting and exertion as his senses and reflexes yell for him to move. He swerves to the side at the last second, barely avoiding a fist that shoots past him with an outstretched arm. The attack went straight for the dangerous villain who attempted to confront him, even though it missed him. Wah! Smack! He was so taken aback that he didn't have time to defend himself and took the blow to the face. He is launched into the air for a brief moment before landing in a heap on the street a few feet away. The arm spins around and returns. Jason observes as the arm goes by him and returns to the villain who was directly behind him. The man appears in disbelief at what transpired and how he missed it. Wearing a plain blue shirt, gray pants, messy brown hair, and sneakers, he doesn't look as crazy as some of the others. Jason was able to witness him instantly knock out one of the villains thanks to his peculiar ability to outstretch his arms at impossible lengths for normal use and with amazing speed. The villain merely says, "Oops," at his error. "What is wrong with you?" angrily and loudly exclaims another villain. "You're supposed to go for the kid. Not the rest of us, you jackass." "I was going for the kid, he just stepped out of the way and I missed." "How about you don't miss, you dumbass? I don't see you all doing anything else." Jason sighs and prepares himself after shaking his head at the back and forth the various villains are doing. "Wow. Not much of a team player, aren't you?" Jason asks, glaring down at the man as he casually waves his baton at him, cutting off their conversation. His tone is almost playful as he says, "You're supposed to hit me, not your friends." He yells angrily, "You little," as he prepares to extend both arms. He says, "I'll show you I can hit you. Hurrah," as he launches an assault. Jason smirks and mutters, "Gotcha," because they don't want to be caught in the attack like the other guy was. The other villains refrain from attacking at all when the villain's attack is directly aimed at him. That's precisely what Jason wanted. Jason avoids the attack as before, causing him to miss. This time, however, Jason encircles the villain's extended arms and firmly grasps him. The villain asks in confusion, "What are you?" before attempting to pull his arms back but quickly failing. As the villain watches the UA student firmly grind his feet into the pavement, his eyes enlarge at the sight of Jason. Jason pulls as hard as he can, lifting the villain off his feet before he can do anything. Jason shouts, "Ojiro, heads up," as he turns. Ojiro was engaged in a fight with another villain while the other villains cried out in shock. He glances over at his partner to see what's going on. "Don't take your eyes off me, Bo." The villain he was fighting tries to grapple the student martial artist, but he avoids the grapple by using his tail to impact himself off the ground, sending him above the villain and then springboarding himself even higher above. The villain looks up at the student in midair and growls. "Ah. Pooah." Unfortunately, the villain Jason turned into a weapon bodied him because he was not paying attention to what else was going on around him. Jason keeps swerving in his spot and colliding with other villains until they realize their mistake. They either stay back and give them some much-needed space or fall to the ground after a few rotations to avoid being hit, including Ojiro after he landed back down. After finishing, Jason releases his hold and launches the villain he used as a weapon into another group of villains, knocking them all down in the process. There are moans all around as he inhales deeply to regain his strength. He also grinned when a number of other local villains were eliminated. Jason whispers to himself, "Awesome, keep this up and we should be able to do this. I'll take them down." Jason looks around the chaos and notices one villain by his lonesome past Ojiro. "Wait, you idiot, stop," he says. He wears tennis shoes, baggy dark blue jeans, a green-stained shirt with rips, and long, spiky black hair. He is aiming his arms at them with a deranged expression on his face. The others are still there. Jason's eyes enlarge as a number of tiny, bone-like projections appear to protrude from his arms. Jason quickly deduces a ranged quirk user based on the distance and the concern of the other villains. Jason yells, "Ojiro," as he runs to his partner and ducks beneath a villain who is attempting to grab him. With a startled expression on his face, the tail quirk user knocks another villain back before turning around to see Jason sprint toward him. Down! He yells. Without questioning the command, Ojiro lowers himself to the ground, curling his tail close to his body. Jason places himself between the villain and his partner by rolling over Ojiro's back and landing on the opposite side of him. Take this! As the villain unleashes his quirk, Jason barely has time to raise his shield. The villains are directly hit by dozens and dozens of the tiny, needle-like bone projectiles that shoot out of their wrists. As they strike his shield, Jason holds it and grunts. His shield protects him and his partner by deflecting the projectiles away from them, causing them to ping off to the side. Air. Oh. The other villains are less fortunate and seem to still dislike friendly fire. As the projectiles struck them, a number of the other villains cried out in agony. Others who were not struck or only slightly hurt quickly seek shelter behind whatever they can find, including cars, storefronts, mailboxes, light poles, alleyways, and dumpsters. Jason lets out a "NGH" as one of the projectiles hits his bare leg from below. I must now stop him. Jason and Ojiro are at risk if one of the other villains develops a brain and chooses to eliminate them using additional ranged quirks, even though he is okay with the villain hitting other villains. Jason grunts as he propels himself forward, moving slowly at first but quickly gaining momentum until he is running full speed in the direction of the villain who is attacking him. He yells, "Raw!" as he dashes forward, unfazed by the sheer volume of needle projectiles hurled at him. The villain yells in shock, "Wait, wah! Stop!" but it's too late for him to take any further action. He simply keeps unleashing his attack with greater ferocity rather than dodging, but this has no effect on Jason's shield. Before long, Jason strikes the villain head-on. Jason pushes the villain back a few feet until he slams him against a car, knocking the air out of his lungs in the process. After they stop, Jason thrusts his stun baton directly into the villain's stomach after knocking his shield against his arms to make sure he isn't attempting to shoot him at close range. The antagonist yells, "Ah!" as electric bolts pierce his body. After a few seconds, Jason stops, but the villain is still awake and furious with him. He grabs the villain's shirt and kicks him in the stomach as he continues his attack. The antagonist nearly pukes and grunts, but it doesn't stop there. Jason grabs his head, spins him around, and repeatedly slams the villain's face into the car's roof before hitting the front side fender. The villain tries to stand dizzily before collapsing to his knees, and he lets go. He looks up at Jason while delirious. Smack, however, Jason opens the car door and uses it to slam the villain's body and face. The villain was instantly knocked out cold and unconscious on his ass. As they all look at Jason's assault on the villain, there is a brief pause. Prior to engaging in melee, deal with ranged targets. As many targets as possible should be kept in the same direction. Jason remembers some engagement guidelines his father instilled in him to increase his chances of winning a battle when outnumbered. Let no one hit you from behind. Jason hears Ojiro yell, "Takeda! Watch out!" and turns around. Jason's reflexes were only able to avoid the enormous fist that was aimed at him because of his training. He leaps out of the way and rolls away from his new foe on the ground. The antagonist who previously threw the car at them in an attempt to keep them apart has now made the decision to get his hands dirty in an attempt to eliminate him. He cracks his knuckles and starts to say, "They said this was going to be an easy job." He threatens Jason, saying, "I'm going to make sure it's easy." With a grunt, the eccentric student assumes his stance, his baton held out to his side as he starts to consider his options. When he looks at his fellow student, he sees that the villains have begun to reappear and subdue him while the big guy tries to kill Jason. He glares at his opponent and grunts. He gets ready, saying, "You wanna go? Then let's go." The crocodile villain yells, "I'm going to enjoy crushing you," as he advances and strikes Jason with his fists. Jason himself is able to sidestep and force him to slam his fists into the floor. Jason thrusts his baton forward, exposing himself, and starts to shock the villain in the side. However, it is ineffective. The villain smirks at the action, and Jason murmurs, "Oh man." Smack! Jason is then thrown into the air and slams into the side of a van, denting the metal frame of the vehicle, after which he is backhanded. "Takeda!" Ojiro yells at him as he sees his classmate take a hard blow. When a villain tries to grapple him, his tail whips them away, forcing him to concentrate once more. "Ah, I'm fine," exclaims Jason, who is on one knee and struggling to catch his breath. Although it hurt, the hit didn't cause much harm. He looks up as the villain charges at him, one fist advancing to deliver an uppercut. "You soon won't be," he exclaims. As the punch embeds itself in the side of the van, Jason manages to roll under it by throwing himself forward. Jason rolls back onto his feet and drives his baton into the villain's upper back as he tries to draw his fist. This time, as the electricity flows through him, the villain grunts in response to the attack. However, this enrages him, and he yanks his arm out with a shout, almost hitting Jason again, but this time he's prepared, dodging back and out of the way. Jason glares at the villain after sliding on the ground for a moment while grunting. As he flashes his teeth at the UA student, the man is furious with him this time. "I am going to have so much fun, tearing you apart. And once we're done it's going to be such a joy watching them kill All Might." When the number 1 hero is mentioned, Jason gets excited. They're indeed here for All Might, so that's confirmed. Okay, so since he is not present, they must adjust and modify their tactics. We must do the same as well. Normally, the villain's threat would frighten someone. This individual is, after all, very eager and willing to use his bare hands to kill an innocent person. But not Jason. He does experience a brief moment of anxiety due to their current circumstances. They're stuck, separated, and lack any kind of communication or backup system to get assistance. He does recall some guidance from his father, though. A hero will only kill when it is absolutely necessary. A villain is an unknown. No matter how much you learn or how many crimes they have committed, you never know what they will do. When you fight them, honor and fairness are not in their vocabulary. You fight with all of your might and use whatever dirty trick you have at your disposal. It's fun for a villain to kill you. As he tightens his hold on his baton and gives the villain a slack look, Jason lets out a low growl. He turns around and starts to run, his features hardening. "You want me?" he asks. "Then come and get me." "Get back here, you little punk," the villain yells as he follows. Jason quickly leaves the villain and heads straight for the other villains that are still there. He avoids being hit or grabbed by some of them. They were so intent on him that the villain with the big muscles who was pursuing him slammed into the others, knocking them down or slapping them away. To help thin out the enemy's numbers and enable the villain to keep up with him, Jason maintains a steady and even pace. However, he must save his strength for the remaining villains because he cannot run indefinitely. Jason searches the area and locates a car that he can use. A quick look back reveals that the villain is still pursuing him and is even angrier than before because he is unable to catch up to the student. Jason accelerates one last time and makes his way to the car. He rotates his baton until he is holding it in a reverse grip as he approaches the car. The villain is right behind him when he eventually reaches the car. He pushes himself up and lands his other foot on the edge of the car's door and roof after jumping up and landing one foot on the door handle. He uses that to kick off the door in the direction of the villain, straight back. The student's direction change astounds the villain, but he takes advantage of the situation and uses one hand to seize Jason's waist. "Gotcha, you little," he exclaims, grinning, after seizing the student who was fleeing from him. However, he is momentarily perplexed when Jason hooks his shield behind the villain's head. As he watches Jason raise his baton above them, his eyes enlarge. Jason yells, "Eat this," and, grunting with effort, slams the end of his stun baton directly into the villain's face before cranking it. "Ah!" The villain screams in agony as all of the electricity volts are directed straight at his head. He is unable to release the student due to severe muscle spasms. Jason merely presses his baton harder against the villain's face while he grunts as the villain instinctively tightens his grip. Everyone watches as the electricity arcs through the big, burly villain, causing him to spasm for several long seconds. Shortly afterward, Jason kicks off the villain's chest and removes his baton. Jason hits the ground hard and nearly falls to his knees, but he keeps himself upright by holding onto the car's hood. He looks at his opponent while taking deep, heavy breaths. After being shoved back by Jason, the villain takes a few steps back, but when he stops, he sways slightly in an attempt to stay upright. He manages to glance at Jason through his dazed expression. As he clenches his fists and advances, a look of rage appears on his face. Thud, he faints. All he could do was take a step forward before he fell forward and landed on his face. Jason waits anxiously for a few seconds to see if the villain gets back up. The UA student smirks and then raises himself back up to his full height, taking steady, even breaths to regain his strength. Wah-poo. A villain crashes into the car next to Jason after flying in from the side. He glances at the other villain who is now unconscious. Ojiro lands beside Jason and grunts, "He up." He exhales and nods at his takedown, then smirks as he turns to face Jason. He nods to the downed, electrified villain and says, "Hey, you good?" Jason nods to the unconscious villain who broke his landing with the car and murmurs, "Yeah, I'm good. You?" Ojiro casually remarks, "All good. These guys really aren't all that we thought they were going to be." Jason gives a nod. "You're right. I thought we were screwed, but we've been holding our own pretty well." "Yeah, I wonder how the others are doing. What the hell's wrong with the two of you?" At the yelling, both boys turn to see that more villains have appeared and are particularly enraged. It seems that the two of them have a chip on their shoulders because they are casually talking as if everything is fine. Jason moans as he and Ojiro go back to back once more. "Great, these guys may suck, but they make up for it in numbers." As they assume their combat stances, Ojiro concurs, "Yeah, this is starting to get annoying." They are still surrounded by villains, but since they have already defeated a number of them, the others are hesitant to move forward. The boys now have an opportunity to devise a strategy. Without taking his eyes off the villains, Jason whispers to his fellow student, "We need to find the others." As they enter a slow circle and are surrounded by onlookers, Ojiro gently reminds him, "Yeah, but we don't know where they are. They could have been thrown out all over the place like us." Jason says, "You're right, but there's one place everyone knows to meet up to get out of here," as he turns, causing Ojiro to turn as well and look straight ahead as they leave the burning mock city. The main entrance. He nods subtly in agreement, his eyes widening as he sees the target. Mr. Aizawa is probably still fighting. Someone's got to get to him and we got to figure out a proper plan. As one of the villains tries to rush them in their blind spot, Jason turns around and threatens him with his baton, causing him to recoil and back off. "Yeah, but these guys aren't going to make it easy," Ojiro says. Jason outlines their next move, saying, "Then we need to lose them." Being hampered by more than a dozen villains in the middle of a burning fake city is not ideal. The situation is already dire enough. "What do you got? Hey, what are you guys talking about?" a villain yells at them, obviously irritated by their immobility. Jason grins and holds up his shield firmly, asking, "Can you swim?" Ojiro clenches his fists and grins. "Yeah, but it's been a bit, and something tells me you're faster than me." As he prepares, Jason cracks his neck and says, "Don't you know it? Don't you forget about us, damn it." The villains are obviously becoming agitated because they know that this is their last chance. "Split up. Yeah. Let's get them," Jason yells. "Go," startling the bad guys. Ojiro is able to leap into the air above Jason because of this. The villains pause and gaze up at the UA student. Jason slides beneath him and raises his shield as he descends. Ojiro simultaneously swings his tail down and hits Jason's shield. Ojiro is able to launch himself high into the air and away from the villains thanks to these actions. Clang Jason was able to charge forward and shield tackle a villain, knocking him out and moving past the line of villains because the villains were so preoccupied with the flying UA student that they forgot about the other one. Ojiro throws himself in the direction of a fire escape by hooking his tail around a light post. A villain yells, "Get them!" while some target Ojiro and others Jason, who hides in a nearby alley. There is a lot of smoke in the alleys, so Jason straps his mask on and makes sure it is functioning before using his shield to smash open a chain link fence door and entering the alleyway. The villains climb and follow Ojiro as he lands on the fire escape and ascends to the top. With the villains pursuing him, Jason pushes his way through the alleyway while dodging boxes and other debris that have been scattered around. He takes a few more detours down streets and alleys that connect, but the bad guys don't give up. He turns a corner and heads down a lengthy alleyway, but a villain appears ahead of him and spots him a quarter of the way through. The man gives him a devilish smile. "Ha, I got him," he exclaims, causing Jason to curse in his head at being discovered and warned by them once more. He forces himself to move forward in an attempt to get closer. Nowhere to go. "Now take this." He can't see the villain's form through the alleyway's walls, but he can see the big fireball being thrown at him. Fortunately, his mask is still functional and preventing him from choking on the flaming air. "Oh, for the love of," he moans, raising his shield and wrapping his cape in front of him. He lets out a grunt as the fireball is absorbed by the shield and dispersed all around him. Several more fireballs are hurled at him as soon as he rises above his shield. He angles his body lower and keeps running while gritting his teeth. Some of the fireballs completely miss because of his slightly lower profile, but some still hit his shield. The villain yells, "Why won't you, poo?" as Jason throws him to the ground. Despite moaning from the blow, the villain is able to gather his thoughts sufficiently to prepare to attack Jason. Smack. Hau. However, Jason knocks the villain out cold and breaks his focus by punching him in the chest. Jason hears more of the villains approaching them, so he pushes himself off him and books it away while he tries to catch his breath. As he searches for a way out of the area, he keeps walking in an attempt to lose them. A group of villains, some of whom also possess fire quirks, are waiting for him as he is about to move into another alleyway. Holy! Jason has to quickly back away after a wall of flames almost barbecues him, forcing him to find a different path. The more specialized quirk villains for this region appear to be emerging at this time. Great! Jason grunts, trying to think of a way to get rid of them. If he hopes to escape the burning city without a gang of ruthless villains following him, he must find a way to break line of sight and create obstacles between himself and them. He can take advantage of a fence that is on fire in one specific alley. He jumps onto and off of a dumpster, moves it out of its spot and rolls back, and clears a big metal fence with a burning tarp on it in order to make things more difficult for the bad guys. He makes it over, slams onto another big dumpster, and rolls off it as the fire briefly consumes him. Ah, damn it, Jason grunts as the blow knocks him to the ground. He looks down at his body and quickly pushes himself up despite the tumble. As he pats himself down to make sure there are no embers burning on him or fire sticking to him, a few wisps of smoke drift off him. He exhales with relief when he realizes that he is clear, a little smoky, but still fine. Phew, that was close. Where is he? I don't know, he just disappeared. Find him. With a grimace, Jason starts down the alleyway. He leaves in an attempt to avoid the villains as much as possible, saying, better not hang around. Got to get out of here. As he moves toward the facility's main entrance, he passes more alleys, around corners and fences, and even ducks into buildings and out of other entrances and exits when he can. After a few minutes, Jason reaches the Fire City's edge. Before removing his mask and revealing his perspiration-drenched face, he glances down at the water. He immediately submerges his face in the water and keeps it there for a few seconds before emerging to breathe. He wipes the extra water from his face and simply enjoys the cool sensation of the water on him, saying, "Ah. Finally, thank you. It is definitely not pleasant or comfortable to run around a burning city." He whispers to himself, "Okay, now to get moving." He then puts his mask back on and checks that the rebreather setup is functioning properly. In order to ensure that his baton is deactivated and won't explode or sustain damage in the water, he turns it off and holsters it on his back. In order to prevent his shield from falling off while swimming, he makes sure it is securely fastened to his arm. After that, he scans the area for anything that might be useful to him or a clue as to where he should go. When he looks, he sees that there is fighting and some movement happening close to the main entrance fountain. Jason makes up his mind and plunges into the water, saying, "That's where I need to go. Let's hope the others are there." As he floats in the water and idles, he feels weightless. He looks out into the open water to acclimate himself to the sensation of the water, particularly now that he is fully equipped. All right, everything is going well so far. Jason propels himself ahead and begins swimming underwater. Although he is good, it is likely that any villains with aquatic backgrounds will be better at fighting in the water than he is. This is especially true if he is surrounded by many of them, which appears to be a common tactic used by the motley crew of villains. Jason can tell that after dividing the class, they simply chose to go with overwhelming force rather than making a lot of plans. It seems to be more about quantity than quality. He prefers to move underwater to avoid potential swimming villains and to ensure that no one can see him from above in order to further ensure that he is not caught off guard. As he makes mental plans, he moves steadily and slowly beneath the surface, taking care not to disturb the water. Since their signals are jammed, we are unable to just call for assistance. This implies that we must either locate the quirk user and eliminate him or flee the area and seek assistance. I'm positive there is a way out of here, but I have no idea where to go. The main entrance is our best and quickest route out, despite the fact that it is dangerous. Jason pauses his thoughts as he notices some figures in front of him. Just got to get there and maybe I can sneak my way up and... No way. He pauses for a moment, carefully raises his head to see the people in front of him. He slowly approaches the familiar faces, grinning and murmuring to himself, "Nice one." In an attempt to attract their attention, he lightly splashes the water. "Izu!" he exclaims softly. In front of him, Midoriya Izuku, Tsuyu Asui, and Mineta Minoru are huddled up beside the land, gazing straight ahead. Izuku turns around after glancing down at the rippling water. At first, he appears shocked, but Jason quickly raises his arm with his shield to reveal his mask and the well-known shield he has been carrying around. As he attracts the others' attention, Izuku receives a look of relief. "Hey, you two, look. It's Triple A." As is customary, Mineta nearly screams before Sue catches him, covers his mouth, and submerges his head to prevent him from yelling bloody murder and revealing their location. With a level tone, Sue greets him. "It's good to see you, Takeda. I'm glad you're alright, Ribbit. Likewise to see you all as well." Jason responds, removing his mask from his face and confirming his identity so Mineta won't have to struggle any longer. Izu asks his friend with a hint of concern, "Jockin, I'm so glad you made it, are you okay?" Jason paddles slowly up to them and shakes his head. At that moment, Jason notices the black cloth of his elbow band covering his left hand. "A little bruised but nothing bad. Got a real workout from dealing with some villains earlier, but overall I'm good to go. How you all? Izu, what happened to you?" Izu uses his unharmed hand to wave him away. "Don't worry, just had to use my quirk to deal with our villains. We shouldn't have to worry about them for a bit. We were all sent over the water and managed to beat back the villains from a large boat, part of the sea rescue scenario." The fact that his friend is hurt makes Jason purse his lips, but he suppresses the worry. In this line of work, he will have to adjust to that for both of them. As he nods at the information, the three of them turn to face the burning city in the distance. "That's quite the place to be sent to. Me and Ojiro were sent to the Fire City scenario over there. We split up, so he's keeping them occupied while I tried to find help or a way out. Honestly, this water feels such a relief compared to nearly getting cooked several times back there." The thought of being thrown in the middle of that location worries Sue, who murmurs, I would not do well over there." As he turns back over the water's edge toward the fountain where they last saw their teacher, Izu tells him, "I'm glad you made it out. We got here to see if we could get some help and check on Aizawa-sensei. But it doesn't look good." Jason steps up between Izu and Sue and murmurs, "How bad we talking?" When he does, he is able to see the current situation clearly. It's not good. With more than a dozen villains scattered throughout the area, it appears that some enormous creature has stepped up to the plate and rendered them unconscious. This new foe is a huge, incredibly muscular, dark blue creature wearing dark tan pants. The fact that this thing appears to have an air-exposed brain without experiencing any pain is even more perplexing. Their instructor is pinned to the ground in a very painful and harsh grab hold, which exacerbates the situation. He clutches his shield beside him and says, "Oh, that's bad." Izu murmurs, "Yeah, but that's not the worst of it." "How is this not the worst of it?" Mineta yells loudly and angrily in a quiet voice before Sue slaps him with his tongue to calm him down. "The one with the hands, that villain, I saw him do something earlier to Aizawa-sensei. Almost like he was disintegrating his elbow," Izu says with a sense of concern. Jason shakes his head at the mess they're in and says, "Disintegration? That's dangerous. Really dangerous." The idea of this makes him more than a little worried. The remaining villains haven't been all that impressive. Neither their quirks nor their strategic abilities have been particularly remarkable. It appears that these individuals in front of us are the head honchos and are far more deadly than the ones we previously encountered. We must not be careless with them. Sue draws their attention by saying, "Hold on, look. That guy that warped us is back with them. The giant, purple and black warping villain who attacked Jason at school and split up more than half the class has appeared next to the leader, as she claims. I think they're talking, Ribbit." As they get low on the edge and listen in, they all become quiet. Jason activates his Mosk's audio, a basic feature he added following his altercation with Bakugo. He can manually turn it up in certain situations to enable him to hear over longer distances more clearly, in case of a rescue situation where he needs to locate someone who is stuck somewhere out of sight. Normally, it would regulate outside noise to help try and prevent him from getting his eardrums blown out and deadened. To the hands villain, the black mist villain with the warp quirk says, "Tamura Shigaraki." Shigaraki presses, "Kurogiri, did you manage to kill 13? Kurogiri tells him, "The rescue hero is out of commission." As he memorizes their names, Jason squints. "But there were students I was unable to disperse and one of them got outside of the facility." Huh? This irritates Shigaraki, who is upset about the failure. It was depressing to learn that 13 had been taken out of commission, not killed, mind you, but at least someone had gotten away and was now gathering support for them. "Kurogiri, you fool." Shigaraki is now furious and upset that their attempt to harm and murder them all was successfully put on hold by a time limit. A very short time frame. He starts picking and scratching his neck frantically. "If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body." Given Shigaraki's intimidating personality, Jason is confident that he could fulfill his promise. Shigaraki snarls and furiously scratches his neck, nearly removing the skin. Jason raises an eyebrow at his video game analogies but dismisses them as he keeps listening in. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. He gives up scratching his neck and simply casts a disappointed glance down. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home. This now draws the students' attention to the final section. With a hopeful tone, Mineta asks, "Huh? Did I hear that right? Did he say they're gonna just leave?" Sue agrees, nodding, "That's what it sounded like to me." The villains appear to be giving up, and Mineta loudly but quietly declares his happiness. "Yes. That's amazing. We're safe and we don't have to fight." Yeah. But, when Sue stops speaking, Jason turns to observe why. Mineta is letting him feel her in his relieved state. He is on the verge of passing out when a wave of anger sweeps through him. Splash instead, she just grabs him and begins drowning his little pervy ass. "I have a real bad feeling about this, you too." He gives her a smile before returning his attention to the current situation. After they both nod in agreement, Izu says, "It seems weird that they'd retreat at this point, even if help is on the way." Jason expresses his discomfort at this being, well, simple. They've gone through a lot of work to plan this and to kill All Might. All these villains all over the place, spreading us out, getting whatever that thing is in order to fight him. They need to get something out of this. Jason continues to murmur. Killing All Might will be a major blow to everyone's morale as well as to dealing with villains. Both civilians and other heroes. To make their villains' job easier, they wish to demoralize people. What more can they do to cause such harm to others? As the villains keep talking, Jason squints at them. "Oh, before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Let's wreck his pride." At that moment, Jason's instincts go into overdrive and he starts to feel very uneasy. He doesn't know exactly what's happening or what it is, but a gateway. Some just stare in shock while others gasp. As he emerges, the villain's leader practically taunts, "Let's make this hurt." The portal opened directly in front of everyone, much to their horror. As the villain with the disintegrating quirk emerges through it, his hand extended and poised to activate his devastating and extremely dangerous quirk, Mineta, Izu, and Jason all turn to the side in a slow but growing sense of horror. Exactly, Sue. The impending doom can only make the frog quirk girl freeze, her eyes shaking in terror and her breath caught in a freeze. No, right now, Jason's only thought is that.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.